Chapter 1. In the year 1518 of the ocean calendar, the setting unfolds in the East Sea, a region often regarded as the weakest among the four seas. Nestled within this realm is a humble tavern located in Lowtown, the fabled island of both beginnings and endings. 2 decades prior, the renowned pirate king Gold Roger proclaimed, "Do you seek my treasure? If you wish for it, all of it is yours. Everything I possess is there," thus igniting the great pirate era, which continues to this day. As one of the islands closest to the Grand Line in the East Sea, this locale is not lacking in both belly and pirates. Within the tavern, several burly men, who hardly resemble law-abiding citizens, are animatedly engaged in conversation. "Have you heard? A new crew has emerged, the Spade Pirates." "Indeed, I have heard that their captain possesses the powers of the Maranomi, a natural-type devil fruit." "Goodness, a natural-type devil fruit, the kind said to be invincible? Who can deny it? What a fortunate newcomer. I hear he has garnered a bounty of 100 million after merely a few months at sea." In a quiet corner, a man donning a cap and sunglasses sat silently, absorbing the information shared among the raucous pirates. Upon hearing the name Ace, a fleeting smile graced his lips, only to be replaced by a frown moments later. What a troublesome little brat he is. This man, known as Vayne, is 25 years old. 20 years ago, he traversed from Earth into the world of One Piece. Presently, he identifies as a small-time pirate. "Boss, the bill, please." Vayne tossed down 10,000 belly before rising to depart the tavern, leaving behind only the silhouette of his tall figure. Several women within the tavern watched Vayne's exit, their expressions dimming. Such a tall and handsome man was a rare sight. Even through his sunglasses, his striking facial features were discernible. Who wouldn't desire to spend an evening with such a man? After a collective sigh, the ladies resumed their gossip. "Have you heard? Lord Vayne is coming to the East Sea for a concert." "Is that true? What a pity the tickets are too expensive." "What? Is it really that Lord Vayne? Goodness, I would eat steam buns every day just to attend." Upon returning to his residence, Vayne silently lit a cigarette, a specialty from a distant kingdom, smooth on the palate and gentle on the throat. He gazed at the woman before him, standing nearly 6 feet tall, her features sharp and exuding an air of intellect. At this moment, she was providing him with intelligence. "Boss, here's the information you requested regarding the Spade Pirates and Ace. According to the reports, Ace is set to arrive in Lowtown in 3 days." Vayne accepted the documents from her, complimenting, "Robin, well done." He then began to peruse the details about Ace. Gazing at the wanted poster bearing Ace's likeness, Vayne couldn't help but murmur softly, "He resembles her. He's the only family Robin has left in this world." Vayne found himself unable to resist the allure of reminiscence, recalling a time 2 decades ago when Theodore had just traversed into the world of One Piece. Upon his arrival, Vayne was engulfed in excitement, for One Piece was his most cherished manga. The prospect of being in a realm brimming with adventure and extraordinary abilities filled his heart with exhilaration. However, reality swiftly dealt him a cruel blow. At the tender age of 5, Vayne lost his parents in a maritime disaster, and due to his endearing appearance, he was abducted by human traffickers and taken to the island of Petrila in the South Sea. Those were indeed harrowing times. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Vayne encountered a woman who was like an elder sister and a mother to him, Port Gastarouge. She rescued him from the clutches of the traffickers, granting him a few months of carefree existence. The principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude became one of Vayne's guiding philosophies. When Vayne learned that the woman before him was none other than the wife of the pirate king and the mother of Ace, Rouge, a chill ran through him. Well versed in the narrative of One Piece, he understood that in just a few months, Rouge would become pregnant, leading to Gold Roger's surrender and Rouge's arduous journey of carrying Ace for 20 months, ultimately resulting in her demise at that time. Vayne attempted to persuade Rouge, but she obstinately rejected his pleas, stating, "Little Vayne, you must understand that maternal and paternal love are the greatest emotions in this world. I believe Roger would not act in such a manner. And are you not perhaps overthinking things a bit?" Over the course of several months, Vayne made numerous attempts to convince her until the arrival of a certain man. Rouge and back. "Oh, who is this little brat?" Vayne gazed at the man before him, whose facial hair was an indistinguishable mix of whiskers and nasal hair. At first glance, Vayne recognized him Gold Roger, the Pirate King. Hiding just outside the door, Vayne overheard Roger speaking to Rouge. "I have come to inform you that I intend to surrender. Yes, my illness will not allow me to live much longer." Upon hearing this news, Rouge wept bitterly for a time, yet ultimately accepted the decision of the man she deeply loved. "Boss," Vayne's reverie was abruptly interrupted by Robin's voice. "What is it? Is there something else?" "Boss, according to our schedule, your concert is a week away. We have already postponed it for a month. If we delay further, it will be difficult to explain to Morgans. Just handle it as you see fit. Even if it is postponed, what of it? That mere newspaper seller will only grumble behind our backs. By the way, let's choose Logtown as the venue." "Understood, boss." Robin gazed at the man before her, her heart fluttering. His formidable strength, combined with his resolute demeanor, evoked admiration. "Also, inform Morgans that the concluding chapter of my novel, Journey to the West, will be delayed by another week. I have been quite busy and lack the time to write." Upon hearing this, Robin furrowed her brows, yet obediently replied, "All right, boss. Well, if there's nothing else, you may leave for now. I have matters to attend to in the coming days." Wayne had encountered Nico Robin 7 years prior. At that time, he had yet to awaken the powerful life player system that accompanied his transmigration, but he was already a formidable swordsman with dual-colored Haki. At that moment, Nico Robin had just fled from a pirate crew and was being pursued by pirates. Wayne happened to pass by and rescued her, and from that day forth, Robin became his devoted secretary, receiving his protection. As one of the most intelligent individuals in the world of pirates, Robin's presence significantly enhanced Wayne's influence. Especially after Vayne awakened his system upon turning 18, he gradually ascended to become one of the bosses of the underground world and a beloved star admired by millions of fans. Pouring himself a glass of red wine, Vayne began to sip while perusing his attribute panel. Host, Durak D to Vayne. Title, Erudite Culinary Healer. Fruit ability, none. Haki level, Advanced Armament Haki, 2,335,000. Advanced Observation Haki, 12,005,000. Conqueror's Haki Seed, 15,000. Swordsmanship level, Great Swordsman Beginner, 50,010,000. Physical Arts level, 6th tier, 8,005,000. Note, top tier physical combatants in the pirate world, such as Admiral Carp, are approximately tier 9, while admirals like Akiji and Akainu hover around tier 7. Combat skills, Navy 6 styles Moonwalk, Iron Block, Finger Pistol Soru. Life Restoration. Professions, Chef Master level, Novelist Master level, Singer Master level. Doctor Advanced, Blacksmith Advanced. Life points, 1,300. Vayne's system, known as the Ultimate Life Player System, was designed to cultivate him into the strongest life player. Each endeavor within his professions or elevation of skill levels would yield a certain amount of life points. The myriad uses of life points are vast. They can be employed to directly enhance Haki or swordsmanship at a 1:10 ratio. They may also be utilized for lotteries, costing 1,000 life points per draw, with the outcome relying solely on fortune. According to the system, with sufficient luck, it was not implausible to draw the Infinity Gauntlet adorned with 6 Infinity Stones. However, Vayne often found himself acquiring items akin to the first part of Journey to the West or the latter part of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. While Vayne yearned for skills that would render him invincible, the ability to draw novels provided him with the confidence of a literary savant, which was also commendable. The elevation of profession levels typically stemmed from two aspects: actual skill and renown. For instance, even if a person's culinary skills were average, if the entire world deemed him the finest chef, his culinary level would instantly reach its pinnacle. This is also the reason why Vayne tirelessly tours the world for concerts. He aims to elevate his prominence. The East Sea marks the final destination of his global concert series. Upon the completion of this performance, Vayne will have accomplished one of his most lucrative endeavors thus far: the Four Seas concert series, a side quest. As a world-renowned vocalist, it is imperative for you to share your melodious voice with the globe. Quest objective: hold a concert in each of the Four Seas: East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. Quest completion, 34. Quest rewards: title of superstar, 10,000 life points, and 1 opportunity for a 10-time draw. Each successful completion of a quest significantly enhances Vayne's capabilities. However, fulfilling a quest demands substantial time investment. For instance, Vayne's previous task consumed over 6 months to complete. Mastering medicine: consult with 3 masterful physicians within the pirate world to gain insights into the art of healing. Vayne dedicated over half a year visiting Dr. Kuroka's, the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, Dr. Kareha of Drum Island, and the brilliant Surgeon Hogback, a subordinate of the warlord Gecko Moria. The first 2 physicians were relatively accommodating after Vayne explained his intentions and offered generous compensation. They graciously assisted him. However, the last physician proved to be rather peculiar, as he transformed living beings into puppets, which unsettled Vayne. Furthermore, Gecko Moria's blind arrogance and foul temperament as a warlord did not help matters. Ultimately, the visit concluded with Vayne sinking a third of the terrifying 3-masted ship and severely incapacitating Moria. Yet he managed to acquire Hogback's medical insights, Upon completing the task, Vayne obtained the Seed of Conqueror's Haki, though its upgrade demands were excessively taxing and did not yield a notable enhancement to his strength, leading Vayne to refrain from further advancement. Vayne received the Four Seas concert quest over a year ago, deciding to tour in the sequence of North Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and East Sea. Memories flashed through Vayne's mind, and after savoring the last sip of red wine, he sighed contentedly and said, "System, initiate the draw." A spinning wheel-like lottery machine materialized in Vayne's mind. Stop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the first 30 chapters of the novel Water Margin. Please claim your prize. Goodness, another novel. They might as well call it the Great Literary System. Vayne couldn't help but quip. Nevertheless, the outcome of this draw was far more favorable than the one from 6 months ago, where he received a ton of spicy strips, which he has yet to finish. With the first 30 chapters included, I have finally completed the collection of Water Margin comprising 120 chapters. Excellent. I shall decide to write Water Margin as my next novel. It can at least be serialized in newspapers for over a year. Indeed, Vayne's profession as a novelist master level was entirely acquired through his ability to adapt and rationalize the characters and settings from classic literature. Even in the pirate world, these timeless tales remain profoundly popular. After savoring a glass of red wine, Vayne glanced at the golden Rolex he had won in a lottery and was taken aback by the time. Goodness, is it almost evening already? There's no choice but to tackle the dinner issue first. He then called for Robin, requesting some ingredients as he prepared to cook. Before him lay an array of exquisite ingredients, including a long-tailed duck and a massive sole fish, each a treasure in its own right. Premium ingredients often require only the simplest of cooking techniques. After 30 minutes of culinary endeavor, Vayne presented a delightful spread of 4 meticulously crafted dishes, 3 courses, and a soup that ate tea that moment. A notification chimed from the system. After an extensive 33 minutes of cooking, your culinary skills have improved, reaching a master level 3888500, and you have gained 4 life points, bringing your total to 1304 points. Goodness, it seems that advancing to master level in life skills is increasingly challenging. Just 4 points for a meal. Sigh, when will this end? It appears I must find a way to learn a new life profession. After his lament, Vayne called out to the door, "Robin, Gloria, it's time to wash your hands and eat." 2 figures, one tall and one short, appear before him. Gloria made the first move, dashing forward to snatch her favorite dish, the steamed long-tailed duck. 4-wheel flour, serving dishes first. However, Robin calmly utilized his flour fruit, causing 4 hands to sprout from the kitchen table, deftly whisking the 4 plates over Gloria's head and safely onto the dining table. How infuriating, Robin, you're being unfair. Gloria jumped in place a few times, but standing at only 1.6 meters tall, she couldn't reach the food hovering above. Pouting in frustration, she exclaimed, "Wah, Brother Vayne, Robin is bullying me again." All right, Robin, stop teasing Gloria. Let's wash our hands and eat." The meal was lively, with Robin and Gloria's playful antics at the table going unnoticed by Vayne. After relishing the feast, Vayne couldn't help but smile at the sight of the 2 still playfully competing, murmuring, "What a heartwarming moment." Gloria was an orphan Vayne had adopted 6 years prior, having rescued her from slave market in Sabaody. With her long, sky-blue hair styled in twin ponytails, she may appear doll-like, but at 22 years of age and standing only 1.58 meters tall, she possessed formidable abilities. Gloria was the possessor of the singing fruit, capable of enchanting melodies that could mesmerize listeners or dispatch foes with her voice on the surface. She was a celebrated artist under Vayne's company, captivating countless admirers with her enchanting voice. Behind the scenes, however, she served as one of Vayne's assassins, renowned as the Golden Killer for her lethal prowess. 3 days later, on a nameless island not far from Rogue Town, Vayne stood atop a massive rock by the sea, donning a small black jester's mask. The chilling sea breeze rustled the cloak behind Vayne, yet it did not perturb his tranquil state of mind. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, quietly gazing at the distant expanse of the ocean. A pirate ship gradually came into his view, its black flag adorned with a skull, flanked by a pair of grinning faces, one weeping and the other laughing. It was none other than Ace's Spade pirates. "Ace, Captain, we are nearing Log Town, the legendary town of beginnings and endings, the site of the execution of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger." Ace embraced the pirate who had spoken, playfully striking him on the head as he exclaimed with fervor, "What useless guy, the previous Pirate King. What does that even mean? I'm a man who's going to become the Pirate King, and I won't allow anyone to admire someone who surrendered to the Navy." Clearly, this crew member touched a sore spot in Ace's heart. But Ace wasn't really angry. Soon the discussions among the crew returned to their dreams of Lowtown and the Grand Line. TCH, a bunch of guys who've never seen the world. Ace still felt a bit dissatisfied. On the other side, Vayne quietly watched the pirate ship getting closer. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. 500 meters. At that moment, Vayne drew the sword at his waist and took a deep breath. Flying slash. A massive white slash flew toward the Spade pirate's ship, and with a loud crash, the giant pirate ship was immediately split in half, yet not a single crew member was harmed. Enemy attack. There's an enemy attack. Help, Mom, I can't swim. In an instant, all the crew members of the Spade pirates sank into the sea, struggling to swim toward the shore. No, there was only one exception. A red flame came flying from the sky, heading toward the island where Vayne was. Fire fist. Kid, your reaction is pretty quick. Seeing the large flames coming at him, Vayne didn't rush to dodge. He simply performed 2 slashes in midair. One slash dispersed the incoming fire fist, and the other directly aimed at Ace, who was still in the air. Sunlight. Ace transformed into flames to evade Vayne's flying slash, then jumped again, landing steadily several dozen meters away from Vayne. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? When Vayne saw Ace's face that resembled Sister Lugio, he couldn't help but soften his expression. Then he straightened his face and said, because of a deceased friend, I must prevent you from entering the Grand Line. A look of confusion appeared on Ace's face. A deceased friend? Is it that old man Garp? Damn it. If you want to stop a man from heading to the sea, you'd better have the corresponding strength to do so. Vayne was taken aback, but soon realized that Ace had misunderstood. He didn't explain anything, but instead swung his sword at Ace in front of him. The strike was very fast, and Ace had no time to dodge, so he could only hurriedly elementalize his body to defend. It hurts. Ace clutched his injured left arm, where there was a wound, and fresh blood flowed from it. How did you hit me? I had already elementalized. Ace's face was filled with panic and confusion. It's important to note that his Logia-type Mera no Mi was unique throughout the East Blue, and since his debut, no enemy had been able to inflict substantial damage on him. Yet this strange man in a mask in front of him managed to leave a wound. Vayne paused for a moment, but still remained silent, only unleashing another wave of sword energy. The sword energy, wrapped in dominance, left another wound on Ace's abdomen. Damn it. It must be that your blade has a problem. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one without your sword, like a real man. Vayne looked at the young man before him, shook his head, and said, what a childish thing to say. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, I wasn't sent by Garp. If you don't show some real skills, not only will you die, but your companions behind you will die with you. This was, of course, meant to scare Ace, as his purpose this time was to stop Ace from heading to the Grand Line. As long as Ace didn't go to the Grand Line, he wouldn't be defeated by Blackbeard 2 years later, and he wouldn't die in the Marineford War. Sounds reasonable. Thinking of this, Vayne murmured, this should be the most worry-free method. Divine fire, unknowing fire. Ace's hands turned into flames, and a fierce and extremely fast flame shot towards Vayne. It's useless. A simple fire attack can't hit me. Vayne's observation Haki activated, allowing him to foresee Ace's attack and dodge the flames in a few jumps. Is that so? Then take this. Fire gun. Ace's hands formed a gun shape, and flames transformed into bullets that shot towards Vayne. I told you, simple flames can't hit me. Vayne began to run forward, leaving all the flame bullets behind him. Gotcha. Take this move, the newly developed Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. Suddenly, Ace approached Vayne, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and a fireball that resembled the sun directly hit Vayne. The enormous flames burned away the few plants on the small island, turning the ground into a charred black. And a cloud of dust from the fire spread up to dozens of meters high. It worked. No wonder he is Captain Ace. The crew of the Black Spade Pirates finally climbed onto the small island and saw Ace's Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Under this divine-like move, even Ace felt he had successfully defeated the enemy before him. Did it work? This is really a headache. I spent a lot of money to buy that pirate ship, so we can only take the spare small boat to Road Town for now. Ace began to consider leaving this small island. Captain Ace, look. In the area where Ace had just hit, thick smoke slowly dispersed, and a tall figure gradually appeared in the center of the charred area. Black Haki enveloped Vayne entirely, and he couldn't help but cough a couple of times from the dense smoke. Cough, cough. Not a bad move, but unfortunately, the power is too low. It can't penetrate my Haki at all. When activated his armament Haki in advance before being harmed by the Flame Emperor. Although his Haki was not yet at the level of flowing cherry blossoms, the high-level armament Haki still managed to withstand the damage. Ultimately, it was just that Ace, who had just set sail, was a bit too weak. If it were Ace 2 years later, battling Blackbeard. That blow would likely have injured Wayne. Haki? What is that? Ace looked at the blackness on the man's skin, surprised in his heart, and also had a faint suspicion. The secret to being able to hit him and to dodge fire attacks in advance must be this Haki. Vayne looked at the youthful boy in front of him, a smirk involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. You don't even know what Haki is. How you have the courage to go to the Grand Line? To be honest, there are plenty of people like me who can use Haki on the Grand Line, and opponents like you would be easily defeated there. Of course, this was a lie to trick Ace, but Ace didn't know that. He genuinely believed that the entire Grand Line was filled with powerful freaks like the man in front of him. Thus, for the first time, he began to doubt his own strength. Ace already possessed impressive combat skills and physical techniques, and after obtaining the Mera Mera no Mi, his power had greatly increased. Over the past few months in the East Blue, he had fought against dozens of pirate crews, but none had been a match for him, which inevitably led to an inflated ego. Oh, you must be lying. How could the Grand Line be filled with monsters like you? After calming down, Ace couldn't help but express his doubts. He had heard some pirates describe the Grand Line, but he had never heard the term Haki before. Huh, do I really need to lie to you? Inner thoughts. Of course I do. Do you see this black stuff on my hand? This is called Busashoko Haki. It combines both offensive and defensive effects, and can even hit Logia-type Devil Fruit users. Vayne's black Haki slowly extended from his arm, turning his entire right hand black. As he sprinted at high speed, Vayne approached Ace, landing a powerful punch right on Ace's face. Elementalization. Ace transformed his body into an elemental state, preparing to withstand Vayne's attack. But unfortunately, without the ability to use observation Haki to anticipate the attack, Ace couldn't manage this at all. The black fist sent Ace tumbling through the air, only stopping after smashing into a large boulder. I told you, armament Haki is the natural enemy of the Logia type. If you don't get up soon, your friends might not make it. Vayne looked at the fallen Ace without a trace of pity, focusing instead on the pirates on the shore. Damn it, Yin Shangang. Two red walls of fire surrounded Vayne, and taking this opportunity, Ace shouted to his comrades on the shore, "You guys go first, I'll be right behind." Damn it, Captain, we want to leave you. That's right. Our spade pirates don't abandon our comrades. Idiot, I just want you to get on the ship and run first. Being here will only affect my performance. If I can't win, I can naturally escape using my powers. The members of the spade pirates began to feel conflicted until the first mate, Dias, shouted, "We have to trust Captain Ace. We'll wait for him to triumph in Lowtown." Dias, a man with a black eye patch, was the first to meet Ace on the spade pirate ship, and he directed the other crew members to leave first. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Ace, who was still fighting, knowing that Ace only didn't want them to die together. But as the first mate, he also had the responsibility to protect the other crew members. "Captain, wait for me. Once I send them below town, I will come to help you." Dias thought silently to himself. Wayne, using his observation Haki, clearly heard the sounds outside, but he did not intend to stop them. His goal this time was merely to dissuade Ace from the idea of going to the Grand Line, not to start massacre. After a while, when all the members of the Spade Pirates had left the area, Wayne held a knife in his left hand and began to spin wildly. Waves of white sword energy formed a whirlwind, quickly dispersing the two walls of fire around him. Who would have thought? You're actually a pirate with strong feelings and loyalty. Vayne looked at Ace, who was clearly seriously injured but still holding on, with a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth. "Damn guy, take another hit of my divine fire, unknowable flame." Vayne dodged Ace's attacks while continuously taunting him, resembling a hunter who was torturing its prey, which looked particularly despicable in Ace's eyes. "I've said it before, I possess observation Haki. You can't hit me. Instead of flailing around aimlessly, why not try to anticipate my moves? Alright, you're so weak. How would you know that observation Haki is actually a way to sense one's presence?" Wayne seemed unaware that he was revealing to the enemy how to defeat himself, only continuing to mock. "Alright, in a state of anger like yours, you can't utilize observation Haki. One must remain calm to use it. Observation Haki allows you to see enemies outside your line of sight without using your eyes. It's actually a kind of intuition." As Ace desperately dodged Wayne's Haki-infused slashes, he pondered Wayne's words in his mind, predicting the breath and instinct. Gradually, the sky began to darken, and the moonlight shone on Wayne's face, adding an air of mystery to him. Wayne continued to attack Ace with a flying/madness, while Ace naively thought that Wayne was just trying to torment him. After an unknown number of rounds, finally, one of Wayne's slash attacks imbued with domineering energy was dodged by Ace, who had elementalized in advance. Vayne finally showed a hint of interest as he looked at the gold Rolex on his wrist. Has he already grasped the observation Haki in just 10 hours? This talent is truly astonishing. Vayne waved his right hand, unleashing two powerful slashes directed at Ace. This time, Ace only managed to dodge one of the attacks, while the other slash accurately struck his thigh. It hurts, it hurts. After being hit on his left leg, Ace lost his balance and fell. So far, Ace's body was covered with dozens of wounds, scattered across his arms, abdomen, back, and thighs. Although Vayne had deliberately controlled the strength of each strike to avoid vital points, it still rendered Ace unable to fight. So, was it just a coincidence that he dodged earlier? No. He must have only initially sensed the presence of the aura, but couldn't flexibly utilize the derived observation Haki. In that case, what was needed next was more repeated practice. Theodore stood still, his gaze fixed on Ace, seemingly searching for a flaw, but in reality, he quietly dialed the snail phone hidden in his pocket. After 2 seconds of ringing, Vayne did not speak, but instead hung up. At that moment, Ace, severely injured, was half kneeling on the ground and did not notice what had just happened. Now, all that was left was to wait for Robin's arrival. Shortly after the snail phone was dialed, Vayne saw a winged figure flying in from the distance. Vayne knew that Robin had come according to the signal. So he said to Ace in front of him, "All right, little brat, I've had enough of this game. It's time to send you to hell." With that, he raised a knife in his hand, ready to deliver the final blow to Ace. Damn it, is my voyage coming to an end here? A trace of despair appeared on Ace's face as he deeply felt the power of the strange man in front of him wearing a clown mask. Realizing that he had no means to fight back. Thousand Wheel Flower, giant palm. At that moment, a massive palm suddenly appeared in the air, pressing down towards Vayne. Damn it. Vayne symbolically tried to block it, but then was forcefully crushed down by the palm. Boom! The huge stones around Vayne were shattered, and the debris from the impact buried him underground. Taking this opportunity, Vayne sprinkled the prepared blood plasma on himself, creating the illusion of serious injuries. At this moment, Ace, who was several dozen meters away from Vayne, stared blankly at the scene, seemingly unable to believe that the seemingly invincible mysterious person had been defeated just like that. After a while, a bloodied Vayne crawled out of the ruins, looking disheveled, with most of his clothes torn. Vayne shouted at Robin in the air, "Damn woman, I am a trainee crew member of the Chopper Pirate crew. How dare you ambush me?" Robin in the air also showed a hint of mockery, saying, "Just a trainee crew member of a third-rate pirate crew. In the end, didn't you just escape back from the Grand Line in disgrace?" Vayne, unwilling to accept defeat, unleashed several flying slashes into the air, but Robin easily dodged them all. Finally, Vayne pretended to be defeated, made a harsh remark, and said, "Just wait. I will definitely take revenge on you." With that, Vayne made a hasty escape from the nameless island, flying towards Road Town. "Newbie, where do you think you're going?" Seeing this, Robin flapped his wings and began to chase after Vayne. Gradually, the two became more and more distant. "I can't believe I'm saved." Ace watched the unfolding scene in disbelief. His seemingly doomed situation had turned into a chance for survival because of this mysterious person's enemy chasing him. Ace struggled a bit, seemingly wanted to stand up, but ultimately had no strength left. Breathing heavily, Ace lay on the ground in a large position, completely lacking any gentlemanly demeanor, and unknowingly fell asleep. "Captain, Ace, Captain Ace." Until a voice woke the sleeping Ace, he opened his eyes to find the crew of the Spade Pirates before him. Diaz, seeing Ace alive, couldn't help but cry tears of joy, soaking his eye patch. "Captain, I thought I would never see you again. How did you survive?" With the crew's help, Ace stood up and recounted everything that had just happened. After listening, Diaz took a deep breath, realizing how terrifying the Grand Line truly was. Ace nodded heavily, clearly convinced of the Grand Line's dangers. "We're still too weak. We've only achieved a little in the weak East Blue and already started to feel proud. But the East Blue is just the weakest sea. Fortunately, we witnessed the horrors of the Grand Line today, and most importantly, we didn't lose any crew members. Therefore, I have decided to temporarily halt our journey to the Grand Line until we have enough strength to protect ourselves." Ace's eyes were filled with seriousness and regret, clearly saddened by how his arrogance almost led to the destruction of the entire pirate crew. "Captain Ace, look at this." At that moment, a crew member pulled out a thin notebook from the ruins where Vayne had been. The notebook had several large characters written in an artistic manner. Advanced Armament Haki Training Insights. Armament Haki. Ace took the notebook from the crew member and carefully flipped through it, confirming that it was indeed the Armament Haki the mysterious person had mentioned. A hint of joy spread across Ace's face. It must have been dropped by that mysterious person in his hurried escape. "Guys, our current strength is still too weak. Listen to me, Let's head back to Windmill Village and rest for a while. We'll go to the Grand Line once we are strong enough. Meanwhile, Vayne, hiding at a distance, was using observation Haki to watch Ace and the Spade Pirates' every move. We saw Ace pick up the insights on armament Haki. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Ace wouldn't notice the notebook. Otherwise, he would have to go through it all again. It seemed that Ace wouldn't be heading to the Grand Line anytime soon. Vayne couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had achieved his goal this time, bringing Ace back to Windmill Village to prevent Ace's death in the future. Lord Vayne. Huh? What's wrong, Robin? Vayne saw Robin in his arms with a flushed face and expressed his confusion. Don't get me wrong, at this moment, they were flying over the East China Sea. Due to Robin's lack of stamina, she couldn't maintain the giant wings created by the flower fruit for long. Therefore, Vayne could only step on the moonwalk while holding Robin in his arms. You were holding me too tightly just now. It hurt a bit. I'm sorry. I didn't control the strength well for a moment. Along the way, Robin chattered nonstop, not at all like the mature woman in the pirate world. Of course, this side of Robin only showed in front of Vayne. Lord Vayne, you acted so well just now. I really thought you were injured. Lord Vayne, did I perform well just now? Did it feel very killer-like? Yeah, you did a great job. I'll get you an extra chicken leg for a late-night snack when we get back. Vayne continued to moonwalk while holding Robin in one arm as he returned to Road Town. Lord Vayne, what is your relationship with that Fire Fist Ace? What makes him worth going to such lengths for? As soon as Vayne landed and put Robin down, he heard Robin ask this question. Vayne recalled Ace's familiar face, the same stubborn personality, and couldn't help but smile slightly as he said, Fire Fist Ace. You're the only family I have in this world apart from you guys. Finally sent that little brat Ace back. Next, the author will gradually reveal the protagonist's background and the storylines that have already unfolded. The content is very exciting, so I hope all readers will be patient and enjoy it. A week later, in a luxurious hotel in the central square of Road Town. After sending Ace back to Windmill Village, Vayne did not leave this place. After all, he came to Road Town not only to send Ace back, but also for another reason. To hold a concert. Vayne's public identity is that of the most popular and well-liked superstar in the pirate world. Of course, this is not because he finds it interesting. Rather, Vayne is leveraging his fame to better utilize the system and complete his task of holding a concert across the 4 seas. The sound of the snail phone caught Vayne's attention. Moshi Moshi, this is Vayne. How can I help you? Boss, it's Lafayette. Oh, Lala. What can I do for you? Wayne yawned without any idle baggage and teased Lafayette. Boss, don't call me Lala. I have important matters. Lafayette's voice sounded somewhat anxious, looking like there was indeed something serious. He said, recently, our relationship with Joker hasn't been good. He intercepted one of our merchant ships. Vayne was taken aback and said, Doflamingo, what's wrong? Did you provoke him again? Lafitte's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's still about the slave ship from last time. We intercepted a ship full of slaves, and he's not happy about it. He told us not to reach too far. Hearing this, Vayne squinted his eyes. Doflamingo, like Vayne, is one of the 10 kings of the dark world. The difference is that Doflamingo is involved in everything: devil fruits, arms dealing, smuggling, slave trading, etc. Anything profitable falls within his business scope. On the other hand, Vayne's organization, Dawn, adheres to principles, with the first rule being that they absolutely do not engage in slave trading. Not only do they refrain from it themselves, but any forces allied with Vayne are also prohibited from doing so. This undoubtedly infringes on the interests of several other giants in the dark world. In the past, they wouldn't dare to make a move with Vayne stationed at the headquarters. However, after more than a year of Vayne wandering the seas, it seems the other giants are getting restless. You should have your men be more discreet for now. I will return after I finish this busy period. As for Doflamingo, don't worry, I will confront him sooner or later. Understood, boss. Also, I wish you a successful concert. Vayne hung up the phone and fell into memories. He had met Lafitte a year and a half ago. Lafitte, the 5th ship captain under Blackbeard in the original work, was also Blackbeard's navigator and strategist, possessing the ability of the bird fruit model, Dove. In the original story, after Ace was defeated by Blackbeard, it was Lafitte who submitted the deal to the Navy headquarters to exchange Ace for the position of Warlord of the Sea, making him one of the few high-intelligence characters in the pirate world. Wine's decision to recruit Lafayette was twofold. First, it was to organize the war effort, and second, because Lafayette was one of the few talents available. A year and a half ago, thick dark clouds filled the sky, blocking the sunlight fiercely, and occasional rumblings of thunder echoed from above, creating a sense of impending doom. 2 major events occurred in the kingdom of Alusia today. The first was the expulsion of the notoriously brutal and universally despised constable, Lafayette. The second was that the famous superstar Mr. Wine, known across the seas, had accepted the king's invitation to hold a concert in the kingdom of Alugia. Alugia is a country by the Western Sea, and today, the capital was crowded with people who had come to witness Lafayette's banishment ceremony. Lafayette had once been a respected constable. Although his governance had introduced a so-called curfew that diminished the joy of life, overall public safety had improved significantly. However, everything began to change 5 years ago. It is said that for some unknown reason, Lafayette transformed into an exceedingly brutal constable, cutting off the fingers of thieves on the street so they could no longer steal. For those who earned their living through deception, Lafayette would sew their mouths shut with needle and thread. Half a month ago, Lafayette eliminated a gang that had a somewhat decent reputation, killing all 118 members without exception, because the gang seemed to be involved in slave trading with a certain force in the Grand Line. Eventually, his series of brutal law enforcement methods aroused the dissatisfaction of the nobles within the kingdom. After the nobles united to pressure the old king, Lafayette was dismissed from his position as constable and was to be exiled. I hereby announce that the Senator Lafayette is officially stripped of his position as constable and deprived of his Illusion nationality. An elderly nobleman removed the police gun from Lafayette's waist and approached him, whispering, "It must be painful to lose your daughter, but even worse awaits. I will make you lose everything you have." Upon hearing this, Lafayette's eyes suddenly turned red, and combined with his pale face, he looked like a terrifying devil. The old nobleman was frightened and took 2 steps back. However, upon seeing the sea-stone handcuffs on Lafayette's hands, he sighed in relief and mocked, "Just a prisoner now. Don't worry, I won't dirty my hands dealing with you personally." Wine met Lafayette when he arrived in the kingdom of Lucia from the West Sea, always punctual and dedicated. Wine arrived a day early in Lucia. After preparing for the concert in 3 days, he decided to stroll around the city and taste the local delicacies and fine wines. At that moment, Lafayette was frantically fleeing, pursued by dozens of gangsters armed with long knives and guns. Under normal circumstances, Lafayette would have been able to handle this situation easily. However, after being shackled with poor-quality sea-prism stone handcuffs, even running away became difficult for him. Finally, when Lafayette was cornered in an alley, despair appeared on his face. He looked at the gangsters in front of him, all grinning maliciously, and said in despair, "Damn it, is this how my life ends?" Just then, a voice called out, "Hey, isn't it a bit excessive to gang up on one person?" Wine, wearing a mask, showed no fear of the gangsters before him. He recognized that the person was Lafayette, known as the Devil Sheriff, one of the future crew members of the Blackbeard Pirates, and the user of the animal-type devil fruit, the Dove fruit. The leading gangster hesitated for a moment when he saw Wine's intimidating appearance, and then threatened, "Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Oh, I want to see how ruthless you can be," Wine replied casually. "Damn it, everyone, fire." In an instant, dozens of guns were aimed at Wine. Seeing this, Wine activated his observation Haki to dodge. However, he was not a Logia-type devil fruit user, so he couldn't ignore the bullets. Finally, Wine seized the opportunity. Shave, Soru. Vayne directly teleported next to the leading gang boss and shot him at close range, killing him instantly. The remaining gang members were instantly frightened by this scene, finding themselves in a dilemma and not daring to act. Seeing this, Vayne didn't rush to take action. He took out a wooden skewer from the bag he was carrying, which was trash he hadn't thrown away after finishing his snack. A strand of black energy spread from Vayne's hand and soon covered the entire skewer. Flying/skewer kill. Vayne casually named it, and in an instant, the black slash cut through the surrounding houses, splitting them in 2, while the weapons in the hands of the gangsters in front of him also shattered. "What? How is this possible?" Both the gangsters in front of him and Lafayette exclaimed in shock, as they had never imagined that a wooden skewer could possess such power. Vayne then stepped forward, holding a wooden stick, and the gangsters in front of him immediately fled in all directions, quickly escaping the scene. After the gangsters had left, Vayne approached Lafayette, crouched down, and said, "I've heard of you, the notorious violent sheriff of the West Sea. I heard that your daughter was killed by slave traffickers." Lafayette's eyes went blank for a moment upon hearing this, and, after a long silence, he hoarsely replied, "Who are you? What is your purpose in saving me?" Vayne tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, "I can't believe you have this attitude towards your savior. I just acted on impulse. It was nothing personal. I just can't stand human traffickers." Upon hearing this, Lafayette's eyes brightened for a moment, then dimmed again as he replied, "Darkness will always exist, and justice will always have places it cannot reach. I didn't expect someone like you to say such profound words. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Lafayette glanced at Vayne, then raised the setched stone handcuffs in his hand and said, "Thank you for saving me, but I'm trapped now. Let's just focus on escaping separately." Vayne glanced at the sea stone handcuffs and asked curiously, "Is this thing hard to deal with?" He then took out a small nail clipper from his pocket, covered it with armament Haki, and with a crack, the sea stone handcuffs broke apart. Luffy looked at the man in front of him in shock. Vayne coolly said, "Since there is darkness that justice cannot resolve, are you interested in being in the darkness, but with your heart towards the light?" Luffy murmured, "Being in the darkness, but with my heart towards the light. Is it to use evil against evil?" Vayne extended his hand to Lafayette and asked, "Are you interested in joining me to turn this world upside down?" Lafayette also got up, adjusted his gentleman's hat, and said, "At your service, boss." "Boss, are we going to leave the kingdom of Illusia next?" Vayne shook his head gently at the words, then removed the mask from his face. At that moment, the storm had just ended, and a beam of bright moonlight fell on Vayne's face. "I still have a concert to perform. You can leave with me after it's over." Lafayette was taken aback upon seeing the face, clearly recognizing that the mysterious person before him was the most famous star in the pirate world, Vayne. He softly said, "Truly a person favored by fate. At your service, boss." "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." The knocking at the door brought Vayne back from his memories. The person who entered was Robin. She was dressed in a secretary uniform, wearing a pair of thin-framed glasses, with her hair pinned up. "Lord Vayne, our concert will officially start in an hour. Please head to the dressing room to get your makeup done. Golia has been waiting for you there for a long time." Vayne nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go right away." When Vayne entered the dressing room, he saw Galia, who had just finished her makeup, coming over with a cute expression and asking, "Lord Vayne, do I look good?" Vayne glanced at Galia and saw that she was wearing a blue princess dress, paired with a pair of exquisite little black boots, and her originally blue twin tails had been dyed white. Coupled with her delicate features, she truly deserves the title of idol singer. "Very cute. You'll definitely captivate everyone when you go on stage later." Vayne gently stroked Galia's hair, causing her to blush again. "Well, boss, you should take a look at who did the makeup." Vayne turned to look at the voice, and it was his personal makeup artist, Josh Morn. Morn is a user of the Superman-type devil fruit, the Make fruit, which allows him to apply makeup on others to transform them into different people. His fruit ability not only changes the model's facial features, but also alters their temperament, body shape, and more. At the same time, Morn is also a member of Vayne's underground organization Dawn, with the serial number 07 and the codename Joker. Besides being a makeup artist, he is also a martial arts expert with dual-color Haki, and his weapon of choice is a 20-centimeter long dagger. The reason he has the codename Joker is that he likes to paint his face with clown makeup while executing missions because, in that state, his speed, strength, and reflexes are significantly enhanced. Hearing Morn's exaggerated voice made Vayne shiver. There was no helping it. Morn was great at everything, but unfortunately, he had a bit of a tendency towards androgyny, always applying bright red blush on his face, making it hard to see his true appearance. "Ahem, Morn, let's start the makeup, as usual." "All right, Lord Vayne." After about half an hour, once Morn finished the makeup, Vayne looked at the mirror, admiring his starry eyes, sword-like eyebrows, and chiseled features. "Morn, your skills are truly exceptional. It still looks like me, but no one would recognize it's me." "Yes, Lord Vayne. This is the ability I awakened after my devil fruit power developed, which creates a cognitive dissonance in those looking at the person I apply makeup to, making them unrecognizable." What a fantastic ability. Not yet on stage, listening to the cheers of fans outside like a tide, Vayne indulged in a bit of self-love before asking Robin beside him, "How's the live broadcast phone bug ready?" "Everything is set, just waiting for you to make your entrance." Vayne glanced at the time and then tidied up his clothes, preparing to make his entrance. He stepped down gracefully, one hand holding on to Gloria, slowly descending from the sky like a deity. Oh, wow, wow, wow. I can't take it anymore. Master Vayne is too handsome. I can't take it, I'm going to die. Vayne's mere appearance caused countless fans to cheer, and even some fans fainted from excitement. Of course, this wasn't the first time such a situation occurred, and soon medical staff took the fainted fans to the medical room for care. "Good afternoon, everyone. This is the last stop of the World Tour concert, East Sea Station. I am the powerful singer Vayne. I'm Gloria." After a brief introduction, Vayne was ready to begin his performance. "Next, I will bring you the first song, Lemon." The cheers from the crowd erupted again, and many fans started dancing along with the music. One must say that the entertainment activities in the pirate world are quite lacking, with not many classic songs to speak of. However, Vayne, who crossed over with a collection of classic songs from China, Japan, and America drawn from the system, quickly conquered the music fans of this world. From 80-year-old grandmothers to 8-year-old children, whether they are pirates, navy, nobles, or commoners, even among the celestial dragons, Vayne has gained significant popularity. I still remember when Vayne held his first concert in a bar in Sabaody, and as his fame grew, he gradually transitioned from bars to stages and then to dedicated concerts, even being invited by kings to perform in their countries. Through the operation of Vayne's underground forces, he constantly promoted himself through the media, and in just 5 years, Vayne became a world-renowned superstar. Eventually, he successfully held a concert tour throughout the pirate world. Soon, the first song concluded. Next, my partner Miss Gloria and I will bring you a song for love. The atmosphere at the concert became increasingly heated, and soon Vayne had sung 7 or 8 songs, entering the intermission. The intermission is a feature of Vayne's concerts. This break is not for him, but for the audience fans. Vayne discovered that if the audience watched for too long, they could easily faint from excitement, and such incidents had occurred in the past. Soon, the intermission ended, and it was time for Gloria's solo performance. Next, I will bring you a new song about love. Love Tour, which will be released soon. Interested fans can purchase the song at the store to listen multiple times. Gloria, I love you. Gloria is so cute. Just Gloria, trying to steal my Lord Vayne? The audience began to call out, but soon they were captivated by Gloria's singing. In terms of singing ability, Gloria is indeed above Vayne, as she is a user of the singing fruit. However, Vayne's handsome looks, combined with the auras of a great writer and a culinary master, give him the persona of a talented individual, making his fame surpass Gloria's by more than just a little. The live broadcast of the World Tour concert was transmitted worldwide through recordable telephone snails. In the bar kicking the hornet's nest in Sabaody, a short-haired lady was chatting with an old man with long white hair who was none other than Shaki and Dark King Rayleigh. Known as the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Vayne is really popular. Rayleigh snorted, that brat should be a warlord of the sea instead of throwing concerts. Now look, his hometown is almost being stolen, and he has to rely on me to help him in secret in the new world of the Grand Line. In the territory of the Yonko Big Mom, a young woman clad in a purple cloak and red skirt shouted to a tall man beside her, Katakuri. Vayne is so handsome. Can you tell Mom that I want to marry him? Katakuri looked at the man on the screen and said, he is indeed handsome, and I heard he is a warlord of the sea. He has the strength to become family. Sister Carrot, I will suggest it to Mom when she returns. In East Blue, Ace, who had just returned to Windmill Village, was watching Vayne on the screen with his brother Luffy in a tavern. Luffy, this man looks like a really interesting guy. Huh, Nanny? I heard his food is super delicious. I've decided I want him to be my ship's cook. Luffy shouted while drooling. All right, then let's practice Haki together. On an unknown island in the Grand Line, the disgraced warlord Moonlight Moria glared at Vayne on the screen, reaching out to touch the scar on his face. Damn, brat. I will reclaim my position as a warlord of the sea sooner or later. In Mariewa, the center of power in the pirate world and the residence of the celestial dragons, Princess Shirelia couldn't help but drool while looking at Vayne on the screen, shouting to her father Saint Roseward beside her, Father, I want him to be my slave. Saint Roseward glanced at the man on the screen and said, you should take turns being our slaves. I want to hear him sing too, and let him be my mount. At the Marine headquarters Marineford, Marine candidate Admiral Peach Rabbit quietly watched the concert. I can't believe this guy could write the East Chamber record. What a waste of a good appearance to become a pirate. Damn. On an unknown island in the Four Seas, a pirate named Cavendish, who had not yet entered the Grand Line, looked at Vayne on the screen and muttered, I want to become a big star like him. At this moment, whether they are Marine admirals, Yonko subordinates, supernovas, kings, or celestial dragons, everyone listening to Vayne's performance in front of the telephone snail was entranced. At this moment, Vayne is the center of the world's attention. Vayne looked up at the sky. The moon had already risen. He then said to him, Dear audience, our concert is coming to an end. I have one last song, and I want to give you the chance to choose. What do you want to hear? Bink Sake. Love even if I die. Run. Different shouts from the audience echoed below. Vayne made a gesture of listening, then nodded gentlemanly and said, I heard the loudest call was for Bink Sake, so let's all sing it together, shall we? All right. Soon, a chorus of tens of thousands of people filled the square of Road Town. Yo-ho-ho, here's to Bink Sake. Facing the wind and rain and huge waves beneath the clear sky, my favorite flag is flying. Bink Sake became the finale of Vayne's concert. However, seeing the audience's enthusiasm undiminished, Vayne felt a bit troubled. He turned to Morn beside him and said, call Smoker and have the Navy come to maintain order at the scene. Soon, a line of Navy appeared in the square. Their faces flushed as they carried out their duties. Many of them were also Vayne's fans and had just run back from the square to execute their tasks. With the Navy maintaining order, the fans quickly left the square and returned to where they needed to be. In the hotel, Vayne looked at Smoker in front of him and asked, "What's wrong, Admiral? Is there anything else?" Smoker merely snorted coldly without speaking. Instead, Dashiki, who was beside him with her cute glasses, looked at Vayne with starry eyes full of admiration and said, "Lord Vayne, you sang so well." Wayne simply responded with an official smile, saying, "Thank you for your compliment, lovely lady. May I ask if there is anything else you need?" Dasky clearly did not hear Wayne's hint to leave and excitedly said, "Lord Wayne, thank you for holding a concert in Roguetown this time. We have captured a total of 17 pirates with bounties, the highest being 17 million. Thank you for your contribution to justice." Vayne just patted his head and said with a speechless expression, "Little girl, don't make it sound like I'm a Navy undercover agent, okay? After all, I'm a pirate too. You know, one of the 7 warlords, the most notorious kind." Dasky said earnestly, "That's not true. Lord Vayne is the only 7 warlord worthy of respect. I heard that the Navy headquarters once proposed to give you the honorary rank of Rear Admiral." "Enough, Dasky." Smoker interrupted Dasky's unfinished words and then said to Vayne, "This time, capturing the Navy does indeed have your credit, but that's all there is to it." Wayne looked at Smoker, who had a proud expression, waved his hand, and said, "All right, no need for flattery. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I need a rest." Smoker huffed and left the place. Only Dasky, with a flushed face, remained and said, "Lord Wayne, could you give me an autograph?" After saying that, she took out a knife and a cigar box, clearly hoping Wayne would sign on the items. While signing, Wayne curiously looked at Dasky, wondering about this girl who even smoked cigars. How strange. Phew, finally done. After sending off the Navy, Wayne sat contentedly in his boss chair and casually lit a cigarette for himself. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing a giant concert. Your singing skills have increased, and your current singing level is master level, 5,505,000. Experience points are full and automatically upgraded, and your current singing level is grandmaster level, 5,000, 10,000. You have gained 1,500 life points, currently totaling 1,830 life points. Ding, congratulations on completing the Global Tour concert mission. You have earned the title of Superstar, received 10,000 life points, and 1 chance for 10 consecutive draws. Superstar, you are famous worldwide, and the probability of attracting quality subordinates increases. Strangers' favorability towards you automatically increases by 10 points. Wow, Superstar, this effect is way too mystical, even worse than my previous 2 titles. Scholar, you are proficient in various skills, significantly increasing your learning speed. You learn anything at 3 times the speed of an ordinary person. Culinary Healer, your culinary and medical skills are both highly accomplished. By integrating these skills, you have invented food that can heal injuries. The food you create can significantly restore the consumer's stamina and slightly increase the speed of injury recovery, with specific effects depending on the ingredients used. Superstar is just a superstar, better than nothing. System, proceed with the 10 consecutive draws. Vayne rubbed his palms together with excitement, looking at the spinning lottery wheel, and then shouted, "Stop." Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Flying Sword Technique Seed. Flying Sword Technique Seed. After use, the host will directly acquire all the techniques of the Flying Sword Technique. However, the host must put in effort to practice in order to maximize its use. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 ton of Vitality Rice 5. Vitality Rice. Rice grains filled with vitality, each plump and full, can be turned into the most delicious rice with simple cooking. Consuming it will restore injuries and stamina to a certain extent. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 ton of Happy Water 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Devil Fruit Acceptance Device. Devil Fruit Acceptance Device. It looks like a dragon fruit. When a person with a devil fruit dies, the host can use it to receive their fruit ability and eliminate its side effects. Wow, what a great harvest! After seeing the lottery results, Wayne felt a surge of joy. The fatty Happy Water was clearly useless for luck. However, the Vitality Rice was indeed a good thing, and when combined with Wayne's culinary skills, it was maximally utilized. Besides that, the Flying Sword Technique Seed was also a good item, compensating for Wayne's lack of exquisite sword techniques despite having the strength of a great swordsman. He had always been able to use nameless basic attacks like Hawkeye or make up a name himself, wasting the swift, precise, and fierce characteristics of his swordsmanship. From now on, I can finally have cool names for my sword techniques. Wayne was a bit teary-eyed for a moment. As for the devil fruit acceptance device, it was exactly what Wayne needed the most. He had always wanted to possess a top-tier devil fruit. However, top-tier devil fruits weren't easy to find, and the fatal side effects of being afraid of seawater and sea prism stone were too serious. Wayne didn't want to have obvious weaknesses. It really was a sudden windfall, worthy of a time-consuming side quest. Currently, Wayne had a total of 11,830 life points, giving him multiple options with such a large number of points. First, he could do another 10 consecutive draws, but he had just had a stroke of luck, channeling European fortune. What if the next draw resulted in a ton of spicy strips 10? Excluded. Secondly, he could upgrade his physical skills and some domineering ability by 1 level. After the upgrade, his physical skills would reach the 7th rank, and combined with flowing cherry armed color or the observation Haki that foresaw the future, it would indeed provide a significant boost to his strength, even approaching admiral level power. However, the downside was that none of these aspects stood out as the most prominent, making them seem somewhat mediocre. That could also be excluded, so only the last option remained. Directly gamble 10,000 life points into swordsmanship, which would grant him the strength of a high-tier great swordsman, coupled with the flying sword technique he just obtained. That would be true admiral level power. System, allocate 9,500 life points to swordsmanship experience. Ding, swordsmanship level increased. Current swordsmanship level, high-tier great swordsman, 050000. Boom. Countless memories surged into Wayne's mind, and after rubbing his head for a while, he finally came to his senses, feeling the newfound memories in his mind. He drew the sword from his waist and swung it a couple of times. Wayne felt that his swordsmanship, which he had practiced hard for over a decade, had further improved. It seemed he was just one layer away from touching that mysterious realm. Even his muscle memory had been enhanced. It really felt like he had trained for many years. Alas, there were only 330 life points left. In the summer of the year 1518 in the Sea Circle calendar, 2 years before Luffy set sail, Wayne, who had been traversing for 20 years, finally became one of the top-tier powerhouses in this sea. Ding detected that the host has become a high-tier great swordsman, but does not have a suitable sword. A new mission is issued. Swordsmith's Heart. Swordsmith's Heart. Forge a weapon through your own efforts that is on par with the supreme great sword, with no time limit. Mission reward, 20,000 life points. Title of Swordsmith's Heart. Wayne was taken aback. He didn't expect to receive such a task after becoming a high-level greatsword master. Sigh. It seems that it won't be completed in a short time. Wayne's blacksmith profession is only at a high level, and he is currently unable to forge weapons of quality similar to famous swords. The best sword he has crafted is merely the Tang sword he carries at his waist, which is close to the quality of a famous sword. Wayne currently has 4 tasks on his task panel. The one at the top is the main quest max level life player, to have 10 life professions reach the highest level of divine, with the current completion count being 0-10. Next is the swordsmith task triggered by Wayne, as well as the side quest, I am a great writer, to publish 7 classic works that are enough to be passed down through the ages in the pirate world. So far, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, The East Chamber, and Dream of the Red Chamber have been published, with a completion rate of 37. There is also a daily task Wayne received after arriving at the East Sea, culinary sparring. The East Sea has the famous sea restaurant Bar Thai, where chefs like Sanji and Redfoot Zeph possess incredible culinary skills. As a man aiming to be a culinary god, you need to absorb the strengths of others. So please go to the sea restaurant for sparring. Task reward, 2,000 life points. Lord Wayne, may I come in? Please do. The visitor is Wayne's secretary Robin, who has come to report the earnings from a concert. Boss, this time the ticket price for the concert was 100,000 berries, and the ticket revenue alone is around 2 billion. Adding the sales from merchandise and the record of the song, that's 5 billion. After deducting various expenses, the pure profit is 5 billion berries. Vayne nodded after hearing the number. Given his current influence, this profit was indeed within his expectations. Got it. Take out 1 billion to distribute to the various cadres and the staff under me. All right, boss. Wayne treats his subordinates and lackeys very generously. When he first established his power, his profits were indeed low, and there were many obstacles from various factions. However, he would rather spend less on himself than to withhold salaries from his underlings, which is one of the reasons why Wayne was able to grow strong. To quote a saying from the Grand Line, "What? You want to be a pirate? Isn't that a life of instability, living meal to meal? That's really pathetic. What? You're under the Seven Warlords, Wayne? Then it's all good. By the way, could you introduce me? This reflects how pirates view Wayne's treatment of his subordinates. Other pirates mainly rely on plunder and criminal trade for income, while Wayne's main source of trade income comes from the entertainment industry and black eats black. He fully utilizes his past experiences, ensuring that his employees not only receive a fixed salary, but also enjoy social insurance and housing funds, with some even holding shares in his group and receiving regular dividends. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their welfare is even better than that of the Navy. Therefore, Wayne's subordinates are very disciplined, completely unlike other pirate crews that engage in murder and pillaging. After sending Robin off, Wayne lit a cigarette and planned to head to the ocean restaurant. A giant warship, nearly 100 meters long and 40 meters wide, painted entirely in black, was sailing through the East Sea. This is Wayne's ship, the Apocalypse, built entirely from atom wood and costing billions. Although it doesn't compare in size to Whitebeard's Moby Dick, it is still a well-known battleship in the entire Grand Line. Look, that ship is huge. Oh my, I feel like I've seen that ship somewhere. In the ocean restaurant bar Thai, many customers began to lean against the windows to take a look and point at the Apocalypse. An old man with a broken leg and hair twisted like a braid lit a cigarette and silently watched the ship. It's the ship of the Seven Warlords. The fool Wayne, so there's no need to panic. Oh my, is that Lord Wayne? I heard he was in the East Sea. It must be him. Vayne directed the navigator to steady the ship a few hundred meters away from the seaside restaurant, to show that he meant no harm. He then glided in with a moonwalk to the restaurant, accompanied by Robin and Golia, who were wearing masks. Zepp looked at the tall man before him and said, "What business does a man like you have here?" Wayne tilted his head and said, "What else can we do at the restaurant besides eating? Waiter, bring me 10 servings of food, and by the way, bring a bucket of beer too." Upon hearing this, Jappu didn't say anything and turned to go to the kitchen to cook. Before leaving, he cast a meaningful glance at Wayne. The arrival of Wayne undoubtedly stirred up the ocean restaurant, as dozens of customers on the ship surrounded him tightly. Even the chefs and waiters were secretly watching Wayne from a distance, and a few bold and attractive ladies were throwing him flirtatious glances. Watching the scene, Wayne let out a helpless sigh. Being too famous has its downsides. It really is a headache. "May I ask if you're Lord Wayne?" Wayne turned his head upon hearing the voice and saw a little girl about 8 or 9 years old. He squatted down and kindly said, "What's wrong, old friend? Do you need something for Brother Wayne?" The little girl hesitated for a moment and then said, "Brother Wayne, can you give me an autograph?" After saying that, she took out a copy of the Eastern Chamber and handed it to Wayne. Wayne couldn't help but smile. Wow, he didn't expect to have such a young reader, but he wondered if she could understand him. Nevertheless, he took out a pen from his pocket and signed his name. Odd would come back quickly. A woman who looked to be in her 20s ran over and pulled the little girl to her side, then gave Wayne an apologetic look. Wayne noticed that this woman was very thin, practically just skin and bones, and her clothes had several patches on them. "I'm sorry, Lord Wayne. Did I cause you any trouble?" Wayne shook his head. "No trouble at all, ma'am." Just then, Wayne heard the little girl adieu, whispering to the woman, "Mom, I got Lord Wayne's autograph. I just heard other customers say that Lord Wayne's autograph can sell for at least 200,000 belly. That way, we can have money for treatment." Vayne was momentarily taken aback. He could tell that the mother and daughter were not having a good life. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the woman take Adora away to a distance. Robin beside him reminded, "Sir, the food is ready. We can eat now." During the meal, Vayne learned that every Monday was a free meal day at the seaside restaurant, specifically providing food to customers who couldn't afford to eat, and that mother and daughter seemed to be there to take advantage of it. By the end of the meal, Vayne had eaten 8 servings by himself. There was no helping it. Those who could return to life tended to have a big appetite, and Vayne hadn't even let himself eat freely. After finishing the meal, it was time to get down to business. Vayne looked around twice and saw a blonde-haired boy with curly eyebrows leaning against the window, smoking a cigarette. So, Vayne waved at him and said, "Hey, curly eyebrows, can you come here for a moment?" The boy came over a bit angry and said, "Don't call me curly eyebrows. My name is Sanji." "All right, curly eyebrows. You must be the chef of this place. Can you call your manager, Jappu? I told you not to call me curly eyebrows. Also, what do you want with our manager?" Vayne looked at Sanji in front of him and couldn't help but want to laugh, but he held it in and said, "What's wrong? Can't customers find the manager? I know your manager, so hurry and call him over." "Don't call me curly," Sanji said, and reluctantly walked towards the kitchen, almost tripping on his way out. Robin, who was nearby, noticed Vayne teasing Sanji and was a bit curious, so she asked, "You seem to have a good impression of this young man." Vayne looked at Sanji's departing figure, nodding and saying, "There will always be a group of people in this world who are the core of the world." Robin, hearing this, became even more curious. Could that young man be the core of the world? Wayne nodded and said sincerely, "Not just him. My little Robin is also the core of the world." After a while, Wayne saw Zepp, who had a broken foot, coming over, followed by a group of chefs and Sanji. "Wayne, why did you call for me?" Wayne glanced at the grand setup opposite him and found it somewhat amusing. He said, "It's nothing much. I just heard that the Bartai restaurant at sea has excellent culinary skills, and since I'm a chef as well, I thought I'd come and exchange some cooking techniques." Zepp on the opposite side was momentarily stunned after hearing this, then burst into laughter, saying, "If it were a singing or fighting contest, you might not be my match. But how could you possibly win against us in cooking?" After hearing this, Wayne was not angry. He simply made a gesture of invitation, suggesting that the truth would be revealed in action. "So what basis do we have to determine a winner or loser?" Wayne thought for a moment, looked at the customers around him, and said, "Customers are the best judges, so let them evaluate the quality of the dishes." Under the guidance of Japu, Wayne arrived at the kitchen of the seaside restaurant. There, he saw all kinds of kitchen utensils neatly arranged. At the back door of the kitchen, various unprepared ingredients were piled up. Vayne walked over to the stove and reached for a kitchen knife. At first glance, it was clear that this knife was no ordinary item. Only this specially made knife could cut through the skin of sea kings. "I didn't expect it, old man. You have quite a few things here." Japu snorted coldly. "Sanji, it's up to you to spar with this big star in culinary skills." Vayne was taken aback after hearing this. He indeed knew from reading comics in his past life that Sanji's cooking skills were exceptional, but that was 2 years later. It's important to note that the profession of a chef often improves with age, aside from talent, and Vayne didn't think that old Zeff would go easy on him. Therefore, there was only one conclusion left. Sanji's cooking skills had already surpassed Zeff's. Sure enough, the other chefs showed no surprise upon hearing this. Clearly, they expected Sanji to take the stage. "Let's get started, please." The two took their respective cooking stations and began to cook. On the opposite side, Sanji chose ingredients including a frog-like sea king, a giant sea fish, as well as common ingredients like chicken, duck, and pork. Vayne, on the other hand, selected a several hundred-pound sea turtle, a long-tailed duck, an old yellow cow, and regular seasonings. After thinking for a moment, Vayne took out a bag of rice. Precisely the vitality rice he had drawn from the system. This little addition shouldn't count as cheating, Vayne thought to himself. In the world of pirates, people generally have a larger appetite, and the stronger ones often eat even more. If it were in his past life, even 100 chefs cooking together wouldn't be able to feed a big eater like Luffy. Therefore, an important standard for evaluating a chef in the pirate world is the speed of cooking. Look at the Straw Hat Pirates. Sanji alone can prepare enough meals for the entire crew in a short time. Not to mention that Luffy, the big eater, is among them. Moreover, whenever there's a feast, Sanji never shows signs of fatigue while preparing meals for dozens of people, showcasing his cooking speed. The two's gazes briefly clashed in the air before they fully immersed themselves in cooking. Sanji's cooking style is characterized by strength, his good power and stamina, and often enhances the meat's flavor by repeatedly pounding it during cooking. Vayne's culinary skills, however, combine various techniques from his past life. For instance, before him was a massive yellow cow, still alive, tied up next to the door eating grass. Vayne took out a boning knife, which was only about 20 centimeters long, a knife he had personally crafted. Taking a deep breath, Vayne placed the boning knife against the cow's horn and, in a flash, swiftly sliced through the cow's head, back, belly, and tail, completing the entire process in just 10 seconds. When Vayne took out a towel to wipe the blood off the knife, the old yellow cow continued to graze undisturbed. However, in the next instant, the entire cow seemed to collapse with the hide, meat, bones, and internal organs layered on the ground. Before dying, the old yellow cow felt no pain. This is the respect a chef should have for food. One can kill and eat an animal, but it must not be humiliated or tortured. Vayne's technique was none other than the legendary butchering the cow from his past life. When the butchering the cow skill is combined with Vayne's mastery of swordsmanship, it undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of a chef's knife skills. Soon, an hour passed. Vayne let out a long sigh, having completed his cooking first, and within a minute, Sanji also finished his. Ding! After 58 minutes of cooking, your culinary skills have improved. Current cooking skill level, master level, 39105000, gained 10 living points, current living points, 2,350 points. The dishes prepared by Vayne were steamed long tian duck, crystal clear beef bone soup, sweet old turtle soup, braised yellow beef, and a large pot of bamboo leaf steamed rice. On the other hand, Shanji made grilled bullfrog, Buddha jumps over the wall, and other dishes. Soon, the dishes made by both of them were brought to the dining table, where dozens of customers who had not yet eaten were eagerly waiting. According to the rules, the customers were not allowed to know who made which dishes beforehand. Instead, they had to choose their favorite dishes themselves. Each selected dish would earn a point, and the one with the highest score would win. Vayne and Sanji stood quietly by the window, watching the diners enjoy their meals. For a chef, it is a source of pride to see customers finish the dishes they have prepared. Vayne quietly lit a cigarette and noticed Sanji next to him patting his pocket. However, he couldn't find one, so Vayne handed him a cigarette, saying, "Try this one. It tastes good." Sanji took the cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and then let out a long breath. "I didn't expect your cooking skills to be this impressive." Vayne just smiled. "You're not bad either. At such a young age, your cooking skills are so good. TSK, TSK, TSK. Can you stop acting like a senior? By the way, do you often attract the attention of beautiful ladies?" Vayne nodded and said, "Don't think this is a good thing. Sometimes it can be exhausting if it happens too often." Sanji, hearing this, became furious and shouted, "You ungrateful guy. Don't you know how lucky you are?" The two continued their conversation, and indeed, Sanji was so envious and jealous of Vayne's charm with women. Meanwhile, the customers were almost done with their meals, all happily giving their scores. Vayne calculated a bit and found that his score was 128 points, while Sanji's was 126 points. Their scores were very close. And at this moment, there were still two guests who had not given their scores. Those two guests turned out to be the little girl who had previously asked Vayne for an autograph and her mother. The little girl was happily eating her meal, patting her small belly with a look of joy, appearing very cute. Meanwhile, the mother stood by the dining table with a troubled expression, just watching her daughter eat, showing no intention of eating herself. Sure enough, Sanji walked over with a puzzled look, asking the beautiful lady if the food did not suit her taste. Why wasn't she eating? The woman seemed a bit flustered, opening her mouth to say something, but ultimately didn't speak. It was the little girl who chimed in, "Brother, my mom has anorexia. She hasn't eaten for many days. But it's okay, I got Vayne brother's autograph, and soon I'll have money to take mom to see a doctor." Seeing the apologetic look in the woman's eyes, Sanji felt a bit sad. How unfair was that such a beautiful lady had anorexia. It was truly a failure on his part to not be able to make her eat well. After some persuasion from Sanji, the woman took a couple of small sips of soup, but then she really couldn't muster any appetite, so she didn't eat anymore. Theodore also curiously walked over. "Hello, miss. How long have you had anorexia?" The woman seriously recalled, but the little girl confidently said, "Mom has had anorexia for 32 days. Ever since she got the news that Dad was killed by pirates, she hasn't been able to eat." The little girl sounded a bit sad. Sanji, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "How can this be? These scum of the sea. I will never forgive the pirates." Vayne was somewhat speechless as he thought about it. This guy would be a crew member of Pirate King Luffy in the future, and he even had a pirate master. Is it really okay to say this in front of a big pirate like himself? Sure enough, Zep behind him had a somewhat complicated expression. Vayne does not deny that the vast majority of pirates in this world are indeed violent and cruel. However, this is the trend of the world. And even if Vayne is one of the Seven Warlords, he cannot solve this fundamental problem. Don't you see that even the Marine headquarters, filled with experts, still cannot deal with pirates? However, Vayne has the ability to solve the immediate problem. He took a portion of bamboo leaf rice from the dining table and went to the kitchen to prepare it. Soon, a small pot of fragrant vitality bamboo leaf porridge appeared before everyone. "Miss, could you please taste the porridge I just made?" The woman was somewhat inclined to refuse. But after seeing the fragrant porridge, she inexplicably nodded. Then she scooped a bowl of porridge and took a sip. To her surprise, the more she ate, the brighter her eyes became, and after finishing a bowl, her appetite was unexpectedly stimulated. Soon, 2 bowls, 3 bowls. The small pot of vitality bamboo leaf porridge made by Vayne was completely devoured by the woman. Vayne smiled at the woman and said, "Do you want to try some other food?" The woman nodded vigorously, then began to eat heartily, showing no signs of her previous anorexia. Vayne has a title as a medical gourmet, able to imbue his dishes with special effects. Combined with the effects of vitality rice, this can achieve healing properties. Anorexia, strictly speaking, is a disease. Patients suffering from it may experience a lack of appetite and a noticeable decrease in food intake, and may even suffer from symptoms like vomiting and dizziness after meals. Long-term anorexia undoubtedly leads to a frail physique and could even pose a danger to life. Vayne's vitality porridge perfectly targets this condition, and it can be said that the woman's anorexia has been cured from this point on. Therefore, the outcome of the competition between Vayne and Sanji is evident. The chefs at Baratai were silent upon witnessing this scene, as they all knew that Vayne had undoubtedly won this match. A good chef can provide delicious meals to hungry diners, but cannot restore normalcy to patients with severe anorexia. Strictly speaking, this has transcended the realm of culinary skills and entered the field of medicine. Yet Vayne achieved it through a single dish. Thus, none of the chefs present felt any resentment. Sanji also did not look at the upcoming voting results, knowing full well that he had lost this match, and lost thoroughly. He silently walked to the window, lit a cigarette, and gazed out at the distant sea while smoking. At this moment, a sound indicating the completion of the system task echoed in Vayne's ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task culinary contest. Reward of 2,000 life points. Current life points are 4350. Vayne's mouth curled into a slight smile as he looked over at Robin and said, "Give that mother and daughter some Bailey later, and see if we can help them find a job." Robin nodded and then left the restaurant. In the past, Rayleigh once commented on Vayne while teaching him, saying, "This kid doesn't seem like a bad person. He always despises the evil strong, but he always shows a compassionate heart towards the weak." Vayne remained non-committal about this. He wasn't that great. However, in this chaotic and dangerous pirate world, one always wants to do something within their capabilities. Looking at the sea and lost in thought, Sanji was approached by Vayne, who said, "What's wrong? Feeling down? Come on, you're a big man. You can't be bothered by such a small setback, right? Besides, you're still young, and my main job is being a star, not a chef. You'll have the chance to defeat me in the future." Unfortunately, Vayne was really not good at comforting others, and of course, he didn't need to comfort anyone. As expected, Sanji's mood worsened after hearing this. His curly brows furrowed together. Hey, are you done? I was just thinking about something. When will the men of the sea stop worrying about such trivial matters? The two fell into silence. After a while, Sanji spoke first, saying, "Hey, do you think doctors are more liked by girls than chefs? Besides, I heard being a gynecologist can." Vinsmoke Sanji felt a headache after hearing this. He was really afraid that Sanji would abandon cooking to become a doctor. What would happen to Pirate King Luffy then? Wouldn't the adorable Chopper be out of job? So he quickly said, "Ahem, it's not like that. In fact, cooking can also save people from danger. You see, I just saved that lady with a dish, right?" Sanji listened, deep in thought, and then firmly said, "I want to learn to cook from you." Vayne seemed to have heard it wrong and said, "What? What did you say? I didn't catch that." Then Sanji repeated, "Vayne-sama, I want to learn how to cook. I want to learn your kind of culinary skills that can heal diseases. Please be sure to teach me." After saying this, Sanji bowed deeply to Vayne. Vayne swallowed hard and glanced at Zepp not far away. He was worried that this old guy would go all out against him because his apprentice was taken away. But fortunately, Zepp didn't react. So Vayne said, "Can you stand up? Let's talk while standing." Sanji stood up straight again, looking at Vayne with hope. Vayne felt a bit uncertain. The Sanji he saw in a manga wasn't like this. Where did that knightly spirit go? The one who strictly upheld male superiority and female subservience, who sweet-talked women while speaking harshly to men. What worried Vayne the most was that his culinary skills, which could save lives, were largely due to the system's title of culinary healer. He wasn't sure if he could fully pass that on to Sanji. Just then, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, mission culinary apprentice issued. Do you accept? Culinary apprentice. As a crew member of Pirate King Luffy, Sanji has a significant connection to the host. And after witnessing the host's culinary skills, he wishes to learn. You can choose to establish a master-apprentice relationship with him. After your guidance, Sanji will learn your culinary skills for healing injuries and restoring stamina. In return, every time Sanji's culinary skills improve, a certain percentage of life points will be returned to the host. Mission reward, 500 life points. Wow, they even updated the apprenticeship feature? Vayne thought to himself, a one-time reward of 500 life points, and Sanji would become a tool for generating life points. This is great. As for the system's mention of his significant connection with Sanji, Vayne thought for a moment. Sanji could at most be considered a future crew member of Luffy, who was Ace's sworn brother. What kind of significant connection is that? However, after thinking it over, Vayne decided to accept the mission. After all, free life points should be taken without hesitation. All right then, I'll take you as my apprentice, but just so you know, I can only be considered half your master. And I will only teach you how to quickly heal injuries and restore stamina. Sanji quickly nodded in agreement. One should know that everything in the world has its cause and effect. Doctors save lives, and culinary skills can bring happiness to diners. My culinary skills combine medicine, and for the next 10 days, Vayne continuously taught Sanji some basic medical skills and how to combine medicine with cooking. Sanji, being the future protagonist's crew member, proved to be remarkably perceptive, quickly grasping most of the knowledge Vayne imparted. What was needed next was just constant practice. One day, the system finally sent a prompt. Ding. Congratulations, host. Culinary skills successfully imparted. Sanji's culinary skills further improved. Reward 101 life points. Current life points 5,001. Upon hearing this, Vayne felt a surge of joy. He finally succeeded. Speaking of which, wouldn't Sanji become even stronger after learning medical skills? Although Luffy on the ship had learned life return, allowing him to quickly recover stamina and injuries after eating a lot, other crew members like Zoro didn't seem to have life return. With Sanji's culinary skills, the overall strength on the ship might improve even further. Vinsmoke Sanji looked at the Sanji across from him and said, "All right, I see you've learned quite a bit these days. I should leave the bar tie now." Sanji, upon hearing this, asked anxiously, "So soon? Aren't you going to stay a little longer?" Vayne shook his head, a hint of a smile in his tone. "What's wrong? Can't bear to part with me?" Sanji replied with a hint of pride, "Don't flatter yourself. I can't wait for you to leave. The female guests on the ship have been staring at you these days." Vayne smiled, then changed his tone and said to Sanji, "I'll be leaving soon. No need to see me off. I'll be waiting for you in the Grand Line. That's where the stage for Men of the Sea is, and your dream all blue is there too." A hint of longing flashed in Sanji's eyes. By the time Sanji turned around, he realized Vayne's figure had already vanished. The massive pirate ship Apocalypse drifted on the sea, with Vayne standing at the bow, listening to Robin reporting intelligence nearby. "Boss, that mother and daughter are from Syrup Village. The husband was killed by the remnants of the Black Pirate crew 2 months ago. Syrup Village, huh? There's an interesting guy living there. Adjust the course. We'll make a trip to Syrup Village first." The mother and daughter had already found suitable jobs with Robin's arrangements, but Vayne was very interested in Kuro of 100 Plans in Syrup Village. At this time, he should have become the butler of the wealthy girl Kaya in Syrup Village, and was also living with another member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Usopp. The intelligence of characters in the world of One Piece has always been a mystery, and they seem to generally have low IQs. However, Kuro of 100 Plans is acknowledged by Oda as a high IQ character, and he doesn't seem to have much ambition. His ideal is to become an ordinary wealthy person and live a stable life. He doesn't seem too brutal, at least in the original work. Kaya's parents died of illness, not killed by Kuro. Vayne's pirate crew really needs subordinates who can strategize, and as for lacking strength, come on. Kuro of 100 Plans is considered a fairly talented pirate in the East Blue, and with Vayne's training, he can surely become strong. Besides, if all else fails, can't we just find a devil fruit for him to eat? Vinsmoke was lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the village of Syrup, Kuro sneezed and pushed up his glasses with his palm, wondering aloud, "Strange, has the weather turned cooler? I should put on an extra layer." A few days later, the massive Apocalypse slowly approached Syrup Village. A boy with a long nose, Usopp, was watching the ship through goggles. When he saw the pirate flag on the ship, a cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "Pirates! The pirates are coming to raid the village!" Usopp shouted and ran towards the village, urging the villagers to prepare along the way. Eventually, Usopp stopped at the door of Kaya's house and shouted loudly upstairs, "Miss Kaya, run! A pirate crew is coming to raid the village." Kuro, listening from a corner, heard Usopp's words, adjusted his glasses, took out a transponder snail from his pocket, and called a member of the Black Pirate crew. "I finally managed to shed my identity as a pirate and gain Kaya's trust. I can't let you outsiders ruin it." Kuro planned to contact his former subordinates to quietly deal with the incoming pirates. Vayne instructed his subordinates to dock the Apocalypse at the port. Then he took Robin and Golia towards Westrop Village. Golia looked at the empty village and asked curiously, "It's strange. Why is there no one in this village?" Just then, a cheerful little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, bounced out from a corner, holding a glass ball in her hand. Seeing the adorable little girl, Golia was about to crouch down to pet her hair when whoosh. A stone suddenly shot towards Golia, but she dodged it in advance using her observation Haki. "Abel, come back quickly." Vayne looked over in the direction of the voice and saw a mother anxiously calling for the little girl. Beside him stood Usopp, holding a slingshot, along with all the villagers, armed and ready to confront Vayne. They seemed prepared to fight him. It seemed they mistook me for a pirate and hid in advance. "No, I am a pirate," Vayne thought to himself. "Let go of that girl." Usopp shouted threateningly, "I have 8,000 subordinates. If you know what's good for you, leave the village quickly, or when they arrive, you'll all be killed." However, Usopp's trembling legs made it look ridiculous. "Huh? Does this long-nosed guy really have 8,000 subordinates?" Gloria asked with a naive expression. Vayne felt a cold sweat on his forehead and said to the villagers, "Hello, I am Vayne. I mean no harm. I just want to come to your village to buy some food and supplies." This was the excuse Vayne had prepared in advance. Suddenly, there were several gasps from the crowd. "Oh my god, is that Vayne? The Vayne? I've seen Lord Vayne's concert. It really is him. Oh my god. He's even more handsome than in the phone bug." The voices in the crowd chattered excitedly, and it was clear that upon hearing it was Vayne, the villagers were no longer afraid. Except for one person. Hidden in the crowd, Chloe felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead and became increasingly anxious. These ignorant villagers only knew how to idolize stars, but right in front of them was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the infamous pirate Vayne. He was a true powerhouse. Usopp put down his slingshot. He had heard of Vayne's name, a star beloved by Miss Kaya, who had many of Vayne's albums at home. No wonder the pirate flag looked familiar. Now it made sense. Vayne took the little girl to her parents and then began to speak to the villagers. "Excuse me, everyone. Could you tell me which direction the shops in the village are?" 3 hours later, Vayne finally bought some food and fresh water. It wasn't because the supplies in the village were scarce, but because the villagers were just too enthusiastic. Once the villagers confirmed that the person in front of them was the big star Vayne, they all started asking for autographs, and after signing for more than 2 hours, even Vayne felt his arm getting sore. Especially his childhood friend Koya from Usopp, whom Vayne had previously referred to as the #1 fan of Zillipu Village. When Vayne visited her home, he found it filled with her photos and albums. Koya shyly mentioned that her parents had passed away due to illness 6 months ago, and she was truly heartbroken at that time. Ultimately, it was Lord Vayne's songs that gave Koya strength, helping her to overcome that period of sadness. Afterward, Vayne had a meal at Koya's house, but the trembling hands of Clona at the dinner table made Vayne find it amusing no matter how he looked at it. After dinner, Vayne took everyone for a walk in the village. 100 steps after a meal, lived to 99. Just then, 3 figures stopped in front of the crowd, one of whom was Zango, the hypnotist of the Black Pirate crew, and the other 2, armed with claws, were the combat members, the brothers. As soon as the brothers saw Vayne, they rushed towards him without hesitation. Vayne did not dodge at all and continued to walk forward as if he hadn't seen anything. At that moment, Robin moved. 8-wheel flower, cramping. Multiple arms extended from the brother's body, quickly knocking the 2 of them down on the spot, unable to move. Vayne glanced at the Straw Hat brothers and then said to Robin, "Go and interrogate those 2. Ask them why they attacked me." "Yes, boss." Robin walked towards the Straw Hat brothers, who were standing next to the paralyzed hypnotist Zango. Meanwhile, Kuro, standing at the back of the group, was sweating profusely, thinking it was truly terrifying. One could only say that they were indeed the 7 warlords. Even their subordinates were devil fruit users. Luckily, I didn't take action, but when Kuro heard that they were going to interrogate the Straw Hat brothers, he felt a wave of fear. He didn't want to be exposed. Spoon. Kuro suddenly revealed a specially designed weapon in his hand, and then quickly stomped his legs on the ground, charging towards the people in front of him. Ah! Several screams rang out. However, Kuro's attack was not directed at Vayne and the others, but at the Straw Hat brothers and Zango not far away. Under Kuro's assault, all 3 of them fainted. Vayne and Robin both looked at Chloe, who had launched the attack. They saw a few drops of cold sweat forming on Chloe's face. And then he explained, "Leave this small matter to me, Lord Vayne. How could I let these filthy dogs dirty your hands?" Vayne nodded and then glanced meaningfully at Chloe, saying nothing. Upon seeing this reaction, Chloe let out a sigh of relief, but then heard Kaya beside him ask curiously, "How strange, Chloe. When did you become so capable?" "Oh no, I got so nervous just now that I forgot I'm just an ordinary person," Chloe thought to himself. Looking at Vayne and quickly coming up with an idea, "I secretly trained to protect Miss Kaya. Her parents have passed away, and as her butler, I have the duty to protect her." Ah, Chloe truly is reliable, a trustworthy butler. Vayne looked at the innocent Koya and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This silly girl really believes it. Then Vayne glanced at the sky and said to Koya, "Miss Koya, it's getting late. We need to leave Syrup Village. Thank you for your hospitality today." Upon hearing this, Chloe sighed in relief. This great deity was finally leaving, and the great Captain Chloe could continue with the plan. Koya, looking dejected, said, "Is that so? But it's so late. Won't you stay one more day? Let me see you off, Lord Vayne." Vayne shook his head and said, "No need, Miss Koya. You're not well, so be careful not to catch a cold. But could your butler see us off?" Koya, feeling a bit disappointed, nodded and said, "Crow, please see Lord Vayne and the others off." Crow was nervous as he accompanied Vayne, but fortunately, they just chatted casually along the way. Soon, Crow spotted Vayne's pirate ship. Watching Vayne board the ship, Crow finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Goodbye, never to see you again. Safe travels, Lord Vayne." Vayne said with a smile, "Aren't you coming up to sit?" Former captain of the Black Sea pirate crew, Clock. "Glok, Knippo." Wine's smile slowly faded, and he looked at Clue with a serious expression. Clue's smile also disappeared, and then he turned around and began to desperately flee towards the village. Watching Clue's desperate figure, Wine softly uttered a word, "Shave." Vayne's figure blocked the path in front of Crow. Looking down at Crow, who only reached his chest, Vayne had a faint smile on his face. In fact, Crow wasn't short, standing at over 2 meters tall. However, Vayne was a towering 33 meters, truly a giant's height. A trace of despair appeared on Crow's face. "How could a man like you possibly pay attention to me, a mere pirate?" Vayne smiled faintly as he took the bounty notice handed to him by Robin and said, "Kuro, with a bounty of 16 million berries, was quite a famous pirate in the East Blue a few years ago. It's rumored that you were captured by Colonel Monka in Shellstown. It seems this is just your plan to escape. Is your true goal to retire and become a wealthy man?" Kuro opposite him gaped. He never expected that Vayne, far away in the Grand Line, would have such keen intelligence. His years of patience and planning felt like the antics of a clown in front of this unfathomable man. Vayne paused, a hint of a playful smile in his voice as he said, "Well, for those of us in this line of work, it's easy to get in, but it's not so simple to wash our hands of it." As he spoke, a white-haired old man from Shambodi flashed through Vayne's mind. That old guy was also looking to retire, but he had enough strength to do so. Across from him, Chloe seemed to catch the underlying meaning in Vayne's words and asked, "What do you mean?" Vayne walked up to Kuro and said, "What does it mean? Simply put, I admire your wisdom and want you to strategize for me in the future. Don't be quick to refuse. After all, I am one of the 7 Warlords of the sea, the best choice for a pirate's redemption. What do you say? Join my pirate crew, and you'll never have to hide again." Kuro stood still, seemingly swayed by Vayne's words, just as Vayne was about to persuade him further. "Silent step, spoon." Suddenly, Kuro erupted, and the light flashed from the 10 blades in his hands, directly attacking Vayne. "Want me to submit? Then show me your strength first." Wine's body moved slightly. Shave. He effortlessly dodged Chloe's attack, then extended his right hand fingers. Finger gun. With a crisp sound, the weapon 10 blades in Chloe's hand broke in response, and a drop of cold sweat slid down Chloe's forehead. Sure enough, is the gap in strength this large? Vayne did not attack further, but stood in place and said, "Not bad speed, but this move is just a version of Shave, and it's the kind that can't control direction." Crow's voice was somewhat confused. "Shave? What is that?" Vayne's tone was filled with disdain. "Just a little gadget called the Navy 6 style." "What? Want to learn? Then I'll teach you. The Great Route has much more to offer. How about it? Are you interested in coming to see it with me?" Chloe lowered his head and pondered for a long time, finally raising his head and saying to Vayne, "Pirate Chloe is willing to join your ranks, boss." Vayne smiled faintly, not surprised by Crow's choice. After all, the allure of his superstar title was evident. So he said loudly, "Wise decision. From now on, you'll be a member of my Vayne pirate crew. Haha. Your code name will be Black, number 08. There are many ships in the New World, but mine is definitely the sturdiest. You will surely be glad about your choice in the future." That evening, Vayne took Crow to explain the situation to Miss Koya, and then Crow officially joined Vayne's crew. Half a month later, the massive pirate ship Apocalypse slowly sailed towards Reverse Mountain. Vayne's concert for Seas has finally come to an end, and his next goal is the Grand Line. The route from the East Sea to the Grand Line will inevitably pass through Reverse Mountain, where an old friend is waiting for him. For the past half-month, Chloe has felt like he was dreaming. First, Vayne subjected him to an intense training regimen that made Chloe question his life choices. In Vayne's words, "The dangers of the Grand Line far exceed your imagination. Someone like you, a mere lackey, probably can't even defeat a common minion, so you must quickly strengthen your abilities." Thus began Chloe's daily routine of waking up at 5. Exercising, having breakfast, getting beaten up, having lunch, exercising, getting beaten up, having dinner, getting beaten up, sleeping, and waking up to prepare for more beatings. Although Chloe was exhausted each time, he suddenly felt energized after eating Vayne's cooking, which brought him both pain and joy. However, Chloe's progress over the past half-month has been tremendous. He already had decent talent, but had wasted nearly 2 years in Silent Village. During this time, Chloe has gained a preliminary understanding of the 6 styles, especially Soru. He has some talent and speed, and has barely managed to learn Soru. Moreover, the most significant change is Chloe's appetite. Now, he eats nearly twice as much as before, and in the pirate world, appetite is often a symbol of strength. Ugh, I'm so tired, but I have to say, Captain Vayne's cooking is really delicious. After exercising, Chloe lay comfortably on the deck. Gillo. Gloria's voice came, sending a shiver down his spine. The little witch's voice had become a nightmare for him these days. As captain, Vayne wouldn't always guide Chloe. He would occasionally offer advice, while Gloria was responsible for sparring with him. Coming, Chloe bravely walked over, preparing to face the punches and kicks that awaited him. Chloe, Master Vayne is calling you. Gloria's voice came again, tinged with a hint of regret. Huh? No more beatings? Chloe walked over to Vayne with a look of relief. Everyone is here. Vayne looked at Chloe, Robin, and Gloria in front of him, along with the other crew members on the ship. Morn had returned to the Grand Line after the concert. Next, we're going to cross the reverse mountain and head back to the Grand Line. The others present have experienced it to some extent, but Chloe, you need to be a bit more careful. Vayne gazed at the towering peaks in the distance and a magnificent river in the sky, his eyes filled with admiration. Even after experiencing it many times, he was still captivated by the charm of nature. Meanwhile, Chloe looked somewhat disdainful, thinking to himself, it's just a mountain. Does the boss underestimate me, Chloe? But when he saw the full view of the upside-down mountain, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide, a gasp escaping his lips. Nanny? The Ark was rapidly climbing up the massive upside-down mountain, the immense impact from the reverse-flowing river continuously buffeting the ship. However, the Ark was crafted from the legendary atom tree, and even in the face of such force, it only swayed slightly, straining to move forward. But the situation on the ship was not so optimistic. The experienced pirates quickly found objects to brace themselves against, securely tying themselves to the Arkansas. Hey, Chloe, do you want to tie yourself to us too? A friendly pirate offered a rope, but Chloe ruthlessly declined. Do you think I'm on the same level as you guys? Chloe's expression was a bit arrogant, arms crossed over his chest, quietly waiting for the Ark to ascend the upside-down mountain. Four-wheel flower entanglement. Many arms appeared around Robin, firmly securing her to the ship. Meanwhile, Vayne stood at the bow, his feet planted like iron nails, his body showing no sign of swaying. This was a testament to Vayne's mastery of iron block. Even when completely suspended, he couldn't be moved an inch, let alone the swaying of the ship. It's all Vayne sent. How wonderful. Gloria's petite form clung to Vayne like an octopus, her face beaming with happiness. She made funny faces at Robin, her expression one of victorious mischief. At this moment, the most unfortunate one on the ship was undoubtedly Chloe. Chafe, iron block. Chloe was tossed around by the sensation of weightlessness, swaying back and forth. He would fall from a bow to the stern, then scramble back up, struggling with his half-baked six styles. Before long, his face was bruised and battered. But the upside-down mountain would not let the show-off Chloe off so easily, mercilessly striking his face again and again. Amidst the shaking, Chloe passed by Robin, who kindly offered, "Need help, Chloe?" "No need." No need? What a stubborn guy." Robin, sly smile. Chloe, with a head full of bumps, thought, Oh. Actually, I do need help." Finally, the Ark successfully passed through the upside-down mountain, landing steadily on the sea surface. Gloria reluctantly jumped down from Vayne, only to turn and bump into Chloe, who looked like a beaten-up mess. "What the hell? Who are you?" It's Chloe." Chloe tried to explain, but struggled with his pronunciation, ending up lying on the deck with a face full of despair. After a while, Chloe struggled to get up from the deck. "What the hell is that?" Chloe exclaimed, staring in shock at the enormous creature before him. Vayne came to Crow's side. Looking ahead, it was an island whale named Labu, fulfilling a promise made 50 years ago. Wayne's mouth curled into a smile as he took two huge squids from the boat and tossed them overboard. "Lab, even when crashing into a mountain, you need to balance work and rest. Eat your fill first to have the strength to crash." Upon hearing this, Lab swam to the side of the Apocalypse and ate the food Vayne had thrown. Afterward, he obediently swam around the Apocalypse twice. "Old man, Colokas, can you hear me?" "I can hear you. Stop shouting. I'm not deaf." A figure leaped down from Lab and, after a few jumps, landed on the Apocalypse. Vayne skillfully handed over a bottle of wine and said, "The old man is still as strong as ever. His skills are as good as they were in his youth. So what do you think? Are you interested in working on my ship?" Colokas pulled out the cork and took a couple of gulps, saying, "Come on, I'm an old-timer from a bygone era, not comparable to you young folks." Venenu pouted and said, "If you don't want to, forget it. I still have 2 boxes of wine on my ship for you to take later. In this godforsaken place, the old man probably won't be able to drink a bottle of wine for a long time. I was even thinking about you coming with me to the New World, so I could take care of you in your old age." Colokas glanced at Lab in the sea and said, "All right, I know you care, and you still remember to come see this old man when you get home. By the way, how did your concert tour go this time?" Y nodded and said, "That's great. Old man, Are you going to watch my concert too? Next time, I'll have someone set up a video call for you. And you can watch my live broadcast then. By the way, I met Ace during my trip to the EC. Ace, you went out to sea too? Yes, but he got scared and turned back right after setting sail. Huh, that kid's strength isn't enough yet. I told him to go back and train some more. Coloca's nodded upon hearing this. In the original pirate storyline, many crew members were unaware that Roger had a child. However, because of Wayne's time travel, he informed these old crew members about Ace's existence, so that in case a war really broke out in the future, they could help Ace. After chatting for a while on the ship, Coloca's returned to lab with some wine, waving goodbye to Wayne as he left, and Wayne waved back in farewell. The apocalypse continued to sail forward. After Coloca's left, Crow had a puzzled expression and asked, "Boss, was that old man's identity?" In Crow's mind, this man was clearly a hidden powerhouse. Otherwise, Coloca's wouldn't treat him that way. Memories flashed through Wayne's mind. He had visited Dr. Kuroka's when he completed the medical achievement task back in the day, and he had also met him a few times during his childhood, so they had some connection. He was just an old man with decent medical skills, Wayne casually remarked. Robin, standing nearby, lightly covered her mouth and said, "Don't listen to the boss's nonsense. That person is Kuroka's, the ship's doctor on Pirate King Roger's ship, a significant figure from the old era." Upon hearing this, Kuro's heart couldn't help but stir with excitement. An old man with decent medical skills as the ship's doctor for the Pirate King. Indeed, Lord Wayne is truly a significant figure in the New World. Surrounded by such sea heroes, Kuro's mind conjured several images of brotherhood with the Pirate King and kicking the three admirals. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. After all, he was working for such an important person now. Of course, if Wayne knew what Kuro was thinking, he would definitely mock him. After all, he really hadn't thought that much, and Kuroka's strength was not impressive. He could only use observation Haki among the three types of Haki. After leaving Twin Cape, the apocalypse continued to sail on the sea for 3 days. One day, while Wayne was in the cabin writing his novel, he was interrupted by Robin's knock on the door. He was currently writing the last few chapters of Journey to the West, and since the submission deadline was tomorrow, he was understandably a bit irritated. "What is it, Robin? You know I don't like to be disturbed when I'm writing." "Sorry, boss, a pirate ship suddenly appeared in front. It seems like they're not here with good intentions. So please come out and take a look." Vayne walked out of the room and asked Robin, "Which pirate crew is it?" Robin shook her head and said, "I don't know. I've never seen the flag on that pirate ship. They must be new to the Grand Line." Meanwhile, a pirate with a face covered in pockmarks was commanding his crew, shouting, "You lot, get ready for battle. This will be a fight that makes the two pockmarked pirates famous across the Grand Line. Oh, the captain is invincible. Fire the cannons. Destroy the pirate ship ahead." Wayne activated his observation Haki and carefully sensed the presence of the pockmarked pirate crew on the opposite ship, confirming that there were no strong opponents. Feeling a bit bored, Wayne said to Robin, "Just a bunch of weaklings. Prepare to counterattack. You and Kuro take some of your subordinates and sink their pirate ship." "Understood, boss," Robin said as she and Kuro prepared to organize the battle. Kuro's face showed some excitement. It was time to showcase the results of his special training, and this was his first battle for the boss. Boom! Rumbling. Several cannonballs from the opposing pirate ship were perfectly dodged by the apocalypse. Meanwhile, one cannonball from the apocalypse accurately hit the opposing pirate ship. The gap between a great pirate and a small pirate is not only reflected in strength. The difference between helmsmen is also enormous. Under the heavy firepower of the apocalypse, the opposing pirate ship clearly couldn't withstand it, and soon the cabin was flooded with a large amount of seawater. "Captain, it's bad. The ship is sinking," shouted a garlic-nosed pirate. The pockmarked pirate captain, Ermatsi, roared unwillingly. "How could this be? Since my ship is like this, I can only seize theirs." The entire pirate ship sank into the sea, with many of Ermatsi's crew members struggling. However, a figure was seen running over from the air. "How could this be? Do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? I'm the great pirate Ermatsi, with a bounty of 27 million berry." "Huh, is that moonwalk?" Wayne looked at the pirate who was stepping on air with some surprise. The moonwalk was considered one of the more difficult techniques among the 6 forms. Generally, one would first learn the shave before advancing to the moonwalk, and a pirate who could use the moonwalk undoubtedly had a decent physique, qualifying them as a great pirate in the seas. Thus, Wayne had some thoughts of recruiting him, but his tone changed immediately after seeing the face of the pirate with pockmarks. "Robin, don't let this guy get near my ship. Take him down quickly." There was no helping it. This guy was indeed quite ugly, with a face full of pockmarks and 2 missing front teeth. No wonder they called him Great Pirate Pockmarked. If he were to recruit this guy as a crew member, the overall attractiveness of Wayne's pirate crew would undoubtedly drop a level. Yes, boss. Robin extended countless arms from behind her, which then wove into a pair of wings and flew toward the oncoming pockmarked. Floral blooming, spider flower. Robin crossed her arms in front of her chest, and then hundreds of arms formed a large net in the air, firmly trapping pockmarked within it. But that wasn't the end. Myriad colors, sea of flowers. Countless arms sprouted from within the large net, twisting pockmarked's arms and legs behind him. A series of cracking sounds echoed from his body as he was twisted into a ball shape, indicating that the bones in this pirate's body had clearly been shattered. As Robin's arms slowly dissipated, the already unconscious and pained pockmark fell into the sea, clearly unable to survive. Not bad, Robin. Your fruit development has become more proficient. If you could apply Haki to your arms, your strength would probably see a tremendous leap. Wayne couldn't help but praise a couple of times upon seeing it. It turned out that these techniques were learned by Robin only 2 years after the Marineford War. Now, Robin had mastered these techniques a full 4 years in advance. In fact, Robin's fruit ability largely depends on her physical strength, as the body parts simulated by the flower fruit are essentially an extension of her own body. If her physical strength is insufficient, the power is significantly reduced. All right, let's set sail. After resolving the pirates, Wayne did not linger at all and instructed his subordinates to continue sailing. After all, this was just a trivial episode for Wayne. Every year, countless pirates surge towards the Grand Line from the 4 seas, with a small portion able to establish themselves in the Grand Line or join a pirate faction. But many more end up like Urmatsi, dying before achieving anything or being sent back home. To be fair, Urmatsi's strength was quite decent in the 4 seas. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use the moonwalk. Unfortunately, he ran into Wayne, a warlord otherwise. After some time training in the Grand Line, or with a bit of luck in obtaining a devil fruit, he might have transformed completely. It's ridiculous. I didn't even get to join the fight. Kuro, who had been itching to join in, slammed the deck with an unhappy expression. He hadn't participated in the battle at all. Moreover, since the enemy could fly, he couldn't even reach them. Thus, Kuro experienced his first psychological trauma after arriving in the Grand Line. Damn it, if only I had a devil fruit. Kuro's heart was filled with endless longing. Whether it was Gloria's Song fruit or Robin's flower fruit, both were among the stronger, superhuman devil fruits. In fact, Wayne still had a few devil fruits, but their abilities were quite average and none were particularly suitable for Kuro. After this little episode, the apocalypse continued sailing on the sea, and along the way, Kuro witnessed the bizarre and ever-changing weather of the Grand Line. Just a moment ago, it had been clear skies, and the next moment, it suddenly began to snow heavily. Even with Kuro's physique, it was somewhat difficult to endure such extreme weather. One day, Kuro was on deck as usual, enduring Gloria's torment, while Robin held up an umbrella, lounging in a chair and enjoying her juice. Suddenly, the ship jolted. Kuro ran to the railing to look at the sea, incredulously saying, "Nanny, the sea is frozen." Kuro looked up, puzzled, at the sun in the sky. The area where the apocalypse was located was clearly close to Alabastus Summer Island. How could it freeze in broad daylight? There are indeed many extreme weather conditions in the Grand Line. However, sea ice usually occurs in the winter islands near the coast. In the ocean, due to the high salt content in the seawater, the possibility of freezing is almost non-existent. One was also startled by the commotion of the apocalypse. He walked out of the cabin and gazed at the distant sea, then his eyes narrowed. He saw a man wearing an eye patch fiddling with a bicycle on the far-off sea. It was Admiral Akiji. Robin beside him seemed to have noticed that figure as well, and then she appeared to recall some painful memories, causing her to tremble all over. Seeing this, Wayne walked over to Robin's side, holding her small hand, and said, "It's okay. I'm here," feeling the familiar aura beside her. The tall and reassuring figure made Robin's breathing gradually calm down, and she let out a soft murmur, "Mmm." Robin is no longer the powerless little girl from 20 years ago, nor the demon child who hid and had no companions 10 years ago. Her current boss is the most reliable man in the world. Claw finally reacted. Looking at the slowly approaching figure, he exclaimed, "Admiral Akiji, the user of the ice fruit." "Kazan." Galia jumped up and punched Claw. "Your reaction time is so slow. By the time you react, the celestial dragons will be extinct." "Oh my, I didn't expect to run into you, Wayne," Akiji said as he pushed his bicycle to the front of the apocalypse ship. "What bad luck, my bicycle broke down. But luckily I ran into you, Wayne. Can you give me a ride to the nearest Navy base and drop me off?" Vayne took a deep breath. Even though his strength was exceptional now, he still wasn't sure if he could win against an admiral's combat power. After all, He had never fought against such a strong opponent before. So Vayne said, "Hey, Kazan, as a Marine, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to board a pirate ship?" "Oh my Vayne, what are you saying? After all, you are one of the 7 Warlords, which means you're also one of us in the Navy." Clow, who was nearby, also reacted, "Yeah, I'm now a subordinate of the 7 Warlords, so why should I be afraid of an admiral? We're on the same side." However, the response he got was glorious fist. Indeed, while ordinary 7 Warlords would try to avoid encounters with the Navy when they did meet, it was usually not a hostile relationship. But Robin is currently on Wayne's ship, and she is known as the Son of the Devil, a being that truly worries the world government and must be eliminated. And the world government? That is the highest authority of the Navy. Therefore, Wayne is unsure of Kazan's attitude at this moment. He might have come specifically to capture Robin. So Wayne instructed Clow next to him to go to the cabin and fetch a bicycle for this Navy officer. Kazan jumped onto the deck of the Apocalypse. "Oh dear, is it really necessary to be so unwelcome to me?" Kazan's gaze swept over Goliath and Robin beside him. Vayne also said, "Isn't it normal for pirates to hate the Navy? So please change your bicycle and leave as soon as possible." Kazan's gaze was fixed on Robin in front of him, saying that she could have left, but now that's not necessarily the case. The survivor of the O'Hara incident, the demon child Nico Robin with a bounty of 79 million. "How did you end up on this pirate ship?" Fear filled Robin's eyes as the buried memories resurfaced. 18 years ago, her hometown of O'Hara was brutally subjected to the Buster Call, with 5 elite vice admirals and 10 warships indiscriminately bombarding O'Hara. In the end, her relatives, teachers, and the entire populace of O'Hara, including her recently made friend Jaguar D. Saul, all died in the Buster Call. And this man in front of her was one of the participants in the Buster Call. Contrary to what Robin thought, Vayne had read the One Piece manga in his previous life and knew that Akiji had always shown mercy towards Robin. But a manga is just a manga, and reality is not that simple. Moreover, due to his position, Akiji's attitude is truly a mystery. Vayne stared at Akiji in front of him and said, "What's wrong? Can't a pirate have some subordinates?" Besides, Robin is no longer the child of the devil. She is a member of the Vayne Pirates now. Robin, standing beside him, felt a few tears welling up in her eyes, looking at Vayne with gratitude. Akiji fell silent for a moment and said, "You do know what child of the devil means, right? Have you thought about the consequences if the world government finds out after you take her in? You will have to bear the bounty again and start hiding from the Navy all over the world. You could lose everything you have now, including your position as a warlord of the sea. The higher-ups in the Navy have always considered you the most promising among the warlords." Hearing this, Wayne scoffed. "Cut the crap. The reason I became a warlord of the sea is because of my strength, not because of any recognition from the Navy. Besides, do you really think you're prepared to be my enemy?" Akiji glanced at Wayne and said, "The pirate known as Fool, with a bounty of 330 million, made a name for himself 3 years ago by defeating the former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. His strength is suspected to be at the level of a great swordsman." Akiji stated Wayne's past achievements expressionlessly. "Is this the confidence that gives you the guts to challenge the Navy?" Wayne took the snow from his waist, held a knife in his right hand, and made a battle plan, saying, "Robin is my partner, and today I will protect Robin. Even Jesus couldn't take her away." This knife is one of the 50 great swords, obtained by Wayne from a knife seller in Roadtown. It is the same good knife that Zoro acquired in the original work, which embodies a man's dreams, but unfortunately, it was ultimately destroyed by the ability of the Rust fruit user. Wayne couldn't bear to see the famous sword tarnished, so he bought it during a concert in Roadtown. It's funny to think that after all these years as a pirate, Wayne still hadn't obtained a great blade of 21 crafts. Although Akiji was somewhat puzzled about who Jesus was, he still said in a deep voice, "In that case, let me test the strength of your resolve to protect Robin." Ice Blade. With his right hand clenched into a fist, Akiji summoned a chill that condensed in the air, quickly forming an ice blade. This was Akiji's signature ability, using his ice fruit to create weapons anytime and anywhere. Wayne saw that the two were bound to have a showdown. So he turned to the other crew members and said, "You all step back. This is not a level you can engage with yet. Gelo, Gloria, Ropin." And the others retreated to the side upon seeing this. Wayne nodded, deciding to take the initiative. He murmured in the air, "One sword-style rain slash." Suddenly, a wisp of water vapor emerged, and the surrounding seawater began to churn, briefly creating a light rain around the apocalypse. Behind the rain, 2 sharp sword energies struck directly at Kazan's face. Was it a technique formed by his own sword momentum combined with the flying slash? Truly a great swordsman. A red dot flashed in Kazan's eyes as he activated his observation Haki. His body then transformed and scattered into shards of ice, evading Wayne's flying slash. Not far away, Kuro exclaimed, "It worked." The Admiral has turned into shards of ice. In response, it was Gloria's fist that hit him. Fool, that's a devil fruit ability. Having missed the strike, Wayne was not surprised at all. After all, this was the Navy's highest combat power, and it was expected that Kazan would dodge Wayne's slash since it did not carry Haki. The transformed Kazan had somehow appeared behind Wayne, and then his body emanated a chilling aura as his hands touched Wayne's back. Freeze moment. Wayne's body stiffened, and then ice slowly began to encase him from his back, ultimately freezing him into a human-shaped ice sculpture. Boss, he's been frozen. The pirates behind Wayne gasped, clearly worried. But Akiji's eyes flashed with a red light as he sensed that the life force within the ice sculpture showed no signs of weakening. It seemed that this move had not worked. Such a vigorous vitality. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the ice on Wayne shattered, revealing his body. At that moment, Wayne's expression was somewhat grave. What a troublesome ability. If he hadn't been careful, he would have almost fallen for it. Fortunately, Akiji had only frozen the surface of Wayne's skin earlier, and then Wayne had used Haki to isolate himself. Otherwise, he would have truly been caught. Wayne held a knife in both hands, looking at a deserted island not far away, and said to Akiji, "How about we change the place for a couple of moves? I don't want to damage my ship." With that, Wayne leaped into the air, stepping as if on the moon, flying towards the island. Akiji hesitated for a moment, but then also used the moonwalk to catch up with Wayne. After they reached the island, Akiji said, "Oh my, you even secretly learned the Navy's 6 styles. That's an extra crime." Wayne showed a hint of disdain, wondering why there was a need to say such foolish things. These were merely basic techniques that come after reaching a certain level of physical fitness in martial arts, so why bother learning them secretly? Upon hearing this, Akiji shrugged his shoulders and did not deny it. After all, it was indeed a bit strange for a powerhouse like Wayne to lack the ability to fly. Wayne took a light breath, holding his sword with both hands, and shouted loudly, "Flying sword technique. Dragon Nest Flash." In the blink of an eye, Wayne unleashed hundreds of sword chi, each striking towards Qingji at a speed difficult to observe with the naked eye. This was the flying sword technique that Wayne drew from the system. And Dragon Nest Flash was a chaotic attack technique characterized by making the trajectory of the sword strikes difficult to capture with the naked eye. In Wayne's hands, this move transformed into a flying slash with an elusive trajectory. Vayne let out a breath of turbid air, clearly feeling the considerable physical strain from unleashing over 100 flying slashes in that instant. However, the effectiveness of the move was evident, as Akiji's figure continued to flicker, sometimes transforming into ice and then reverting to his physical form, clearly using observation Haki to evade Vayne's slashes. After all, these slashes were more or less infused with some armament Haki. Even if Akiji were hit, it wouldn't feel good. Clang, clang, clang. After a wave of cold air dissipated, Akiji's figure reformed in front of Vayne. Seeing this, Vayne whispered to himself, "Did I fail? This is really troublesome." Akiji gently exhaled, saying, "Oh dear, that was really dangerous. Little brother, I almost got cut. I barely managed to dodge it with my observation Haki fully activated." Vayne glanced at the torn corner of Akiji's clothing and remained silent. There was still room for improvement in his technique. In a little while, it would probably be more than just ripping clothes for Akiji. Now, try this move again and see if you can dodge it. Flying sword technique, 9-headed dragon flash. Wayne spun around 180 degrees while holding his sword in both hands, executing a series of 9 slashes in just a few seconds. A downward slash, a diagonal slash, an upward diagonal slash, left feather, left upward cut, right upward cut, wind reversal, and a thrust. Although the number of slashes was far fewer than the previous Dragon Nest Flash, the power difference between the two was on a completely different level. The 9-headed dragon flash was a truly unavoidable technique, impossible to dodge, forcing a hard defense. The 9 flying slashes transformed into the shape of a giant dragon in the void, surrounding Qingji's escape route in a 360-degree encirclement. And each slash was wrapped in a large amount of armed color Haki. A serious look flashed in Qingji's eyes. As a fellow strong fighter, he sensed the killing intent in this move. There was no way he could evade it. Has he reached such a level with just swordsmanship? It's truly astonishing. In that case, I cannot hold back either. Qingji raised his hands in front of his chest, an extremely cold aura emanating from his arms. And soon his hands became encased in ice, the icy surface expanding rapidly as 2 enormous ice birds flew out from his hands. Ice block violent feather. The The flying slash unleashed by Vayne collided fiercely with the ice bird in midair, and the cold air quickly spread. Centered around the two, nearby plants were frozen into ice sculptures. The icy aura continuously emanated from Kizaru's arms. Bang, bang, bang. After the cold air was released, countless shards of ice were shattered and splattered in all directions. The apocalypse slowly approached the nameless deserted island, and Kuro stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. This momentum? It was astonishing. The two were constantly exchanging blows on the deserted island, alternating between offense and defense. The sun in the sky gradually moved westward, and the two fought from morning until evening, battling for an entire day. From the very beginning, Vayne attached armament Haki to every strike, but by the end, he began to use armament Haki selectively, no longer wasting a large amount of it on every hit. Vayne swung her weapon in a slash. Then her figure shifted as she dodged the ice projectiles shot by Akiji with a few leaps. Vayne gasped for breath, looking at the calm Akiji in front of him, and he realized that there was still some gap between them. Akiji leaped up and then landed steadily, saying, "The gap isn't as big as you think. In my opinion, what you're lacking is more practical experience. I believe using your Haki and flying slashes without reservation at the beginning must have consumed quite a bit of your stamina. I didn't have this kind of strength when I was your age. It's really quite impressive. However, if this is all the strength you have, then Robin will be captured by me." Vayne stretched his neck, causing his body to crack, and said to Akiji, "In that case, I can only show my true strength." Then Vayne silently thought, "System, upgrade my physical technique to level 7. Ding! Physical technique level is 6. 10005,000. Living points are 5,106. Upgrade successful. Current physical technique level is 7,010,000. Consumed living points 4,000. Remaining living points are 1106. As the system's voice echoed, Vayne felt his body's strength further increase, and both his physique and physical technique improved significantly. The physical technique referred to by the system is actually a manifestation of his physique, and after the upgrade, Vayne truly achieved the so-called general physique. It might be difficult to fight for 10 days and nights, but fighting for 7 days and nights is definitely enough. Feeling the power within him, Vayne grinned and said to the Akiji in front of him, "So, how about we exchange a few more moves?" Akiji's expression was serious. Through his observation Haki, he sensed that Vayne's vitality had further increased. He had never seen someone suddenly become stronger in the midst of a fight, and even recover some stamina. "Oh my, what a terrifying young man. Is this your devil fruit ability? It seems that the information about you is not accurate. I didn't expect you to be a devil fruit user." Vayne let out a sound, then took a bean from his pocket and swallowed it in one bite. Fairy bean, white of food made to mimic the fairy bean, which restores 1/3 of the consumer's stamina but cannot heal injuries. This is another trump card for Vayne, drawn from the system over the years. This bug food from the Dragon Ball anime is undoubtedly a powerful weapon. Although it's not a complete fairy bean, it's still sufficient. Unfortunately, Vayne only has a few of them. After eating the fairy bean, Vayne felt his stamina surging within him, almost as if he were in perfect condition. He then leaped several times to stand before Akiji, starting to swing his attacks wildly. "After all, I have plenty of cheats. I can wear you down." The two figures continuously intertwined, starting a new round of battle. Before long, it was noon the next day. Akiji looked at Vayne in front of him, slightly surprised. "Your strength is stronger than I imagined, and your stamina seems to be on par with mine." Vayne spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "You're not bad either. No wonder you're an admiral. Truly monstrous strength." From yesterday evening until now, Vayne had been using a strategy of exchanging physical strength for physical strength, attacking without any reservations. Although his stamina was significantly depleted, the opponent, Akiji, probably wasn't feeling great either. As their battle continued, the entire island became covered with sword marks and ice blocks. The two small hills on the island had been flattened by Vayne, while another hill had turned into an iceberg. The seawater within a few hundred meters around the island had also turned into ice blocks due to the cold air unintentionally emitted by Akiji. The ship Apocalypse was anchored a few hundred meters off the coast of the island, and at that moment, Kuro was using a telescope to report information to Robin and the others. Boss and Akiji are fighting again. The two separated again, and they seem to be saying something. Damn it, it's the trash-talking phase before the battle again. Goliath picked up a cup nearby and threw it at Kuro, shouting, "Kuro, can you say something useful? You've been saying Akiji is about to go down since yesterday, and they ended up fighting all day. They aren't tired of fighting, but we're exhausted just watching." Robin also pretended to be relaxed and said, "We have to believe in the boss. After all, the boss has never lost, even if the opponent is an admiral." Robin's tone was relatively light, but her tightly clenched fists revealed that she was not at ease. On the other side, after blocking one of Vayne's slashes, Akiji stepped back, looked up at the sky, and said, "Vayne, aren't you tired after fighting for so long? How about we call it a day and go eat something first?" After saying that, Akiji even patted his empty stomach. Vayne spat, "Damn it, if you want to fight, then fight. If you want to stop, then stop. It's not that easy. Take another hit from me first." Flying sword technique, Dragon's Nest Flash. Vayne tightly gripped the snow with his right hand, activating the armament Haki within him. Soon, patches of black adhered to the famous blade. Vayne's arm swung rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of flying slashes imbued with armament Haki shot toward Akiji. Akiji looked at this scene with his mouth slightly agape and said, "At this level of Haki, can he still unleash it after fighting for so long? What a monstrous spirit and stamina." Armament Haki is a combination of personal spirit and stamina, both of which are indispensable. It is also divided into levels such as armament hardening, armament coating, armament emission, and flowing cherry Haki. Armament hardening only affects a specific part of the body with Haki effects, but cannot externalize the black color. In contrast, armament coating allows the Haki to manifest as black and can adhere to certain body parts or cover the entire body, depending on the individual's Haki level. Vayne's advanced armament Haki is currently only at the level of externalizing armament Haki. Not only can it wrap around his weapon, turning it into a black sword, but can also unleash slashing attacks infused with armament Haki. Akiji's eyes turned red as he activated his observation Haki. Then his body continuously switched between elemental and solid forms. After the slash, Akiji's body returned to solid form, but there was a gash about 10 centimeters long on the right side of his abdomen, and a trickle of blood stained his white suit. However, it was quickly frozen by Akiji's ability. After 2 days of battle, Vayne's move had evidently improved further. It seems that even the Logia type is not invincible. Even a monster like a Marine Admiral can be injured. Over the past 2 days, Vayne's body had been hit multiple times by Akiji's abilities, but he managed to endure it with armament Haki and his monstrous physique. In contrast, Akiji had been injured very few times. But this time, Akiji took a direct hit from Vayne's slash. "Oh my, what a terrifying young man you are. I nearly got sliced in half just now." Akiji activated his armament Haki the moment he was hit. Otherwise, the wound from that slash would have been much larger. Vayne looked at the somewhat disheveled Akiji and responded, "Cut it out. A monster like you won't lose your fighting power because of this." With that, Vayne tightly gripped his weapon, Snow Walk, preparing for a new round of battle. "That's enough." "What?" "I said that's enough." Akiji touched the eye patch on his head and said, "Let's end our battle here. Robin, you can take him away." Vayne was momentarily taken aback and asked in confusion, "Huh?" Kizaru then continued, "Your strength is already sufficient. I believe the Navy and the world government wouldn't want to provoke such a strong enemy like you. After all, forcing someone like you to the opposing side could very well create the next Emperor of the Sea." Seeing this, Vayne also stopped. He reached out to touch the blade of his Snow Walk sword, which had developed slight nicks after 2 days of intense fighting. Although he possessed the power of armament Haki, his good fast blade, number 50, still lacked a bit. If Vayne had a supreme great blade, the situation with the Akiji in front of him would probably be more than just a few cuts on his stomach. It's better to know when to stop. So, Vayne looked at Akiji and asked, "What about Robin?" Akiji shook his head and said, "What Robin? She's just an ordinary crew member on your ship. I hope she remains just a crew member today and in the future, understand?" Kazan carefully pondered the meaning behind Akiji's words, then confirmed. "So, that means you can let Robin go, right?" Akiji nodded. "At least I'm no longer willing to pursue her. After all, with a powerful enemy like you, whoever in the world government wants to provoke me can go ahead." Robin had always been a thorn in Kazan's heart. The O'Hara incident back then forced him to shift from passionate justice to lazy justice. This shows the significant impact it had on Kazan. Vayne sheathed his sword after confirming, turning to prepare to leave the ruined island. Behind him, the voice of Akiji came. "Hey kid, are you really not considering becoming a Navy officer? If you're willing to come, it shouldn't be hard to give you a general's position after the admiral retires. A man like you would give the pirates a headache if you joined the Navy." Vayne didn't look back after hearing this, just waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Someone like me doesn't belong in the Navy. But don't worry, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't fight with you." Akiji stared at the departing Vayne in silence for a long time, and finally shouted at the retreating figure, Hey bro, at least leave me a bike. Vayne pretended not to hear and continued moonwalking towards the Arcadia, leaving behind a regretful Kizuru. In the end, Vayne still left a bicycle for Kizuru. After all, he wasn't that petty of a person. Hopefully not. The Admiral really is a monstrous existence. Vayne returned to the apocalypse, looking at the concerned expressions of the crew around him, and then gave them a gesture to indicate that they need not worry. In this battle, Vayne also understood his general strength. Overall, Vayne now possesses top-notch swordsmanship, exceptional physical strength, and overwhelming charisma, but lacks experience in battling against these skilled opponents. Since the start of the fights, Vayne has been frequently using armed Haki on a large scale. Especially with Vayne's ability to unleash hundreds of strikes infused with armed Haki in one go, it's likely that even someone like Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, would struggle to use such techniques so frequently. Only a monster of Vayne's caliber could endure it. However, even so, Vayne was only able to manage a tie against Akiji by relying on temporary upgrades and external assistance. Vayne watched as an icy road rose up on the distant sea, and a bicycle slowly made its way across the ice. Gazing at that figure, Vayne murmured, "Is this a reasonable use of Haki? Next time I encounter an enemy like you, I won't be so embarrassed." Vayne gained a lot from this battle. He had never fought so fiercely against such a strong opponent before. What? You mentioned Moria? At that time, Vayne defeated him without much effort. It was just over 100 armed Haki slashes that made Moria, who overly relied on his devil fruit abilities, roll on the ground in defeat. Achoo! Far away in an unknown sea, Moria sneezed and then said fiercely, "Kaido Vayne, once I become stronger, I will definitely turn you into my new zombies." After saying that, Moria continued to run while holding a giant rock, a streak of black appearing on his arm. Now, Moria's physique was no longer the same kind of obesity from a few years ago. Blocky muscles had reappeared on his body. Vayne probably didn't expect that after being defeated, Moria would actually regain his courage and start training in Haki and martial arts again. However, he wouldn't be worried upon learning this, because Vayne's strength was already on a completely different level. "Robin, prepare some food for me. I'm hungry." After just finishing a battle with Akiji, Vayne began to eat in large quantities. Soon, he consumed ingredients meant for 50 or 60 people, yet his body showed no signs of change. This was the effect of life restoration he gained after reaching a certain level of physical strength. Vayne lit a cigarette after finishing his meal, quietly contemplating, then murmured, "Nature type, truly a kind of bug. It seems that in order to quickly enhance his strength, he needs to make a trip to that place. With Vayne's current strength, it might be a bit difficult to reach the next level, so he can only rely on some unconventional things. For example, the treasures of the world, the devil fruits. The ordinary ones don't catch Vayne's eye. Only some superpower types, nature types, and animal-type mythical beasts can attract his attention. Luckily, Vayne knows of a place where such fruits exist, and that guy won't be a match for him. I'm full. I'm going to take a nap in the cabin. Call me when we reach the next island." Vayne let out a yawn and returned to his room. Lying on the bed, he thought for a moment and took out a rarely used phone bug. After a while, the person on the other end answered. After chatting for a bit through the phone bug, Vayne hung up. After a while, the sound of snoring filled Vayne's room. After battling Akiji for 2 days, he fell into a deep sleep. On the deck, everyone gathered around Robin, looking at her with curiosity. After all, the battles between the boss and Akiji over the past 2 days were all because of Robin. Kuro asked in a deep voice, "Miss Robin, how did you meet the boss?" Curiosity was written all over Kuro's face, and Goliath next to him also looked gossipy. Robin paused, glanced at the birds flying away in the sky, and then recalled a warm memory, saying, "That was a day 7 years ago. 7 years ago, in the desert country of Alabasta." The not yet 18 Vayne walked curiously through a town. It was his first time in the desert. It was really hot, truly deserving of being called a desert country. Vayne bought a bottle of juice from a white-bearded old man's shop, walking contentedly under the shade of the eaves. There is nothing more delicious than a glass of chilled juice in the summer. 2 years ago, Vayne, having become a swordsman, left the Sabeti archipelago, where he had lived for 10 years, to embark on a journey around the Grand Line. Though he called it traveling, he was actually focused on improving his swordsmanship, which had hit a bottleneck. Vayne recalled his conversation with Rayleigh when he left Sabeti. "Hey, old man, I'm leaving Sabeti now, ready to go out for a while." "Oh, all right, go ahead. Once you buy it, it's yours," Rayleigh casually responded while shaking the dice in the Sabeti casino. "You old geezer. Do you have nothing to say to me? Damn it, I lost again. Vayne, lend me 50,000 berries, and I'll pay you back when I have some extra cash." Vayne's face began to twitch, and only then did Rayleigh chuckle and say, "It's fine, little guy. Go all out. With your current strength in the paradise, there's nothing to worry about. It's just that your swordsmanship needs improvement. What a pity for your monstrous physique. Wouldn't it be better to be a master of martial arts?" "No, I want to be a great swordsman." Vayne had a stubborn look on his face. Although he possessed an incredible physique and was proficient in both the two-color Haki and had mastered the armament Haki to the level of binding. What young man doesn't dream of being a sword master with an ethereal aura? All right, go be a sword master. Here, take this." With that, Vayne took the log pose handed to him by Rayleigh and set off on his journey to become a great sword master. Excuse me, coming through." Vayne, lost in thought, was awakened by a voice, and then his body was bumped into. Vayne looked at the girl who had bumped into him. Her skin a healthy wheat color, wearing a cowboy hat on her head. She had defined features and was dressed in denim, exuding a youthful vibe. This face looks so familiar, but Vayne couldn't immediately recall who she was. "Hello, are you okay?" I'm fine. I'm really sorry about that, handsome." Vayne started a conversation with the girl, but before they could chat for long, a commotion erupted behind them. "That woman is over there. Quick, chase her. Don't let her get away. How could you let us be chased by the Navy all this way?" The girl in front of Vayne was Robin, who winked at him and said, "Thanks, handsome. Hope to see you again." In the blink of an eye, Robin ran away, leaving Vayne standing there in confusion. "Hey, kid, don't run. Hand over the stuff." A group of burly pirates approached, surrounding Vayne. With a puzzled expression, Vayne said, "What's going on? Do you need something from me?" "Kid, you're that woman's accomplice, right? I saw you two chatting together. If you're smart, hand over the stuff or else." The pirates looked menacing, their fingers cracking ominously, ready to give Vayne a good beating. Hey, I don't want to be used as a scapegoat." Just as the pirates were about to make a move, one sword style, chaos strike. A flash of sword light appeared, and the 10 or so pirates in front of him fell to the ground in pain, unable to get up for a long time. Vayne then realized that he had been used as a pawn by the girl from earlier. He glanced around the crowd for a while, but there was no sign of her. Forget it. There's no loss anyway. I'll just find a place to sleep." Vayne looked at the sky, turned around, and entered a nearby inn, preparing to find a place to have a good sleep. 5 minutes later, Vayne walked out of the tavern with an angry face, filled with killing intent. He approached the group of pirates and shouted, "Damn it, who is that woman? Why are you chasing her? And where has she run off to?" The 3 questions left the pirates trembling, but they still answered, "She is Nico Robin, the son of the devil, and she was originally a crew member on our ship. However, she stole our treasure and caused us to be hunted by the Navy." Vayne, with an unhappy expression, knocked the pirates in front of him unconscious again, and then began to search their bodies. Damn it, what a bunch of broke losers. Vayne stuffed the hundreds of thousands of berries in his pocket, then kicked the pirate with an unhappy expression. There was no choice. Vayne's money pouch was missing, and inside it was his log pose. After a moment of reflection, Vayne was sure that the girl who bumped into him just now had stolen his money. Nico Robin, the son of the devil. When I catch you, I'll make you pay. Vayne suddenly remembered that the girl he saw earlier was actually Nico Robin, one of the main characters from One Piece. But he couldn't blame himself. After all, there is quite a difference between Nico Robin's appearance now and in the future. 3 days later, Vayne appeared in a casino in Rainy Land. No refunds once the bet is placed. "I bet I'm big." A flash of red appeared in Vayne's eyes as he activated his observation Haki, then stated his score. 4, 5, 6, great. "Kid, you're quite lucky today." Vayne shyly nodded, then deliberately lost 2 rounds before turning and leaving the casino. Vayne has been by the side of the old man Rayleigh, the Pluto, for so many years, so he is certainly not ignorant about gambling. On the contrary, his gambling skills are very good. No, it should be said that all strong individuals proficient in observation Haki have excellent gambling skills. Moreover, Vayne is unlike that old man Rayleigh, who has a stronger burden and is unwilling to use observation Haki for gambling. It's hilarious. Vayne is relying on his own strength to see the points. Vayne has always followed a principle: win more, lose less, combine wins and losses, and change places after each shot. This is why Vayne has not had a stable job for years, but still has money to spend. Who is that person? "Found you, woman." As Vayne just left the casino, he saw a familiar figure. It was Nico Robin. He was about to run over to settle the score with her when a tall figure blocked his way. Vayne's figure was already quite tall. At just 18 years old, he was over 2 meters 5, but the man in front of him was over 4 meters tall and had a fierce look on his face. "Kid, I saw you in quite a bit of money just now. Hand some over and share it with us brothers." Vayne stared at the big guy in front of him, then suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "The pirate with a bounty of 27 million berries. The big guy, Julian?" "That's right, it's me." the big pirate said proudly. Vayne glanced at Robin's figure in the distance, who hadn't gone far, and said, in that case, I'll take your bounty. One sword style, iron cutting. A wisp of black appeared on Vayne's blade, and after a single strike, Julian fell to the ground in shock, lifeless. He defeated the boss Julian in one blow. Run. The surrounding pirates fled in panic, while Vayne did not pursue further. He tossed Julian's body next to a security guard standing at the entrance of the casino and said, hey, security guy, can you do me a favor? Please collect this guy's bounty for me, all right? I have something to do right now, but I'll be back later. Oh, and don't think about keeping it all to yourself. I remember your face. With the security guard looking terrified, Vayne chased after Nico Robin in the distance. No one gets to take my money for free. Vayne chased after Robin in the distance and soon caught up with him. At this point, Robin had already changed into a different outfit. Hey, you little thief. Give me back my money. Vayne shouted at Robin in front of him. Hey, this is not Robin at all. It's practically the little thief Nami. Robin looked surprised at the sudden appearance of Vayne. In her impression, Vayne should have been beaten up by the pirates and lying in a hospital. It seems this guy is quite strong. Robin covered her mouth and chuckled. At that moment, a figure blocked Robin's path. Get out of here, kid. It was a tall, muscular bald man dressed in a monk's robe. What if I say no? This woman stole my money, and I want it back. The bald man looked back at Robin and, seeing she wasn't speaking, asked, how much? I'll pay it back for her. Vayne said, 80 million berries. What? Are you kidding me? Are you looking for trouble, kid? The man in front clearly didn't believe it. 80 million berries was not a small amount, and he couldn't believe that this kid had such a large sum of money stolen. Vayne stated that with a clear conscience. He had encountered quite a few pirates trying to rob him over the years. In response, he played the role of a temporary bounty hunter, which allowed him to accumulate 80 million berries. To make it easier to carry, he exchanged everything for valuable items like gems and diamonds. But they were all stolen by Robin. However, Vayne didn't have time to explain, as the man in front of him reached out with both hands to grab him. Vayne stretched out his hands to block. How could this be? It hurts. He saw a blood mark on his left hand, while the bald monk opposite him had transformed his hands into blade-like shapes, with blood dripping from them. Vayne squinted his eyes, not expecting the man in front of him to suddenly turn his hands into blades, leaving him no time to react. At that moment, Vayne also recognized the identity of the bald man before him, Mr. One, Das Bones, under Crocodile's command. Mr. One looked at the sword at Vayne's waist and said, Kid, my name is Das Bones. I am a blade man who has eaten the blade fruit, allowing me to turn my entire body into blades. I am also a swordsman. Draw your sword, kid. Vayne smirked. He certainly recognized the person in front of him. Mr. One is a well-known swordsman in the world of One Piece, and the standard for a swordsman is to be able to cut iron. This Mr. One can turn his entire body into iron blades. In other words, defeating him would mean one has become a swordsman. Vayne, having been able to hear the breath of all things and reach the realm of cutting iron 2 years ago, had already become a swordsman. With that in mind, don't blame me for making my move. Vayne drew the dagger from his waist, and his entire aura changed as he assumed a dual posture. Mr. One's eyes lit up upon seeing this. He realized that the young man before him was not a weakling. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce battle, with Vayne's blade clashing against Mr. One's several times before they separated. Mr. One's expression grew even more excited. He felt that the man before him was a rare, strong opponent. So he asked, Kid, what is your name? Vayne curled his lips. He had already tested the strength of this bald man and confirmed that one needed to have the strength to cut through iron to defeat him. But that was all there was to it. Duach Vayne. Take this sword well. If you can't handle it, you might just die. Vayne gently inhaled, and then black color appeared on her arm, Haki enveloping the blade. One sword style, blade slash. Vayne suddenly came up with a name, then charged forward and slashed at Mr. One's abdomen. I told you, I'm the blade man who ate the blade fruit. Slashes don't work on me. Splat. A spray of blood burst from Mr. One's abdomen, and he fell to the ground in disbelief. Vayne struck a cool pose, then sheathed his sword, stepping over the unconscious Mr. One to reach Robin's side. He said, Miss, can you return the money to me? Nico Robin looked shocked, clearly taken aback that Mr. One had been taken out so quickly. She opened her mouth, revealing a forced smile, and said, All right, I'll get it for you, handsome. With that, Robin began to reach into her pocket. Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared on Vayne's hands, twisting his left pinky finger. Vayne was momentarily caught off guard. Ah, that hurts. Damn it, you woman. Vayne blew on his left little finger and then continued to chase after Robin. Soon, Robin was forced into a corner. Seeing no way to escape, she decided to make one last struggle, crossing her arms in front of her chest and shouting, "For wheels bloom, the monkey steals the peach." Wayne's expression changed because something appeared in his groin. But Robin suddenly changed his expression, covering his hands in pain, and said in disbelief, "So hard." Wayne laughed and said, "Let's talk about the flexible use of armament Haki." Then he approached Robin with a mischievous grin. Sandstorm. A whirlwind of sand blew through, and then the sand in the air turned into sharp blades shooting towards Wayne. Iron block. Vayne's body hardened, resisting the sharp sand blade. Not far away, a sandstorm slowly coalesced into a humanoid figure. This person was tall, with a long scar on his face, a cigar clenched in his mouth, and a golden hook on his left hand. The warlord of the sea, Crocodile, the sand alligator. Vayne's expression changed slightly, and he said with some caution, "Crocodile is indeed a difficult opponent for him." Crocodile stared at Robin for a moment and said, "Woman, are you the new member that Mr. One mentioned wanted to join us? I just saw Mr. One unconscious over there. Was it this man in front of me who did it?" Robin moved her lips slightly, but still didn't speak. Crocodile looked displeased as he stared at Vayne and said, "Kid, Daz is my most trusted subordinate. You will pay for what you have done." Then Crocodile leaped high into the air, his body transforming into a sandstorm rushing towards Vayne. Be careful. Crocodile is a sand fruit user. He can turn others into mummies. But he fears water. Quickly use water to deal with him. Robin anxiously reminded Vayne from the corner, feeling that Vayne was just an innocent passerby who was about to die because of her momentary prank. Although Robin was called the son of the devil, she had never done anything bad in her life. Seeing Vayne about to die at the hands of the sand crocodile because of her prank filled her with guilt. After all, Robin didn't think someone her age could handle the renowned warlord crocodile. "Hey woman, don't cry, okay? I'm fine." Vayne's body was covered with a thin layer of black, and the sand that Crocodile had transformed into couldn't penetrate Vayne's armed Haki. Armed Haki. Crocodile looked wary. He didn't expect to encounter such a Haki expert in the first half of the Grand Line in his territory. This kid is not simple. Crocodile thought for a moment. He had suffered no loss, and Daz was not in any life-threatening danger. It seemed unnecessary for him to fight this man. So Crocodile said in that case, "You can leave. I don't want to fight you right now." In Crocodile's view, this kid should be grateful and quickly escape. Therefore, he turned to Robin and said, "The son of the devil, Nico Robin, right? You want to betray me even before joining? I hate betrayal the most." Crocodile was clearly very unhappy with Robin's earlier warning to Vayne, half transforming into sand and lunging at Robin. Robin's expression changed, and then she realized, touching the small bottle of seawater she had prepared in her pocket, comparing her chances against the sand crocodile, and then felt disheartened to find her chance of winning was almost zero. Robin bit her lip, preparing to make one last stand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The imagined pain did not come. Robin opened her eyes to see the young man, about her age, extending his long sword to firmly block Crocodile's desert sword. Vayne looked at Crocodile in front of him and said casually, "It's not nice to kill her in front of me. After all, she still owes me money. So, are you trying to protect her?" "Yeah, I'm protecting this woman. What's it to you?" With that, Crocodile's figure suddenly surged, his body transforming into a whirlwind of sand blades and charging towards Vayne. One sword style, aye aye. Vern steadily caught the sandstorm created by Crocodile, and after their clash, the two stepped back from each other. "Tough little brat. You're not bad either." Vayne and Crocodile exchanged a few words of trash talk before getting into a scuffle. Suddenly, Crocodile's right fingers curled, and a small sandstorm model formed in his hand. Sandstorm. The sandstorm model quickly grew larger in his hand, and then transformed into a massive sandstorm that rushed toward Vayne. However, Vayne clearly was not to be underestimated. A flash of red light appeared in his eyes. Vayne jumped a few times in place, then rolled his body and dashed to a spot that the sandstorm couldn't reach, charging toward Crocodile. Shave. One sword style, aye aye. Vayne suddenly appeared on the left side of Crocodile, and then black armament Haki covered the blade, swiftly slashing towards Crocodile. Crocodile's body turned into a whirlwind of sand, elementalized to evade Vayne's strike, and then reformed his body. "How about it? Do you need to exchange a few more blows?" Vayne looked at Crocodile in front of him, a deep wound on his abdomen, the crimson blood staining Crocodile's coat. Just a moment ago, Vayne had delivered a slash covered in Haki towards Crocodile, although Crocodile had tried to use observation Haki to elementalize in advance. Vayne's mastery of observation Haki was not weak either. As a result, although Crocodile avoided the fatal blow, he still left a wound on him. After a battle, Crocodile had suffered a small loss. A A hint of anger flashed in Crocodile's eyes, but he suppressed it. Kid, tell me your name. You shouldn't be a nameless person on the sea. Vayne looked helpless. Why do these people always like to ask for names? But he still responded, Dulac D. Vayne. Remember this name. One day, this name will echo across the sea. Crocodile snorted coldly, then took a long look at Robin before his body turned into a cloud of sand, taking Daz away from nearby and leaving the place. He's finally gone. As expected of a warlord of the sea, the pressure is immense. Vayne wiped the sweat from his forehead. In fact, Vayne had no confidence in defeating Crocodile by continuing to fight. After all, this was the desert, the territory of the sand alligator, and his Haki was also very physically demanding. After battling Old Sand, Vayne confirmed that Crocodile was not completely incapable of using Haki. At the very least, his observation Haki was not low level, and it seemed he could use some armament Haki as well, though it was not high level. Hey, what do you think you're running off to? Vayne glanced at Robin, who seemed to want to sneak away, and then reminded him, you still owe me 80 million berries. Don't even think about leaving without paying me back. Robin's eyes shifted, as if he wanted to argue about something. Vayne continued, you've offended Crocodile and are being pursued by the Navy, so escaping isn't going to be easy. So hurry up and return the money to me. After hearing this, Robin found it hard to refute, so she steeled her heart, walked up to Vayne, and said, I can't come up with 80 million berries. However, my face is worth 79 million berries, so if you don't mind, just take it. Vayne stroked his chin and said, it's not impossible. 79 million berries is not bad. Robin's expression changed, thinking Vayne really intended to hand her over to the Navy. However, Vayne's tone shifted as he said to Robin, I just started a company and need some help. Why don't you come work for me? I happen to need someone for odd jobs. Seeing Vayne's serious expression, Robin also became serious and asked, are you sure? I'm a notorious devil child with a bounty of 79 million. If the Navy finds out, you'll face endless pursuit. Vayne bent slightly and touched Robin's face, then snorted coldly and said, Humph, look at this beautiful girl. How could she be a demon? That group of Navy always recklessly convicts people in the name of so-called justice. Robin pondered for a moment, realizing she indeed had nowhere to go, and that the man in front of her seemed quite strong and reliable, not to mention he was rather handsome. So Robin asked, since that's the case, I'll join you, boss. What is our company's business scope? I haven't thought about the business scope yet, but we will have one in the future. What an unreliable boss. Let's talk. This is what you need to do as a helper. Yes, your assessment task is to help our company find a business scope. Robin covered her face with her hand, not expecting that this boy, clearly a strong person, would have such an unreliable demeanor. She then asked, not giving up, boss, what is your dream? Dream? Vayne thought seriously for a while, remembering his deceased benefactor Lugio, his mentor Rayleigh, and Ace who is still in the East China Sea. He slowly said, my dream is to protect all the important people around me. Vayne's tone was extremely serious, and Robin was slightly taken aback after hearing this. Then, as if recalling her past, she said, that's really an amazing dream. I want to become an important person by your side in the future. Time returned to the present. Just like that, I joined the boss's company. In the beginning, those first 2 years were indeed tough, and the boss's fame wasn't as great as it is now. So the boss had to occasionally work as a bounty hunter to supplement the company's expenses. However, later on, the company's influence grew larger, and eventually, the boss became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Robin sat among everyone, seriously recounting past stories. Then she remembered Vayne, a happy expression on her face, murmuring, what a reliable man indeed. What you said 7 years ago has really come true. Beside her, Gloria saw Robin's expression and looked displeased. So what if you knew the boss a year earlier than I did? What's so great about that? I'm so jealous. The Enkidu continued to sail on the sea, and as the journey went further, the deck became increasingly hot. Vayne carefully divided a fist-sized ice cube into 3 pieces, then handed one piece to Robin and another piece of similar size to Gloria. Only a small piece of ice remained, and Vayne looked at the thumb-sized ice cube, licked his lips, and then caught sight of a thirsty crow nearby. Crow, want it? Slurp Vayne didn't bother to add ice cubes to the juice. He just popped one in his mouth and chewed it loudly. Then, as if nothing had happened, he said, this damn weather's really hot. Speaking of which, Kuzan's ability is really useful. Not afraid of the cold in winter, not afraid of the heat in summer. Meanwhile, Chloe, looking despondent, couldn't find a place to vent his complaints. Land in sight, Galia exclaimed joyfully, dancing with excitement. Vayne touched his chin and said with a hint of emotion, "That island ahead is Alabasta, right? I really miss it. 7 years ago, it was here that he first met Nico Robin, marking the beginning of his journey to becoming a legend. Speaking of which, I'm feeling a bit restless. Let's go play in the rain." Vayne hadn't been to the casino to gamble for a long time, so he felt a bit excited. "Boss, the record pointer still needs to log for a week." "Okay, got it." So Vayne, along with several cadres and other crew members, crossed a vast desert and arrived in a town in Alabasta. Strange. Why does it feel less prosperous than before? Wine and others walk through the town. But now the number of vendors in the town is less than half of what it was 7 years ago, and many shops have also closed. Vince thought for a moment and said, "It should be related to that sand crocodile. He seems to be plotting something significant." Chloe, standing nearby, asked in confusion, "Crocodile? Isn't he a hero of Alabasta? I've heard he's very popular among the people." Vayne smiled slightly and then said, "Actually, it's because Alabasta hides an ancient weapon called Pluton, and this sand crocodile wants to scheme for that weapon." After Vayne finished speaking, he glanced at Robin beside him and then added, "By the way, it seems there is some historical text." Robin's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but then she remembered Wayne's agreement with Kazan, so she remained silent. Vayne saw through Robin's thoughts and comforted her. "It's okay. The historical text is right here. It won't run away. It's just that this part can't be viewed for now. When the right moment comes in the future, I'll let you take a look at the historical text here. By the way, the island we're going to next seems to have a piece of historical text as well." Robin, oh. After hearing this, Robin obviously felt much happier. Her dream was to uncover the blank history of 100 years, which was related to her childhood experiences. Even during these years under Vayne, she had been quietly searching for relevant historical texts. Wine's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw an old man with a white beard still selling juice by the roadside. "Boss, I'll take all these juices. Please make sure they're cold." When distributed the juice, he bought to his subordinates. He never expected that after 7 years, this old man was still selling juice here. So he couldn't help but want to taste it. The group hurried to the entertainment street in the rain, gazing at the huge building in front of them. Vayne turned to his subordinates and instructed, "Ahem, it will take a few more days to record the pointers. So let's all have some fun in the entertainment and commercial streets for the next few days." After saying that, Vayne was the first to enter the casino, intending to try his luck today. Gloria, on the other hand, took Robin shopping, as they had heard that the desert attire from Alabasta looked great. As for Crocodile, he took the remaining crew members to do some supply shopping. Buy big or small. Once you buy, you can't go back. Big, big. 1, 2, 3, small. Lost again. Vayne looked at the remaining 100,000 berries in his hand, feeling a bit of a headache. In just a short span of 1 or 2 hours, Vayne had lost 9 million berries. What? You ask why Vayne didn't use observation Haki? Sigh. Now I understand the joy of those old men, counting the strong figures in the pirate world. Slave gambling god Rayleigh, who often loses so much that he sells himself to others to make money. In blind gambling, Saint Fujitora, who gets scammed out of money because he can't see. These strong individuals clearly have observation Haki, yet they don't rely on it to cheat. Now Vayne also understands their mindset. Rolling the dice, right? It's just a matter of luck. There's no need to lose the fun just to win. 7 years ago, Vayne, even if I starve to death, I will jump down from here and use observation Haki. Now Vayne, so good. Oh, Vayne continued to gamble a couple of times at the casino before leaving. It wasn't that he didn't want to gamble anymore, but he had lost all his money. He usually didn't carry a lot of Bailey with him, as his money was managed by Robin. So Vayne decided to go find Robin to ask for some money. Hey, this isn't good. What's wrong with it? You're perfect for it. No way, it's too small, it won't fit. Vayne took off his clothes, revealing his strong muscles, then pointed to a blue garment hanging on the wall and said, "I want this one. The one just now is too small, I couldn't wear it. Good choice, customer. The total price is 500,000 berries. We look forward to your next visit." Vayne, who came to find Robin, was also pulled into changing into a desert-themed outfit. He looked at the two beautiful women, one tall and one short, and swallowed hard, saying, "The clothes from Alabasta are quite good." One looked at Robin, who was dressed in exotic attire, and couldn't help but exclaim that Robin was the most suited for this outfit. He then quietly said to her, "How about coming to my room tonight?" Robin gave a flirty wink and seductively replied, "Sure, handsome. Let's have a reunion from 7 years ago." Meanwhile, Giulia was stomping her feet in frustration, and the air was suddenly filled with a lively atmosphere. After the three left the commercial street, they continued towards the entertainment area. Suddenly, a gust of dust blew by, and a figure appeared before them. "Oh my, isn't that someone we know? Lao Sha. It's been a long time since we last met. How about we find a place to sit down and have a drink?" Wayne looked at Crocodile in front of him and teased him a bit. Crocodile's appearance did not surprise Wayne. After all, he had no intention of hiding his whereabouts on this trip. If another warlord appeared in Crocodile's territory, and he was completely unaware, Wayne would have some doubts about his abilities. Crocodile's gaze swept over Robin, seemingly filled with some memories, and then fixed on Wayne, saying, "I didn't expect it. After 7 years, that little nobody back then has now become a prominent figure in the sea. So, what brings a man like you to my place?" Crocodile's tone was filled with vigilance. He was currently in a crucial period of implementing his coup plan, and he did not want to be disturbed by any unexpected factors. It was clear that this man had the ability to disrupt his plans. "Oh, come on, you're being too formal. We could be considered partners, after all. Besides, I really am just passing through Alabasta this time. I'll only stay for a few days and then leave, really." Crocodile still looked skeptical, but his guard had indeed lowered significantly. Both Old Sand and Wayne were warlords, although one was in paradise and the other in the New World. It was evident that they could not have no intersection at all. Wayne had completed some intelligence transactions in cooperation with Old Sand's Baroque works, so saying they were partners was not an issue. Vayne looked at Crocodile in front of him, then quietly added, "Besides, who is interested in your so-called bullshit Pluto? What did you say?" "Desert sword." Crocodile's face darkened, and then his right hand transformed into a sword made of sand and swung it at Vayne. Hey, don't just start fighting because of a disagreement. I'm just a tourist, really just a tourist." Vayne quickly drew his sword from his waist, covering it with armed color Haki to block the attack from Crocodile, who was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Vayne also realized that he had accidentally let something slip. After all, this old Sandman valued the Pluton more than anyone else, believing it to be his means of dominating the world and taking revenge on Whitebeard. He had even spent 10 years in hiding to fulfill this dream. "So, whilst you know," Crocodile's gaze was fixed on Vayne. "Ahem, actually not much, just that you want that ancient weapon Pluton, and that there's a historical text underground in the royal city. Lastly, what kind of dance powder did you use to incite a rebellion and plot against the country?" The more Wayne spoke, the worse Crocodile's expression became. When Wayne had almost revealed all of his secrets, the sand alligator's eyes were already filled with killing intent. "How do you know these things? Who else knows besides you?" "I saw it on TV. Isn't this a failure of your confidentiality work? But, aside from me, there shouldn't be anyone else who knows." Vayne took a sea buckthorn berry out of Golia's pocket, a specialty that is only found in Alabasta. "Ah, so sour." Vayne took a bite and then returned the remaining fruit pulp to Gloria, finding it too sour for his taste. Across from him, Crocodile looked at Vayne's indifferent expression, filled with anger at being underestimated, and said, "You don't seem afraid of me? So you're confident you can survive in front of me?" Vayne shrugged and said casually, "We're all warlords of the sea. Who's afraid of whom? You can't win against me, and I don't even want to fight you." With Vayne's current strength, he could hold his own against an admiral, so why would he fear a warlord like Crocodile? Wine indeed has the confidence to keep Crocodile here forever. However, there is no need for that, and they have no deep grudges against each other. Moreover, he cannot interfere with others' plans for rebellion, and the Navy explicitly prohibits the Shichibukai from killing each other. Anyway, this guy's going to be defeated by a newly emerged Monkey D, Luffy, in 2 years. Additionally, it is not an easy task for Wine to deal with Crocodile. After all, Crocodile's strength is not weak. He is an experienced Shichibukai and a powerful figure known in the seas for over a decade. This is his home turf, a desert, which would significantly enhance Crocodile's abilities. The scene in the manga where Luffy defeats Crocodile is simply ridiculous. Wine cannot accept it easily, so he will not simply consider this sand crocodile's strength to be lacking. Crocodile on the opposite side fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering, and ultimately decided to see if he could keep Wine, also a Shichibukai, here. "Since that's the case, you'd better be prepared for death. As fellow Shichibukai, you came to my territory. The world government can't say anything if you die here. Please insult me." Wayne made a pause gesture and then waved at the seagull flying in from the sky. Who knows why there are seagulls in the desert? Wayne took a letter out of his pocket and placed it in the bag on the delivery seagull, then said to Robin beside him, "This is the last chapter of Journey to the West. It's finished. That guy Morgan has been pushing me for almost a month. Look, this delivery seagull even chased me into the desert. Sigh, it's finally done." Wayne let out a sigh of relief. Being urged for updates every day didn't feel good at all. Moreover, the readers in the pirate world are not friendly. In the previous life, readers jokingly said sending a knife, but the readers in the pirate world could genuinely do things like holding a machete to the author's throat to force them. Vayne handed the seagull 50 Baileys, chopper, feeling the implication. Casually took out a newspaper, planning to read the news after dealing with the matter at hand. Nanny? I can't let you go, Morgan. Vayne, glancing at the newspaper, immediately saw the headline on the front page. Salt. Seven Warlords Vayne and Admiral Akiji battled for 2 days and nights, and the reason was. The picture on the newspaper clearly showed Vayne and Akiji in combat, with Vayne holding his sword horizontally in front of him, while Akiji was on the opposite side, bleeding from his abdomen. Finally, I understand why those celebrities in my past life hated the dog team so much. Vayne looked displeased. He did not want Robin to be exposed to the world government, as that would mean endless troubles. Moreover, the exposure of his own strength would also mean new troubles would come knocking. For example, a certain world-renowned swordsman who loved to challenge others everywhere. Vayne irritably crumpled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it onto the floor. Across from him, Crocodile had an exceptionally interesting expression. He had just been left hanging for 3 to 4 minutes, and the feeling of being ignored made him quite unhappy. However, he was also very curious about the reason that made Vayne so angry. Crocodile watched the seagull that had flown far away, then bent his right hand, causing a small sandstorm to drag the newspaper back to his hand. This level of control over his fruit was quite impressive. Crocodile unfolded the crumpled newspaper and began to read its contents seriously. The more he read, the darker his expression became, and his gaze towards Vayne grew increasingly wary. When he reached the end, Crocodile was extremely shocked, clearly unable to believe everything that was said in the newspaper. The general content of the newspaper was as follows. Shockingly, a well-known warlord, Vayne, supposedly displayed the strength of a great swordsman, battling Navy Admiral Akiji for 2 days and nights without a clear victor, with Akiji leaving with a wound on his abdomen. The reason for the conflict between the warlord and the Navy was that Akiji's bicycle was broken, and Vayne, as a warlord, did not help to fix it. Yes, Morgans ultimately did not reveal the true reason for the conflict between Vayne and Akiji. Vayne did not believe that the seagull had failed to capture Robin's figure. Perhaps Morgans didn't want to directly offend Vayne, which is why he concocted such an absurd reason. However, this reason was clearly not something that could hold up. Akiji would likely face inquiries from the Navy's high command upon his return, and the world government would probably investigate Vayne, potentially uncovering some clues. This was what truly angered Vayne. Moreover, the description of the battle was somewhat exaggerated. Vayne did not have a guarantee of defeating Akiji at that time, and if they continued fighting for a few more days, Vayne would likely lose. It was just that Akiji might also have left a wound that could never heal. After reading the newspaper, Crocodile, who was opposite Vayne, remained silent for a long time. Finally, his hoarse voice came through. I'm afraid the reason for your confrontation with Akiji isn't that simple. Is it? Vayne's heart tightened. Crocodile glanced at Robin, who was standing behind Vayne, and said, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million berries, known as the Devil's Child. She seems to be a survivor of the O'Hara incident, and the world government has been sending people to track her down. Akainu probably fought you for her, right? Vayne's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth as he said, You Sand Crocodile really want to die here, don't you? Vayne doesn't care about much. He wants to protect the important people around him, and Robin just happens to be one of them. A dragon has a reverse scale. Touching it will lead to death. Seeing Vayne's furious expression, Crocodile instead felt relaxed. He laughed and said, It's rare to see you like this. Are you the fool among the 7 warlords? A 7 warlord who specifically protects the weak is indeed a rare sight. Vayne gritted his teeth and shouted, What exactly do you want to say? I don't have time for your nonsense. Crocodile took a few steps forward, stood next to Vayne, slightly raised his head, and said to Vayne now, You also have a secret in my hands. So, you'll keep the secret of the underworld king deep in your heart, right? Vayne instantly understood that Crocodile no longer wanted to continue fighting with him. Previously, he was afraid that Vayne would reveal his secret. But now both of them had secrets in each other's hands, creating a delicate balance. Vayne pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, All right. He had never intended to meddle in others' affairs. Let this matter be left to the future pirate king, Luffy. Crocodile, having received the answer he wanted, then transformed into a sandstorm and flew away, leaving behind a parting remark. Robin, if that little brat can't protect you, consider coming to me. In the desert, no one can defeat me. How ridiculous. What are you so proud of? In less than 2 years, you won't even be a warlord of the sea. When Vayne saw Crocodile leaving, he couldn't help but curse at the sand for stealing his corner. All right. He's far away now, and he can't hear you, Robin advised from the side. Vayne looked at Robin and Gloria in front of him, and then thought of the pirates and civilians living under his flag, as well as Ace, who was still far away in the East Blue. A sense of urgency grew in his heart. Strength, at the end of the day, is all about having the power to eliminate everything in an instant. By then, what admirals, Gorosei, or Yonko would be his opponents? He wouldn't have to worry so much. But in this sea, there is a ceiling for the strong. The admirals are at the top of that ceiling. No matter how strong you are, even someone as powerful as Whitebeard cannot match two admirals. However, Vayne will be an exception. Vayne possesses a unique system that allows him to enhance his abilities in all aspects, enabling him to break through that ceiling. To become a top combat force on the sea, one cannot have any weaknesses. The abilities required are the bug fruit, top-notch swordsmanship, top-notch Haki, and top-notch physical techniques. At the very least, one must possess two of these, and the remaining ones cannot be weaknesses. This is the standard for true powerhouses on the sea. Now, Vayne has already mastered top-notch swordsmanship and physical techniques, and his Haki is also impressive. Therefore, the only way to quickly increase his strength is through one method, the devil fruit. Vayne took out the demon fruit extractor, shaped like a dragon fruit, and murmured, "It seems I need to make a trip to that place soon. Gulu Gulu, Moshi Moshi. This is Akiji. What's the matter? I'm Sengoku. Kazan, what have you done? Fighting over a bicycle and causing a ruckus with the Seven Warlords? Do you have any idea how much this affects the Navy's reputation? Kazan, all right, your vacation is over. Hurry back to the Navy headquarters and report on this incident properly when you return." On an unknown island in the Grand Line, a man dressed in a wine-red jacket, wearing a black top hat, and sporting a beard quietly read newspaper. Vayne, one of the Seven Warlords of the Sea? Interesting. It seems it's time to stretch my legs. The man's eagle-like eyes were filled with sharpness as he reached for the black sword behind him, and then stepped onto a coffin-like small boat. 3 days later, Vayne returned to the Apocalypse with a group of crew members. At this time, Vayne's record pointer had already marked the direction for the next destination, Magic Valley Town. The Apocalypse continued sailing on the sea, and the weather in the Grand Line was indeed unpredictable. As Vayne and the others gradually sailed away from Alabasta, the weather began to cool down. One was sitting at the bow of the boat, holding a huge fishing rod for sea fishing. Next to him, Galio was imitating Wen's posture, fishing diligently, but she would occasionally snack or glance at one with a silly smile. "It hurts." Vayne tapped Gloria on the head and said, "When fishing, you have to focus. Otherwise, you won't catch any fish." "It's hooked." "Huh? Brother Vayne, what did you say?" Nothing." When glanced at Galia and saw her fishing rod being pulled continuously, her body being tugged forward as well. For a moment, she couldn't match the strength of the fish. "Boss, come help me out." Upon seeing this, Vayne quickly dropped his fishing rod and reached out to take the fishing rod from Gloria's hand. It's a big one. As soon as Vayne got his fishing rod, he felt a tremendous force pulling him toward the sea, instantly understanding why Gloria couldn't reel in the fish earlier. Huh. Vayne's arms exerted power, his arm muscles bulging like balloons. Then he half squatted on the deck, concentrating his energy, and shook his arms with force. A massive fish, 200 to 300 meters long, was thrown into the air along the fishing line, making sound from its mouth. "What? It's this big? This is a small sea king, isn't it?" Crow, who was training, gaped with his mouth open, drooling as he looked at the giant sea king about to fall. The other crew members on the ship were also shocked. They never expected Miss Gloria to catch such a large fish. "Run. If this fish falls, it will sink the Ark. Boss, think of a way quickly." Vayne also realized the seriousness of the situation at this moment. Although the Apocalypse was forged by the legendary Atom Tree and was incredibly sturdy, there was no guarantee it would remain intact after being struck by this Sea King, which was hundreds of meters long and weighed who knows how many tons. In that case, one sword style, a line of heaven, a large amount of armed color surged from Vayne's arm into the snow sword in his hand. In an instant, the snow sword transformed into a pitch-black blade. Vayne shouted loudly and unleashed a massive flying slash, the strike measuring several dozen meters long. However, in front of the Sea King, it seemed somewhat small. "Boss, even if you cut it in half, you'll still get hit," Chloe anxiously reminded Vayne, who had already sheathed his sword. Vayne gave Chloe a roll of his eyes and said, "Listen carefully and look closely." As Vayne's words fell, the sea creature, which was hundreds of meters long, was actually sliced into thousands of pieces of varying sizes with a single strike from Vayne. Chloe swallowed hard beside him, once again awed by Vayne's strength. With just one slash, he had turned the sea creature into minced meat. Vayne kicked Chloe and said, "What are you standing there for? Go get some fish for dinner. We're having fish soup tonight." "Okay, boss." Chloe just regained his senses and was about to go catch some fish, but was grabbed by Vayne on the arm. Vayne's expression was a bit serious. "Wait, Everyone, pay attention, stand firm, don't fall into the sea. Vayne suddenly shouted loudly at the crew around him. In his observation of the Haki, he sensed a highly vigorous monster approaching the apocalyptic from below. Just as Theodore finished speaking, a sea king several thousand meters long suddenly emerged from the water. Externally, this sea king looked quite similar to the previous one, but its size was magnitudes larger. The entire apocalyptic was nothing but a small dot in front of this sea king. This is really troublesome. If we kill the smaller one, the bigger one comes. A sea king of this size is a bit of a problem, even for me. Vayne stared intently at the sea monster, which let out a tragic cry, clearly realizing the death of its offspring. It then fixed its gaze on the crew of the Ark, its eyes filled with hatred. Gulp. Clotho swallowed hard. The pressure caused by such a giant creature was immense. The giant sea monster rolled over, and boundless waves surged toward the Ark, while the monster opened its massive mouth, seemingly intent on swallowing the entire ship whole. How dare you? An endless anger suddenly rose in Vayne's heart. Although he himself was not afraid of this sea king, his companions were all on the ship, among them Robin, Gloria, and others who were capable users. Being dragged into the sea by such a monster would definitely spell disaster for them. Anger. Endless anger. Ding. Vayne awakened an incredible power in his anger. With Vayne's roar, everything around seemed to freeze, and many crew members on the ship fainted, leaving only a few, including Robin and Gloria, still conscious. Conqueror's Haki. A talent that appears in only one out of millions. Robin's eyes filled with surprise. It was her first time seeing Vayne use Conqueror's Haki, which proved that Vayne also possessed the qualities of a king. Kuro's consciousness began to blur. Although his strength had improved significantly, resisting Conqueror's Haki was still somewhat difficult. After holding on for a while longer, Kuro fainted. Boom! The waves crashed violently against the deck, splashing water and soaking everyone's clothes. However, Vayne's body did not retreat at all. He stood straight and quietly observed the Sea King before him. The Sea King's body began to tremble, and after struggling for a while, it dove sharply into the depths of the sea, completely disappearing from Vayne's sight. After the Sea King left, Vayne breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and said to the still conscious crew members, "Wake up those sleeping guys. It's time to prepare for dinner." "Yes, Captain." The remaining conscious crew members shouted joyfully, their voices filled with delight, a joy not only for surviving a great danger, but also for witnessing Vayne's royal qualities. Vayne lit a cigarette and silently stood at the bow of the ship, watching the busy crew members. In that fleeting moment, Vayne had considered splitting the Sea King in half. However, the Sea King was incredibly fast, and it was clearly too late for that. Moreover, with such a massive Sea King, Vayne did not have complete confidence. In a moment of desperation, the Conqueror's Haki within Vayne was successfully activated by his emotions. Although Vayne had always known he possessed Conqueror's Haki, he had never actively used it before. After this incident, Vayne's Conqueror's Haki level increased from the seed level 15,000 to the beginner level 110,000, proving that he would be able to successfully activate Conqueror's Haki in the future when emotionally stimulated. He would even be able to use Conqueror's Haki flexibly in the future. Vayne recalled the scenes from just now, slightly lost in thought, murmuring, "The king's talent. Ding. After 47 minutes of cooking, your culinary skills have improved, currently at master level, 46105000, gained 10 life points, currently having 1750 life points." After Vayne finished cooking, he let out a sigh of relief. This time, he prepared a whole fish feast, using the earlier mentioned Sea King as the main ingredient, along with many other seafood and fish to create a fish soup, all the ingredients cooked in a gigantic pot. This dish was meant for 100 people, and Vayne put a lot of effort into making it. Vayne lit a cigarette and glanced at the system prompt. Over the past few days, he had cooked quite a few meals and steadily increased his life points. Meanwhile, that brat Sanji had also been quite impressive, occasionally sending some life points his way, which had probably accumulated to over 100 points. So, is the correct way to operate the system for the apprentice to do the work while the master collects the money? Vayne stroked his chin, pondering. At this moment, the 20 or so crew members on the ship were all devouring their food, showing no concern about finishing the large pot of fish soup. In the world of pirates, foodies were truly foodies. Those with a larger appetite could eat enough for 7 or 8 people. Moreover, Vayne's ship had quite a few capable young men who would have been renowned big eaters in his previous life. At this time, Kuro was competing with a black-haired pirate across from him in terms of appetite. "One more bowl. Thank you. Give me 5 servings. I want 10 servings, please." A series of invisible sparks collided in the eyes of the two. Vayne remembers this pirate, who is 37 years old and seems to be named Butler Park. But Vayne prefers to call him Manu. He is a human who has eaten the Zoan-type Manu fruit with a tall and robust physique, even taller than Vayne. Additionally, his strength and appetite are extremely impressive. The last time Vayne unleashed his conqueror's Haki, Klo fainted. However, Manu did not faint, which shows his strength. At this moment, Klo's strength probably doesn't rank on Vayne's ship. He definitely can't make it into the top 5, and it's uncertain if he can even make it into the top 10. However, Vayne is attracted to this guy's potential and the intelligence that even Oda has praised. That's why Vayne gave Klo a special code name. That island ahead must be Magic Valley Town. The rumored pirate town, how exciting. Vayne looked at the excited expressions of the pirates on his ship, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Back in the days when he was out training, he had also visited Magic Valley Town and was filled with curiosity about this town that epitomized pirate culture. However, reality had dealt Vayne a harsh blow. The pirates of Magic Valley Town truly lived up to the term thief, but they could not be called pirates in the sense of embodying freedom and dreams. Most of them committed arson, murder, and robbery, making them true pirates in the most negative sense. However, that trip wasn't entirely fruitless. At least he met that man. Oh right, he also received a bounty of several million earned from the pirates. Vayne recalled some past events, and a smile involuntarily crept up at the corners of his mouth. The enormous apocalyptic slowly approached Magic Valley Town and finally came to a stop. As soon as Vayne and the others entered Magic Valley Town, they were targeted by the local powers. After all, who wouldn't pay attention to a big shot like the Seven Warlords? Hello, give me a mug of malt beer. Vayne spoke to a tavern staff member with a very polite attitude. However, the waiter on the opposite side nervously greeted him and quickly ran into the kitchen. It was obvious that this young man was also a pirate and recognized Vayne. However, there weren't many pirates in the Grand Line who didn't know Vayne, and most pirates were clearly divided into two factions. One faction greatly admired Vayne, was his fan, and hoped to join his crew. The other faction was very fearful of Vayne because he had been a bounty hunter for a while before becoming a warlord of the sea, killing quite a few pirates and becoming one of those who struck fear into pirates at the time. Therefore, the pirates in the Grand Line knew that Vayne was not only a popular superstar, but also a decisive figure among pirates. It really is a headache. Vayne looked at the pirates who scattered around him, feeling a bit disappointed. These pirates all dispersed upon recognizing the Vayne pirate crew, fearing they would be targeted by him. However, Vayne was there for supplies and to let his crew experience the world, so he didn't plan on going on a killing spree. All right, you won't have fun staying with me like this, so go find a place to play. Don't drink too much. We'll gather at noon tomorrow. Vayne's subordinates grouped together in 3s and 5s to seek their own fun. It was indeed safe to be with Vayne, but it lacked the thrill of going out to have fun. Moreover, Vayne was quite confident in his crew. In the town of Magic Valley, his subordinates were strong enough. Vayne felt it was boring, so, after having a couple of drinks at the tavern, he decided to go out for a stroll. At this time, the sky was gradually getting darker, and Vayne was aimlessly wandering the streets of Magic Valley Town with Robin and Golia. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the window of the small tavern in front of Vayne was shattered, followed by sounds of shouting and things being smashed from inside. Let's go check it out. Vayne gave a glance to the two girls, ready to satisfy his gossiping heart. After all, a town with pirates should have fights and commotion for entertainment. How despicable. You scumbag. Ha! You rookie should just go home. Being a pirate isn't child's play. How ridiculous. Pirates all have dreams. The Sky Island definitely exists. Ha ha. You're really gonna make me laugh to death. There are no islands in the sky. Stop dreaming. This familiar dialogue, could it be? Vayne shook his head. Luffy hadn't even set sail yet. His curiosity grew stronger, and, following the sound, Vayne saw a short-haired young man in his early 20s being stepped on by a tall pirate. The pirate, while stepping on the young man, was talking trash and looked very familiar. No way. That's right. The tall pirate kicked the short-haired young man away and, pointing his thumb at himself, arrogantly declared, I am Bellamy the hyena, with a bounty of 55 million. I am a spring man who ate the spring fruit, and I am about to become a subordinate of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. I am the new generation of pirates. Treasures and women are what I should pursue. As for dreams, those are what kids chase after. Let me say it again, Sky Island does not exist. Bellamy had a proud and disdainful look on his face. At that moment, an untimely voice rang out, Sky Island. It really exists. Sky Island. It really exists. Vayne took the cigar handed to him by Robin, adjusted his suit, and tried to appear more imposing. Who is speaking? Bellamy suddenly turned his head, his eyes wide open. as if he wanted to find the person who was contradicting him. Vayne stepped out of the crowd and walked up to Bellamy, blowing a puff of smoke in his face, then said word by word, I said, Sky Island really exists. Is there a problem? The surrounding pirates suddenly began to murmur, clearly recognizing Vayne. The fool of the Seven Warlords, Vayne? He actually believes that Sky Island is real. Oh my god, is he such a big shot? I really want to join Vayne's pirate crew. I heard their treatment is excellent. Are you crazy? I heard Vayne is a ruthless killer, extremely cruel to his subordinates. The chaotic voices from the crowd reached Bellamy's ears, and then a drop of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Bellamy forced a strange smile, then leaped back towards the wall, stubbornly saying, So what if he's a Seven Warlord? I'm a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo, the heavenly Yiksha. The pirates I look down on the most among the Seven Warlords are guys like you. After hearing this, Wayne's figure flashed and suddenly appeared next to Bellamy. Speaking with a hint of threat, You really are a baby bull not afraid of tigers. Why don't you let Da Flamingo come and say that to my face? Let's see if I don't make his eyes swell up. Bellamy's body began to tremble. So fast. He completely failed to see the movement just now, this man. So strong. Whoosh. Whoosh. Sound of springs, bang. Sound of an object hitting the wall. The bar first emitted 2 sounds, and then the entire bar fell silent. Time rewinds to 30 seconds ago. Bellamy leaped backward, and then his legs began to turn into springs, bouncing off the ground, the wall, in 4 different directions, finally bouncing straight up to the ceiling. With each bounce, Bellamy's speed increased. Until the last bounce, Bellamy's fists aimed at Wayne's face, a strange smile appearing on Bellamy's face. And then he shouted loudly, I'll take the head of the warlord. Wayne, however, let out a yawn in boredom. Just before Bellamy was about to attack Wayne with his final move, Wayne didn't draw his sword, and he didn't even use Haki. He simply extended his left hand and delivered a powerful punch that sent Bellamy crashing into the wall, causing the entire wall of the bar to cave in. And Bellamy rolled his eyes and passed out. Wayne flicked the ash off his cigar with his right hand and said to the bar owner, Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Someone will come to pay for your wall later. Vayne finished speaking and left the bar, leaving behind a group of stunned pirates. He took down the hyena in one blow. Is this the power of the Seven Warlords? It's truly terrifying. The boy who was harshly stepped on by Bellamy sat on the ground, stunned for a while, before finally reacting and chasing after the door. Wait, Lord Vayne. The short-haired boy hurriedly caught up and then blocked Vayne, who was about to return to his room. What's wrong, kid? Is there something you need? Although Wayne can't stand that guy Bellamy, he did have the intention to show off just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lit a cigar. Lord Wayne, does Sky Island really exist? Vayne was taken aback for a moment. He found this little guy quite interesting, despite being beaten so badly. The first thing he asked upon charging out was about dreams. This piqued Vayne's interest. What's your name, little guy? William, Morgan William. Vayne nodded slightly, noted the name, and then said, Sky Island does exist. Humans live on Sky Island, and it also has countless treasures of gold. William's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Vayne and said, My lord, have you been to Sky Island? Vayne shook his head and said, No, but I'm planning to go to the Sky Island. Upon hearing this, William said, Lord Vayne, can you take me with you? Please. The young boy clasped his hands together, his eyes filled with longing. Vince pondered for a moment, then shook his head slowly and said, A true man should have his own adventures. You need to find your own path. And Wayne poured out all the inspirational quotes he had read in his past life. After listening, William shed tears and said, I will work hard to achieve my dreams. One day, I will become a great person like you. After listening, Wayne fell silent for a moment and thought to himself, Wow, the atmosphere is so intense. Shouldn't I show some response? So he patted his clothes and rummaged through his pockets for a while. Imitating a certain one-armed, red-haired pirate, he untied a piece of grass rope from his right hand and tied it around William's hand. Remember, a person's dream never ends. Wayne left behind a statement full of flair, along with a broad and tall silhouette, slowly departing from the place. William looked at the grass rope in his hand, wiped away his tears, and then murmured softly, I understand now. A person's dreams never end. Back at the hotel, Wayne lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep breath, and said, refreshing. Earlier, Wayne had intended to go watch the excitement, but ended up encountering a memorable scene. Eager to show off, Wayne first borrowed Luffy's move and punched Bellamy away, then imitated Shanks by giving his grass rope to someone else. Later, when Robin asked where Wayne's grass rope had gone, he could say he had pressed it into the new era. Although this new era was a bit older, and the grass rope was just a souvenir bought in Alabasta, who would know if Wayne didn't say? Especially that last line, a person's dreams never end. Perfectly borrowed from Blackbeard's words. It could be said that it was the right time, right place, and right people allowing Vayne to show off nicely. That night, Vayne slept with an inexplicable smile on his face. The next day, Vayne returned to the ship with his crew and sailed around the small island. Arriving at the other side, Gloria and the others curiously asked, "Boss, where are we going?" Vayne pointed to the sky and said mysteriously, "Sky Island. The place we are going is in the sky. However, before that, we still need to find someone to help us." Magic Valley Town is located at one end of Gaia Island, while the other end is the residence of Kulik, a descendant of the King of Lies, Rolando. For centuries, Kulik has been searching for the legendary land of gold mentioned by his ancestors, hoping to clear the name of the King of Lies. To this end, Kulik has been studying the ocean currents near Gaia Island and has found an updraft. In the original story, Luffy reached the Sky Island through this updraft, and Vayne only knows this one way to get to Sky Island, so he plans to try using the updraft as well. Soon, Vayne found Kulik. There was no way to miss him, as he had a distinctive feature. His head looked like it had a chestnut growing on it. When Kulik learned that Vayne was on Sky Island, he was very excited. He believes that the legendary land of gold exists above Sky Island. Therefore, Kulik happily shared the information he had collected with Vayne, saying that the updraft is a natural phenomenon of Gaia Island, occurring 5 times a month. "You're very lucky. The next powerful updraft will erupt tomorrow, so you need to be prepared." Vayne nodded and then led the crew of the Ark to the designated location. He was waiting for the upward current to take the Ark to the Sky Island. "Hey, Chloe, how long do we have to wait?" "I don't know, but the boss said we could go to the sky today." The waiting time was always tedious, especially for Goliath, whose little face was filled with impatience, eager to see the legendary Sky Island. On the contrary, Robin looked very happy. She kept collecting various debris falling from the sky, using a magnifying glass to study them. One moment she would say this piece of wood was 300 years old, and the next she would claim that the box might have existed for 500 years. Looking just like an archaeologist, Vayne sat quietly at the bow of the ship, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. He was attuning himself to the rhythm and breath of all things, a practice that greatly benefited his swordsmanship. Suddenly, Vayne opened his eyes. He felt the entire apocalyptic ship trembling slightly. So he said to the crew, "Get ready. We are going up. In a world of pirates, the oceans on the ground, including the 4 seas and the Grand Line, are collectively known as the Blue Sea. Above 7,000 meters in the Blue Sea is referred to as the White Sea. Sky Islands are located above 10,000 meters in the pure White Sea." What does 10,000 meters mean? In Vayne's previous life, a medium-sized passenger plane typically flew at this altitude, which is also commonly known as the stratosphere. As the powerful upward current struck, the entire apocalyptic ship began to rise at an astonishing speed. "Ah! What the hell? Ah! Oh!" At this moment, Vayne's ears could only hear 2 kinds of sounds. One was the calls of his crew members. As people rapidly ascended, they instinctively opened their mouths and shouted loudly to cope with the changes in ground pressure, which is a protective mechanism of the human body. The other sound was the sonic boom that occurred when approaching the speed of sound, indicating just how powerful the impact of the ocean currents was. It truly felt terrible. Vayne still appeared calm and composed, but his voice underwent a subtle change with the onset of weightlessness. Vern would never admit that he had a slight fear of heights. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the enormous Apocalypto broke through the White Sea and continued to ascend. "Finally, we have arrived. The Sky Island." Vayne felt the thin air in the atmosphere, and here, even his physical strength was significantly suppressed. Only the indigenous people who had lived on the Sky Island for a long time could completely ignore such harsh climate conditions. Sure enough, Vayne turned to look at his crew, and they all showed mild symptoms of altitude sickness. So Vayne shouted, "Pull yourselves together. This is not the Grand Line. I'll give you an hour to adapt to this altitude." The Ark continued to drift across the White Sea. "Huh, what is that?" Golia exclaimed in surprise. Vayne followed his gaze and recalled slightly, saying, "That's the express shrimp, a great thing indeed." The express shrimp is a giant shrimp that lives in the White Sea, known for its incredible speed, capable of pulling boats along. However, one shrimp is not enough to tow the apocalypse. Soon, Vayne caught some express shrimp, and under the guidance of these little shrimp, he quickly arrived in front of a massive door. "Hello, the entry fee is 1 billion IK per person." A short old lady extended her hand, clearly asking everyone for money. "What? 1 billion? Chloe and Galia exclaimed in unison. Galia, exasperated, said, "Hey, old lady, There's no need to rob us like this. Bang! Galia's head was tapped by Wine. He then addressed everyone, saying the currency of Sky Island is ik, with a ratio of 10,000 to 1 compared to berry. So 1 billion ik is actually 100,000 berry. However, even so, Vayne glanced back at his crew. More than 20 people needed to pay over 2 million berries. This amount of money was nothing much. Vayne handed the prepared bell to the old woman and then smoothly led the crew to Angel Island. Boss, what is our purpose for coming to the Sky Island? Chloe asked in confusion, and many crew members beside him nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same question. Vayne looked at the bewildered crew members, extended 3 fingers, and said, "At this moment, there are 3 treasures on the Sky Island. The first treasure is the top-tier Logia-type devil fruit, the Thunder Fruit, which is also the most destructive fruit among the Logia types. The second treasure is the legendary land of gold, Pandora, where the amount of gold is countless, with an estimated total value exceeding hundreds of billions of berries." Upon hearing this, the crew members were all taken aback. The Thunder Fruit, a fruit that could turn an ordinary person into a top-tier powerhouse on the sea, combined with Wayne's already immense strength, would surely make him contender for the Yonko. The thought of hundreds of billions of berries in gold left Wayne's subordinates feeling dizzy. Is Vayne rich? Yes, he is. But Vayne is also in need of money. He has a massive pirate crew to maintain, and unlike other Shichibukai, he doesn't plunder recklessly, so this wealth is undoubtedly very important. After mentioning the first 2 treasures, Vayne paused for a moment, then looked at Robin and said, "The third treasure is a huge stone tablet inscribed with the poneglyph." Robin's heart raced upon hearing the word poneglyph, as it was exactly what she had been searching for. Vayne looked at the excited expressions of the crew, and his own heart was filled with excitement. The Thunder Fruit. It was the most important part of his plan. With this fruit, he could go anywhere in the world. As for Enel, although he was quite powerful, his lack of knowledge in Haki would always be his greatest weakness. Therefore, Vayne was very confident in killing him and obtaining the Thunder Fruit. Thinking of this, Wayne's eyes turned red, and a vast range of observation Haki enveloped the entire Sky Island, meticulously searching every corner. Found it. Vayne and his crew were heading towards God's Island. This was the reason why Vayne paid the entry fee. He wanted to take the initiative. If he didn't pay, Enel would probably notice him in advance. At that time, the difficulty would naturally increase with Enel being prepared. Vayne's goal was to catch Enel off guard. The group soon arrived near the temple on God's Island, and as expected, that guy who claims to be a god was probably inside. So Vayne prepared to charge in with his crew to take Enel's head. Just then, for people dressed in strange outfits, accompanied by a group of guards, blocked Vayne's path. These must be Enel's 4 high priests. Vayne gave Robin and the others a glance. He didn't have time to deal with these people right now. He needed to defeat them before Enel discovered him. Vayne crossed through the crowd and arrived inside the temple. As soon as he entered, he saw a man with his upper body bare and absurdly long earlobes sitting on the throne, eating an apple. It was undoubtedly Enel. Who are you to dare intrude upon the domain of a god? Where are my priests? Enel's eyes were filled with rage. Then, sensing the situation, he activated his observation Haki, forming a mind network that covered the entire Sky Island. Enel quickly understood what was happening and said to Vayne, an outsider, "What a great disrespect to the god. Let the god punish you." Divine judgment. He raised his wrist, and fine currents of electricity appeared, growing stronger until a massive lightning bolt struck towards Vayne. Vayne leaped to avoid the current, looking at the charred ground, and felt a tightness in his heart, fearing that Enel was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. So Vayne silently calculated Enel's strength in his mind. First was the heart network that could cover the entire Sky Island, which was an extremely vast observation Haki. The difference was that Enel's heart network could capture the thoughts in his opponent's heart. Secondly, there was that elusive speed granted by the Rumble fruit, along with a destructive power akin to that of a deity, and lastly, a sort of resurrection-like electric healing ability. It's really troublesome. I didn't expect it to be quite tricky. Vayne is not the chosen one like Luffy in the original work. He can completely ignore the damage from the Rumble fruit due to the natural counter of the fruits. However, with Vayne's attack power, he can easily kill Enel. The question is whether Enel will give Vayne the chance to attack up close. So, is there only one opportunity? Vayne understood that he must severely injure Enel before he realizes that his Haki can attack him. Vayne launched a surprise attack, rushing forward and closing in on Enel's side. One sword style, line of heaven. Vayne's body trembled slightly, but he still managed to strike Enel with a blade. I told you, gods cannot be harmed by mere mortals. With that blow, Enel was left unscathed. Instead, Vayne, having gotten too close to Enel, was slightly paralyzed by the electric currents surrounding him. However, Vayne did not panic. In fact, he even revealed a faint smile because Enel had taken the bait. Thus, Vayne continued to engage in a fierce battle with Enel for dozens of rounds. Vayne's sword could not hit Enel's body, and naturally, he could not inflict any damage. Meanwhile, Enel's lightning was easily dodged by Vayne, who used his observation Haki to predict and evade. Overall, Vayne appeared to be at a disadvantage. Seeing that his enemy could not land a hit, Enel became arrogant and decided to toy with this mortal. It was time. Vayne dodged a strike from the 30 million volt Thunderbird and calculated the time in his mind. Then Vayne's body was enveloped in armed color Haki, and the blade of the snow walk transformed into black in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Vayne suddenly appeared above Enel. Flying sword technique, nine-headed dragon flash. 9 slashes, infused with thick armed color, shot out from the blade of snow walk, sealing Enel's retreat from 9 different directions. This move, Enel felt a sense of foreboding. This mortal's speed had suddenly increased, and he had never seen this technique before. So Enel decided not to confront it head-on and to dodge instead. But soon he realized that he couldn't escape this strike. Elementalization, the 9 slashes, infused with thick armed color Haki, accurately struck Enel. The decorations on Enel's back were completely shattered, leaving a long, narrow wound around his neck, with a total of 9 wounds across his body. The largest one slicing from his left chest to his right abdomen. A large amount of blood instantly appeared on Enel's body, dyeing him completely red. And under Vayne's observation Haki, Enel's heart also stopped beating. With such a loss of blood, he should be dead for sure. Vayne took a couple of breaths. Just now, in his battle with Enel, his body was continuously attacked by the subtle currents of the rumble fruit, greatly affecting his mobility, and he had sustained minor injuries. Moreover, the last move, flying sword style, 9-headed dragon flash, was further improved by Vayne after his battle with Akiji. In a split second, he infused all his armament Haki into the slash, causing immense damage to the enemy that was impossible to evade. This was specifically developed by Vayne to counter powerful Logia users. Vayne continued to wait in place for a few seconds, then took out the devil fruit extractor, preparing to consider how to extract the thunder fruit. Bang, 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 bang. A faint heartbeat suddenly appeared in Vayne's ears. He narrowed his eyes, watching Enel suddenly float into the air not far away, then flip his body and leap up. At this moment, Enel was filled with apprehension. You damn mortal. How dare you attack the great god? Oh, it hurts. Damn it. I will turn you, a lowly mortal, to ashes under the wrath of the god. Vayne looked at Enel, who was not far away, and felt wary, and sighed inwardly. The thing he was most worried about has indeed happened. What is Vayne's biggest concern? Is it that he can't defeat Enel? Of course not. What Vayne is most worried about is Enel's vigilance, as he doesn't allow Vayne to get close to him and continuously uses his lightning attacks against him. After all, Enel has developed the rumble fruit to a point where, as long as he is within the mind network, everything is within his attack range. What Vayne is facing is the endless divine judgment. Even if Vayne has his Haki fully activated and is not afraid of lightning, Enel is still lightning itself. What does that mean? It means the speed of light. It's likely that Enel's escape speed can be considered the second fastest in the world, with the first being someone who is probably still slacking off at Navy headquarters. If Vayne can't catch up to him, he naturally won't be able to obtain the rumble fruit. Things are getting complicated. Vayne furrowed his brows slightly, looking ahead at Enel, feeling a bit irritable. The fruit that was about to be in his hands could not be allowed to slip away just like that. Therefore, Vayne decided to give it another try. A series of flying slash attacks imbued with Haki were unleashed by Vayne, and Enel's pupil shrank, clearly recognizing it. Enel quickly activated his observation Haki, elementalizing his body and constantly dodging. Damn it, evolving mid-fight, how outrageous. After a brief exchange, Vayne realized that the Enel in front of him was significantly stronger than before his feigned death, especially in the use of observation Haki. Watching this scene, Vayne felt a pang of sadness. The Enel before him had actually further evolved the heartnet. Previously, Enel's observation Haki was limited to reading minds, but now it had truly become precognitive, allowing him to sense the position of enemy attacks in advance and elementalize the dodge. This was a technique commonly used by the Navy's 3 admirals and also the signature ability of Katakuri under Big Mom in A New World. As a Paramecia-type Machi fruit user, he could wield his fruit at the same level as Logia users. Armament Haki does indeed restrain Logia-type users, but the premise is that you can hit the user's actual body. Vayne is now caught in such a dilemma. It's really tricky. when narrowly dodged a discharge, but immediately felt a numbness in his legs. Now, the entire temple is filled with a faint electric current. Of course, this faintness is relative. Vayne estimated that the current dissipating in the air could reach thousands of volts. At this level, an ordinary person would be electrocuted just by getting close. Even with Vayne's physique, staying inside for too long caused him some mild numbness, which undoubtedly affected his speed. In contrast to Vayne's predicament, Enelu appeared much more composed. As he continued to discharge electricity, watching the man's awkward figure, Enelu felt that his once godlike sensation had returned. Ha ha, ignorant mortals! May you forever live in the fear of the gods. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A huge Thunder Dragon charged towards Vayne at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Vayne's legs were paralyzed, making it very difficult for him to dodge this attack. Since that was the case, was he left with no choice but to take it head-on? Vayne looked at the approaching Thunder Dragon, took a deep breath, and then activated his armament Haki. From head to toe, Vayne was enveloped in a shroud of darkness, as if he were wearing a pitch-black armor. At the same time, 2 lightning symbols appeared on his chest, and a red lightning bolt manifested on his forehead. This was Vayne's full activation of armament Haki, transforming his body into an armored existence with comprehensive protection. However, the consumption of such Haki was undoubtedly immense, and even with Vayne's physique, he could not maintain it for long. Boom! The dazzling blue Thunder Dragon accurately struck Vayne, who was wrapped in black Haki. After a flash of light, the Thunder Dragon disappeared into the air, and Vayne took a couple of breaths, showing no significant damage. In the distance, Enel was astonished to see Vayne, who was unharmed and had undergone a dramatic transformation, almost dropping his snot and chin to the ground. How outrageous! You damn mortal! Challenging the majesty of the gods again and again. Enel's heart was filled with rage, and he shouted loudly, "This strike will turn you to ashes." 200 million volts. Thunder God. Vayne looked at the huge, phantom-like figure forming behind Enel, feeling a tightness in his chest. He wasn't sure if his armament Haki could withstand this powerful strike. Damn it, could he be about to capsize in the gutter? Vayne didn't expect it to be so difficult to fight Enel, but then he pushed off the ground with all his strength, leaving a big pit. Vayne's body then rushed towards Enel at an incredibly fast speed. Damn it, are you waiting for your skill cooldown to finish? Do you think I'm an idiot? Vayne prepared to interrupt Enel's spell casting before he unleashed his ultimate move. A flash of red appeared in Vayne's eyes, and then a powerful aura radiated outward from her as the center. Conqueror's Haki. This Conqueror's Haki was aimed directly at Enel. Ding! Enel's body stiffened for a moment and then fell from the sky, clearly affected by Vayne's Conqueror's Haki. Huh! 2 exclamations escaped, one from Vayne and the other from. A tall, slender figure burst out from the bushes beside Enel, revealing a bare-chested boy with a terrifying tattoo on his body. It was the war demon Wapol. He was the strongest warrior of the Shandya tribe. The Shandya tribe are the indigenous people of God's Island, Skypiea. However, after being driven away, they have longed to return to their original land, and the war demon Wapol is one of the most militant among them. He probably came to ambush Enel. Impact shell. The boy rushed out and accurately hit Enel's chest with the impact shell. The impact shell is a weapon with 10 times the impact power of the regular shell, and it is a specialty of Skypiea, boasting immense attack power but also a tremendous recoil. In the original story, the war demon Wapol used the impact shell to knock Enel into a state of false death. Bang! Boom! With 2 loud sounds. The war demon Wapol was sent flying by the recoil of the impact shell, crashing into the wall and creating a huge dent before falling unconscious. When glanced at Chun Yaojin, who had suddenly appeared, and then turned his gaze to Enelu. At this moment, Enelu was still conscious, but he was staggering and couldn't get up after a long time, clearly indicating that he had failed to elementalize and dodge the previous blow. Puffed. Enelu spat out blood, then leaned against the wall, clearly severely injured. Seeing this, Vayne couldn't help but smile. What good kid, truly a great assist. If it were just Vayne alone continuing to fight Enel, it was uncertain whether he could defeat Enel. Vayne would likely win, but Enel would also likely be able to escape. However, this kid unexpectedly struck Enel from the side, and that blow was evidently powerful, comparable to Vayne's blade covered in Haki, and it hit Enel's vital point directly. Enel was already seriously injured after taking Vayne's attack. Therefore, after that strike, Enel nearly lost the ability to move. The outcome was naturally clear. Vayne walked up to Enelu and slowly said, "Why did you have to be a god instead of doing something else? Now you have enemies everywhere." Well, now it's over, isn't it? At this moment, Vayne realized the truth that those who are enlightened are aided by heaven, while those who have lost their way receive little help. Do you have any last words? Speak. Vayne activated his observation Haki, fully aware, with his snow walk covered in armament Haki. As long as Enel in front of him showed any signs of movement, Vayne would strike to kill him. Enel opened his mouth, but unfortunately, it was filled with blood, making it impossible for him to speak. He then pointed a finger. A flash of lightning aimed at the fallen warrior, Wapple, in the corner. Seeing the hatred in Enel's eyes, Vayne instantly understood and said, "Oh, I see. But that's not going to happen. He has helped me quite a bit." With that, Vayne slashed down with his armament Haki-covered sword, directly severing Enel's head from his body. The former user of the Rumble fruit, Enel, was thus dead. In that brief moment, Vayne's observation Haki sensed that Enel appeared to be delivering his last words. In reality, he was using his electrotherapy to continuously repair his internal organs. If he had waited a moment longer, Enel might have regained his fighting ability. Therefore, Vayne decisively struck and killed Enel. Looking at the dead Enel, Vayne took out a strange fruit which he had drawn from the system. It was a devil fruit receiver, shaped like a dragon fruit. When a person with a devil fruit dies, the host can use it to absorb their fruit abilities and eliminate any side effects. How should it be used? Vayne thought for a moment, but there was no user manual. Nevertheless, Vayne placed the devil fruit receptacle in his hand next to Enel's corpse. After a short while, the appearance of the fruit began to change, transforming from its original dragon fruit form into a devil fruit that was blue-purple all over, with a skin that had lightning patterns. It's done. Vayne felt a surge of joy and immediately checked its attributes. Thunder fruit, one of the most powerful fruits in the natural system. Its side effects have been removed. Without thinking, Vayne began to eat the thunder fruit, skin and core included. He closed his eyes while eating because he knew that the devil fruits were the most unpalatable things in the entire world of One Piece. At the same time, Vayne had to finish it all without leaving a single bite because in his previous life, he had seen some ocean scholars analyze that the amount of devil fruit consumed could affect the abilities of a user. Although there was no basis for this, Vayne didn't dare to take the risk, so he simply closed his eyes and gobbled it down. The unpleasant taste he had imagined did not come. Vayne was momentarily confused. How strange, it just tasted like ordinary fruit. Vayne thought for a moment and then recalled the side effects mentioned in the instructions. No way, no way. Could this side effect be referring to the taste? So does that mean I'm still afraid of the sea and sea coral? Vayne felt a bit sad for a moment. Now he had a clear weakness, which was not what he wanted to see. However, there was no place to experiment right now, so Vayne suppressed his curiosity and began to carefully feel his body. Theoretically, I should have already obtained the ability. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Vayne felt a wave of heat in his lower abdomen, and then he understood his ability. From now on, I am the lightning person who has eaten the rumble fruit. Vayne extended his right hand. A streak of lightning appeared at his fingertips, followed by the elemental transformation of his body. Success! Vayne gazed at his new body with satisfaction, feeling that the devil fruit had not only enhanced his abilities, but also elevated his physical condition to a higher level. He then attempted again, 15 million volts. Thunderbird, a giant bird made of lightning, formed in the air and flew off into the distance. This was a maximum he could use now. Vayne's physique was abnormal, and his learning ability was strong. However, reaching Anelu's 200 million volts would probably take some time. In addition, Vayne's eyes turned red as he activated his observation Haki, and the entire Sky Island was under his control. It seemed that the rumble fruit could also enhance the range of observation Haki. It seemed to be a power of electromagnetic waves. One felt that the range of his observation Haki had doubled. What was once possibly a single empty island could now easily encompass 2 islands. It's been a while since he felt this strong. One felt that his strength had reached a new level, not because his attacking power had increased, but because both his defensive techniques and speed had seen a qualitative improvement. No wonder those with natural-type devil fruit abilities disliked practicing martial arts. One felt particularly good about his invulnerability to knives and guns, and immunity to fire and water. He had practiced martial arts for so many years, yet he could still be harmed by bullets and blades, but now it was different. Vayne, boss, Robin, and the others were overjoyed to see Vayne come out, although they were very confident in Vayne's strength. The fact that their opponent was a Thunderfruit user proved that the god on the other side was definitely not a weakling. The powerful current in the temple made everyone too afraid to enter, so they could only wait outside for news. Fortunately, it was Vayne who came out. Vayne glanced around, and at this moment, the 4 great priests outside the temple had all been captured. Vayne was confident in the strength of Robin and the others. But only Kuro looked battered and bruised. Upon further inquiry, it turned out that Kuro had challenged a priest one-on-one and defeated him, which was a significant improvement for Kuro. Vayne estimated that it wouldn't be long before Kuro mastered all of the 6 styles of a navy. Vayne thought for a moment and said, by the way, there's a living little ghost inside the temple. You should bring him out and treat him well. This kid has helped me a lot. Yes, boss. The crew under Vayne executed the orders given by him. A flash of lightning crossed Vayne's eyes. The perceptive Robin, seeing this scene, seemed to have guessed something, and then chose not to say anything. The crew members around Vayne felt that he had become even more imposing, surrounded by an invisible aura. This look of the boss is truly captivating. Robin murmured softly, by the way, it seems I forgot something. Vayne's eyes turned red as he activated his observation Haki, scanning the surroundings. Soon, he discovered an ark entirely made of gold, named Proverb. At this point, the hull of the ark was almost fully constructed, and the engine was completely finished. Wow, who would have thought Enel was also a designer? Vayne gazed at the enormous golden spaceship before him, momentarily stunned. After all, even he had never seen such a massive golden creation. However, it truly inspired him. Vayne looked at the spaceship in front of him, planning to combine this design with his own Apocalypse to add a power system that could be driven by his own abilities. By then, the Apocalypse would be able to transform into a dual-mode ship for both sea and air, greatly enhancing its mobility. The next day, Vayne and the others brought the somewhat healed Waipa and the indigenous people of Shandia to the land of Gold Sandora on the Island of the Gods. The pirates on the Vayne ship were stunned by the sight of the gold. Most of the buildings in the city, including the clock tower and street lamps, were made of gold. The pirates under Vayne rushed into the houses in the ruins like crazy, because every room inside had furniture made of gold. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Did I find the One Piece? Quick, hit me to see if it's real. Ah, that hurts. Why did you hit me? You can feel pain. It seems I'm not dreaming. Vayne looked at his crew, who were clowning around, and couldn't help but chuckle for a moment. However, he could completely understand how these sailors felt. As pirates, besides the distant freedom and dreams, beer and treasure provided them with a greater sense of security. Vayne is no exception. One clapped his hands and said, all right, everyone, try to take as much treasure as you can. Take everything you can see, but make sure it's within your means. With a wave of his hand, Vayne commanded his pirates to start searching for treasure. However, with just over 20 people, how much treasure could they really take? At most, it would be a few billion berries. And for the entire gold of Sandora, that was just a drop in the bucket. Vayne dismissed the pirates under his command and continued to lead Robin, Gloria, and a few others from the Sandia tribe towards the center of Shandora, beneath the enormous golden bell. The path up the mountain was always rugged, and even Vayne felt a bit bored. Only Robin, dressed in an archaeologist's outfit and holding a magnifying glass, was unwilling to miss any details of the ruins, occasionally referencing some documents. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom. This must be Robin's happiest time. Vayne looked at Robin, who was in a state of bliss, and didn't have the heart to disturb him. Instead, he led the residents of Shandia to the summit first. Phew, we finally made it. Vayne wiped his forehead and then shook off the non-existent sweat on his hands. Boom, 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 boom. Around Vayne, the sound of kneeling echoed again and again. The residents of Sandia, young and old, including the warrior Waipa, all knelt on the ground, tears wetting their eyes. After 400 years, we have finally returned. The pain and humiliation that had accumulated in the bloodline of the Sandia people for centuries began to erupt at this moment. They frantically kissed the ground beneath their feet, expressing their joy with wild abandon. Although Vayne couldn't empathize, he quietly lit a cigarette and remained silent beside them. After a long while, once the emotions of the Sandians had been vented, an elderly man staggered out of the crowd and said to Vayne, "Sir, could you please help us with one last favor?" "What favor?" "Help us ring that golden bell that has been asleep for 400 years. In return, you can take more of the golden treasures from the ruins." Vayne smirked and thought to himself, as pirates, we can only seize what we want. There's no way you would just give it to us. However, he considered that this group wasn't having it easy, and he still owed Waya a favor. So he turned to Waya and said, "All right then, after I ring the bell, we'll be even." Just then, a loud noise suddenly echoed, and Vayne turned to see a giant python appear in the ruins. The Lord of the Sky. Panic erupted among the Sandians, but Vayne just smiled lightly and said, "I was just worried about how to ring the bell, and here you are." With that, Vayne leaped into the air like a bolt of lightning towards the Lord of the Sky, and after not dodging a bite from it, he planned to test his new ability. 15 million volts, Thunderbird. Boom! A bird-shaped purple lightning struck the abdomen of the Lord of the Sky accurately, leaving a charred mark on its body. The Lord of the Sky immediately became alert after being hit, and its eyes filled with panic, as if recalling some bad memories. Vayne, looking at his palm with curiosity, remarked, "Why is the skin of pythons so thick nowadays? Forget it, if one hit doesn't work. I'll just hit it a few more times." What Vayne didn't know was that the python wasn't thick-skinned. It had developed resistance from being electrocuted by Enel numerous times over the years. Moreover, the snake had formed a conditioned reflex, freezing in place and not daring to move after being shocked. 15 million volts, 16 million volts, 20 million volts. Vayne continuously used his abilities to electrocute the Sky Lord in front of him. Although Vayne had only obtained the fruit for a short time and had not fully developed its powers, his strength was limited. However, Vayne had plenty of stamina, and he flew in the air, electrocuting the snake for more than half an hour. Finally, the snake fell beneath Vayne's lightning. Vayne glanced at his slightly smoking fingers and said, "Sure enough, abilities still need to be practiced diligently." Chloe responded, "Only a monster like you could practice like this." Vayne walked over to the fainted Sky Master, then reached out and grabbed the 100-meter-long python, lifting it onto his shoulder. He then stepped onto the position where the golden seed was located, taking one step at a time with the moonwalk. "Huh!" Vayne let out a roar, his arms bulging as if he possessed immense strength, and then he pulled the tail of the Sky Master and struck the golden bell fiercely. Zong! The enormous sound left Vayne with a bit of tinnitus, and the bell's chime carried on, reaching Gaia Island in the Grand Line from the Sky Island 10,000 meters high. A chestnut-headed person, who was preparing to dive into the sea for salvage, suddenly heard the bell sound from miles above and couldn't help but look up at the sky, tears welling in his eyes. The golden bell. It really exists. Finally, it has landed. Goliath sighed in relief as she watched the rapidly shrinking balloon octopus. She never wanted to experience the sensation of falling from such a height again. Although it was thrilling, it was also very dangerous. Vayne piloted the golden ark, firmly following behind the apocalypse, which was loaded with gold and treasures. After all, Vayne's trip to Sky Island was not for nothing. However, so much gold was too conspicuous. Therefore, he had to find a way to exchange it for something more practical. He planned to first visit Water 7, where the Dawn had a base. Vayne intended to disperse the gold he had in Water 7. Moreover, it had the best shipyard in the world, where he could transform the apocalypse into what he envisioned, incorporating lightning power and flight capabilities. Unknowingly, the apocalypse had been sailing on the sea for a week. During this week, Vayne had encountered 3 to 5 waves of pirate attacks. There was no helping it. The gold was just too dazzling. Fortunately, with Vayne's strength, the final outcome for these pirates was merely to add more wealth to Vayne. Looking at the massive island in the distance, Vayne's heart leaped with joy. Water 7 finally arrived. The apocalypse docked steadily at the harbor, and as Vayne and his companions disembarked, they were greeted. Over 20 burly men in black suits and sunglasses approached, and a man in a floral shirt stepped forward, slightly bowing to Vayne and saying, "Boss, welcome to Water 7. The newly disembarked crow had a shocked expression, clearly not having seen much of the world. "Well, thank you for your hard work." Vayne didn't pause for a moment, casually taking a cigar from the pocket of the floral shirt man and waving his hand, signaling a subordinate to come and light it for him. "Daniel, how have things been lately? You haven't caused me any trouble, have you?" The man in the floral shirt was named Daniel Naden, sporting a slick golden hairstyle and always wearing sunglasses. He was a member of Vayne's Dawn organization, with the code number 06. Daniel's job was to oversee the business on the Paradise side, and he was also one of the notorious gang bosses in Paradise. After hearing Vayne's question, an unnatural expression appeared on Daniel's face. "Boss, things haven't been very stable in Paradise lately. Slave's men have even extended their reach to Seven Water City." Vayne frowned upon hearing this. Slave and Vayne are both among the 10 kings of the Dark World, and have both risen to power in recent years. The difference is that Vayne's bottom line is to never touch slaves, while Slave has made his fortune through the trafficking of slaves. So, it's easy to imagine the relationship between the two. Given this, was Slave involved in the last ship's cargo being hijacked? "Yes, boss. After investigation, it turns out that Joker only leaked the information, and the ones who took action were indeed Slave subordinates." After hearing this, Vayne gritted his teeth slightly and sneered. "Well done. Thinking that with their support, I can't touch you?" Slave's rise to fame was actually a year and a half later than Vayne's. For years ago, Vayne's influence gradually expanded, deeply impacting the underworld, and he subsequently secured a seat among the Seven Warlords, becoming a force to be reckoned with. At that time, There were only 8 kings in the dark world of the sea, namely Big News Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency, Fortune God Ruffled, Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro, the owner of the world's largest entertainment city, Deep Current Amit, the king of shipping, the Hidden Master Gibson, a veteran warehouse owner, the funeral industry tycoon, Drago Piero, Queen of Joy Street, Trissy, and Don Quixote da Flamingo, known as Joker. Although these 8 kings were very concerned about their share of the profit pie being taken by others, they were also wary of Vayne's strength, thus tacitly accepting Vayne as the 8th king. Later, at a gathering of the Dark World Kings, Vayne was invited by those 8, but his performance at the gathering did not satisfy them. This was because the kings of the Dark World were somewhat involved in slave trade. But Vayne's bottom line was that he would never touch this trade. Therefore, it was natural that they couldn't get along. After that gathering, Vayne had clashed with them a few times, hijacking several of their slave ships. Not long after, a king named Slave, known as the King of Enslavement, emerged. It must be said that Slave's timing was indeed clever, and it greatly attracted Vayne's attention. Later, intelligence came in that Slave was backed by the Celestial Dragons. However, Vayne knew all too well that the real force behind Slave was probably those kings. As for the Celestial Dragons, wasn't Doflamingo once one of them? Perhaps he was the one who introduced them. This is a bit tricky. Vayne lit a cigarette and continued to recall the information in his mind. The island where Slav was located was not in the New World, but in the Paradise. The reasons for this were naturally due to its short rise time and lack of foundation. But more importantly, it was because the largest slave trading center, Shambody, was right in Paradise. Boss, there's a call for you. Daniel's voice interrupted Vayne's thoughts. Vayne took the phone bug. Hello, Moshi Moshi. The phone bug transformed into the image of a man with thick lips. Hello, is this Vayne? Vayne recognized who was on the other end of the phone and felt a bit of a headache. Solomon, it's me. What's up? Damn it. You still have the nerve to come back to the Grand Line? Do you know what a mess you caused by taking little Robin away without a word? Do you have any idea how much pressure I'm under in the New World? And also, that guy you sent a couple of years ago, what's his name? Oh, right. Lafayette. Although he seems strong and has some cunning, can you not let him undermine the efforts of others every day? Last time he almost caught up to Mariewa. And Vayne listened to the complaints of the man across from him, showing no signs of displeasure, and even wore a slight smile. After a long while, Vayne spoke up. Bro, you've worked hard these past 2 years. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then the man said helplessly, Oh, you still remember you have a brother like me? I really appreciate it. Vayne continued, Bro, I miss you. Let's talk face to face. Where are you now? I'm in Seven Water City, at Daniel's house. Got it. Some instructions came through from the other end of the phone, and then the call was disconnected. After a while, suddenly, a large black door appeared in the air across from Vayne. A man with orange-red hair and slightly dark skin opened the door and stepped inside. Damn it, I haven't been here in a long time. It really was a bit hard to find. Vayne's eyes brightened as he said to the man in front of him, Brother. The name of the man before him is Durak D. Solomon. Solomon is 27 years old, 2 years older than Vayne, and they have no blood relation. Instead, they're childhood friends who grew up together in Xiangbedi. Solomon is also an orphan who lost his parents and was rescued by Rayleigh at an auction. Later, he met Vayne, who at that time did not have a name, so they decided to take the same surname. Solomon's dream is to travel around the world. He wants to explore all the places in the world and ultimately write a novel about his travel experiences. When Vayne was 14, he defeated a group of pirates and obtained a devil fruit from their ship. Excited, Vayne went to Rayleigh to ask what kind of fruit it was. After checking the devil fruit encyclopedia, Rayleigh concluded that it was the Dordor fruit, a paramecia type. Thus, Solomon became the user of the Dordor fruit, which allowed him to open doors to any place he had previously visited and was perfect for traveling the world. This was the reason Vayne gave the fruit to Solomon. Later, after 3 years of traveling, Vayne returned and urgently needed trustworthy people to help him build a force. So Solomon came back. Vayne still remembers the conversation he had with Solomon back then. Bro, I have something going on. What is it? I plan to start a company. A really big one. So, I need people to help. Wait a minute. It might take some time. So, Solomon, who dreamed of traveling the world, resolutely went home to help Vayne manage the company. And he's been doing it for 5 years, especially in the last 2 years. Vayne has hardly stayed at the headquarters, and all internal and external affairs have been handled by Solomon. Therefore, in the Dawn organization, Solomon is number 01, codenamed Door. When Solomon sees Vayne, a hint of tenderness flashes in his eyes. Then he snorts coldly. Ha! How come our big star is time to return to the Grand Line? Not staying in your 4 Cs anymore? Wayne's outstretched hands froze slightly. He had originally intended to give Solomon a big hug, but awkwardly retracted his hands and said, "I saw Ace when I returned to the East Sea this time." "Ace? That's great news. Didn't you recognize him? Bring him to the Grand Line for a visit." Solomon nodded slightly upon hearing Ace's name. He had heard Wayne mention Ace before, as he was the child of the person Wayne had saved back then. Although he had never met him, Wayne had always regarded him as a brother. Wayne shook his head and said, "I didn't recognize him. This kid wanted to go out to sea and become a pirate, but I managed to talk him out of it." Then Wayne recounted the scene when he met Ace to Solomon. After listening, Solomon thought for a moment and said, "I think you were wrong in this matter. Nothing should stop a young man from pursuing his dream of the sea." Vayne pouted and said, "That being said, he is still the child of the pirate king. Do you not know what the consequences would be if he went out to sea as a pirate? Besides, Ace's strength is still too low right now. When he has the ability to protect himself in the future, I won't stop him." Vayne's imagined self-preservation power, the awakening of the devil fruit, armament Haki reaching flowing cherry blossom, observation Haki reaching the ability to predict the future. Well, that's probably it. The fifth emperor Luffy. I'm a fifth emperor, and I haven't reached that level, right? Solomon retorted, "As pirates, if we get caught by the Navy, don't we all end up the same way? Isn't every kid the same? Even if you're the child of a celestial dragon. What good will it do you to be a pirate and get caught by the Navy? It's either execution or spending a lifetime in the underwater prison." "Doflamingo, I feel targeted, thank you. Besides, you put him in that small place in the East Blue. How strong can he get? When you set sail back then, he might not have been stronger than you." Hearing this, Wayne fell silent. Although theoretically, Solomon was not wrong. He had never read the One Piece manga and did not know what tragic events would happen in the future. How could Wayne tell others about such things? He couldn't just say, "Hey, listen up, the world you live in is a comic, and I've read it before, so you should definitely listen to me." Who would believe that? So Wayne simply shook his head and said, "You wouldn't understand. Let's change the subject. How's the situation in the New World? Those scumbags haven't done anything outrageous, have they?" Upon hearing this, Solomon smiled slightly, his eyes showing a hint of disdain as he said, "With me around, what problems could arise? Besides, those guys are just paper tigers. Who would dare to really fight us?" He continued, "There's no problem on Sabaody either. After all, we have the old man looking out for us. The amount of gambling money we pay him every year is not for nothing." The old man Solomon referred to was, of course, Rayleigh, the Dark King. Although he was retired and could not directly intervene due to his status, he could still help Wayne deal with a couple of troublesome enemies behind the scenes. Solomon paused for a moment. Then a hint of concern appeared in his eyes as he said, "On the contrary, our deployment on the island is still insufficient. There are areas my abilities can't cover. That's why those guys have taken the opportunity to cause some trouble." The Door fruit was certainly not invincible. First, it had to be a place the user had been to before, and second, it had to be within the range of the user's abilities. It couldn't teleport to places that were too far away. The farthest distance Solomon could open a door was from the New World to Water 7. This was already the result of his awakened fruit powers. In the original work, the Door fruit user Bruno could not open doors over long distances. Otherwise, why would they need the sea train to transport Robin? They could just open a door to impel down. Wayne nodded upon hearing this. Memories of the slave, King's slave, flashed through his mind, and he said, "Leave this to me. I'll take care of it in a couple of days." Solomon glanced at Wayne and nodded. "All right, then it's up to you. It's about time we gave you, our hands-off manager, something to do." He clearly understood what Wayne intended to do and did not stop him, knowing that dealing with those people required such violent methods. Moreover, Solomon had also seen the news of Wayne's confrontation with Akiji, knowing that Wayne's strength had significantly increased since his return. So he naturally felt at ease, letting him stir things up. Wayne lit a cigarette and casually handed one to Solomon, saying, "Bro, it's been a long time since we drank together. How about we have a couple of drinks?" Solomon glanced at his watch and replied, "Sure, I'll head back tomorrow. You hurry up and cook a couple of dishes and we'll drink together." He added, "Speaking of which, it's been a while since I tasted your cooking. I wonder if you've gotten worse." Ding! After 27 minutes of cooking, your culinary skills have improved. Current culinary skill level. Master, 46, 525, 000, gained 3 life points. Current life points, 1, 980. Wayne, is it ready yet? I'm about to starve. Solomon sat at the dining table, holding utensils in both hands, with a napkin tied around his neck. Smelling the aroma coming from the kitchen, he swallowed hard and kept urging, "It's coming, it's coming. Just 3 dishes, nothing more." Wayne manipulated the magnetic field in the room using the thunder fruit, and then 3 giant plates of food were sent to the dining table by him. This was a new ability Vayne had developed, using the thunder fruit to control the surrounding magnetic field, achieving a floating effect. Solomon looked at the floating dishes and said, "Wow, what new ability do you have now?" As Vayne's best buddy, Solomon didn't know about Vayne having a system, but he was aware that Vayne always had some strange and unique things up his sleeve. For example, a bamboo dragonfly that could let a person fly for an hour, or spicy strips that couldn't fill a whole room, and so on. No, this is a new devil fruit I just obtained, the thunder fruit. Have you heard of it? Wow, the thunder fruit, a natural type? Damn, you're so lucky. Solomon swallowed a big mouthful of food, chewing while feeling puzzled. But speaking of which, how did you make the thunder fruit feel like the float fruit? If I didn't know better, I'd think you killed that old geezer Don Quixote. Theodore took a sip of beer, pointed to his own head, and said, "Knowledge is power, you know? Cough, cough, water, give me water." Solomon was choked by the food he hadn't chewed properly, reaching out his left hand to Vayne for help. Vayne quickly handed over a glass of beer. Gulp. Solomon downed the beer in one go, finally swallowing his food. Speaking of which, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Are you interested in taking on 2 apprentices? Then you could open a few restaurants in Shambody and make a fortune, right? Vayne smiled, then remembered the curly eyebrows and said, "By the way, I actually took on an apprentice in the EC." So, Vayne began to share with Solomon the things he encountered in the EC, including his new crew member, Crow. The two of them chatted back and forth, sometimes about daily life, sometimes discussing which supernova they were optimistic about, and at other times reminiscing about the time they snuck a peek at the neighbor's sister taking a bath when they were kids. The brothers hadn't seen each other for years, and as soon as they met, there were endless topics and stories to share. A drink with a close friend is never enough. They continued to drink from the bright sun high in the sky until the sun set in the west. Vayne looked at the remaining beer in Solomon's bowl and slurred, "You burp, don't raise fish." Solomon's face was already flushed, but his naturally dark skin made it look a mix of dark and red. "Who are you cursing? Who raises fish?" Solomon said defiantly, raising a bowl of liquor, and declared, "Come on, bottoms up." Vayne also picked up a cup and said, "Damn, bro. Cheers." The next morning, Vayne was the first to wake up. Looking at Solomon, who was still fast asleep, he kicked him awake. "What time is it? Still sleeping? Get up. Come on. Let's keep going." Solomon rubbed his sleepy eyes and said, "Keep going? No way, no way. Next time, definitely. I have things to do when I get back." Vayne looked at the submissive Solomon and said, "All right, next time we'll drink martial arts. This time we'll just count it as literary drinking." Solomon glanced at the empty beer bottles scattered around the room, feeling a bit of a headache from the beer keg, but still gritted his teeth and replied, "Okay. Literary drinking or martial arts drinking, let's just see." Vayne watched Solomon enter through the door and waved his hand, temporarily bidding farewell to his good brother. Next, he had some things to take care of. Vayne arrived at the dock, where the shipwright was looking at the Ark proverb with a worried expression. He said, "My lord Vayne, it's not that we are unwilling to do it, but this ship is made entirely of gold, and we simply can't melt it down. We have considered the plan you mentioned, but getting a ship to fly in the sky is indeed quite difficult. Please forgive my inability to accomplish this." Vayne thought for a moment and decided not to make things difficult for the boatman in front of him. He waved his hand and said, forget it. You all can go. I'll find someone else to take a look." Vayne rubbed his head, feeling a bit of a headache. Dissolving the Ark penance wasn't too difficult. It just required electro-winning. The original Enel had used the characteristics of the rumble fruit to perform electro-winning to forge this ship. But the key issue was that Vayne didn't have the design plans, and he didn't want to openly sail the ship everywhere. So he could only hope that a shipwright could transplant some gold onto the apocalyptic and then design an entirely new spaceship based on the structure of the Ark penance. It seemed he needed to find those 2 guys. The previous shipwright was already the best in Water 7. If even he couldn't make it, then he would have to try asking Iceberg, and Frankie. However, although these 2 were once brothers, their relationship was very poor, and their current jobs were worlds apart. One was the mayor, and the other had become a thug. So Vayne planned to first go and ask Mayor Iceberg. Inside the Water 7 mayor's office. "Come in." Vayne pushed the door open and then saw Mayor Isbagu along with his female secretary beside him. This secretary, dressed in black stockings and high heels, was Khalifa, a member of CP9 under the world government, sent as an undercover agent to obtain the design plans for the Pluto. Although Vayne knew Khalifa's true identity, he did not show any signs of discomfort. He simply smiled slightly and said to Mayor Isbagu, "Your Excellency Isbagu, I am Vayne." Isbagu maintained his cold expression, living up to his nickname, Ice Mountain. He nodded and replied, "Hello, Excellency Vayne. What can I do for you?" The mayor's attitude towards Vayne was quite friendly. Although Vayne was one of the 7 warlords, he had never harmed civilians. Moreover, the company under Vayne paid a significant amount of taxes to the mayor every year, which mayor wouldn't appreciate a big taxpayer. Vayne continued, Your Excellency, I want to modify a ship, and I have already prepared the materials. However, I still need your assistance due to some technical shortcomings. Espaga nodded and said, That's a small matter. I'll speak to my people and have the Carrera Company clear dock number 1 for you. Just bring the ship in when the time comes. Vayne shook his head and said, Your Excellency the Mayor, you may have misunderstood my meaning. The ship I want to transform is not something that just anyone can handle. Therefore, it may require you to personally lead your team in the forging. Upon hearing this, Icebegu hesitated a bit. He hadn't personally built a ship in a long time, not because his skills had declined, but because he was now the mayor and simply didn't have the time to build ships himself. Moreover, it seemed a bit absurd to have a mayor personally involved in shipbuilding. So Icebegu said, Lord Vayne, I've been very busy lately and can't spare the time to build. How about this? Hearing this, Vayne remained expressionless and slowly reported a number. 300 million berries. This is the shipbuilding fee I am paying you. I have already prepared the materials for the ship. This 300 million is just your labor cost. Icebegu replied, That's not how it is. Vayne interrupted. 500 million berries. Acebug, it's not about the money. Vayne, 800 million Bailey. Espagu. Espagu was silent for a while and said, Actually, it's not that there's no time, but Vayne, 1 billion berries. Icebegu, all right, deal. Actually, when Vayne offered 8 billion berries just now, Icebegu was already ready to agree. But unexpectedly, in just a moment of distraction, he earned an extra 2 billion berries. Akainu, what kind of ability is this? Vayne smiled slightly. Money ability. In the city of Seven Waters, dock number 1. Vayne wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. The once enormous arc phrases had been completely melted down by Vayne using the thunder fruit, transforming into soft and easily processed blocks of gold. This was the result of Vayne's hard work over the past 2 days. According to Icebegu, they could also melt down this golden ship, but it would take a long time, so Vayne decided to do it himself. However, over the past 2 days, Vayne didn't just melt down the arc. He also made significant progress in his understanding of the thunder fruit's abilities. Host, Durachi D. Vayne title, Scholar Culinary Healer. Superstar Fruit Ability, Thunder Fruit Development Level. Beginner 433310000. Haki Level. High Level Armament Haki, 123350000. High Level Observation Haki, 38005000. Beginner Conqueror's Haki, 1910000. Swordsmanship Level. Great Swordsman High Level, 3005000. Martial Arts Level. 7th Tier, 48001000. Note, top martial artists in the pirate world, such as Carp, are around the 9th tier, while Akiji and Akainu are around the 7th tier. Combat Skills. Navy 6 styles. Moonwalk, Iron Block, Finger Gun, Shave, Life Return. Flying Swordsmanship Profession. Chef, Master Level. Novelist, Master Level. Singer, Grandmaster Level. Doctor, Advanced. Swordsmith, Advanced Sword. Famous Blade, Yukizuru. One of the 50 crafts life points. 2077. This is all of Vayne's current strength. Compared to a few months ago, the changes in Vayne's power are remarkable. First, his swordsmanship has become one of the top among the seas. Secondly, his martial arts and Conqueror's Haki have both improved by a tier. He has learned the flying swordsmanship, and he has gained the natural thunder fruit ability. The road ahead is long and arduous. Vayne let out a light sigh. With his strength, he could protect himself at sea. However, if he wanted to achieve his goals, there was still a long way to go. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of the phone bug in Vayne's pocket rang. Moses, it's Vayne, what's up? Hey, boss, it's Daniel. How about the latest intel on Slave King Slave that you asked me to gather? I'll bring it to you right away. No need. Where are you? I'll come get it. Vayne's figure transformed into a flash of lightning, disappearing from the spot. After understanding the intelligence, Vayne held the permanent pointer to Slave Island in his hand, and with a flicker, he vanished into the air. Strictly speaking, the speed of lightning is as fast as light. Although limited by the properties of the thunder fruit, Vayne could also fly through the air like lightning. While his speed might not be as fast as that of the Navy's Kazuru, he was definitely the second fastest in the pirate world. The Slave King, Slave, has his base at Slave Island, near Sabaody. He commands around 3,000 gang members, with a number of experts among them unknown. Slave himself is proficient in observation Haki, and although he has not been seen using armament Haki, he is suspected to be a user of a paramecia-type slave fruit. Slave's rise to power has been very sudden, and Vayne suspects it is related to his slave fruit. In these 2 days, Slave has been conducting the auction of the latest batch of slaves on Slave Island. Scenes of information flashed through Wayne's mind, prompting him to quicken his flight speed. He needed to arrive at Slave Island before the auction ended. "Boss, another bowl, please." In a ramen shop, Wayne was devouring the noodles in his bowl, with 2 stacks of empty bowls already in front of him. The noodles in this shop were very chewy, and the portions of meat were generous. Even with Wayne's culinary skills, he couldn't help but praise how delicious it was. Wayne arrived at Slave Island today. After flying for a day and a night, Wayne felt a bit hungry in his stomach. So he first looked for a restaurant to eat, and he accidentally found a noodle shop that suited his taste. "Welcome, customer." A young girl looked at Wayne, who was enjoying his meal, with a hint of admiration in her eyes, yet another girl who fell for Wayne's looks. "Well, let's stop here for now. It's time to get to work." Wayne called out, "Boss, I'd like to settle the bill." An elderly man with a face full of wrinkles approached Wayne, smiling slightly, and said, "Customer, I hope you enjoyed your meal. That'll be 280,000 berries." After all, a big customer like Wayne was rare. Usually, they only sold a few dozen bowls of noodles a day. Vayne's expression was somewhat unfavorable. The noodles were indeed delicious, but was the price a bit too high? Although Vayne didn't care about the money, he still wanted to clarify. Wayne has eaten a total of 28 bowls of noodles, averaging 10,000 belly per bowl. This price is indeed outrageous. Has he been ripped off? Wayne had a hint of displeasure on his face, but he suppressed his anger and asked, "Old man, why is your noodles so expensive?" The old man opened his mouth, then closed it again, looked around, and finally whispered, "Guest, I can see that you're not a local. Are you from out of town?" Wayne nodded, thinking to himself, "Good heavens, are they so blatant about ripping people off?" But unexpectedly, the old man continued, "The market price here is like this because we can't survive without charging this way. You see, our king, Slave, has set the tax rate at 90%. In other words, of your 280,000 Bailey, we have to hand over 90%, leaving us with only 28,000 Bailey. Moreover, we also have to pay a regular indulgence tax. If we can't pay it, we'll be reduced to slavery." Wayne fell silent for a moment after hearing this. These were not mentioned in the intelligence reports. He originally thought that Slave was only trafficking people around the world, but he didn't know that he would be so harsh on his own country's people. This Slave is truly a beast. Vayne gritted her teeth and uttered a sentence. The girl beside her changed her expression upon hearing it and whispered, "Guest, please lower your voice. Don't let others hear. Speaking such disrespectful words could get you reduced to a slave." Vayne did not speak, but his eyes were filled with even more anger. He then took out 300,000 berries from his pocket and handed it to the old man in front of him, saying, "Here you go, old man. No need for change." The old man's eyes showed a look of gratitude, and then he reminded Vayne, "Outsider, if there's nothing else, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, if the patrol team finds you, you won't be able to escape." Wayne nodded slightly. Of course, he wouldn't leave just like that. However, he indeed should leave the noodle shop to attend to more important matters. At that moment, a loud kick on the door echoed. Several burly men in patrol uniforms approached, their eyes filled with arrogance, shouting at the old man. "Old man, today is tax collection day. Is the money ready?" The girl, seeing these patrolmen, fearfully hid behind the old man, while the old man's face was filled with a humble smile. "Gentlemen, you must be busy all day and haven't eaten, right? Come. Today this old man treats you all to a free meal. Get lost, who wants your noodles? Where's the money? Don't tell me you don't have it." Bang! One of the burly men shoved the old man's hand holding the bowl, causing the bowl to smash on the ground, spilling noodles everywhere, still steaming hot. Wayne couldn't stand it any longer and said, "This isn't very good, is it? Someone kindly invites you to eat noodles, and you have this attitude? There's a saying that you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you. Even some pirates don't behave as badly as these patrols. Who are you to care?" The big man looked arrogant, and then said to Wayne, "You look unfamiliar. I've never seen you before. You're not from outside, are you? Have you registered?" Wayne was just about to speak when he was abruptly interrupted by the old man, who pulled out a crumpled stack of berries from his pocket and said, "Gentlemen, this is 1,000,000 berries, as our tax for forgiveness this month. This month, we are willing to be lowly people for a month." The big man snatched the berries from the old man's hand and said, 1,000,000? That's not enough. The tax for lowly people has increased to 700,000 berries. You need to bring out 400,000 more. The old man immediately broke into a sweat and trembled as he said, "Gentlemen, how has it increased again? Didn't it just go up 2 months ago?" The big man looked at the old man with a hint of disdain in his eyes and said, "What's wrong? No money? If you don't have money, go be a slave." The old man's face was filled with worry, clearly unable to come up with the money. He then turned to the little girl and said, "My dear granddaughter, wait for grandpa at home. Grandpa will stay inside for a month. I know people there, and I will find a way to come out. Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes welled up with tears as she said, Grandpa. After the old man finished speaking, he walked forward but unexpectedly stumbled when pushed by the big man. Wayne quickly caught him. The big man's gaze swept over the old man and finally landed on the little girl as he said, This old man going to be a slave? Who would want him? But this little girl would be good as a slave. With that, the big man's hand reached out towards the little girl, and the old man, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat. Wait! Wayne stood in front of the little girl. The big man from the patrol team was furious and shouted, Damn it! I knew you were from out of town. All foreign residents must be recorded, and those who sneak into the country will be reduced to slaves. After saying this, the big man reached out to grab the little girl. Wayne quickly shielded the girl behind him and said, Then I will go with her. There was a murderous look in Wayne's eyes, and then the big man's pupils shrank, revealing a hint of fear. However, he still said to the people around him, Get them armed and take them to the prison first. Wayne changed his plan. He intended to first check out what this so-called tax exemption and slave prison were all about. Along the way, the girl had tears in her eyes, her face pale, looking as if disaster was imminent. Meanwhile, Wayne appeared relaxed, showing no signs of fear at all. Wayne looked at the girl beside him who had been crying and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He then said, Look, what is this? As he spoke, a purple butterfly appeared in the palm of Wayne's hand, fluttering its wings a few times and looking quite beautiful. The girl, seeing this, curiously reached out to touch it. Just a second before her fingers could make contact, the purple butterfly in Wayne's hand vanished. This butterfly was created by Wayne using the lightning generated from the thunder fruit. Although small, it was not something an ordinary person could touch. Wayne noticed that the little girl was drawn to him and said, Don't cry anymore, little sister. I'm a magician. How about I show you a magic trick? The little girl smiled through her tears and said, You're a nice person, kind-hearted, and good-looking, but you seem a bit not so bright. You're about to become a slave, yet you still have that silly grin on your face. After saying that, the little girl added, By the way, my name is Vivian. I'm 18 years old. I just look a bit small, so please don't call me little sister anymore. Vayne was speechless upon hearing this. The girl in front of him was only about 6 meters tall and looked at most 13 or 14 years old. Yet she was actually 18. Could she be another legal loli? Golia. Soon, Vayne and Vivian were taken to the so-called slave prison, which was located underground in a luxurious auction house. From the outside, no one would expect such a lavish place to have a filthy slave prison beneath it. Along the way, through conversations with Vivian, Vayne learned some information. The isolationist policies of the slave nation were very severe. This kind of blockade was not due to environmental factors like in the Land of Harmony, but rather laws set by humans. The slave nation divided its citizens into 3 classes. The first class was the nobility. Nobles enjoyed complete power, not only indulging in entertainment and leisure at will, but also extracting taxes from the common people. The high prices in this country were a result of the nobility's taxation. In addition, nobles could freely purchase and kill slaves without bearing any responsibility. The second class was the commoners. Commoners had relative freedom. They could run businesses, marry, and engage in some entertainment activities. However, unlike the nobility, commoners were not allowed to access information from the outside world. Their lives were limited to within the country. This was also why no one recognized Vayne along the way. A crucial point was that commoners had to pay an exemption tax. The laws of this country stated that all commoners, except for nobles, were guilty. Therefore, they had to pay taxes to absolve themselves of sin. The taxes were extremely high. After paying 90% of their income tax, commoners still had to pay 50,000 or 100,000 every month. Those who paid 100,000 Bailey could remain a commoner for another month, while those who paid 50,000 would be downgraded to the lower class. What if they couldn't afford the exemption tax? They would be directly reduced to slaves. The third class was the lower class. Lower-class individuals had no rights to entertainment. They could only work desperately to escape their status. If they could not escape this status within 5 months, they would be reduced to slaves. Additionally, lower-class individuals had to live with shackles. They would always be bound by heavy chains to indicate their status. Besides these 3 classes, there was another class in the country called slaves. Of course, slaves in this country could no longer be called people. Vivian had been living with her grandfather since she was 15. That year, her father was killed by a noble riding in a carriage, leaving the 2 of them, a lonely grandfather and granddaughter. Fortunately, the old man had a skill in making noodles, which allowed them to survive until now. However, due to the rapid increase in exemption taxes, the old man's last bit of savings was drained, leading to their current fate as slaves. In the prison cell, Vayne quietly listened to Vivian's description, glancing around at the oppressive environment, dark and dreary, with only a faint light coming from a small skylight, a few centimeters wide. The dripping sound of water made the atmosphere even more suffocating. Truly a job well done, slave. Vayne listened for a while, suddenly revealing a faint smile, but the smile was somewhat sinister. Those familiar with Vayne knew that when he showed this expression, he was truly angry. Time slowly passed, and as Vayne smelled the stench coming from the cell, he estimated the time in his heart. It had been almost 3 hours since he was imprisoned in the cell, and Vayne had roughly figured out the intelligence of the country of slavery. Now it was time to get out. Vayne activated his armament Haki with both hands, preparing to break the chains binding himself and Vivian. Just then, Vayne sensed the presence of approaching life through his observation Haki. Someone was coming. Clang! The door of the room in the prison where Vayne was held opened, and a beam of light shone in. 7 or 8 big men in black suits walked in, and the leader said to the people beside him, "Take this woman out." After that, he caught sight of Vayne's face and added, "Take this man too. He will definitely fetch a good price." Vayne was slightly taken aback, realizing that they were to be taken for auction. This was Vayne's best chance to catch slave. So Vayne said to the trembling Vivian beside him, "Don't be afraid. We'll stick together." The suited man let out a cold laugh. Don't count on such good luck. Unless you're bought by a master." The suited men led Vayne and Vivian through a long street, heading towards the auction house on the ground. Vayne recorded the route while contemplating how to torment these heinous criminals later. About 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the auction house. As soon as they entered, Vayne and Vivian were marked with special numbers. Vayne was 71, and Vivian was 72. In the center of the auction house, a slender man wearing sunglasses passionately introduced the items. Next, let's welcome item number 63, a strong fishman. Fishmen are special creatures that live at the bottom of the sea. Unlike mermaids, they have fish upper bodies and human lower bodies. Moreover, these fishmen are extremely strong. An average adult fishman is 10 times stronger than an ordinary human. The best among them surpass ordinary humans by far. Of course, dear guests, you need not worry that these fishmen will suddenly harm their masters, because we have specially designed collars. The auctioneer pointed to the collar around the fishman's neck and said, "As soon as the fishman shows any sign of resistance, it will be like this." The auctioneer pressed a button, and then electricity surged through the fishman's body, causing it to convulse, roll its eyes back, and scream in pain. The guests in the auction house's stands erupted in enthusiastic cheers, clearly excited by the sight of the slave being tortured. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, the auctioneer announced, "The starting bid for the fishman is 8 million berries, with each subsequent bid not less than 100,000 berries." No sooner had he finished speaking than excited shouts arose in the hall. "I bid 8. 1 million berries. 8. 2 million berries. 8. 5 million berries." Ultimately, this fishman was sold for a price of 20 million berries. This made Vayne lament the immense wealth of these nobles. A mere ordinary fishman was almost worth the bounty on East Seas Arlong. The wealth of these nobles is extracted from commoners like Vivian. These products were auctioned off one by one, and Vayne even saw his own sword, Snow Walk, being treated as an auction item placed in a corner. Soon, it was time for Vayne and Vivian to be auctioned. The auctioneer was taken aback when he saw Vayne, but it wasn't because he recognized him. Rather, it was because Vayne's tall stature made him look quite threatening. Thus, the auctioneer also placed an electric collar around Vayne's neck. Vayne did not resist, because he was lightning itself, and this slave collar could not hurt him at all. Moreover, Vayne had not yet seen the main character. That guy's slave has not shown up yet. Next, we will auction the 71st and 72nd items. So, why am I auctioning them together? Because they are a couple. Just think about it, buying a couple as slaves and torturing one of them in front of the other, or doing something else. It seems that the auctioneer doesn't need to say much. The nobles in the audience are already roaring with excitement. Therefore, the starting bid is 8 million berries. After the auctioneer called out the price, there was a long silence without any buyers responding. Then, the auctioneer seemed to understand something. He pointed to Vayne's face and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, take a good look at his face. Such a handsome slave is rare. Aren't you tempted?" The nobles leaned forward and, finally, they got a clear view of Vayne's face. "Oh my God, I bid 8. 5 million berries. I wanted to be my pet." A noblewoman shouted loudly. "I bid 8. 7 million berries. I bid 9 million berries. Oh my God, he looks just like the big star Vayne. It really does. It's simply identical. I bid 15 million berries. I bid 20 million berries." Vayne heard that those nobles seemed to recognize him, but not completely, which made him feel somewhat amused. How stupid these upper-class people are. No wonder this country has become like this. Vayne vispitted shortly. Then, the auction was urgently interrupted. It turned out that the king of the country of slavery, Slave, had arrived. Hearing that there was a slave who looked like Vayne, he came to the auction house in person to take a look. Soon, a group of bodyguards in suits escorted the king into the auction house. When Vayne saw that the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived, he revealed a chilling smile. Finally, you are here, Slave. Slave, one of the 10 kings of the Dark World, is suspected to be a user of the superpower type slave fruit. He is also the root cause of all events on this island and in this country. Vayne looked at Slave, who was 100 meters away, stood up, and stretched his fingers and neck, making popping sounds. The auctioneer next to him saw Vayne suddenly stand up, and an angry expression appeared on his face as he shouted, "Impudent! A slave cannot stand higher than his master. Kneel down at once." Vayne glanced at the auctioneer and then disregarded him. With such a minor character, Vayne had no time to pay him any attention. "You insolent fool." The tall, thin auctioneer's face twisted into a sinister expression as he pressed a button in his hand. Crackle. The collar on Vayne's neck flickered with a red light, emitting a strong electric current that quickly spread from his neck to his entire body. The humble slave dared to resist the greatness. The auctioneer's face showed a look of terror. For Vayne before him showed no signs of the pain from the electric shock. The auctioneer's voice trembled as he said, "No, it's impossible. How could you be fine?" Vayne revealed a chilling smile and said word by word, "Because I am lightning." Vayne's left hand emerged in black and pulled hard. Snap! The collar around Vayne's neck and the chain on his foot broke with a snap. In the auctioneer's panicked gaze, Vayne punched him and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. He only lost consciousness after crashing into a wall. Vayne looked at Slave in the distance, a cruel smile appearing on his face. "It's your turn now." Vayne left several afterimages in the air and instantly closed in on Slave, with purple lightning swirling around her hands. Just as Vayne was about to deliver a 30 million volt thunderbird to Slave, a sense of ominous premonition suddenly arose in her heart. Shave. Vayne's figure vanished from the spot and appeared several meters away from Slave. At the same time, a massive black slash cut through the place where Vayne had just been, creating a crack in the ground that was 7 or 8 meters long. Armed Haki. Flying slash. A man in a suit stood in front of Slave, holding 2 knives in his hands. That flying slash just now was unleashed by him. A great swordsman, huh? It seems you're not as simple as the rumors suggest. Vayne squinted his eyes, staring at the well-dressed swordsman in front of him. With such a powerful subordinate, Slave could certainly make a name for himself in the entire paradise. Even if he went to the New World, he might still secure a place for himself. It seemed that Slave only just realized this moment, his eyes filled with anger. He turned to his subordinates and shouted, "Damn it, you bunch of useless trash. You can't even tell whether this person looks like someone or is the real deal. This person is clearly the genuine Vayne, the warlord of the 7 seas. If it weren't for Zivy helping me block that attack earlier, I'd be dead, you know? You useless bunch, get over here and attack together." With Slave's roar, his subordinates seemed to finally react as they surrounded Vayne, and more henchmen rushed into the auction house. In a short time, hundreds of gangsters gathered around Vayne. A tactic of overwhelming numbers, huh? Vayne muttered softly. The combat power of strong individuals in the pirate world is quite perplexing. Even someone as strong as Whitebeard could be injured by an ordinary handgun. Therefore, a tactic of sheer numbers is undoubtedly effective when facing powerful foes. No, there's only one exception. Vayne's eyes slightly opened, a flash of red light flickering in them. Then, centered around Vayne, an invisible field emerged. As a gentle breeze swept through, the entire auction house fell silent. At that moment, the nobles in the venue rolled their eyes and fainted in their seats. The gangsters who had surrounded Vayne also rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. Conqueror's Haki. Vayne's gaze swept over the henchmen who had collapsed on the ground, then fixed on the 4 who were still standing in front of her. These 4 were the Slave King's slave, the suit-clad swordsman Zivy wielding a long knife, a tall man with a scar on his face, and a slender woman with long green hair. Vayne looked at the 4 people in front of him, a hint of excitement in his eyes, and said, "The minions are cleared out, so the battle can officially begin." After saying this, Vayne covered his hands with armament Haki and charged at the great swordsman Zivy. Zivy held his sword horizontally in front of him, blocking Vayne's attack. The 2 sides tested each other for a moment before retreating, leaving a safe zone in the middle. Vayne looked at Zivy in front of him and said, "Good swordsmanship, but unfortunately aiding the wicked." Zivy looked at Vayne's empty hands and said in a deep voice, "Where's your blade? As a swordsman, how can you face an enemy empty-handed? Do you not take me seriously?" Vayne was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the famous sword, Snow Walk. On the auction platform, he extended his left hand and pointed slightly, and Snowwalk was enveloped by an invisible force, slowly coming to rest in front of Wayne. With the development of his fruit ability, he had become increasingly adept at manipulating electromagnetic fields. Wayne held the sword in his right hand and said to Zivy in front of him, "Then I shall do as you wish." Zivy was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit envious of Wayne's handsome demeanor. He then said solemnly, "No wonder you are a great swordsman who can fight evenly with the general. Your swordsmanship is truly exquisite." Vayne was slightly taken aback and said, "Hey, is this a fruit ability? Can't you see that? This doesn't look like swordsmanship at all." I was just about to explain when he heard Slave roar again. "What? A general level strength? No, I need to call some people first. I still have distinguished guests to welcome. Zivy, Ching Shi, you two hold him off first. Hati, hurry and take me to gather more people." After saying this, Wayne saw Zivy and the green-haired woman standing in front of him, while Slave was preparing to retreat from the auction house under the cover of the tall man. Wayne would not let Slade retreat so easily. However, two powerful figures blocked Wayne's path, and for the moment, Wayne couldn't catch up to Slade. "It seems that he really has to deal with you two first before he can pursue him." Vayne gritted his teeth, looking at the figure before him, Shiwei. He took a deep breath, channeling his armament Haki into the blade of his sword, and slashed toward Shiwei, sensing the deadly intent in Vayne's strike. Shiwei naturally did not underestimate him. He let out a roar, covering his sword blade with armament Haki and charging towards Vayne. The two clashed their swords in midair, holding their ground for a moment. Vayne executed a spin and landed steadily, while Shiwei took 3 to 4 steps back before stabilizing himself. The difference in their strengths became apparent after the exchange. No wonder he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a renowned swordsman. After the skirmish, Shiwei had taken some minor losses, but he was not afraid. Instead, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he declared, "I am Shiwei, Bopi Shiwei. Practicing swordsmanship for 23 years, wielding the famous blade, the great knife of the 21 craftsmen, the Rakshasa." Wayne was slightly taken aback after hearing this. Most powerful swordsmen have impressive charisma, but it is indeed rare to find someone as distinguished as Zivy. So Wayne responded, "My name is Wayne, Durachi D. Wayne. I have practiced swordsmanship for 16 years, and my famous blade is the snow running of the 50 crafts." The two introduced themselves and stood opposite each other, creating a feeling reminiscent of a showdown at the top of the Forbidden City. "Huh!" Zivy shouted angrily, his arms bulging, and a massive slash erupted from the blade, heading straight for Wayne's face. Seeing this, Wayne did not dare to underestimate it. Snow activated his armed color Haki, and a long, narrow slash was unleashed forward. One sword style, one line of heaven. 2 flying slashes collided in the air, ripping away more than half of the auction house's ceiling, then disappearing into the air. A spark of admiration flashed in Wayne's eyes. Zivy's soaring slash was indeed impressive. The two locked eyes in the air, then simultaneously charged forward, engaging in close combat for several dozen exchanges. Rip! A huge tear appeared on Zivy's suit. A long knife wound appeared on his chest, and blood flowed from the injury. In contrast, Wayne merely exhaled lightly, showing no signs of injury, and instead appeared quite spirited. Zivy was hurt, but it did not affect his fighting spirit. He gripped his knife in his right hand and, with a rip, tore off his suit with his left hand, exposing his muscular upper body. Vayne's pupils contracted as he saw that the upper body of Zivy was covered with hundreds of scars of varying sizes. One particularly gruesome knife wound extending from the lower abdomen to the chest. This was a seasoned warrior. Wayne could tell from the wounds on his body that Zivy was extraordinary, especially that shocking knife wound, which almost cost him his life at the time. Wayne felt an even deeper appreciation for the knife wounds on Zivy, even developing a desire to recruit him. Zivy looked to be around 35 years old, yet he possessed the strength of a great swordsman. Although Wayne could tell that Zivy had only recently stepped into the realm of great swordsmen and had not traveled far on this path. Having such strength at this age certainly marked him as a well-known powerhouse on the seas. It's worth noting that just a few months ago, Wayne had only just entered the realm of great swordsman himself. If it weren't for the external boost he had, allowing him to break through to a higher-level great swordsman, he might not have had greater swordsmanship than Zivy. "Haha, that feels great. Come again, come again." Zivy let out a hearty laugh, his arms covered in armed color, domineering, charging towards Wayne once more. A trace of battle intent also appeared in Wayne's eyes as he moved forward again. The two sides clashed dozens of times, but as the fight went on, Zivy gradually fell into a disadvantage, with more and more wounds on his body. It was evident that although he had decent strength, Vayne's power clearly overshadowed his. Vayne has been engaged in pure swordsmanship combat so far, without even using his fruit abilities, simply because the swordsman Civi in front of him is indeed a rare opponent, and Vayne can gain some insights from his swordsmanship. The two have been fighting for dozens of minutes, and Vayne, seeing this rare opponent, has no intention of pursuing Slave, because in Vayne's observation, Slave is still on this island. Moreover, the battle between the two is about to come to an end. The battles between strong swordsmen are not like those between physical fighters that can last for days and nights. The encounters between swordsmen are often lethal, with life and death hanging in the balance in an instant. Swords are tools of life and death, and victory or defeat can be decided in a moment. Vayne saw that the moment had come, and said to Civi in front of him, "Come on, show me your strongest strike." Civi's face was also filled with a serious expression, his aura rising as he continually brewed his sword move. Just then, a shadow rushed towards Vayne, causing his momentum to drop, and he retreated several dozen steps to avoid the attack. It turned out that a figure had appeared in Vayne's original position, which was none other than the green snake who had been watching the battle from the sidelines. Seeing that Civi was on the verge of defeat, the green snake couldn't hold back any longer and decided to join the fray to deal with Vayne together. At that moment, the green snake had undergone a drastic transformation. His once handsome face strangely protruded forward, his eyes turned into snake-like slits, and his tongue became forked, constantly licking his lips. Devil fruit. Vayne instantly understood that this woman must be a Zoan-type devil fruit user when he saw her transform like this. Sure enough, the green snake across from him said, "I am a Zoan-type snake fruit user, in the form of a bamboo leaf viper. Civi, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and join me in taking care of this person." Civi remained unmoved, simply standing in place as if he hadn't heard anything. Seeing this, Vayne smiled knowingly. In a duel between swordsmen, outside interference was not allowed. So Vayne whispered, "Then I'll deal with you first, and then continue this battle that is yet to be decided." Vayne held the snow in his right hand and launched two massive flying slashes at the blue snake. The blue snake flickered and dodged the two incoming slashes. Such speed. After all, snakes have very fast reaction times. Vayne watched as the green snake in front of him continuously rotated its snake-like eyes, with a few drops of saliva dripping from its mouth onto the ground, producing a wisp of white smoke. Highly poisonous. Vayne understood in his heart after seeing it. The bamboo leaf green is indeed a type of highly poisonous snake, and the fruit ability user is probably even more so. Therefore, although Vayne's physique is not weak, he does not want to increase his resistance by enduring poison like Luffy. That is purely a life-threatening act. Since that is the case, he can only use the fruit ability. Vayne thought for a moment and came up with a strategy. Close combat might work, but there is still a risk of poisoning. Although the toxin is unlikely to kill him, it will still affect his performance to some extent, and he might have several more battles to fight. Moreover, this green snake is very fast, but no matter how fast it is, can it be faster than lightning? Vayne smiled and murmured, 30 million volts. Thunderbird. With both hands transforming into lightning, Vayne unleashed a massive thunderbird that swiftly flew towards the green serpent before him. Boom! The lightning successfully struck the green serpent, leaving a charred mark on the ground, and a hint of black appeared on the serpent's body. That was the color of armament Haki. One noticed that this green snake had some mastery of armament Haki, but it was not at a high level. Therefore, it still suffered significant injuries under his lightning. After all, the effectiveness of Haki against devil fruit abilities has its conditions. When the gap between the two is too large, the defensive capability of armament Haki becomes negligible. Shui, what are you still dawdling for? When the master blames you later, can you handle that? A faint burnt smell emanated from the green snake, clearly indicating it had sustained serious injuries earlier, prompting it to urge Shui. Shui's face showed signs of struggle and pain, but he still stood in place without making a move. One understood that he couldn't delay any longer, so he coldly snorted, "Humph. A woman who doesn't abide by martial ethics. Bagua, a dog's head for survival. 60 million volts. Thunder Beast." Vayne's body was covered in intense lightning, and a giant thunder beast slowly formed, charging directly at the blue serpent's face. This was the most powerful technique developed by Vayne using the thunder fruit so far. In the eyes of the blue serpent, this formidable thunder beast was rushing towards her at a speed that could be perceived by the naked eye, and she couldn't dodge this attack. Therefore, the blue serpent desperately activated her observation Haki and intended to withstand this blow with her Zoan-type devil fruit user physique. Boom! The thunder beast let out a tremendous roar, and in the blink of an eye, it entered the blue serpent's body. With a blinding flash of light, The blue serpent collapsed to the ground, her eyes turning white, reverting to her original form, and she fainted. Vayne confirmed that the green snake had indeed fainted with his observation Haki, and said to the Westway in front of him, "Then, let our battle continue." "All right." Westway gritted his teeth and spat out a word, and the surrounding momentum surged once more. Vayne's expression also became serious as he continuously swung his sword, Snow Walk. One sword style, breaking the cocoon. Flying sword technique, dragon nest flash, bite. The two quickly closed in on each other, both unleashing powerful sword techniques to confront one another. Westway's one sword style, breaking the cocoon, emitted a black blade light from within the white sword energy, entwined with strong armament Haki, resembling a life reborn from a cocoon, containing two intense killing intents. Vayne's dragon nest flash, bite was an even faster and more ruthless technique than the dragon nest flash. So swift that even observation Haki struggled to capture it. Their figures flashed past each other. Vayne stood firm, sheathing his snow walk. Westway, with his back to Vayne, half knelt on the ground and slowly fell down. Vayne looked at the tattered corner of his clothes. Sivir's strike was indeed powerful. However, Vayne's dragon's bite was faster, allowing him to strike first. "I can see that you are a good swordsman. Why did you choose to serve under slave?" When turned around and looked at Zivi, who was spitting blood in front of him. The remaining sword energy from the dragon's nest was continuously destroying the vitality within Zivi's body, and he probably wouldn't live much longer. Zivi's face was pale, and he let out a self-deprecating laugh, swallowing the blood in his mouth. He said, "It's not that easy." Well, a swordsman dying at the hands of another swordsman can be considered a fitting end. Vayne looked at the heroic Zivi before him, revealing a sense of mutual admiration, and said, "I have a way to save your life, but you'll have to work for me afterwards. What do you think?" Zivi showed a bitter smile, as if returning to life, and said, "You can't save me. The effects of the devil fruit are stronger than you think." Zivi extended the sword Rakshasa in his hand, wanting to pass it to Vayne. "A swordsman is strong, as you deserves a better sword. The great knife 21 Rakshasa has followed you. Treat her well, and I believe you will be able to use her to replace that man's position in the future." Zivi coughed violently a few times, forcing himself to say, "Be careful of the devil fruit. This island slave is not as simple as you think." After saying this, Zivi took his last breath, his eyes still flashing with an unusual brilliance. It is rumored that before a person dies, they see memories of their past life. Zivi was born in a small town in the West Sea. At the age of 13, Zivi held a knife for the first time. It was a wooden tang knife, a birthday gift from his father. Zivi cherished it and practiced swordsmanship earnestly every year. At the age of 15, he joined a sword academy and learned true swordsmanship from a local master. His master praised his talent, but lamented that he started too late to achieve great success. It was also that year that Zivi obtained his first real sword. At 17, Zivi fell into a bottleneck in his swordsmanship. To break through, he decided to venture out to sea. He didn't believe in talent. He only believed in hard work making up for shortcomings. Practicing swordsmanship for more than 12 hours a day without fail. By the age of 21, for years had passed, and he had successfully honed his swordsmanship, becoming a swordsman. But when he returned home, his mother, father, and all his relatives had perished, victims of a pirate raid. That year, he killed for the first time, wiping out a pirate crew of 23 men. By the age of 23, Zivi had no relatives or old friends in his hometown. So with this sword, he set out for the Grand Line. That year, his life was left with only the sword. At 32, Zivi had been roaming the Grand Line for 10 years. During these 10 years, he opened a sword academy, worked as a bounty hunter, and learned a special power, armament Haki. However, he had never obtained a good sword, and his swordsmanship fell into another bottleneck. At 33, he encountered the legendary world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, and challenged his throne. That day, he lost badly and realized the gap between himself and true strength. A vicious scar was left on his chest, but fortunately, Mihawk did not kill him, only stating that the scar on his back was a swordsman's shame. Mihawk left, leaving only a remark, "Your strength is not bad, but the sword in your hand still needs improvement. A true strong person should possess their own famous sword. Come back to challenge me when you have a famous sword." At 34, Zivi met the unremarkable slave, and to obtain the great knife 21 Rakshasa, Zivi signed a contract he would regret for life. Under the condition of Rakshasa, Zivi had to serve slave for 10 years. However, what Zivi did not know was that after signing this contract, his body and thoughts would no longer completely belong to him. But it was too late. Under the influence of the devil fruit, Zivy could not resist Slave and became his top enforcer, an enforcer with a notorious reputation. However, after obtaining Rakshasa, Zivy's strength improved significantly. Rakshasa was a famous sword capable of devouring armament Haki. Under the constant training with Rakshasa, Zivy successfully broke through to the level of a great swordsman. At 36, Zivy still had not encountered Mihawk again, nor completed the promise made 4 years ago. Instead, he died at the hands of the warlord Vayne. But he did not regret it. Vayne was a true swordsman. Therefore, he entrusted his dreams and Rakshasa to Vayne, hoping he could fulfill his dreams and step onto that throne he longed for. In the end, Zivy still died. Vayne stood in front of Zivy's corpse for a while, stunned. He was a swordsman whom Vayne admired. Although Vayne didn't know what Zivy had gone through, he could see the look of relief in Zivy's eyes before he died. Vayne buried Zivy in a lawn outside the auction house, where flowers and grass were growing. It really is quite frustrating. Vayne stood in front of Zivy's grave, gritting his teeth and saying, at this moment, Vayne just wanted to send Slave straight to hell. Everything in this country, whether it was the miserable commoners, the detestable nobles, or the swordsman Zivy who died in regret, made Vayne very unhappy. Vayne inserted the demon along with the sword sheath into his waist, then activated his observation Haki. After sensing Slave's presence, he flew rapidly toward that location. Slave, I won't let you die so easily. At that moment, Slave was followed by a group of subordinates, all smiling as they looked at the distinguished guest before them. Prince Charlos, there have been some minor issues at the auction house, and the slave you reserved cannot be given to you yet. But it will be resolved soon. Just give me some time. A man dressed in a special white robe, wearing a fishbowl on his head and a droplet of snot hanging from his nose, said foolishly, the air down here is really hard to breathe. Slave, you need to get my slave to me quickly, or I will turn you into a slave. This person was known as the World Noble, yet he was the most wicked celestial dragon in the world, named Charlos. Slave smiled and said obsequiously, please rest assured, I will resolve this trouble as soon as possible. However, this trouble is a bit big. It's the warlord Vayne. The world government officials following Charlos exclaimed, Warlord Vayne? My God, Slave, how did you get into such big trouble? Slave revealed a strange smile and said, it's not me who caused him trouble. He came looking for me. So if you want to get rid of this trouble, you'll have to rely on you. Slave planned to use others to do his dirty work, as he was unsure if his subordinates could handle Vayne. So he sought the power of the celestial dragons. At this moment, celestial dragon Charlos also reacted, saying blankly, Warlord Vayne, I think I've heard that name. It's the slave that my father and sister wanted. Great, I've encountered him first. I want him to be my slave. A man dressed as a butler behind Charlos broke into a cold sweat and said, Your Highness, we should avoid provoking Warlord Vayne. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Charlos blew the smoke from the gun and said, there is nothing we celestial dragons can't obtain. Servants like you should die. The celestial dragon's butler died with a look of terror on his face. The world government officials behind him wiped the sweat from their foreheads. He had intended to persuade Charlos, but fortunately, he didn't have time to speak. Otherwise, he would have been the one to fall. At this moment, the world government officials could only hope that Vayne would be wise enough not to appear before Charlos, or it would be troublesome. Just then, a flash of light streaked across the sky and finally stopped before these people, transforming into a figure. The newcomer was none other than Vayne. Vayne looked at Slave, who was walking in front, and let out a cold smile. You really make it easy for me to find you. Vayne clenched his left fist, and a purple lightning bolt flew towards Slave. 30 million volts, the spear of lightning. Just as the lightning was about to hit Slave, a tall figure blocked in front of him. Boom! The lightning struck the figure, and with a blinding flash of white light, the tall figure took 2 steps back and then stopped. Vayne recognized the person in front of him. It was the one who had previously become Hardy's bodyguard under Slave. At this moment, he was covered in armed color Haki, blocking Vayne's lightning. Such mastery of armed color Haki is definitely not that of an unknown individual in paradise. A piece of information suddenly flashed through Vayne's mind. 3 years ago, a vice admiral named Hardy had retired from the Navy and vanished without a trace. The description of that naval officer was strikingly similar to the man before him. A former vice admiral? He didn't expect that there would be such wicked people among the upper echelons of the Navy who would assist in evil deeds. Hardy leaped forward, once again standing in front of Slave, then swung his left foot, sending a crescent-shaped shockwave towards Vayne. Gale foot, crescent slash. Vayne elementalized his body, dodging the kick that didn't come with Haki. His eyes slightly widened as he spoke. Armament Haki, the 6 powers of the Navy. Is he a master of martial arts? A martial arts master with this level of Haki is the most troublesome. If his strength is decent, Vayne might really have to use some tricks to deal with him. In that case, there's no choice but to proceed this way. When set aside the snow and then drew the Rakshasa from his waist. As soon as he held the large knife, a subtle change appeared on Vayne's face. Can it actually devour the swordsman's aura? It seems to be a demonic blade indeed. Since you want to absorb, I'll let you absorb to your heart's content. Vayne's right hand was covered in armed color Haki, continuously flowing into the Rasha in his hand. The blade of the Rasha let out a soft hum, seemingly satisfied with the quality of Vayne's Haki. After a while, the blade of the Rasha was covered in a deep black armed color Haki, bringing a wave of surprise to Vayne's heart. This sword had been nurtured for a long time and showed signs of transforming into a black blade. Vayne, holding the Rakshasa, charged toward Hardy not far away. Seeing this, Hardy did not dare to let his guard down, covering his arms with armed color Haki, constantly defending against Vayne's attacks. However, as soon as the blade of the Rakshasa made contact with Hardy's arm, a look of terror appeared in Hardy's eyes. The knife before him was actually devouring his Haki. Yes, the Rakshasa could not only devour the user's Haki, but during the battle, it could also absorb the enemy's Haki. After several exchanges, Hardy felt that his Haki was severely depleted, and if this continued, he would soon be unable to maintain his armed color all over. Meanwhile, Vayne became more and more curious. He felt that Hardy's armed color was as weak as paper, and it was getting weaker over time. What? You ask why Vayne's armed color Haki was not devoured while fighting Zivy? Vayne blinked innocently and said, I don't know, I don't feel anything. I usually consume my armament Haki quickly too. Anyway, I have plenty of armament Haki, so it doesn't matter. Yes, because Vayne had so much armament Haki. He didn't feel the erosion from the Rakshasa. Of course, it was also possible that after being nourished by Vayne's Haki earlier, the power of the Rakshasa had increased further. Forget it. Let's resolve the battle quickly. Not far away, Slave seemed to want to escape to another place. And the strength of the Hardy in front of him was just like that. Vayne was confident he could defeat him swiftly. A red light flashed in Vayne's eyes as he anticipated Hardy's next move. He then executed an upward slash, the blade of the Rakshasa covered in thick armament Haki, aiming directly at Hardy's face. Flying sword technique, dragon soars. Seeing he couldn't dodge in time, Hardy quickly stood still, his muscles tensing like steel. A layer of armament Haki enveloping his body. Iron block. Clang, clang, clang. After a sound of slashing, Vayne, with his back to Hardy, did not turn around. He then sheathed the Rakshasa in his hand and walked step by step towards Slave in the distance. This is impossible. Hardy's body stiffened. A blood mist erupted from him, and his eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. The three great illusions of the pirate world. I can use iron block. I am strong. Not far away, Slave saw Hardy defeated, panic flashing in his eyes. He quickly turned around, tugging at the sleeve of a nearby world government official, saying, Save me, save me. I have provided so many lovely slaves to the celestial dragons every year. I agreed to the world government's request. I am willing to join the allied nations and pay the celestial dragons heavenly gold every year. The world government official, seeing Vayne approaching, instinctively swallowed hard and stammered, I will give it a try. Vivian walked in front of Slave, slightly furrowing her brows. Slave's performance was truly disappointing. Could he really just be a useless person with a bug-level fruit ability? Your Excellency Vivian, I am an official of the world government. I am here to sign an agreement with Slave. From today onwards, Slave's country will be a member of the world government. At this point, the official emphasized his tone. As a warlord of the sea, you should obey the orders of the Navy and the world government. You cannot act against a member of the world government. After hearing this, Vayne felt a flicker of irritation in his heart, then disdainfully said, World government member states? If you can't bring out the documents to prove it, then it's not true. The officials broke out in a cold sweat. They had never signed any agreement. It was merely an excuse to threaten Vayne. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and everyone turned back in shock. They saw the celestial dragon Charlos standing there with a gun in hand, looking dazed, saying, Lowly mortal, dare to ignore the great celestial dragon. I've changed my mind. I don't want you to be my slave anymore. I want to execute you directly. The bullet passed through Vayne's body without leaving any blood. Having consumed the thunder fruit, how could Vayne be harmed by such a bullet that lacked Haki? However, this provocative act undoubtedly enraged Vayne. He stared at the dazed Charlos and gritted his teeth, saying, Stupid celestial dragon, I haven't provoked you, yet you dare to provoke me. The world government officials sensed the situation was dire and quickly took out their transponder snails. Meanwhile, Vayne stepped closer to the celestial dragon, his killing intent unabashedly evident. Bodyguards, hurry and protect His Highness Charlos. Charlos stuttered slightly, intimidated by Wayne's imposing aura. But soon the guards reacted, each brandishing their weapons to shield the celestial dragon or charging directly at Wayne. Wayne didn't even use the demon at his waist. Instead, he wrapped his hands around the dazzling purple light. With a thought, more than a dozen guards were electrocuted and collapsed to the ground. What? The celestial dragon couldn't believe what he was seeing. The slaves and guards he had worked so hard to recruit were taken down so easily. Even with a brain like a celestial dragon, he could tell how powerful this person was. Just as Wayne was about to take the next step, a shout echoed in his mind. Moses, Moses, Vayne, Vayne, I am Admiral Sengoku of the Navy. I am now ordering you to leave the island of slavery immediately. Stop your actions at once. Please be aware of your identity. You are a warlord. Vayne looked at the trembling world government official in front of him, reached out, and took the transponder snail from his hand. After a long silence, Vayne spoke. This is Vayne. Sengoku, relieved that Vayne had answered the call, said, Warlord Vayne, please stop your actions immediately. You cannot harm the celestial dragons. Also, according to the warlord agreement, you're not allowed to attack government member countries. Please cease the harm to King Slive. Vayne listened quietly, and after a long while, he spat out a few words. I'm really not happy right now. Do you really think I care about the position of the Seven Warlords? I think going to the New World to become a great pirate seems like a good decision too. Sengoku fell silent for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, You might not care about the position of the Seven Warlords, but what about Robin? Ever since Akiji came back, I've started investigating, and I eventually found out that Robin is with you. You should know what that means, right? Considering the balance of the Grand Line, I didn't report this to the world government. However, once you do something to harm the celestial dragons, I can't guarantee that I can keep this secret anymore. You should know what the consequences will be, right? Wayne fell silent for a long time after hearing this. If things were really as the old man from the Warring States said, he might indeed owe the Warring States a favor. After all, if the world government found out about Robin, it could very well lead to another incident like the Judicial Island. Although Wayne wasn't afraid of these things, he couldn't possibly stay by Robin's side forever. At that time, Robin might face endless pursuit. Vayne closed his eyes and carefully recalled everything about this country, remembering Robin's smiling face. Finally, he spoke. Old man of the Warring States, you should know what I hate the most, and this country of slave is beyond saving. As for this celestial dragon, I'll give you some face. I won't kill this celestial dragon until I deal with those other scum on these islands. So you'd better hurry. After Wayne finished speaking, he hung up the phone bug. Hello. On the other end, Sengoku frowned upon hearing Wayne's words. Just as he was about to say something, the call was cut off. Sengoku put down the phone bug and rubbed his aching head, saying, These fools. Why provoke him of all people? No, I need to quickly send the Navy for support. Sengoku kept pondering in his mind. Who should he send? Akiji is not at headquarters right now, but Akainu is here. However, by the time he gets there, it will probably be too late. So there's only one choice left. One of the three admirals of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru. Kizaru is the user of the Pika Pika no Mi, possessing the fastest speed in the pirate world, making him the perfect choice to rush over. With this thought, Sengoku dialed the phone in his hand. Ring ring, pick up Borsalino. Sengoku anxiously shouted in his mind. Moshi Moshi, this is Borsalino, what's the matter? Strange, why is there no sound? Kizaru, who was on vacation in Sabaody, looked puzzled at the black phone bug in his hand, then took out another one from his pocket. Finally, Sengoku's anxious voice came through. Hello, this is Sengoku. There's an emergency. The celestial dragon St. Charlos is currently at Slave Island, so you need to quickly head to Slave's location. That madman Wayne will do anything when he goes crazy. If possible, try to save Slave, otherwise it will be hard to explain to the celestial dragons. Kizaru quietly listened to the voice on the phone bug and finally replied, Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Kizaru stood in place, lit a cigar, blew out a smoke ring, and said with a pout, The Warlord Wayne is really quite terrifying. With that, Kizaru transformed into a flash of light and flew towards Slave Island. In Slave Island, Wayne looked at the hundreds of gangsters surrounding him without any hint of panic. Although Slave claimed to have 3,000 subordinates, how many strong individuals like Zywino were there? The thugs in front of Wayne were nothing more than children to him. He glanced at the enemies before him, chuckled lightly, and said, Thunder God's domain. Divine punishment. As Wayne's words fell, a subtle change seemed to occur around him. An invisible force field formed with a radius of 500 meters centered on Wayne. A few faint currents of electricity flashed through the air, and then Wayne felt a surge in his heart as hundreds of bolts of lightning struck down, accurately hitting every gangster. The gangsters twitched violently after being electrocuted, struggled for a moment, and then collapsed unconscious on the ground. This was a new technique developed by Vayne inspired by Enel. In the original work, Enel could unleash lightning at will within the range of his heart network, punishing those who violated his authority. However, Enel's lightning was too weak, and although the range was wide, it could only target a limited number of foes. Vayne's new technique, on the other hand, could theoretically release an infinite number of lightning strikes within a certain range, and its power was no joke, with each bolt having at least 1,000,000 volts. As Vayne continued to develop his fruit abilities, the power and range of this technique would see significant enhancements. This was Vayne's second skill capable of causing large-scale damage, in addition to his Conqueror's Haki. Is 1,000,000 volts high? Absolutely. In his previous life, the lethal threshold for electrical shock for a normal human was not to exceed 36 volts, and exceeding 220 volts posed a risk of death, while anything above 3,000 volts will be classified as high voltage. However, in the pirate world, the physical constitution of ordinary people was extremely abnormal, not to mention those stronger pirates or gangsters. Yet, even so, Vayne's lightning could still inflict fatal damage on them. As a flash of electricity passed, Vayne looked at the gangsters lying on the ground, some of whom were strong enough to maintain their consciousness, while more gangsters rushed in from the periphery. Since that was the case, let us do it a few more times. Thunder, God's domain. Divine punishment. This was Vayne's method, simple and brutal, if one wasn't enough. Then too, after all, his stamina was incredible, allowing him to unleash it many times. Finally, after Vayne released divine punishment for the 4th time, there wasn't a single gangster left around. 1 versus 3,000 enemies. Victory, not far away. Slave saw his fallen subordinates around him and immediately turned to flee. Vayne let out a light laugh, and his body transformed into lightning, appearing in front of Slave. Looking at Vayne before him, Slave felt as if he was facing the most terrifying demon in the world, and he let out a cry. No, don't kill me. Then, it seemed that Slave wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth, and no sound came out. Vayne tilted his head and said, "Are you playing mute theater with me?" Slave stopped struggling. A flash of malice crossed his eyes, and then he took out a pistol from his pocket and kept shooting at Vayne. Vayne didn't dodge at all. How could such a non-intimidating bullet possibly hit him? 30,000,000 volts. Thunderbird. With a wave of Vayne's hand, a purple bird flew out from his wrist and accurately struck Slave in front of him. Slave rolled his eyes and spat out black smoke before fainting. Vayne said with some confusion, "Is one of the 10 kings of the dark world really this weak? Could it be that he is just a complete waste relying solely on his fruit?" The slave fruit, as its name suggests, is a fruit that can enslave others, and its ability is indeed bugged. But this slave in front of me is just too weak. His physical skills are only at the level of a Navy colonel, and he completely lacks the dual-color Haki. Just then, Vayne sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching through his observation Haki. Vayne decisively took out her weapon and beheaded Slave. With this, Slave, one of the 10 kings of the dark world, was dead. Vayne murmured softly, "Something feels off, but I can't figure out what it is. After all, I killed him myself, and his subordinates on Slave Island are either dead or severely injured." Unable to make sense of it, Vayne decided to stop thinking about it, because at this moment, there were even more powerful enemies to face. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across the sky, and a figure steadied itself in midair. Wow, the young people nowadays are really terrifying. How did they achieve this? The admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru, arrived on the battlefield. Kizaru looked at the horrific scene before him, with charred black earth everywhere and countless bodies lying in disarray on the ground. What worried Kizaru even more was that his observation Haki sensed that someone had just been killed here before he arrived. Could it be? Kizaru furrowed his brows. He then scanned the battlefield and finally spotted the terrified Charlas Saint, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's good that this foolish celestial dragon is okay. It seems I said something I shouldn't have. Vayne looked at the lewd-looking yellow monkey in the sky. His heart tightened. And then his figure transformed into a flash of lightning, rushing towards the celestial dragon. He wanted to teach the celestial dragon a lesson before the yellow monkey could stop him. Vayne's speed was fast, but there were people faster than him. Suddenly, a golden light flashed by, and Vayne's leg was blocked by Kizaru's foot, their gazes locking in the air for a moment. Today's young people are really terrifying, completely disregarding the old man's face. By the way, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru emitted a lewd sound, and then his leg transformed into a flash of light, attacking Vayne. Zulfust. A flash of red appeared in Vayne's eyes as he activated his observation Haki. His body elementalized in advance to dodge Kizaru's lightspeed kick. Kizaru showed a hint of surprise on his face and pouted, saying, "Oh my, that's really scary. A Logia-type devil fruit, huh? It seems the intelligence from HQ about you isn't accurate enough." Vayne's figure flickered as she distanced herself from Kizaru. At close range, she wasn't confident in dodging Kizaru's attacks multiple times. Sure enough, your fruit development level is very high. The speed granted to Vayne by the Thunder Fruit is already astonishing. However, the speed of Kizaru in front of him is clearly much faster. Kizaru was once Zephyr's disciple, but he was reprimanded for not valuing martial arts. Nevertheless, Kizaru still firmly holds one of the 3 admiral positions, demonstrating the strength of his devil fruit ability. Strictly speaking, Vayne believes that Kizaru's fruit ability is the only one among the Logia-type devil fruits that can rival the Thunder Fruit. Whether it's Akainu's magma fruit or Akiji's ice fruit, they're not on the same level of brokenness as the Glint Glint fruit. After all, those who have heard of relativity know that speed is power. Vayne drew the large knife from his waist, and compared to the recently obtained Thunder Fruit, he had more confidence in his swordsmanship. Vayne took a light breath. Then, holding the Rakshasa, softly said, "Flying sword technique, 9-headed dragon flash." It was still Vayne's most skilled locking technique, a sword style that theoretically could not be avoided. 9 slashes, infused with armed color Haki, flew out at sharp angles, targeting 9 different parts of Kizaru's body. "Let's see how you dodge this time." There was a hint of confidence in Vayne's eyes. Now he had a deeper understanding of his sword strike, combined with the newly acquired Rakshasa. Even against the Akiji he had fought before, Vayne was confident he could inflict some damage. Sure enough, the yellow monkey flying in the air showed a serious expression. As a master swordsman himself, he sensed the extraordinary nature of this strike. "Oh dear, it's really a headache. Are the young ones as strong now?" Although the yellow monkey's tone was quite hesitant, his actions were far from slow. With his observation Haki activated, he was searching for a flaw in Vayne's strike. Is there a flaw in Vayne's strike? Obviously, there is. There are no perfect moves in the world. But the problem is, even though there is a flaw, you still have to evade Vayne's incredibly fast slash. Generally, even if someone can foresee Vayne's flaw using observation Haki, it is still difficult to dodge. But can Kizaru be considered an ordinary person? In just a few breaths, Kizaru swiftly dodged Vayne's sword attacks. "Oh my, that was really fast. I almost got hit." Kizaru touched the torn corner of his yellow suit, still speaking in that lewd tone. Vayne's expression darkened. He had really dodged that move. He then said in a deep voice, "It seems that the old man is indeed more skilled." Kizaru pouted, putting his finger to his mouth and said, "When I was your age, I wasn't as strong as you. However, this time I have received a death order, and I must bring the celestial dragons back. It seems I have to fight with all my might." After saying that, Kizaru spread his arms, and countless dazzling light bullets shot out from his hands, starting to indiscriminately bombard Vayne. Yada no Kagami. This was a move Kizaru had used during the Marineford War, and it was quite powerful. However, since it was an area damage attack, both its speed and destructive power were relatively insufficient. Vayne's figure darted and dodged, barely avoiding the light bullet shot by Kizaru. Dust was kicked up from the ground, and Vayne's silhouette emerged from it. The no harm with smoke rule was triggered. "Old man, this move won't hit." Vayne hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly sensed something not good. A wave of armament Haki began to spread from Vayne's arm, then to his chest, abdomen, neck, and so on. Eventually, the armament Haki spread to Vayne's face, the deep black being replaced by a deeper purple, creating a purple lightning tattoo on Vayne's aesthetic. Armament Haki fully activated. At this moment, Vayne entered the second form developed through his fruit's ability. Just like Luffy 2 years later, this armament Haki armor consumes an immense amount of energy. Even Vayne cannot maintain this state for long periods. Of course, with high consumption comes high rewards. The defensive power of this armament Haki armor is also astonishing. Vayne has only used this posture twice so far. The last time was to withstand Enel's intense lightning. This time, it is used to block Kizaru's attack. Light speed kick. Speed and power. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? Kizaru's kick accurately struck Vayne's waist. And under the tremendous impact, Vayne staggered back 7 or 8 steps before finally stabilizing his stance. Vayne felt a sharp pain in his waist. He had been kicked in the kidneys. However, it was still within a bearable range. Kizaru was surprised to see Vayne covered in armament Haki, and, after realizing that Vayne wasn't seriously injured, pouted and said, "Such a level of armament Haki. It's really quite frightening. It seems what Akiji said is true. At such a young age, he's already on the same level as us." Vayne revealed a chilling smile and responded, "You're not bad either. By the way, do you know about relativity?" Kizaru was left baffled by Vayne's teasing and asked, "What?" Just then, the sound of a snail phone rang out. Gurgle gurgle. The snail phone rang. "Moshi Moshi, this is Borsellino. Wine was surprised to see Huang Yuan successfully answering the call in front of him. After all, this guy was notorious for being an eavesdropping fanatic, always carrying a black phone bug with him. How's the matter that Sengoku asked you to handle? Have you seen Wine? Huang Yuan pouted in response. I've met little brother Wine, and I even talked with him about how scary young people are these days. Huang Yuan was reporting the situation here to Sengoku through the phone bug, his tone still reflecting his wariness towards Wine. Seeing this, Wayne did not interrupt. After all, if the two were really going to fight to the death, it wouldn't be over in a short time, so there was no harm in waiting a bit. After a long while, Sengoku said, Got it, give the din din mushi to Wayne. Holding the din din mushi in his hand, Kizaru said to Wayne, Hey Wayne, Admiral Sengoku has something to discuss with you. After hearing this, Wayne stood still. Then, with a thought, the telephone bug in the hands of Kizaru was enveloped by an invisible force field and came into Wayne's hand. Seeing this, Kizaru's pupils constricted, and he murmured, A Logia-type body, along with psychic abilities, what kind of fruit could it be? Kizaru fell into deep contemplation. Wayne took the phone and said, Moses, this is Wayne. It's Sengoku. On the other end of the line, Sengoku's tired voice came through. He was truly frightened by Wayne and the Celestial Dragons. Wayne, I've heard the details from Kizaru about the slave incident, and I won't pursue it. After all, they haven't become a member of the world government yet. At this point, Sengoku's tone suddenly became more serious. But the Celestial Dragons must be safely returned. That's the bottom line. Also, I will continue to help you keep Robin's situation a secret. So you don't need to worry about that. After all, someone like you is needed to maintain balance on the seas. Wayne fell silent for a long time after hearing this and said, All right. In fact, Wayne had brought things to this point. The king of the slavery nation, Slav, had been killed, and all his subordinates were gone as well. Moreover, even his 3,000 subordinates had been wiped out by his own hands. Things were progressing quite smoothly. Wayne felt a dreamy sensation. Although with his current strength, he could easily crush it. All right, let's go with that. Vayne nodded. It's unlikely that the celestial dragon Charlos wants to kill him. After all, it's a bit impractical to try to kill a celestial dragon in front of a marine admiral. Moreover, even if he really did kill him, it would mean a complete break with the world government and the navy, which isn't worth it for such a scumbag. Besides, this isn't the time to burn bridges. Hey, the snail phone is still for you. Vayne threw the telephone bug into the air, which was caught steadily by Kizaru. When Kizaru saw Vayne release the Haki from his body, he also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he really didn't want to fight Vayne. Whether he could win was another matter. The key was that Kizaru was genuinely lazy. He just wanted to collect his admiral's salary, take vacations every day, and trim his nails. What? Work? Kizaru said he was fine, just slacking off. At that moment, an inappropriate voice rang out. Hey, you Navy guy, are you an admiral from headquarters? Hurry up and capture this man for me. I want him to be my slave. It was St. Charlos. Looking disheveled as he got up from the ground, his gold fishbowl on his face shattered, and there were several dark bruises around his eyes. He had fallen by himself. St. Charlos sniffled and then said, Also, hurry up and take me back to Mariewa. I can't stand this filthy air any longer. Vayne frowned after hearing this and asked, Kizaru, have you been working for this idiot all along? Can't you see the situation clearly by now? This celestial dragon was indeed a bit too foolish. Still thinking about turning Vayne into his slave, Kizaru was slightly taken aback, then smirked and said, How terrifying. Saying such things about the celestial dragons is quite disrespectful. After all, they're descendants of the creators. But I can pretend I didn't hear that. Clearly, Kizaru wasn't very interested in dealing with this celestial dragon. Although admirals have the duty to protect the celestial dragons, at their level, it's not something that can be easily commanded with a simple order. St. Charlos, seeing that Kizaru was unresponsive, became a bit angry and said to Kizaru, Hurry up and help me catch him. Otherwise, I'll go back and tell the Gorosei, and they'll demote you. Kizaru pouted and said, Demote me? That sounds really terrifying. Shut up. Wine furrowed his brows, a hint of red appearing in his eyes, and an invisible aura emanated from him. This aura rushed towards the celestial dragon Charlos, not far away. Conqueror's Haki. Boom. The celestial dragon fell to the ground in a disheveled manner, rolling his eyes and fainting. Kizaru's expression changed, and he quickly went to check on the celestial dragon's condition. Seeing that Charlos had only fainted, he breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wine, That's really frightening. Conqueror's Haki. However, it's not good to harm a celestial dragon in front of me. If the higher-ups find out, they'll blame me when I get back. Vayne looked at the fainted celestial dragon, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, Finally, it's quiet. Stop pretending. He doesn't look too comfortable, does he? If it's inconvenient for you to intervene due to your status, you can just pretend you didn't see anything. After all, no one else is here to know. Kizaru glanced around and, seeing that everyone else was unconscious, also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he walked up to the fainted celestial dragon and gave him a couple of kicks. After hearing this, Vayne chuckled and said, "Old man, you shouldn't do this, right? After all, you're a Navy man." Kizaru placed his finger on his lips, as if pondering, and replied, "I haven't done anything, and besides, no one is watching, right?" After saying this, the two exchanged a knowing glance. At that moment, among the crowd of people lying unconscious on the ground, a world government official who had just regained consciousness listened to all of this, tightly shutting his mouth and not daring to breathe, his face turning beet red. "Oh my God, if they find out, will they silence me?" Kizaru looked at the thousands of people who had fainted around him and said, "So many people have passed out, it's really quite terrifying. But speaking of which, why are you making such a big deal out of dealing with Slave this time? This isn't your style." Vayne curled his lips and said, "This place is so close to Sabaody, you can't possibly not know what they're up to, right? Besides, I've never gotten along with Slave. If I don't get rid of the eyesore here, I won't feel comfortable." Huan Yuan fell silent for a moment after hearing this. He indeed had some knowledge of the situation here. However, first, this place was not a member country and was not under their jurisdiction. Second, Slave had been working for the Celestial Dragons, and the world government turned a blind eye to them. Oh my, how terrifying. But you really don't look like a pirate at all. You look more like the Revolutionary Army led by Dragon. Wayne's expression changed slightly after hearing this, and he said, "Old man, don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. I'm a proper pirate." "Just kidding. The Revolutionary Army is the #1 enemy in the world's eyes, even more prioritized than pirates. At least the warlords of the sea can live stable lives among pirates. But what about the Revolutionary Army? They're constantly on the run and hiding. So, does that mean the Revolutionary Army isn't strong?" Of course, the Revolutionary Army is strong, but it also depends on who the opponent is. No matter how strong they are, they can't be stronger than the world government with its 800 years of heritage. Otherwise, why would the Revolutionary Army need to liberate various countries and keep changing locations? They could just directly attack. Mariewa. One lit a cigarette and casually handed one to Kizaru. Kizaru waved his hand and said, "Try this, old man's." After saying that, Kizaru handed one a cigar, which had golden trim on it. Vayne extinguished the cigarette in his hand, lit a cigar, took a deep puff, and exhaled a smoke ring, saying, "This cigar is a good thing. Better than what I usually smoke. By the way, can a general's salary really afford this? Old man, you wouldn't be embezzling, would you?" Kizaru also exhaled a smoke ring, pouting, and said, "How scary. Be careful with your words, or I'll sue you for defamation. This is a cigar specially supplied to generals. Speaking of which, why did you refuse to join the Navy back then? If you had joined, it wouldn't have been impossible for you to receive such special cigars directly from above." Yes, the Navy had invited Vayne to join and even offered to grant him the title of Brigadier General directly, but Vayne declined. Vayne thought for a moment and pointed at the unconscious Celestial Dragon Charlos, saying, "I really can't stand those criminals, but joining the Navy isn't the only path. Just the thought of serving idiots like the Celestial Dragons makes me uncomfortable all over. Besides, once I become part of the Navy, will I even be able to deal with people like those from the country of enslavement and slavery? Who knows? A command might come down, and I could end up facing a military court." Kizaru was slightly taken aback after hearing this. Indeed, what the Navy needed most might not be justice, but stability. For the sake of stability, they could bow to the Red Hair during the Marineford War to end that conflict. They could even allow a ruthless pirate like Whitebeard II to become a warlord of the sea. The two fell silent for a long time, with Vayne having nothing much to say to Kizaru. After all, their ideologies and positions were different. Vayne extinguished the cigar in his hand and shouted at the unconscious crowd, "Hey, over there, if you find the ground cold, you can get up now. It's time to deal with the aftermath." Indeed, it was about dealing with the aftermath, which included not only the dead gangsters, but also the need to redefine the order of this country. Vayne took out a phone bug and dialed. Moses, it's Daniel. What can I do for you?" "This is Vayne. I'm currently on Slave Island. You need to send someone to Slave Nation quickly. I've taken care of the people here, and the rest needs your handling." On the other end of the line, Daniel's surprised voice came through. "All right, boss, I'll personally bring people to assist right away." After hanging up, Daniel stared at the phone bug for a moment, then said with a trembling voice, "In just one day, boss has dealt with Slave, who is also a ruler of the dark world. This power is simply godlike." Daniel was so excited that he was trembling all over. Working for such a boss was truly a dream come true. After Vayne hung up the phone, Kizaru pouted and said, "Hey, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, this is supposed to become a member of the government. Shouldn't the Navy step in to handle this?" Vayne shrugged and said it didn't matter. "I'm fine with anything. I don't have any plans to expand my influence in paradise. If you can do it, that's even better." After Vayne finished speaking, his body transformed into a flash of lightning and flew into the distance. Kizaru then took out a din mushi from his pocket and began to request support from the Navy headquarters. 3 days later, Vayne looked at the busy sailors in front of him and leisurely lit a cigarette. It couldn't be better that the Navy had sent people to maintain order, when also had Daniel go to Chambord to stand by first. After all, even though they're the Seven Warlords, it is better to avoid direct contact with the Navy, as it is very dangerous. One is fine on his own. After all, he is confident in his own strength and can escape even if something happens. Just then, a group of civilians approached one. "Brother One, finish your noodles." Vivian was holding a bowl of ramen, with her grandfather and other elders standing beside her, all looking at one with grateful expressions. Vayne was taken aback for a moment, then took the noodles from Vivian's hand and finished them in no time, giving a thumbs up and smiling. "Delicious." The commoners nearby also smiled upon hearing this, but there seemed to be some unspoken concerns in their smiles. So Vayne patted Vivian's head and asked, "What's wrong, Vivian? Did you bring so many people here for a reason?" The commoners hesitated to speak, and finally, Vivian mustered her courage and said, "Brother Vayne, could you please not leave?" In the past few days, Vivian had learned about Vayne's identity and knew he was an important figure in the Grand Line. Previously, Vivian and the others had no access to information from the outside world. But in the past few days, they learned from the Navy's entrance that Vayne was a great pirate. Although pirates don't sound like good people, someone like Brother Vayne must be the best person in the world. Moreover, they didn't want to live under the rule of the Navy and the world government, because there were cruel celestial dragons there. Vayne was taken aback for a moment after hearing this, and then he understood what these common people meant. They wanted to live under Vayne's banner. Vayne then showed a troubled expression. After all, the Navy was the biggest power on this sea, and they had already planned to incorporate this country into the world government's member states. Moreover, the main culprit, Slave, was already dead, so Vayne had no reason to stay. He gently patted Vivian's head and said, "Don't worry, you won't have to live such an oppressive life anymore. Nobles won't dare to exploit you anymore. Brother Vayne will come to see you often." Vivian nodded, somewhat understanding, and they also realized Vayne's difficulties. Just then, Kizaru and a group of Navy officers, along with some high-ranking officials from the former enslaved country, approached. "Is this the warlord Vayne? He seems like a decent person. Too bad he's a pirate." Vayne looked over at the sound and saw a female Navy officer in front of him, wearing a colonel's uniform, with long pink hair and a cigarette in her mouth. Vayne seemed to have some impression of the female Navy officer in front of him. However, upon detecting a hint of pity in her tone, he disdainfully replied, "How can you compare to your Navy? You leave the hard work to others and come in to reap the benefits after the war." The Navy officer extinguished her cigarette and angrily responded, "Tina is not that kind of Navy." Vayne was slightly taken aback, remembering that the Navy in front of him was a user of the superpower-type Kankang fruit, who was a decent Navy in the original work. At this moment, a government official also stepped in to mediate, saying, "Lord Vayne, let's not dwell on these matters. When you plan to leave Slave Island?" Vayne was slightly taken aback and said, "We should leave today. After all, I still have a ship to build in the city of Seven Waters, and I have other matters to attend to." The official breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Lord Vayne, this is the treaty drafted by the nobles of this country, as well as the compensation for you. Please take a look." Vayne took the agreement and began to review it. He had indeed mentioned before that he wanted the nobles to compensate, but it was just a casual remark. He didn't take it seriously, and he never thought it would actually happen. Vayne's gaze swept over the agreement. 1. Compensation of 300 million berries to the warlord Doflamingo for his 3-hour detention in a slave prison. 2. Warlord Doflamingo must leave the country of slavery as soon as possible and must not interfere in the internal affairs of the world government and the country of slavery thereafter. 3. Without an invitation from the country of slavery, Warlord Doflamingo must not enter the country of slavery without permission. 4. The final interpretation of the above treaty belongs to the country of slavery, and any breach of contract will bear consequences. Vayne frowned after reading the contents of the treaty, not because it was too harsh, but because the conditions were too good. What Vayne has to give up is simply the inability to enter the country of slavery, while he can receive a solid compensation of 300 million berries. Moreover, there is no mention of the consequences of breach of contract, only that the final interpretation, right, is somewhat strange. "Mr. Vayne, have you finished reading?" If there are no issues, please sign the contract as soon as possible. The world government officials in front of him began to urge. Vayne hesitated a bit as he looked at the signature section of the contract. Then he mocked himself, thinking that as a pirate, why should he worry for the Navy? Most of the Navy is still kind. So Vayne prepared to sign his name. Just then, a sense of foreboding arose in Vayne's heart. Something feels off. Vayne furrowed his brows, recalling everything that had happened since he stepped into this country. Wasn't a bit too smooth? The ruler of the dark world. The king of slavery, the slave, fruit, nobles, commoners. The auction venue, the auctioneer, Zivy. Vayne was pondering in his heart. That's right. Before Zivy died, he said that slave was not so simple, and the slave I killed seemed too simple. The reminder from Zivy before his death, and the contract that made him regret. These days there have been no dissatisfied nobles. The world government's impatient demeanor. And slave didn't use the slave fruit to attack me before his death. Is the slave fruit really that simple? Vayne was constantly thinking in his mind, and his hand that was about to sign suddenly stopped. Suddenly, Vayne spotted a familiar figure among the crowd in front of him. The auctioneer from the auction house. It will be worth a try. Vayne suddenly erupted, drawing out the Rakshasa in his hand, and slashed forward with a narrow strike. One sword style, a line of sky. The target of this slash was none other than the auctioneer in front of him. Armament Haki wrapped around him. The auctioneer before him had his arms enveloped in a large amount of armament Haki, and a look of terror flashed in his eyes. He never expected Vayne would attack him with a sword. But instinctively, he used armament Haki to defend himself. When Vayne saw this, he revealed a chilling smile. You almost deceived me, slave. Yes, the auctioneer in front of him was the real slave. Of course, Vayne was only guessing before he struck. After all, given the strength this auctioneer had displayed at that moment, it was impossible for him to block Vayne's attack. Yet he did, which proved that he had a problem. Of course, Vayne could have guessed wrong, but so what? It would just mean the death of a vicious gangster. Fortunately, Vayne was correct. The auctioneer before him, with a face full of terror, said, "No, it's impossible. How did you find me?" Meanwhile, a government official beside him also looked shocked, saying, "This is bad." Once these words were spoken, Vayne became even more certain that this person was definitely not simple. He was most likely the true king of slavery, slave. Then, the previous king of slavery might have just been his substitute. No wonder he had performed so poorly back then. Only such a personality would be easy to control. Vayne, you can't make a move against him. Just then, a voice came through, and Vayne turned to see a government official holding a document. This country had now become a member state of the world government, and Slave, as the king of this country, had the right to be protected by the Navy. Don't forget your warlord status. If you know what's good for you, pretend you didn't notice. We have already given you a lot of face. This contract is already the biggest concession we can make to you. After hearing this, Vayne smiled lightly, his eyes filled with disdain as he said, "What are you even?" After speaking, Vayne focused his mind, and the treaty in the official's hand flew into Vayne's grasp. The official, seeing the document taken away by Vayne, became a bit anxious and said to the nearby Navy, "Admiral Kazu, we agreed that Slave cannot die. That's the order from above." Vayne was slightly taken aback, looking at the yellow ape in front of him, and said, "I didn't expect you to get involved, old man. What a pity. Is this the style of the Navy?" The yellow ape's expression was somewhat displeased, clearly indicating that this was not what he wanted either. However, due to his position, he could only follow the orders from above. Vayne saw his expression and felt a sense of understanding in his heart. He said, "If there are things the Navy can't do, then let this pirate do them. Even if I lose my position as one of the Seven Warlords because of it, I don't really care." After saying this, Vayne tore up the document in his hand. "Slave, even if a general stands in my way today, I will take your life." Vayne looked at the world government official blocking Slave in front of him, a hint of mockery in his eyes. He then took out a din mushy from his pocket and said, after connecting, "Daniel, gather people to come to Slave Island immediately, and make it quick." After speaking, Vayne fixed his gaze on the yellow monkey, who was undoubtedly his biggest obstacle at the moment. Of course, that was assuming the yellow monkey intended to stop him. The yellow monkey looked at the scene before him and said, "Oh dear, how terrifying. I should consult the Admiral about this. After all, he told me before coming here to avoid conflict with you." After hearing this, Vayne smiled slightly, then drew the demon sword Resetsu from his waist. Armed Haki surged forth, and in an instant, Resetsu let out a soft hum, seemingly eager for the upcoming battle. Flying sword technique, nine-headed dragon flash. In Vayne's eyes, the fighting spirit was high as he swiftly swung his Resetsu, sending 9 massive slashes flying towards Slave in an instant. Slave, seeing the incoming slashes, took a deep breath and glanced at Kizaru, who was still on the phone beside him. What an unreliable navy. It seems I can only rely on myself. In Wayne's observation with observation Haki, he realized that although Slave's strength was not weak, it was only that of a vice admiral, and even weaker than the previous Hardy. Therefore, Wayne intended to kill him in one blow. Boom! As Slave looked at the enormous slashes before him, a hint of fear arose in his heart. It was only after being truly locked onto by this move that Slave understood the power of this sword technique. In the face of this attack, his observation Haki was rendered ineffective. Thus, Slave unleashed a strong armament Haki, intending to withstand the strike forcefully. The 9 slashes accurately hit Slave. When Wayne saw that Kizaru had no intention of intervening, he felt relieved. Slave was undoubtedly doomed. After all, this move was one that even admirals feared, and of course, it was not something just anyone could block. Slave's body was covered in numerous deep wounds, instantly turning him into a bloodied figure as he collapsed to the ground, losing his combat ability. Damn it, it was so close. Slave's eyes lost focus, still lamenting the contract from just moments ago. Wayne walked up to Slave, listening to his groans. Slave was indeed strong enough not to be directly chopped into pieces by Wayne, but that was about it. Wayne raised a Rakshasa in his hand, ready to deliver the final blow. At that moment, the voice of Kizaru came through. I'm sorry, Wayne, but I can't let you kill Slave. Vayne was slightly taken aback after hearing this. The choice was beyond his expectations. He said, "Is this your final choice?" However, Kizaru interrupted Vayne, saying, "Vayne, you might have misunderstood my meaning. What our fleet Admiral Sengoku means is that the ability of the slave fruit is too dangerous. Moreover, after killing the current user, a new user of the slave fruit will emerge. Therefore, what Admiral Sengoku means is to keep it locked away and impelled down forever." Wayne pondered for a moment and said, "So, as long as I don't die, it's fine?" After saying that, Wayne quickly struck Slav with the demon blade 5 times. And soon Slav's 5 limbs were severed by Wayne, causing him to faint from the pain. Seeing this, Huang Yuan felt a chill in his heart and said, "Brother Wayne, you're truly terrifying." Wayne smiled gently and said, "Giving him a life sentence is a bit too lenient. All right, hurry up and save him, or he might really die. Don't forget the sea prism stone handcuffs." Wayne watched as the medical staff carried Slave away, letting out a sigh of relief. He knew that a serious prison break would occur in the future. But with Slave in such a condition, even if he was rescued, it would be useless. Slave was handcuffed with sea stone and taken to the hospital for emergency treatment, leaving only 9 of the 10 kings of the Dark World. The curtain had fallen on the king of slavery, Slave. Is the slave fruit powerful? Yes, it is undoubtedly a bug-type fruit. The effect of the slave fruit is singular. It allows a person to sign a contract. The person who signs the contract can receive rewards as stipulated in the contract, but they must fulfill their obligations. If they violate the contract, they will become a slave to the user of the slave fruit. This is the first method of enslavement by the slave fruit. As for the second method, it is simply to force someone to sign a slavery contract. The consciousness of those who become slaves will gradually be altered, making them unable to resist the demands and orders of the user of the slave fruit. Therefore, in a sense, the slave fruit is indeed invincible. Of course, although the slave fruit is powerful, it is also vulnerable to sea stone and seawater. Once the user is bound with sea stone, the power of the contract will temporarily become ineffective. Moreover, the power of the fruit does not necessarily prove that the person is invincible. Although Slave's strength was decent, it was not to the extent that he didn't have to worry about life-threatening dangers. Thus, Slave devised a perfect plan. All information about him, including photos, was altered to resemble that of his substitute. Only slaves, and a very small number of others knew this secret. Naturally, being a slave auctioneer became Slave's interest. Slave was born into an ordinary family, became separated from his parents in childhood, and was abducted by nobles, later becoming a slave for a long time on the slave bridge. Until one day, Slave accidentally ate a fruit, the superpower type slave fruit. From then on, Slave gained superhuman abilities, and power, wealth, and beauty all became his possessions. However, none of this could move his heart. Years of slavery had twisted Slave's character, making him cruel, cowardly, and suspicious. What Slave enjoyed most was watching the anger, humiliation, and pain on the faces of slaves being auctioned. The frenzied expressions of the nobles bidding for a quality slave also excited him immensely. Therefore, Slave hid behind the scenes, becoming a slave auctioneer, protecting his own safety while satisfying his desires. This is Slave's story. Of course, Wayne knew none of this. Wayne was listening to the report from his subordinates at that moment. Daniel approached Wayne, followed by a squad of pirates. Just by looking at their formation, they resembled a disciplined navy rather than pirates. Report, boss. This time, I personally led 5 pirate ships and 500 subordinates to the land of slavery. And more subordinates are rushing here from the New World, ready to follow your orders. Nearby, Kizaru raised an eyebrow at this scene, knowing that there were only a few hundred Navy members on the island. If a fight broke out between Wayne and the Navy, the outcome would indeed be uncertain. Wayne looked at Daniel, who had a serious expression, and said, "Tell the brothers from the New World not to come anymore. It's over. You and some of the brothers should set up a branch here. After all, there are a lot of people, and our records and posters will definitely sell well." Yes, Daniel did not question Wayne's decision, and simply took his brothers to get to work. Although Wayne really wanted to say, "I'm going to plant the flag of the Wayne pirate crew here, and from now on, this place is under my protection." He knew that this was not the New World, but rather the paradise, and it was very close to Sabaody. The influence of a navy would undoubtedly be greatly increased. So Wayne could only adopt this method to warn those pirates or others with ulterior motives. Before making a move here, they should first consider whether they have the capability. When Kizaru saw this, he didn't say anything. He wasn't the type to meddle in others' affairs anyway. Moreover, after Slave's death, this place had truly become a country without a king. The future direction of the country of slavery would ultimately be in the hands of its citizens. When turned to Kizaru and said, "Old man, thank you for what happened just now. I owe you one." Kizaru pouted and replied, "That's really scary. Do pirates owe the Navy a favor? But I'll accept this favor." When one made a move against Slave, Kizaru's inaction was already a great show of tolerance. And one was clear about that. By the way, Admiral Sengoku said you should return to the New World as soon as possible. It's better for you not to stay too long in paradise with your identity. Wayne nodded and said, "Got it." Then he transformed into a flash of lightning and left the place. "Brother Wayne, will you come back to see us?" Vivian stood in front of Wayne, said playfully, her little face flushed, with a hint of reluctance in her tone. Vayne patted her head and said, "Of course. Brother Vayne has also opened a branch office here. You can go work there in the future, and you might even have the chance to find me in the New World." Brother Vayne, I definitely will." Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a group of high-ranking naval officers were having a meeting around a round table. Sengoku, sitting at the head of the table, asked Borsalino, "Are you sure Vayne has become a natural-type devil fruit user?" Kizaru thought for a moment, pouted, and said, "Oh dear, Sengoku-san, do you still not believe me? I saw his body transform into an element, and there were traces of charcoal all over the grass. So I suspect he is the user of the natural-type rumble fruit." "What, Nanny?" All the high-ranking naval officers at the meeting, except for Kizaru, gasped in surprise. Sengoku, looking serious, said, "According to the information from Akiji's last return, Vayne has already approached the strength of an admiral. Now that he has obtained the top natural-type rumble fruit, his strength is probably not inferior to that of the 4 emperors. The rumble fruit is certainly powerful, but also depends on who wields it. In the hands of Enel, it would only be at the level of a warlord, but in the hands of Vayne, who is already strong, it becomes a true weapon of mass destruction." Granny Kokoro also said with a serious expression, "Fortunately, it seems that Vayne is the easiest to get along with among the warlords, of course, except for Tyrant Kuma." Sengoku rubbed his temples and said, "Little Crane, you know that guy is scarier when he goes berserk than most warlords, but I've never heard of him plundering. The key point is that Vayne does indeed have a good relationship with those Dark Lords of the New World, which can help us relieve a lot of pressure." Akainu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "How ridiculous. He clearly has justice in his heart, yet he is unwilling to join the Navy. It's truly a great regret." Sengoku then asked Borsalino, "Did you extend an invitation to Vayne this time?" Kizaru nodded and said, "I invited him, but young Vayne still refused." Upon hearing this, Sengoku closed his eyes, revealing a look of regret on his face, and said, "What a pity. We should try to maintain a good relationship with Vayne. Sigh, I wonder how long this sea can remain calm." In the New World, at the headquarters of the World Economic News, the newsbird Boss Morgans was lost in thought while looking at the information in front of him. After a long time, Morgans gritted his teeth and said, "Warlord Vayne, what a bold move, directly eliminating a king of the Dark World. No, I need to discuss this with him. Otherwise, Vayne might soon turn his spearhead towards us." In Water 7, Vayne looked at the Apocalypto being modified in front of him, filled with helplessness. "How much longer will the Apocalypto take to modify?" Icebagu replied, "It will probably take about a month." A hint of helplessness appeared in Wayne's eyes. It seemed he would have to stay in the city of Seven Waters for the next 2 months, which was quite boring. Ding. Due to the host's long-term observation of the ship modification and construction process, the task high-level shipwright has been issued. Please check it, host. High-level shipwright. As a man whose goal is to become a god-level lifestyle player, you should have the ability to build your own ships. Please elevate your shipbuilding skills to that of a high-level shipwright as soon as possible. Task reward. Depending on the host's learning speed, rewards of 110,000 lifestyle points will be given. This. Vayne looked at the shipwright profession he had unlocked and the newly triggered quest, murmuring to himself. It seems the days ahead won't be boring. So, Vayne began learning from the very basics of recognizing ship structures. Fortunately, the scholar title he possessed granted him 3 times the learning ability, making it easier for him to learn these new techniques. Thus, for the next month, the citizens of the Seven Waters City would see a tall, handsome man wearing a cap, making daily trips between dock number 1 and the city center. And it's not necessary, I have a girlfriend really. Wayne wiped the sweat from his forehead and frantically explained to the ant in front of him. What's so difficult about this? You can change girlfriends. Andy, let me tell you, my niece is beautiful and has a good job. Anyone who meets her will definitely like her, you know? The stylishly dressed ant was passionately introducing a potential match to Wayne with an accent similar to a dialect. Wayne finally managed to persuade them to leave after much effort, picked up a wooden plank, and continued with his grand shipbuilding plan. This was not the first time Wayne had sent away countless Andes. When he first arrived, things were fine. But ever since the first Annie offered to introduce him to a partner, the Annies of the Water City have been flocking to Dock No. One like they were on a caffeine high. These matchmaking Annies have undoubtedly become an obstacle on Wayne's path to becoming a master shipbuilder. Phew, it's finally done. Wayne looked at the merchant ship in front of him, a hint of joy on his face. After all, this was the first medium-sized vessel he had built with his own hands. The ship was 30 meters long and about 7 or 8 meters wide. Although it couldn't be considered huge, it was definitely much more luxurious than an ordinary small boat. Vayne has decided to permanently preserve this ship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully building a medium-sized ship on their own and earning the title of Senior Shipbuilder. Current experience, Senior Shipbuilder, 01000. Evaluating the host task. Ding! The host took 31 days this time. Task evaluation. Excellent. Rewarding the host with 5,000 life points. Please check. After receiving the reward, Vayne looked pleased. This was definitely the easiest professional task he had ever accepted. The time taken was undoubtedly the shortest, and the rewards were very generous. So, where should the accumulated task points be used? Wayne looked at the 7,777 task points on his body and fell into deep thought for a moment. Currently, his armament Haki is the weak point among the 2-color Haki. However, ever since he obtained the Rakshasa, the improvement of his armament Haki has entered a period of rapid development. It has now increased to 23005000. In just 1 month, it has risen by nearly 1,000 points, and Wayne is confident that he can reach the level of internal destruction within 3 months. Therefore, he doesn't want to waste his life points. As for observation Haki, it has also seen a significant improvement after obtaining the Thunder Fruit. Now he can occasionally foresee the future, but it is still not very stable. As for his physical skills, physique, they are currently sufficient. After contemplating, Vayne found the answer. System, allocate 1,000 life points to observation Haki and raise it to the level of future prediction. Ding, successfully allocated 1,000 life points to observation Haki. Now, the level of observation Haki, future prediction, 130,000, remaining life points, 777 points. Please continue to work hard, host. With the enhancement of observation Haki, Vayne felt that his originally sharp senses became even sharper, and he was able to hear some mysterious sounds. What nice feeling. Vayne smiled slightly, knowing that the combination of the future-seeing observation Haki with the elementalization of the Thunder Fruit would undoubtedly enhance his survival ability further. What? It requires 30,000 experience points to level up again? Wayne looked at the system's prompt and felt a bit of pain. The gap was just too big. It had directly increased tenfold. Well, it was enough for now to foresee the future. With the remaining 6,000 life points, Wayne planned to bet everything on the lottery. It's been a while since he tried his luck. The truth will be revealed today. Wayne excitedly rubbed his hands and said, System, start the lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bamboo dragonfly 10. Each bamboo dragonfly can only be used for 1 hour. Please check, host. TCH, how unlucky. Vayne complained that the bamboo dragonfly was somewhat useful a few years ago, but now it was just a toy for him. System, draw again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a space ring. Capacity 1 cubic meter. Please check it. Huh. The space ring is a good item. The system space can hold items provided by the system. Although this ring's capacity is not large, it can still hold a few personal items. Vayne took 5 draws in one go. Aside from the bamboo dragonfly and the space ring from the beginning, the rest of the items were all useless things. Am I really African? Come on, system, let me draw one last time. Wayne was filled with frustration as he looked at his life points, which were only enough for one last attempt. He was already addicted. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a lucky coin. Please check your inventory. Lucky coin grants the host a certain degree of good luck. However, everything in the world has its own fate, and fortune is also in balance. The good luck brought by the coin could, to some extent, also bring misfortune. Lucky coin? Vayne felt a hint of doubt. The description said this coin should be a good thing. However, the last sentence from the system gave Vayne a bad premonition. Forget it. I'll just keep it on me and see what happens. Vayne put the gold coins into his pocket and walked towards the apocalypse, which had now entered the final coloring stage. The ship had transformed from its original black color to a design with a dark golden bow and a black hull, looking even more mysterious and unpredictable. Mr. Mayor, how is my ship coming along? Vayne stood at the edge of the boat, looking at Esbagu, who was bare-chested. If passers-by saw this, they might really think that this mayor was just an ordinary shipwright. Finally got it done. Esbagu wiped the sweat from his forehead, set the iron cone aside, and said, Your Excellency, Vayne, the ship has been modified, and we just need to test it in the water. Vayne nodded with satisfaction, and then instructed his subordinates to try out a circle in the water. As Esbagu saw Wayne's pleased expression, he felt quite happy as well. After all, every shipbuilder hopes that their ship can satisfy their employer. Mr. Vayne, is your ship ready too? V nodded and said, Yes, I just finished making it today, but it can't compare to your technology. Vayne certainly couldn't be working in isolation these days. After all, this is the best shipyard in the world, and he had to make good use of it. So, whether it was Esbagu or the several CP9 members working in the dock, they had all been taken advantage of by Vayne. The mayor waved his hand and said, Not at all. Mr. Vayne is the most talented shipbuilder I have ever seen. In just a month, he has managed to build excellent ships independently. I didn't have such skills even after 3 to 5 years under my master. If Mr. Vayne is willing to delve deeper into shipbuilding in the future, he will probably become a world-renowned master. A hint of envy flashed in Esbagu's eyes, when chuckled lightly and said nothing. With the system on his back, if he wanted to pursue a certain profession, he could indeed reach the realm of being the best in the world. It was time to experience the taste of a spaceship. Vayne smiled slightly as he watched the Ark of Revelation successfully return from its test flight, then turned and boarded the spaceship. In the power room, Vayne input his own electrical energy into the specialized golden generator, and the Ark of Revelation slowly floated into the sky. With a thought, Vayne enveloped the Ark with his electromagnetic field, allowing it to move flexibly according to his will. After flying in the sky for a while, Vayne steadily landed it on the sea. I have to say, the speed of the spaceship is many times faster than that of ordinary ships. Not bad, not bad. It's exactly what I imagined. Vayne exclaimed in amazement that the Ark still had a power storage device. With Vayne's power generation intensity, a single charge could last a long time. Moreover, Vayne found that by continuously manipulating the Ark, he could also keep developing his fruit abilities, achieving 2 goals at once. The Ark had been completely modified, and Vayne planned to procure some supplies in Water 7 while also arranging some matters for the Paradise. Soon, he would return to the New World. After all, during Vayne's time in Paradise, he had probably made some people anxious. Well, Daniel, just do as I say. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. All right, boss. Vayne hung up the phone and looked at the excited crew members around him. Among this group, only Chloe had returned to the New World in the past few years, so being able to go back directly this time was the best outcome. Vayne glanced at his watch and said to the people next to him, Robin, Chloe, you two are responsible for taking people to buy supplies. By the way, remember to buy more apples and water meat. Come back before noon. We will set off on time at noon from the Seven Water City. Since Vayne got the thunder fruit, he has been increasingly fond of eating apples, feeling uncomfortable if he doesn't eat them for a day. Could this be a side effect of the thunder fruit? Could it be that this fruit was originally called the Death God fruit? As for the water meat, it is a specialty of Water 7, with extremely tender meat, so Vayne naturally wants to bring more to eat on the road. At exactly 12 o'clock noon, Vayne's crew returned to the apocalypse. When Vayne saw that everyone had returned, he was moved, and the entire arc flew up into the sky. Vayne looked at the astonished expressions on the crew's faces and displayed a smug smile, saying, "All right, everyone, sit tight. Destination, New World, City of Freedom." 5 days later, the ark was flying through the clouds. Vayne and the others have successfully arrived in the New World. However, there is still some distance to their old home, the City of Freedom. Vayne leaned against a half-length statue at the bow of the ship, watching the pale faces of the crew below, including Robin, Crocodile, and others. The long hours of high-altitude flight were undoubtedly tormenting, and Vayne hadn't expected the crew to suffer from such severe motion sickness. However, it wasn't entirely their fault. After all, pirates were used to sailing on the sea, but who would stay in the sky for such a long time? Except for a certain blonde old pirate. Let's hold on a little longer. The next island is just ahead. We'll resupply on the island and rest for a day before setting off again. Vayne looked at his subordinates with a slight headache. Although flying at high altitudes was fast, even he felt a bit fatigued, let alone his subordinates. Long live! Yay! The captain is mighty. Vayne's subordinates became excited. They hadn't seen the sea in a long time, and if this continued, they would turn from pirates into air pirates. Vayne's subordinates steadily docked the Apocalypse at the port, and then they all walked into the island. Strictly speaking, the place where Vayne was now was just a small town, and there was nothing special about it. Therefore, Vayne planned to restock supplies, and the fleet could set off again after a day's break. "Hello, how much is this apple?" Vayne came to a small stall and saw big red apples that made him swallow his saliva. "Sir, these are authentic Fuji red apples, 300 belly per pound, or 1,000 belly for 3 pounds. Vayne thought for a moment and said, "Okay, give me 30 pounds of apples." Vayne took an apple and started eating it as he walked, preparing to look for Robin and Gloria, who should also be at the nearby market. Just then, a few pairs of eyes in a dark corner were closely watching Vayne. "Captain, that's him who just came down from that big ship. He must be the captain of that ship," a burly man with a mustache said to a short, thin man beside him. The thin man asked cautiously, "Are you sure they are very wealthy?" "Absolutely, Captain. I saw a 3-meter-tall sculpture on their ship's bow, shining brightly. It's probably all made of gold." "What kind of poor pirate ship can build such a sculpture?" The short man hesitated and asked, "What if there are some big shots? We might run into trouble." The burly man confidently replied, "No way. There are only about 20 people on their ship, and I haven't seen that ship before. It shouldn't belong to any major pirate. Besides, what kind of big pirate comes personally to buy apples?" The short man nodded and said, "That makes sense. Prepare to gather the crew and wait until they leave town before we act." A cruel smile appeared on the faces of the group as they watched Vayne gradually walk away. The thin man's name was Russell Locke, nicknamed Black, and his pirate crew was called the Black Pirates, with over 100 members. The Black Pirates specialized in black market dealings and were quite powerful. However, their bounty was not high, and they always killed witnesses after their robberies, so not many knew about them. This time, they happened to come to this small town to rest and spotted a glittering pirate ship, so they certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Vayne, however, was completely unaware of all this, as he could never imagine that someone would dare to rob a Seven Warlords head. He only changed the appearance of the Apocalypse, and these pirates didn't recognize it. Could it be that his face was less recognizable than the ship? The next day, Vayne got up from the bed in the inn and yawned. Although the inn in the small town was not in good condition, it was much more comfortable than being on the flying Apocalypse. Therefore, Vayne slept soundly yesterday, shaking off the fatigue he had accumulated over the past few days. "CLO, have the brothers watching the ship on board trade places and let them explore the town for a bit. I'll set off right after lunch." "Yes, boss." CLO nodded and then walked towards the town's exit. CLO had been on the ship for a few months, and during this time, his strength had undergone tremendous changes. He had learned all 6 forms of the Navy, and he had also grasped the basics of observation Haki and armament Haki. The Apocalypse slowly sailed away from the small island, and with the unanimous objections of the crew, Vayne decided to continue the journey on the sea since the distance wasn't far. "CLO, tell me, what were you thinking when you built that statue back then?" Vayne pointed at the half-length statue at the bow of the ship and had to admit that this statue was indeed very impressive. Made of pure gold and probably weighing several tons, though it was a bit too ostentatious. Clue adjusted his glasses with his palm and said, "Boss, this is a recommendation from both Daniel and me. After all, only a noble statue like this can match our great boss. We used the gold we brought down from Sky Island to forge it together, and I spent a month in Water City personally polishing it." Clue's tone carried a hint of pride, as if he was waiting for Vayne's praise. Vayne slapped his forehead, thinking, how could this guy still have the nerve to say that? The person in the statue didn't resemble Vayne at all. Just how big was the difference? Do you all remember the first bounty notice of Sanji from the original work? Yes, it's about that kind of gap. Forget it. This is also a heartfelt gesture from a subordinate. Vayne took an apple from the fruit bowl, took a bite, and then tossed the lucky coin in his hand to calm himself down. Suddenly, the apocalypse shook a bit. Huh? Vayne turned around in surprise. A crew member rushed over in a panic, saying, "Captain, we are being attacked by pirates. A pirate ship has appeared at the 9 o'clock direction and is heading towards us. I haven't seen a flag on the pirate ship before. Huh? Who else is coming over?" Crow pushed back in confusion, as there were still quite a few pirates robbing at sea in the New World. But not many would dare to rob the Seven Warlords, so it seemed they hadn't recognized them. Crow then cupped his hands and said, "Boss, let me go teach those pirates a lesson." Vayne nodded and said, "Go." Since it was an unfamiliar pirate flag, it should be enough for Kuro to take a few subordinates with him. After all, Kuro's strength was not weak anymore. Kuro was very excited because he hadn't had a chance to fight in the months since he boarded the ship, enduring beatings every day. And today, he could finally show his worth to the boss. Kuro went to the bow of the ship, looking at the pirate crew not far away, snapping his fingers. Then took a deep breath and shouted, "Who goes there?" "We are." Before Kuro could finish his sentence, a huge cannonball fell into the sea ahead, splashing water all over him. Anger appeared on Kuro's face as he said to his crew, "Bring the ship closer. I want to see which blind fool it is." The two ships gradually approached, and then a small pirate on the deck of the opposing ship shouted, "We are the Black Pirate crew. I am Captain Locke. Hand over your treasure quickly, and I'll make your deaths quick." The Black Pirate crew? That sounds so familiar. A hint of doubt arose in Kuro's mind, and then he suddenly realized that his previous pirate crew was also called the Black Pirate crew. Goodness, this person is named Locke. It turns out he is another Locke from the Grand Line. Kuro's anger intensified, and he leaped onto the railing at the bow of the ship, activating Moonwalk and running into the air, quickly reaching above the Black Pirate crew. Kuro looked down at Locke, feeling a surge of anger. Stealing the name of a pirate crew was one thing, but daring to steal his own name? Raging Foot. A crescent-shaped shockwave erupted from Kuro's foot, accurately hitting the mast of the Black Pirate crew, knocking their flag down to the ground. Goodness, even a flag looks so much like mine? Kuro stared at the fallen flag, momentarily stunned, then gritted his teeth and said, The crew of the Black Pirate crew, seeing Kuro flying in the sky, were momentarily taken aback, and one of them said to Locke, "Boss, seems like a tough opponent." Locke squinted his eyes and said, "I see that. But anyone who can come to the New World isn't weak. But aren't those people still being crushed by me? Just this alone isn't enough." After saying that, Locke leaped and also took to the air, appearing in the sky, where Locke and Kuro's gazes sparked against each other, and then they engaged in close combat. Meanwhile, Vayne, who was eating an apple on the ship, frowned slightly, sensing that this pirate crew was not simple. So he turned to Parker and said, "Bull, take most of the crew to help Kuro. Be careful, the enemy seems formidable." Hearing this, Bull took the majority of the crew on the ship to fight against the Black Pirate crew. Vayne swaggered to the bow of the ship to watch their battle. Robin walked over, looking puzzled, and asked, "Boss, aren't you going to take action yourself?" Vayne shook his head and said, "I can't always be the one to take action. What are these crew members for? They need to hone their skills. The opponent doesn't seem to be a small character that can be easily dealt with, which is perfect for Kuro and the others to train." In Vayne's observation, he sensed that there seemed to be several strong individuals on the enemy's pirate ship. Especially the captain, Locke, always gave Vayne the impression that his power had not been fully unleashed. Coupled with a number of pirates in the crew, they shouldn't be an insignificant pirate group. Sure enough, with the addition of Manyo and the other pirate crew members, Kuro's pressure was significantly reduced. Manyo activated his devil fruit ability, and his body instantly enlarged several times, with bullhorns sprouting from his head. This was Manyo's Beastman form. In this form, his resistance to damage, speed, and strength all saw a tremendous boost. Utilizing his large size, every move Manyo made was filled with intimidation, preventing the pirates from the Black Sea Pirate Group from coming close. "Boss, it seems the opponent is the Black Sea Pirate Group, a pirate group that specializes in blackmailing in the New World with a low bounty. However, it seems they have robbed a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. Robin put down the transponder snail and relayed this information to Vayne. Vayne pondered for a moment after hearing this and said, "Gloria, Robin, you two go over and help out as well. Be careful, that Locke seems to be no simple opponent." Robin and Gloria then joined the battlefield. Vayne was constantly focused on the battle situation on the enemy pirate ship. After all, these people were his crew. While he hoped his subordinates could hone their skills, he certainly did not want to see casualties. However, With the addition of Bull and Robin and other officers, the opposing black pirates were momentarily at a disadvantage. Only 4 or 5 people, including Locke, could withstand the pressure. Most of the other crew members were either killed or severely injured and passed out. Death was the norm in pirate battles. There was no pirate crew without casualties, and Vayne was no exception. After all, in real life, it was impossible for hundreds of battles to occur with fewer than 10 fatalities. In the world of pirates, every minute and every second, pirates die in battle. Especially for those at the bottom of the power hierarchy, such cannon fodder can suffer hundreds of casualties in a single battle. Although Vayne's crew members were not as strong as the officers, they could handle 7 or 8 ordinary pirates without issue. On the entire battlefield, only Chloe was at a disadvantage. To be precise, Chloe's situation was dire. His clothes were scratched in many places, and his face bore similar marks. It seemed Chloe was about to be cornered. Of course, this was not due to Chloe's lack of strength, but because Locke on the opposite side was indeed very strong. Vayne noticed that he was not using a weapon, but could leave such wounds on Chloe. There were 2 possibilities. The first was a fur tribe, but it clearly did not seem like that. So, the only remaining possibility was that he was a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Bull on the battlefield also noticed that Chloe was in trouble. He knocked out the pirate lackey in front of him with a slap and joined the fight between Chloe and Locke. Since their last meal together, Bull and Chloe seemed to have developed a good relationship on the ship. At least, that was what Vayne thought. Chloe, seeing Bull join in, showed a hint of anger and stubbornly said, "Who told you to help me? I can take him down." Bull's character was quite honest. He glanced at Chloe and said, "Come on, if I hadn't come, you'd probably be dead by now. Don't let yourself be the first death among our codename holders. I want to have a good explanation for the boss then." Chloe snorted coldly and stopped talking. He indeed could not defeat Locke. Locke surpassed him in speed and strength. Even his weapon, the 10 blades, was outmatched by Locke's unusual claws. Locke looked at the 2 in front of him, feeling increasingly wary. This suit-wearing man was already not weak, and now there was another guy who looked like a devil fruit user, which was quite a bit of pressure. It seemed he couldn't play around anymore. "Next, I'm going to get serious." Locke roared, and then his body underwent a tremendous change. Originally only 6 meters tall, he expanded to 2 meters. His limbs became more robust, his ears elongated, a thin layer of fur grew on his body, and his originally brown eyes turned into a brownish hue. "I am a Zoan-type cat, fruit ancient form user." Locke laughed, revealing 4 sharp teeth, then leaped above Chloe, his claws extending as he aimed for Chloe's chest. What incredible speed! Iron block. Chloe was slightly taken aback, then realized he didn't have time to dodge. Gritting his teeth, he used iron block to try to withstand Locke's attack. But how could an ordinary iron block withstand the claws of terror? Chloe rolled his eyes, blood splattering from his body as he collapsed to the ground. Seeing Chloe lose consciousness, Locke felt a sense of playfulness towards the remaining enemy, Bull. It was his nature to toy with and torment prey he deemed weaker than himself. As a cat fruit user, Locke perfectly inherited this trait. "I will tear you to pieces bit by bit." Locke licked his claws, revealing a cruel expression, and then pounced on Bull. Not far away, Vayne frowned. The devil fruit user in front of him was indeed powerful, and it seemed this devil fruit was not an ordinary type. However, Chloe was only temporarily unconscious and was not in life-threatening danger. It seemed Bull was still fighting Locke. Locke's body moved with exceptional agility, although Bull was strong and muscular. He couldn't land a hit on Locke. Instead, Locke used his claws to leave numerous wounds on Bull's body. "Enough, Bull, you can retreat." Vayne jumped up and came to the side of the Bull. Vayne realized that if this continued, the Bull would undoubtedly lose, because the fruit ability of the man in front of him was undoubtedly the type that restrained him. "Boss, A trace of guilt flashed in the Bull's eyes. He felt he had betrayed Vayne's trust. He couldn't even defeat this unknown pirate, which made him feel unworthy of the reputation of the warlord subordinates. "All right, Bull, you've done well. First, take Crow to the infirmary and leave the rest to me." Vayne turned his head to comfort Manyo, who obediently took Chloe to heal. "Where do you think you're going?" Locke would never allow his prey to slip away, so he wanted to block the 2. One sword style, a line in the sky. Vayne drew the Rakshasa from his waist, and a slash flew out, cleaving a corner of the pirate ship and stopping Locke in his tracks. Locke stared at the gap on the deck for a moment, then turned to look at Vayne, his eyes filled with apprehension. "Flying slash, you're a great swordsman." Locke scrutinized Vayne's face for a while, then recognized him, his voice trembling with fear. "Why, you're the warlord Vayne. Damn it, why would a man like you pretend to be weak to lure us in?" Locke turned around to look for his crew, only to realize that the entire black pirate crew had been annihilated and even his officers had fallen to Robin and Goliath. Wayne was completely confused. What was going on? When did he go fishing? Clearly, it was this pirate in front of him who provoked him first. So Wayne fixed his gaze on the person in front of him and said, "You dare to provoke me? You should have been prepared for death before coming here." 30 million volts. Thunderstrike. Wayne felt a stir in his heart, and purple lightning erupted from his arm, transforming into a hand shape in the air as it reached out toward Locke. What? Locke looked at the purple light in front of him, a bad premonition arising in his heart. He then leaped to the left, dodging Wayne's lightning strike. Wayne was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized and said, "Is this the ability of your devil fruit? Combined with your observation, Haki, and reflex speed, you can actually dodge lightning." A hint of anger flashed in Locke's eyes as he replied, "Stop using that condescending tone. Even if you're a warlord of the sea, don't look down on others. I am the great Captain Locke." Locke leaped, his body turning into an afterimage as he appeared above Wayne, then extended his claws, accurately striking Wayne's body. "Umph. The warlords of the sea are nothing special." Before Locke could finish his sentence, a look of shock appeared on his face as his arm passed through Wayne's body. Wayne smiled slightly and said, 30 million volts electromagnetic field. A large amount of high-intensity electric current appeared around Wayne's body. This was Wayne's new move, capable of generating powerful lightning around himself, inflicting electric shock damage on enemies engaged in intense combat with him. At the very least, it could paralyze the enemy's movements through electric shock. Locke let out a painful cry, then gritted his teeth and retreated, instantly distancing himself from Wayne. He stared at Wayne's face and spoke slowly, word by word. Natural type, devil fruit user. Wayne smiled lightly. He had just realized that Locke's previous attack did not carry any armament Haki. Otherwise, he would have dodged it long ago, but he just wanted to use it to test his new technique. Locke looked at Wayne with a fierce expression and said, "The natural system is not invincible. I am a great Captain Locke." With that, Locke leaped high into the air, and black armament Haki surged forth from his claw-like hands. Claw crossblade. Locke crossed his arms over his chest, and his claws extended once again, clearly using a powerful technique. Seeing this, Wayne did not underestimate the situation. After all, the special animal type, combined with the two-color domineering, was enough to make Wayne take it seriously. Since that is the case, let's be a little more serious. Vayne drew the blade Resetsu from his waist, wrapping it with armament Haki as the blade turned black. Vayne gently parted his lips and said, "Flying sword technique, tornado flash." A tornado-shaped sword energy flew forward, striking fiercely against the claw that Rock had raised to defend himself. The armament Haki clashed violently in the air. In the end, Rock was still unable to break through Vayne's sword energy, and he was forced to retreat several dozen steps, reaching the edge of the pirate ship. With the endless sea behind him, Rock glanced at his injuries and couldn't help but show a hint of despair on his face, murmuring, "Since that's the case, then let's fight with all we've got." Rock let out a roar, and then his body underwent a greater transformation. His fur became denser, his body grew larger, and his features became more pronounced. The most striking aspect was his black fur in this state, resembling a layer of armament Haki. No, it was indeed armament Haki, fully covering him. The vertical pupils in Rock's eyes turned red, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Wayne was taken aback. Conqueror's Haki? No, it shouldn't be that. It felt more like a combination of fear and murderous intent. Quite the impressive ability. In that case, let me give you a decent way to die. Wayne's armed color Haki was further stimulated, and the Resetsu in his hand let out a soft hum. Wayne said softly, "Flying sword technique, nine-headed dragon flash." Claw of fear. Vayne leaped into the air, swiftly swinging out a slash, sending 9 sharp flying slashes forward. On the opposite side, Rock, who had entered his second transformation state, infused all his strength into his claws and unleashed his most powerful move. After the strike, Vayne stood in place, watching Rock not far away, who had yet to notice the anomaly on his body, and said, "The Seven Warlords are nothing special." Wayne smiled lightly, sheathing the Rakshasa in his hand, and said, "Did you not realize? You're already dead." Under Wayne's observation Haki, the life force of the man before him, Locke, was rapidly diminishing. Indeed, as soon as Wayne's voice fell, an expression of disbelief appeared on Locke's face, followed by 9 fierce, slashing marks appearing on his body, completely shattering his armed Haki. Locke lost his life force and collapsed to the ground. Seeing that Locke was dead, Wayne looked around and instructed his crew, "All right, clean up the battlefield and prepare to set sail again." To Wayne, Locke was just a person of decent strength, far from being worthy of serious concern. He was merely a minor episode during their voyage. On the apocalyptic, Vayne took a bite of an apple and looked at the crew before him. At this moment, more than a dozen crew members, including Klo and the bull, were somewhat injured, especially Klo, who had a deep claw mark on his chest, likely leaving a wound that would never heal. You guys, not training properly usually, now you understand, right? Never underestimate anyone at sea. Sooner or later, you will regret it. The crew members stood in place, not daring to speak. Although they had won this battle, it was not a beautiful victory. They had not demonstrated the overwhelming force they should have. Once we return to the island, everyone will have extra training. Do you understand? Especially you, Klo. Vayne took the last bite of the apple in his hand and casually threw it into the trash can, saying, CLO, I have such high hopes for you. Don't let me down. CLO was speechless upon hearing this. Vayne indeed had high expectations for him, even giving him a code name. However, since CLO boarded Vayne's ship, he had fought in many battles, big and small, but had hardly ever won. Now, he had the nickname CLO the Unlucky on the ship. But Vayne casually picked up an apple and was about to take a bite when he noticed the strange pattern on the apple. Nanny? Vayne stared at the fruit in his hand. No, it should be called a devil fruit. The crew members around him also gathered closer, as they had noticed this fruit as well. Vayne scratched his head, looking at the claw-shaped black patterns on the fruit, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. Could it be? Soon, everyone, including Vayne, confirmed that this fruit should belong to the earlier mentioned lock. So, who among you wants this fruit? Vayne looked at the crew in front of him and felt a bit of a headache. He didn't know who to give this precious fruit to. Just then, Klo stepped forward. He took 2 steps closer, knelt on one knee, and said, Boss, I want this fruit. After a pause, Klo continued, I know I came on board the latest, and have contributed almost nothing. But like everyone else, I wish to serve you, Lord Vayne. I deeply feel my lack of strength, so I hope to obtain this fruit. I am willing to go through fire and water for you, Lord Vayne. Vayne looked at the serious-faced Kuro in front of him, and since no crew members came out to compete for it, he thought for a moment and realized that this fruit was indeed very suitable for Kuro. So he said, if no one's going to fight for it, then I'll give it to Kuro. Kuro took the devil fruit and, without hesitation, took a bite, then made a face as if he had eaten something disgusting and wanted to throw the fruit away. However, under Vayne's murderous gaze, Kuro finished eating the fruit completely. Afterward, he drank 3 buckets of water to avoid vomiting it back up. After eating the fruit, Kuro closed his eyes and quietly experienced it for a while. Then he opened his eyes, looking delighted, and said, from now on, I am the ancient Zoan-type cat fruit. Mythical type, fruit user. Golia curiously asked from his side, mythical type? Kuro nodded and said, yes, mythical refers to a long-extinct species, which was once one of the top predators in the Grand Line. Currently, the abilities I have developed from this fruit mainly include 3 aspects. The first is that my speed and strength have significantly increased, about twice what they were before. Additionally, after transforming, my strength can further increase. Kuro then let out a low roar, and his body began to change. First, the black hair on his head started to grow longer. Then black fur sprouted all over his body, and his muscles further bulged. It was evident that Kuro's physical condition had greatly improved in this state. Kuro continued, second, my neural reflexes have significantly improved, and my dynamic vision has also enhanced a lot. Vayne only saw Klo's eyes suddenly transform into a pair of eyes. And then Klo grabbed a handful of leaves from a nearby apple tree, about 30 or so, and tossed them into the air. Klo leaped, his hands creating afterimages. And within 1 or 2 seconds, he caught about 20 leaves in midair. On the side, Gilia, Robin, and others exclaimed loudly in amazement, clearly stunned by Klo's performance. Even Vayne widened his eyes and stared at Klo, who looked back at Vayne with a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, seemingly waiting for Vayne's praise. Vayne pressed his lips together, turning pale, and said, you're really something. Klo smiled and was about to give a compliment, but then noticed something was off with Vayne's expression. When he looked up, he saw Vayne with a murderous look in his eyes. Vayne gritted his teeth and said, you're really something. You dare to destroy my apple tree? I'm punishing you to clean the toilet. You can't eat until it's done. After saying that, Vayne lost interest in watching Klo's performance. Anyway, no matter what ability he had, Klo could never suddenly transform from a weakling into a strong person. Not to mention ancient species. Even if he was a phantom beast species, could he withstand one of Vayne's major attacks? Klo also didn't feel like continuing the conversation and sulked into the toilet. Having just gained his fruit ability, he was a bit carried away, but on this ship, his status could only rank 5th. Vayne was obviously first. with Gloria and Robin firmly holding second and third places. As for fourth, it was the red Fuji apple tree transplanted from Water 7. Life at sea was always so relaxed and pleasant. Vayne's favorite thing to do was stand at the bow of the ship, quietly gazing at the distant sea, enjoying the salty sea breeze. The charm of the ocean lies in its eternal uncertainty and mystery. Even someone as strong as Vayne cannot do as he pleases in the vast sea. Vayne lit a cigarette and looked up at a cloud in the sky that resembled cotton candy. Suddenly, a seagull carrying a package flew by. That's right. It's time to submit the manuscript again. Vayne took a letter out of his pocket, then took out 50 Bailey and waved at the seagull in the sky. The seagull circled in the air twice before flying down and calling out to Vayne. "Oh, it's you. Here, this is the manuscript for this time, and also, could you give me a newspaper?" Vayne recognizes this seagull, which has a unique red birthmark above its eyes. It was this seagull that delivered the newspaper to him in the desert last time. Vayne now has a unique column in the World Economy Journal, with his novel serialized in each issue. The manuscript to be submitted today is Chapter 10 of Water Margin, where Lin Chong beats up Instructor Hong. In Vayne's modified version of Water Margin, Lin Chong is a Navy officer who hates evil with a passion. However, he ultimately cannot tolerate the collusion between certain officials and local nobles, leading him to resign from Navy. Originally, Vayne intended to write about the collusion between the Celestial Dragons and naval commanders, but fearing the consequences, he was invited for tea by the warring states. So he changed it to local nobility. The revised version of Water Margin by Vayne is quite popular among pirates and some disheartened Navy members. Perhaps in their imagination, they see themselves as the heroes of Liangshan, enduring the blows of reality yet still harboring dreams. Speaking of which, the rewards for completing Journey to the West should be arriving soon. Unlike Vayne's cooking and singing, the life points and professional experience gained from being a writer are not credited instantly. After all, even the best novel needs to be read by more people to increase its visibility. Vayne currently has 978 life points. At this stage, Vayne's life points mainly come from rewards for cooking and occasionally from rewards for holding concerts. Vayne took a bite of the apple in his hand, then placed the envelope and 50 Bailey into the seagull's newspaper and took out a copy of the newspaper. Information at sea is always scarce. Aside from a few people who have their own information networks, rumors and newspapers are their only sources of information. "What's the matter? Aren't you leaving yet?" "Caw-caw." The seagull called out twice, then rolled on the deck, getting up and staring at the apple in Vayne's hand. He was slightly taken aback. "Wow, are you trying to extort someone now?" Vayne irritably picked an apple and threw it to the seagull, which excitedly called out twice and then began to feast on it. Vayne did not continue to pay attention to the seagull, but instead focused on the newspaper in his hand. Among the articles, two pieces of news caught Vayne's attention. The first one was about a mysterious island disappearing in the latter half of the Great Maritime Route. Vayne glanced at the location of the island and realized it was surprisingly not far from his base, City of Freedom, which made him feel a sense of caution. The mysteriously vanished island seemed somewhat familiar. Vayne scratched his head, feeling that he seemed to have seen it before, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. He decided to stop focusing on it and turn to the second piece of news, which was closely related to him. The title of the second news article was The Liberation of Slaves, another king executed by his own people. Will this be the second City of Freedom? Indeed, the news described the former island of slavery. However, the difference was that the article depicted king slaves' inhumane and insane exploitation of the common people. With the help of the navy, the civilians rose up and overthrew the rule of the nobles. The article included a photo of Admiral Kazuru and pictures of the civilians weeping with joy after their liberation. After seeing the news, Vayne shrugged. He had actually anticipated it. After all, Slave Island was about to be established as a country, so this news was bound to get out. The Navy could not possibly award such a merit to pirates, even if he was a warlord of the sea. Therefore, the Navy would definitely take the credit for themselves, enhancing their positive influence among the civilians. Vayne remarked that it was an old routine. He could have guessed that the Navy would do this with his toes. The apocalypse continued to sail on the sea, and the further they went, the colder the weather became. On this day, the crew was very excited, and even a faint smile appeared on Vayne's face. Only one person was an exception, Crow. He had just finished training, or rather, getting beaten up, and looked at the excited crew with confusion, asking one of them, "Hey, why is everyone in such a good mood today?" During lunch, even the Wild Bull let her have her way, and Vayne was much easier on him during his training. The crew member, who looked quite mature, was taken aback for a moment and said, "Damn it, who are you calling, bro? I'm only 25. Why are we so happy?" "Because we can finally reach Freedom City today." Crow was a bit curious, He had joined Wayne's pirate crew for about half a year and had heard the crew mention Freedom City a few times. But he did not know what the city was like. So he curiously asked, "Then brother, what is Freedom City like? What makes you all yearn for it so much?" The mature crew member's eyes were filled with a hint of longing and nostalgia as he replied, "It's a land filled with freedom and hope." In the evening, Wayne, sitting at the bow of the ship, dozed off. Suddenly, he spotted a gigantic island on the horizon. Wayne's lips curled into a smile. And then he turned to shout at the crew, "Boys, we're home. Long live the captain. Long live the City of Freedom." The deck was filled with the enthusiastic cheers of the crew. The City of Freedom was built by Vayne 5 years ago. To be precise, it was initiated by Vayne. Because this city has no mayor or king. More than half of the residents of the City of Freedom once shared a common identity: slaves. Initially, the City of Freedom was not even a city. It was just a small village inhabited by the first batch of 369 slaves rescued by Vayne. As Vayne continued to rescue and buy slaves, the city expanded, slowly transforming from a small village into a town, and eventually into the City of Freedom with a population of nearly 1 million. It can be said that this city represents all of Vayne's efforts since crossing over. And it is also Vayne's stronghold. In the City of Freedom, there are civilians who were once slaves and were rescued. Civilians who were abducted by slave ships and never sold, and civilians who came from afar attracted by the Great Sea Route. The apocalypse slowly approached the port of the City of Freedom. As they neared the port, Chloe was startled because the brightly lit port was packed with people, all loudly shouting phrases like, "Lord Vayne is back. Long live Lord Vayne. Lord Vayne, I want to bear your children." Vayne's forehead twitched with irritation as he took out the phone bug and dialed. "Gurgle gurgle. Moshi Moshi. This is Solomon. Who is this?" "It's me, Vayne." "Oh, Vayne. My dear brother. Have you arrived in the City of Freedom? Did you see the welcome ceremony I prepare for you? Damn it, did you call all these people?" Vayne glanced at the port, where at least tens of thousands of people were densely packed, and even further away there were more crowds. Vayne even suspected that a stampede might occur if this continued. Solomon's voice came through the phone bug. "Oh, of course not. I just hinted a bit that you were coming back. After all, you haven't returned for almost 2 years. Vayne instantly understood that these citizens had indeed come here for him, and he believed it. Vayne had such a great influence in this city. He was their faith. Solomon said, "After all, you haven't been back for 2 years, and there are quite a few new faces in the city. It's time for those people to know who saved them and who gave them the life they longed for." Vayne remained silent. Solomon's actions were certainly not unintentional. They were further deepening Vayne's impression in the hearts of the townspeople. The saying, "He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world," holds true even in the pirate world. After a long while, Vayne's voice emerged. "Next time, don't do this. It will affect the normal lives of the townspeople. Also, bring a squad over to maintain order. We can't get into the harbor." From a phone worm came Solomon's playful voice. "Understood, boss." Not long after, a team clad in armor and fully armed approached, consisting of about 500 members, mostly young people in their 20s. Along with some children around 14 or 15 years old. This was one of the 3 freedom counterattack teams guarding the free city, named Guardians. The name is derived from the English word wish, as these children are indeed the future hope of the free city. However, Vayne preferred to refer to them as the Youth Squad. The Youth Squad is responsible for security work in the city and handling conflicts among the residents. After all, it is impossible for a utopian city to be free of conflicts and disputes. Nevertheless, the existence of the Youth Squad does help to minimize conflicts in the city. When Vayne saw the youth team arrive, he gathered his strength and shouted loudly, "Dear villagers, don't crowd here. Hurry back home and rest. If it keeps getting more crowded, it could lead to a stampede." Unexpectedly, Vayne's words only made the people even more excited, and they all waved their hands at Vayne with enthusiasm. With no other choice, Vayne unleashed a hint of Conqueror's Haki, giving his words more authority and power as he shouted, "If you don't go back now, I'm going to get angry. I'll have a youth brigade take you all into custody." Sure enough, with the boost from the Conqueror's Haki, the townspeople calmed down significantly and began to prepare to head home one after another. Under the organization of a youth brigade, the port soon had only a few scattered vendors selling Vayne-themed posters. It must be said that these vendors had a keen commercial sense as merchants. "Lord Vayne, welcome home." In front of Vayne stood the youth brigade, who maintained order. Their faces were filled with excitement, clearly unable to hide their enthusiasm, but they were noticeably more restrained than the townspeople. Vayne recalled slightly and said to the leading boy, "I remember you. Your name is Wallace. I once taught you. The City of Freedom has schools, and Vayne is the principal of 3 schools in the city. After all, he funded the construction of these schools. and many of the teaching methods were based on his experiences from his previous life. Vayne would occasionally give them lessons, but unfortunately, he had never ignited the passion for teaching in his life. The child named Wallace, who was at the forefront, was very excited. His eyes filled with pride as he trembled and replied, "Yes, Lord Vayne, you once taught me swordsmanship." Vayne nodded to the children and then walked forward under the escort of the youth team. Passing through the port area, they arrived at the commercial district, where at the junction of the commercial and port areas stood a giant sculpture 30 meters high, depicting Vayne. This sculpture was not built by Vayne himself, but was voluntarily funded by hundreds of thousands of citizens when the free city was established. The sculpture shows Vayne with a face like a crowned jade, wearing a long black coat, his eyes sharp, seemingly leading the common people behind him toward hope. Finally, Vayne and the others returned to the company's headquarters, a massive castle built on the highest peak of the entire free city. "Boss, welcome home." As soon as Vayne entered, he saw Lafayette and Morn standing in the hall waiting to welcome him. To be honest, Lafayette and Morn do look quite alike. Lafayette has a pale complexion every day, while Morn often applies white powder on his face. "Chloe, you should first familiarize yourself with the business alongside Lafayette and Morn and quickly find your work rhythm." Vayne nodded to the two and then introduced Chloe, who was behind him. Overall, the intelligence of these three individuals is quite good, especially Chloe. Vayne and Solomon can't handle everything personally, so they really need capable subordinates like these three to help manage tasks. "Boss, Solomon is waiting for you on the rooftop." After listening, Vayne nodded, instructed a few people on some matters, and then went up to the castle rooftop from the stairs. The rooftop of the Vayne Corporation headquarters is the highest point in the entire free city. Vayne used to love standing on the rooftop, gazing at the prosperous free city. After Solomon took over Vayne's affairs, he seems to have developed a similar hobby. "You're here?" As Vayne stepped onto the rooftop, Solomon, with his back to Vayne, began to speak. Vayne looked at Solomon, who was gazing at the city, and couldn't help but walk over to the edge of the rooftop, saying, "What's wrong? Aren't you welcoming me?" Solomon picked up a bottle of red wine nearby and poured a glass for Vayne, saying, "How could that be? It's just that you're often not home. I'm afraid the people in the city only know the door, but not Vayne." Vayne took a small sip of red wine, and he understood Solomon's meaning. As Vayne's brother, he could be said to be second to none in this city. Especially in recent years, Vayne had been handling all the city's external affairs alone, and many of the older ones under him had begun to complain, thinking that the citizens only knew Solomon and not Vayne. But Vayne never cared about these things. He originally established the free city only because of his tragic childhood experiences and his compassion for those slaves. However, this compassion was more about the strong feeling pity for the weak. In the end, as Vayne rescued more and more slaves and gained more power, the city came into being naturally. "You know, I don't care about these things, and I believe in you." Vayne lit a cigarette, blowing the cold wind on the rooftop, and then took advantage of the moonlight to look into Solomon's eyes. Solomon smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. All he did, including today's affairs at the port, was to live up to Vayne's trust. After a pause, Solomon said, "I know you don't care about these things, but if you want to achieve your dreams, power is something you cannot do without." Vayne shrugged, indicating his ambivalence. Who could refuse power? Even he lived under the warm bed brought by power. Solomon filled Vayne's glass with red wine, and then said, "I've heard about what you did on Slave Island. What are your plans for that island afterward?" Vayne was taken aback. Solomon's words seemed a bit too abrupt. He replied, "I don't plan to do anything about it. I just find Slifer unpleasant. Isn't he always targeting us?" Solomon responded, "I knew you would say that. But have you ever considered that without any order, the country might revert to its former state?" Vayne nodded. He had also considered these issues. But after all, he was not a deity and couldn't solve all problems. So what do you plan to do? Solomon drank the red wine in his cup in one gulp, and a look of something called ambition appeared in his eyes as he said, "Have you ever thought about it? We could establish a branch in that city, a branch second only to the free city." Vayne understood his meaning and asked in confusion, "Our base is in the New World after all. Is it really possible to establish a second headquarters so far away?" Solomon replied with a hint of confidence, "It is possible. You may not be aware of our strength since I haven't been back for 2 years. We can now establish a stronghold in the first half of the Grand Line. By then, our intelligence network and influence will further expand." Solomon continued, "And you don't need to worry about the distance. Have you forgotten what kind of fruit user I am? With my teleportation range, I can easily reach Slave Island. So leave the expansion of our forces to me. What you need to do is deal with the pressure from the Navy." Vayne nodded and said, "No problem. Do as you see fit. I believe in your abilities." Solomon took a snowflake from the sky and murmured, "It's snowing. By the way, Caesar said he would take a break soon and would be able to meet you. Vayne also stared blankly at the snowflakes in the sky, then, filled with a hint of excitement, said, "Really? I haven't seen him in a long time. When can he come back?" Solomon shook his head and said, "It's not easy for him to come back from the Navy, so we'll have to wait and see." We nodded and said, "Let's go. Talking about this makes me less sleepy. Since it's snowing, let's go soak in a hot spring and chat while we're at it." The City of Freedom consists of 2 islands, one large and one small. The large island is where the Vayne Company headquarters is located, and it's called Star Island. Star Island is a circular island, and there is a smaller island called Hot Spring Island that is partially surrounded by Star Island. Star Island primarily focuses on the entertainment and brewing industries, while Hot Spring Island is known for its natural hot springs. "Oh, so nice." Vayne rested a towel behind his forehead, his body curled up in the lavender-scented hot spring, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort throughout. Vayne was glad that the side effects eliminated by the devil fruit acceptance device included seawater and a sea prism stone. Otherwise, he would have to give up his interest in hot springs. Solomon, on the other hand, could not be immune to the disgust brought by the hot springs. Therefore, in the half of the pool he was in, the hot spring water could only reach his waist. Any higher, and Solomon would feel uncomfortable. Solomon seriously peeled a sugar orange, then popped it into his mouth, enjoying it with a hum, and then said to Vayne, "What do you think? Can Caesar still be on our side after being away from home for so long?" Vayne was slightly taken aback, then spoke with a hint of confidence, saying, "You have to trust Caesar. He is a reliable person. In my heart, he is as trustworthy as you." Solomon nodded upon hearing this, and said no more. There are not many people who can earn Vayne's trust like that, and his words prove that Caesar is absolutely trustworthy. Caesar is a Navy brigadier general, or rather, he is a pawn that Vayne has arranged within the Navy. Just like Doflamingo's Virgo in the Navy, Vayne naturally has his own eyes and ears there. Over the years, Caesar has relayed a considerable amount of intelligence to Vayne, contributing significantly to the development of Vayne's influence. Vayne met Caesar 8 years ago when Caesar was just the son of an ordinary merchant. While accompanying his father on a delivery at sea, they were attacked by pirates, resulting in the unfortunate death of his parents, and he was captured and taken to the pirate town of Demon Valley. At that time, Vayne, who was traveling, rescued Caesar from the pirates and allowed him to avenge his parents by killing the pirate responsible. From then on, Caesar pledged his loyalty to Vayne and became his subordinate. At that time, Caesar was weak and lacked special skills, but he was fiercely loyal to Vayne, who had saved his life and had a resolute character. Vayne, who was traveling, naturally did not want to have a burden by his side. However, Caesar knelt in front of the house where Vayne was staying for 3 days and nights without food or water. Vayne was moved by his perseverance, and from then on, Caesar became Vayne's most loyal follower. Later, as Vayne's influence gradually rose, he proposed that Caesar join the Navy to serve as his eyes and ears within it. Thus, Caesar, who had always hated the Navy, without a second thought, gave up his small but powerful position and responded to the Navy's conscription, becoming a new recruit. From being a Navy recruit to becoming a brigadier general at the Navy headquarters, Caesar spent a full 7 years, step by step. Without any connections, he became Vayne's most important intelligence source in the Navy through his own efforts. Caesar, originally named Theodore Caesar, is a member of the Dawn organization, with the number 02 and the codename Dark, second only to Solomon in numbering. Within the entire Dawn organization, only Vayne and Solomon know Caesar's true identity. Not even Robin and others are aware. Vayne took a bite of the apple in his hand, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and said, "What else did Caesar say?" Solomon picked up a towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, "He also said that he's about to be promoted to Rear Admiral at the Navy headquarters, and the appointment letter should be coming soon." Vayne showed a pleased expression and said, "That is indeed good news. Becoming a major general in our department can hardly be considered high-ranking. By then, we should be able to receive even more important intelligence. However, this promotion is really difficult. It's been 7 years, and I'm still just a brigadier general." Solomon nodded slightly in response. "You know that the Navy is very factionalized. Caesar only recently joined the faction of Green Pheasant. Moreover, unless one has significant achievements or exceptional strength, promotions are not that easy to come by." V nodded slightly. "At present, the Navy has not yet initiated world conscription, and powerful figures like Fujitora and Green Bull have not yet been uncovered. To quickly become an admiral or a vice admiral, a certain level of strength is necessary. Caesar, of course, is not weak. He is proficient in the 6 powers and both types of Haki, but he is still far from being on par with the admirals." Vayne thought for a moment and said, strength still has to rely on one's own training to improve. I do have a few devil fruits here, but they are all of average ability. Giving them to Caesar might even harm him. Solomon nodded and said with a hint of sarcasm, there's no rush on this matter. After all, we still have plenty of time. When the day comes that Caesar becomes a marshal, we won't be holding back anymore. We can directly go to war with the world government. Wayne laughed heartily after hearing this. If that day really comes, Wayne would probably be at the peak of power in the pirate world. However, what Wayne thought was different from Solomon. He clearly knew that the situation in the pirate world would undergo significant changes in the coming years. Although he had organized Ace to head to the Grand Line, there might still be pirates like Digga or Jack that could trigger the Paramount War. After all, history never easily changes its trajectory because of one person. Wayne's plan was for Caesar to ideally become a vice admiral within 2 years, when a navy lacks strong individuals and conducts world conscription 2 years later. It would be best if Caesar could be directly promoted to the rank of general. Only then would Wayne truly be in a stable position. Seeing Wayne in deep thought, Solomon also asked, how long do you plan to stay home this time? You won't just stay a few days and then run out again, will you? Wayne shook his head and said, unless something unexpected happens, I should be staying in the New World for the next 2 years. There's nothing much to go to on the other side of the sea. Wayne has been busy outside, not just to complete his tedious system tasks. However, Wayne's strength has greatly increased, and he has also hit a bottleneck, making it quite difficult to improve in a short time. Therefore, it might be better for him to stay in the New World to hone his swordsmanship, dominance, and physique. Of course, Wayne also plans to complete another important task at home, the Swordsmith's Heart. Swordsmith's Heart. Forge a weapon through one's own efforts that is no less than the supreme great knife, with no time limit. Task rewards, 20,000 life points. Title of Swordsmith's Heart. Now, Wayne has a great knife, the Rakshasa, and in terms of weapons, it is no longer his weakness. However, the task of being a swordsmith is undoubtedly a rewarding one. Therefore, Wayne plans to hone his knife-making skills over the next 2 years and forge a supreme great knife. A week later, in the City of Freedom, blacksmithing is indeed a skilled craft. It has been a while since I practiced, and my technique has become a bit rusty. Wayne was bare-chested, revealing his strong muscles, and in the intense heat of the furnace, a misty steam rose throughout the entire blacksmith shop. Wayne scooped a ladle of water from the tank and drank it all in one go. He looked at the newly forged knife in his hand and the dozens of discarded blades on the ground. The knife in Wayne's hand can barely be considered a treasure blade, although it cannot compare to a fine quick blade. It is certainly much sharper than an ordinary craftsman's swords. If he is lucky enough to receive the fierce aura of a swordsman, who knows? It might even become a fine quick blade. Wayne's current blacksmith profession level is advanced, with experience points at 15,333,000. Each profession requires a different amount of experience points to level up, depending on its difficulty. Wayne has spent the entire week in a blacksmith shop, ruining dozens of blades. However, each ruined blade only grants 1 to 2 experience points, and even crafting this treasure blade only added a little over 60 experience points. At this rate, it might be better to open a restaurant in Shambody. After a day's work, he could easily earn dozens of experience points, which is much more rewarding than blacksmithing. Wayne walked outside the blacksmith shop, lit a cigarette, and found that the cold winter wind made his body feel much more refreshed. Vayne is typically one who fears heat, but not cold. The high temperatures of 40 to 50 degrees in the blacksmith shop make him feel a bit irritable. In contrast, the cold winds of the free city during winter make Vayne feel comfortable all over. The Star Island, where the free city is located, can barely be considered a winter island, as it is close to 200 days of winter each year, while the rest is a mix of spring and autumn. This has led to a highly developed hot spring industry in the free city, and the hot spring island has naturally become a famous tourist destination among nearby islands, bringing Vayne considerable income every year. A group of soldiers carrying several large boxes approached Vayne, and it was his free counterattack squad. The leading squad leader saluted Vayne and said, "My Lord Vayne, here are the iron, steel, and special ores you requested." Wayne nodded, handed over a cigarette, patted the squad leader's shoulder, and said, "You guys have worked hard. Let's head home early for lunch." The soldiers were taken aback. This group of young men in their 20s had grown up hearing the legends of Wayne. They never expected him to be such a down-to-earth person in private. With a thought from Wayne, several tons of material were enveloped by Wayne's electromagnetic force and sent into the blacksmith shop. Wayne also turned around and entered, preparing to continue forging the sword. Meanwhile, the squad leader, who had received a cigarette from Wayne, carefully took out a small iron box from his pocket and placed the cigarette inside, shouting that he would treat this cigarette as a family heirloom to pass down to his future son. Vayne has become a kind of belief for the citizens of the city. Back at the blacksmith shop, Vayne places a special ore called blue ore into the furnace for forging, which can greatly enhance the hardness of the blade. Vayne has a city with a population of 1 million, so naturally, there's a dedicated army, among which the 3 free counterattack teams are the main forces. With an army, Vayne needs a lot of weapons and equipment, and there is a special industrial area in the City of Freedom for blacksmiths to forge weapons. When Vayne initially learned the blacksmith profession, he consulted those blacksmiths. Now, he has become the best bladesmith in the city, but he still finds it difficult to forge a famous sword. Talents are hard to come by. Vayne sighed, now that he wanted to improve his blacksmithing level. Without a teacher to consult, he could only practice forging day after day on his own. Fortunately, Vayne did not lack stamina or materials for forging swords, so he would eventually raise his profession level. From noon until evening, Vayne did not take a break and crafted a high-quality treasure sword. The system's encouraging voice timely sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for forging a high-quality treasure sword after 5 hours and 28 minutes, earning 56 profession experience points. The current blacksmith level is advanced 15,893,000, and you have gained 56 life points, bringing your current life points to 1,389 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novel journey to the West. This serialization lasted for 1 year and 3 months, garnering a total of 69 million reader fans. The current novelist profession level is Master 32,225,000, and you have received a reward of 3,869 life points, bringing your current life points to 5,258 points. The income from Journey to the West has been credited. Vayne felt a slight joy as his previously empty wallet suddenly swelled up. It was mentioned earlier that the life points and reward from Vayne's writing would not be credited in real time. They would be settled in bulk, with a ratio of 10,000 to 1. Only after gaining 10,000 readers or fans would he earn a point of professional experience and life points. Fortunately, the population in this world is quite large, and Vayne didn't spend much time on it, so it could be considered a stable annual income. So, what should he do with these life points? Forget it. Let's take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Vayne's gambling habits have kicked in again. In fact, this amount of points is enough for him to elevate the development level of the Thunder Fruit to the next stage. However, Vayne feels that his luck has been good lately, and a lottery draw will be a nice option. Vayne tossed a lucky coin in his hand and said to the system, start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 ton of Waha AD calcium milk. Please collect it. Vayne's forehead darkened, and he exclaimed, goodness, is this all I get for 1,000 life points? Undeterred, Vayne continued, system, just give me everything. Let's draw 4 times. When clasped his hands together and silently prayed, the goddess of luck must favor me. This is a crucial moment for transitioning from Africa to Europe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 ton of high-quality sugar oranges from Jiangnan. Please check your rewards. Friendly reminder, eating too many sugar oranges can lead to an increase in carotene in the body, causing your complexion to turn yellow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation method for the forging technique, chaotic slashing wind hammer. Please check your rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 ton of high-end long spear Cuban cigars. Please check your rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of armed color domineering experience potion. Please check your rewards. What the hell? Am I really African? No. It seems like something strange has mixed in. When Vayne saw the ton of sugar oranges in front of him, his heart sank. Then he heard the prizes behind him, and his heart skipped a beat. No way, could it really be what I think it is? The random slash hammer technique? The armament Haki experience potion? Vayne let out a gasp, and quickly checked the attributes of the 2 items. Chaos cleaving hammer technique. Derived from Tang Hao's unique forging method in Doloa continent, it consists of a total of 81 strikes. When practiced to perfection, it can completely remove impurities from ores, enhancing the quality of forging materials and weapons produced. Additionally, the Chaos Cleaving Hammer technique is also a method to train strength. And with successful cultivation, it can further enhance mastery over one's entire physical power. Armament Color Haki Experience Potion. Upon use, it grants 1,000 points of Armament Color Haki Experience. Vayne looked at the 2 prizes thoughtfully. Firstly, the Chaotic Hammer technique was undoubtedly a timely help for him. After using it, Vayne's forging skills would likely improve further. And once mastered, forging a famous blade would probably not be a difficult task. As for the Armament Haki Experience Potion, it could only be considered average. This is because the value of a lottery ticket worth 1,000 life points is completely the same as that of a 1,000 experience points armament Haki experience. Unless this potion could be used by someone other than Vayne. Vayne thought for a moment and had already figured out how to use this potion. Hushiton. Vayne lit up a top-notch cigar that he had just obtained, which was even better than the one he had smoked before from the Yellow Ape. This type of cigar was a premium one from his previous life on Earth, and Vayne had a full ton of such cigars. It seems he would need to change his palate in the future. Vayne smiled. Spending these 1,000 life points wasn't a loss. At least it added some fun and enjoyment to Vayne's life. 3 days later. Gurgle gurgle. Vayne put down the forging hammer and picked up the phone bug. Moshi Moshi. This is Vayne. What's up? Boss, it's me, Lafayette. Oh, Lala. What's the matter? Stop calling me Lala. Anyway, the investigation you asked me to do has yielded results. Doflamingo secretly invited those kings of the dark world to a meeting in Dressrosa, and it might be unfavorable for you. Vayne lit a cigar, thought for a moment, and said, Do you know the meeting time for Dressrosa? Lafayette replied, It should be in about 3 days. Vayne nodded and said, All right, I understand. After saying this, Vayne hung up the phone. The cigar smoke enveloped Vayne's face, making him appear even more mysterious and extraordinary. Vayne blew away the cigar smoke and murmured softly, Goodness, destroying slave was just a warning to you all. I didn't expect you to be so unrepentant. It seems I need to show you a little something. Dressrosa is not too far from Vayne's free city. If Vayne were to go alone, he could reach it in a day at most. And Vayne planned to do just that. He intended to visit Dressrosa to see the so-called secret meeting. Vayne shook his head, put on his coat, and said, It's ridiculous. These people really can't see the situation clearly. They still want to deal with me? To be honest, after obtaining the thunder fruit, Vayne felt a slight sense of arrogance. In the past, no matter how strong he was, he didn't have a good way to fight multiple enemies. But now, with the thunder fruit and conqueror's Haki, Vayne's area attack and survival abilities had undoubtedly risen to a whole new level. The next day, after greeting the officials of Freedom City, Vayne transformed into a bolt of lightning and set off. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo, with his short yellow hair and sunglasses, sat on the throne in the palace. Beside him, the highest-ranking officer, Toripole, who also wore strange sunglasses and had snot hanging from his nose, said, Young master, those people have already been contacted. But Morgan from the World Economic Journal said he doesn't want to get involved in this matter. The other kings have agreed to come, and the Golden Emperor Tezelo has already arrived. As expected, Tezelo is the most eager to come. After all, he has many slaves in his entertainment city. Doflamingo let out his signature laugh, his tone indicating he had anticipated this. The sunglasses obscured his eyes, making it hard to discern his true thoughts. The Golden Emperor Tezelo, an exceptional Logia-type user of the gold fruit, controlled the largest entertainment city in the world and 20% of the world's belly, and had a very good relationship with the celestial dragons. He also had a close cooperative relationship with Doflamingo, having obtained his gold fruit from Doflamingo. Toripole, puzzled, asked, Young master, are we really going to tear our faces with Vayne? After all, his strength. Doflamingo's eyes flashed with a hint of caution. Then he said firmly, This is also unavoidable. After all, he loves to meddle too much. 5 years ago, we introduced Slave to balance him, but unexpectedly, he dealt with it. The grudges between us and Vayne involve fundamental interests, so sooner or later, we will have to face off. Although his strength is indeed a bit tricky, even I am not confident I could defeat him, but who let him make so many enemies? There are more than just me who want him dead. Once we unite with other bosses, Vayne, even if he can tie with Akiji, he will still be an easy target. Doflamingo was exceptionally determined to eliminate Vayne, even willing to ally with other rulers of the Dark World to do so. However, Doflamingo had his reasons for this. After all, he was involved in the slave trade, having to pay a large number of quality slaves to the celestial dragons every year to maintain his privileges, and even exporting special slaves to the Yonko Kaido and Big Mom. Vayne had undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to Doflamingo's business over the years. Toripole suddenly seemed to remember something, scratching his ear and saying, Young master, a few days ago, Virgo sent a message that it seems Vayne has obtained a powerful devil fruit. Although we don't know what ability it has, could his strength improve further? Speaking of this, Doflamingo's expression darkened. He was, of course, aware of this news and was somewhat fearful that an already strong enemy had leveled up. However, he still said, This is also why I want to act so quickly. He has just obtained the devil fruit ability and hasn't maximized its development yet. Once he fully develops it, he may truly not be my opponent. At this point, A hint of resolve flashed in Doflamingo's eyes as he said, "If we can't eliminate him this time, we may have to seek assistance from the two Yonko. After all, he has disrupted their business." Doflamingo would never do this unless absolutely necessary, as it represented his incompetence as a partner to the Yonko. Not long after Vayne left Freedom City, an unexpected guest arrived. Strange? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Oh my, look at that. How can there be islands moving in the sky? In the square of Freedom City, many citizens gathered, pointing at the suddenly appeared huge islands in the sky, which hovered above Freedom City and did not move. Some people in the city looked up at the sky with curiosity, while others showed panic, seemingly worried that the islands would fall at any moment. A patrol team from the Freedom Counterattack looked shocked at the floating islands. As the city's defense force, they thought far more than ordinary citizens. A sturdy man with a buzz cut at the front of the team looked at the islands in the sky, his face serious, as he said, "If such huge islands fall from the sky, they will destroy Freedom City. Quickly, contact the officials." The man's name was Kach, 32 years old, and he was once a slave. But now he was one of the captains of the 3 Freedom Counterattack teams in Freedom City, leading a team called 300, the strongest overall among the 3 teams. Just like the team's name, the number of members was fixed at 300, consisting of the elite of Freedom City. Each member had a bounty of over 10 million and was powerful enough to be a threat in the EC. As the captain of 300, Kach's strength was naturally formidable. In addition to being a master of martial arts, he was also a user of the zone-type weasel fruit in the honey badger form. Galugulu, Solomon, who was sorting documents, was attracted by the sound on the phone. "Moshi Moshi, this is Solomon. How can I help you?" The anxious voice of Kach came from the other end. "Lord Solomon, I'm Kach, the captain of 300. Please look up at the sky." Solomon walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and saw the islands in the sky, then gasped, "The sky island is falling." However, Solomon was well informed and quickly realized, muttering to himself, "No, there aren't any sky islands here. Besides the sky island, it seems there is also someone who has the ability to float islands in the air." Solomon recalled the news about the disappearance of islands nearby a while ago, then gritted his teeth and uttered a few words. "Is it you, Golden Lion Shiki? The old power that competed with the Pirate King 20 years ago?" Solomon naturally did not believe that the arrival of the Golden Lion was merely a coincidence. So he immediately issued a wise order. "Kach, listen carefully. Gather all soldiers in Freedom City with aerial abilities." Pausing for a moment, Solomon said seriously, "Now that Lord Vayne is not in the city, you must do everything possible to stop the people on that island, even if it costs your life." Hearing this, Kach on the other end of the phone felt a chill in his heart and responded, "Understood, my lord. I will do everything possible to stop them. Even if it costs my life, I will not take a step back." After hanging up the phone, Kach quickly ordered his team members to organize the citizens to return home and then gather the army in the square. In the square, Kach looked intently at the islands in the sky. In his observation Haki, he sensed many lives on that island, among which quite a few could be considered strong, and even one presence felt as unfathomable as Lord Vayne's. And at this moment, Vayne was not in the city. However, the existence of the Freedom Counterattack Team 300 was for this day. For 5 years, they had been training tirelessly to protect the land beneath their feet and the city behind them. The mission of the Freedom Counterattack Team 300 was to respond to external enemies, and for that, they were willing to pay any price, even their lives. Kage soon gathered the most elite group of warriors in the city behind him. However, his gaze remained fixed on the island in the sky. After a long moment, Kage ordered, "Where is the Free Counterattack Team 300? "Here." A uniform response came from the team members behind Kage, their voices perhaps tinged with some tension. But there was absolutely no sign of weakness. Just then, a voice rang out, "Brother Kage, we also want to go up and deal with the enemy." Kage turned around and saw that the members of the youth team had arrived, with the speaker being their captain, Wallace. Kage scolded, "Nonsense." But then, his tone softened slightly as he said, "You don't have the strength to face the enemies up there, and you are the hope for the future of the free city. How can I throw your lives away here?" Seeing that Wallace wanted to say something else, Kage added, "Before the great enemy arrives, chaos will surely ensue in the city. You are responsible for maintaining order." Wallace still looked unwilling, but upon seeing Kage's serious expression, he could only take the youth team to maintain order in the city. After the youth team left, Kage took a deep breath and shouted, "All members who have learned the moon step, step forward and follow me to the island to fight the enemy." With that, Kage leaped into the air, stepping on the air and flying up first. Behind him, Dozens of warriors who had also learned the moon step followed suit, soaring towards the island. At this moment, Kage's mind was filled with one thought. Behind him were millions of fellow citizens, among them his relatives, friends, and even his adorable 2-year-old daughter and his gentle wife. The people in this city had finally escaped from those tragic years and had come this far under Vayne's leadership. The happiness they had now must not be destroyed by anyone. Even if that person was a formidable opponent they could hardly match. Kage was not the only one with such thoughts. It could be said that the dozens of warriors behind him shared the same mindset. On the other side, Solomon hung up the phone after speaking with Kage and immediately contacted Vayne, who was already far from the free city. After receiving Vayne's reply that he could not return for the time being, he dialed the phone bugs of his remaining subordinates. However, besides him, only a few officials like Chloe, Robin, and Gloria remained in the city. It seemed that he would also have to go in a battle. Solomon took off his long-worn white gentleman gloves, a surge of black energy emanating from his wrist as he fixed his gaze on the island and the sky. At this moment, between Dressrosa and the free city, a purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky like a shooting star. Vayne, transformed into lightning, pushed his speed to the limit and gritted his teeth, saying, "Golden Lion Shiki, isn't it better to just be your legend? At your age, why are you still out here wandering around?" On the floating island, the Golden Lion sat on a massive throne. In front of him was a screen displaying Kage and his team attempting to fly up to the island using the moon step. A hint of red flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes as he activated his observation Haki. Sensing Kage's presence, he sneered and laughed. "Just a bunch of kids. Since you want to play, I'll join you for some fun." The Golden Lion floated up from his throne, revealing his famous swords, Sakura, Ten, and Mokugai, preparing to fly out of the palace to show these kids a thing or two. Just then, a series of fart-like footsteps echoed in the hall, and a man with blue hair, dressed like a clown, walked in. This was Dr. Indigo, the ship's doctor of the Golden Lion Pirates, and he was the one who invented IQ. Dr. Indigo performed a pantomime in the hall, making various strange movements. After watching, the Golden Lion seemed to understand his meaning and said, "What? You mean I shouldn't provoke the warlord Vayne?" Dr. Indigo's jaw dropped in shock, and he exclaimed, "What? You actually understood?" It turned out this guy could talk. He just preferred to use sign language because of his comedic nature. The Golden Lion laughed heartily and replied, "What warlord? It's just a child's game. True strong men don't follow the Navy's orders, and besides, I am the Golden Lion." Ha ha ha. For years, the Golden Lion had been collecting islands in the Grand Line, secretly developing a drug called IQ with his ship's doctor, Dr. Indigo, that could allow animals to evolve, and using his fame as the Flying Admiral to recruit soldiers. His ultimate goal was to destroy the East Sea, which had caused him pain, and to declare war on the Navy headquarters again, stepping onto the throne of the Pirate King. It must be said that the Golden Lion had grand ambitions and was still fueled by the dreams of his youth. This time, he planned to incorporate the entire free city into his floating island and use Vayne's head to once again announce his title as the Flying Admiral, making him the center of attention in the world. As for why he chose Vayne, the Golden Lion stated it was because he was nearby, and he was displeased with Vayne's style. As a representative of the old generation of great pirates, the Golden Lion possessed ambition and strength. However, unlike Whitebeard and Roger, he was a standard pirate, engaging in pillaging and seeking profit, which led him to believe Vayne was tarnishing the pirate's reputation. The Golden Lion took out a phone bug and said, "This is the Golden Lion. Gather all combat team members on the island." "Yes, Captain." After hanging up, the Golden Lion leaped into the air, the tips of his 2 famous swords landing firmly on the ground. And then he floated up, flying out through the main door, his boisterous words echoing in the hall. "Ha ha, let this group of kids die at the hands of the great Golden Lion." Meanwhile, Kage and his team of dozens of combatants reached the island. However, as soon as they entered, they encountered their first major obstacle. Countless ferocious beasts catalyzed by IQ. Prepare, form ranks, and face the enemy. Kage looked at the tiger the size of a house, the half-meter-long lice, and the gorilla as large as a small mountain in front of him, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. These ferocious beasts posed no threat to his life, but the team members behind him did not possess his strength. Faced with an unknown enemy, people's first reaction is often to open fire. The dozen or so team members behind him took out their specially made small submachine guns and began shooting at the beasts in front of them. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets rained down on the ferocious beasts, but they did not cause any substantial harm. Instead, it provoked the beast's primal instincts, and the leading gorilla let out a painful roar, causing the other ferocious beasts to charge at the enemies in front of them. Storm kick. Finger gun. Dozens of combat members leaped into action, either sweeping their legs in midair or shooting with their fingers as guns. Several giant crescent-shaped shockwaves slashed into the leading gorilla, which struggled for a moment but did not get back up. These dozen individuals were all martial arts experts among the 300, having received the training methods of the 6 styles from Vayne for free, resulting in this elite group. In addition, the 300 included a group of swordsmen, a group of snipers, and a few devil fruit users as well. Storm Kick. Honey Badger Claw. Leading the charge, Kaichi, as the strongest combatant, naturally refused to back down. With a swift kick, he sent a saber-toothed tiger flying, then charged into the pack of beasts, dispatching them one by one with lethal precision. Soon, the surrounding ferocious beasts were completely slaughtered, and Kaichi signaled for his team to follow as they advanced toward the forest ahead. These formidable beasts didn't last long against the small team, showcasing the strength of the Free City's defense. Quiet. Form up for battle. Kaichi suddenly stopped and signaled, prompting his team to quickly halt and assume a battle formation. Using his observation Haki, Kaichi sensed a group of strong pirates approaching from ahead. It was the pirate crew under the Golden Lion. Soon, the two sides met in the jungle. The bounty of 46 million on the pirate T-Beard Buck and his crew, the bounty of 52 million on the pirate Black Tiger AFO and his crew, and the bounty of 36 million on the pirate Three-Eyed Lack and his crew. These were all pirate captains recruited by the Golden Lion over the years, each possessing considerable strength, but they all bowed to the Golden Lion's reputation. Quickly, battle broke out. Raging Kick, Crescent Moon. Finger Gun, Double Fingers. Black Tiger's Heart Extraction. A chaotic melee involving over 100 fighters ensued, with Kaichi facing off against the highest bounty, Black Tiger AFO. It was a must to end the fight quickly. Kaichi understood that the number of enemies would only increase on their territory, so he intended to swiftly eliminate the opponent before him. Armament Haki, Honey Badger Fist. Kaichi roared, his body transforming as he grew taller and more muscular, his fists enveloped in a layer of black. Armament Haki, swirling around. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a barrage of black punches upon Black Tiger AFO. Under the relentless strikes, AFO's chest caved in, and he collapsed to the ground. Under Kaichi's leadership, the battle quickly came to an end, but the 300 squad also paid a price. Kaichi looked at several brothers lying in pools of blood, feeling a pang of sorrow, but then commanded, all injured and unable to fight, retreat immediately. Captain, came the reluctant voices of his team from behind. But Kaichi's tone was firm as he said, staying will only drag us down. Aji, cover their retreat. Several injured team members quickly evacuated the battlefield under cover. Kaichi indeed did not fear sacrifice, nor did his remaining team, but they did not want needless casualties. Those who lost their fighting capability would die without timely treatment. Better to retreat back to the Free City. Kaichi led the remaining team forward. In a short while, a figure appeared before them. It was a person with golden hair and a ship's wheel stuck in his head, floating in the air with a sinister grin as he looked at the team. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Vayne to have such an elite squad. How about it? Interested in joining my crew? The Golden Lion's eyes gleamed as he regarded the team, sensing that they had defeated his pirate captains. However, the response he received was Kaichi's Raging Kick. Raging Kick, Crescent Moon Slash. The crescent-shaped shockwave flew towards the Golden Lion, but he deftly dodged to the left, showcasing his mastery of observation Haki. Anger flashed across the Golden Lion's face as he glared at Kaichi and the others, gritting his teeth. So, you refuse my invitation? Seeing the situation was dire, Kaichi and his team immediately assumed battle stances, ready to counter the Golden Lion's attack. A flash of red appeared in the Golden Lion's eyes, and his golden hair seemed to move without wind, as if the air around them had come to a standstill. Conqueror's Haki. Under the pressure of the Golden Lion's Haki, most of the 300 combatants fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. Only a few, including Kaichi, managed to stay conscious, though sweat dripped from their brows, indicating the immense strain. Oh, you can withstand it? The Golden Lion's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Then let us try this move. Lion's Might, Earthquake Roll. The ground around them shook violently, and trees were uprooted as the earth swirled, ultimately forming several massive clumps shaped like lion heads, crashing toward Kaichi and his team. Boom! After a tremendous sound, the dust in the air slowly settled, revealing that the remaining fighters were buried under the dirt mounds, with only their faces visible, clearly unconscious. No, there was one exception. A figure leaped high, landing behind the Golden Lion. Armament Haki, Honey Badger Fist. It was Kaichi, who, at the critical moment, had pushed his speed to the limit and barely escaped from the dirt. With his fists wrapped in black armament Haki, he struck fiercely at the Golden Lion's back. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The Golden Lion had also covered his back with armament Haki, effectively blocking Kaichi's attack. I really underestimated you. Well done. Wave slash. The Golden Lion floated, then launched two crescent-shaped slashes from his feet, accurately hitting Kaichi. Kaichi let out a muffled grunt as two wounds appeared on his shoulder, and his body uncontrollably fell to the ground. Boom! Kaichi crashed heavily onto the ground, struggling a few times, but unable to rise. Yet, his consciousness remained clear, his red eyes fixed on the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion floated above Kaichi, his expression slightly frowning as he said, "Kid, I don't like your eyes." With that, he prepared to wield the two famous blades at his feet to execute Kaichi. Just then, the Golden Lion's heart stirred, and he looked to the side in the air. A black door suddenly appeared in the air. Four figures emerged from within: Solomon, Goliath, Robin, and Kuro. Looking at the four who had appeared out of nowhere, the Golden Lion's eyes flickered with contemplation. Oh, devil fruit powers? I didn't expect your reinforcements to arrive so quickly. He then scanned the four, finally asking, "Where's your captain, that kid Vayne? Afraid to come out and fight me?" Ha ha ha. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, clearly believing that Vayne had been scared away by his reputation, sending his men to their deaths while he hid. Among the four, Goliath was the most agitated. Her small face turned pale with anger as she looked at the Golden Lion and mocked. "You old fool. You know very well that Lord Vayne isn't on the island, or you wouldn't have dared to come here. Otherwise, you would have been chopped in half long ago." Solomon frowned and wanted to remind her Gloria, but it was too late, as in Solomon's mind. Letting the Golden Lion know that Vayne was not in the city was not a good thing. It would only make the Golden Lion more reckless. Oh, the Golden Lion showed a look of confusion. He genuinely didn't know Vayne was not on the island, but he didn't care, so he said, "In that case, let's take you all on first." Wave slash. A flying slash came towards Solomon and the others, clearly indicating that the Golden Lion intended to strike first. Iato slash speed. A figure appeared in front of everyone, and it was Solomon. He drew the sword from his waist and slashed out, firmly blocking the Golden Lion's wave slash. Besides being a user of the Dordor fruit, Solomon was also a genuine swordsman, and the sword he wielded now was Vayne's former sword, Snowwalk. "Oh, not bad, kid, your swordsmanship." The Golden Lion looked at Solomon with a hint of interest. He had once been a great swordsman proficient in dual wielding. However, after cutting off his own legs during a prison break from impelled down, he used his two famous swords, Sakura 10 and Mihawk, as legs to walk. This caused his swordsmanship to regress significantly, but after years of adaptation, he had returned to the level of a great swordsman. A trace of seriousness flashed in Solomon's eyes. Clearly, that last blow made him realize the Golden Lion's strength was formidable, and he had no customs of one-on-one dueling as a swordsman. So he said to the people behind him, "Get ready, let's go together." Upon hearing this, everyone stepped forward in unison from different directions to attack the Golden Lion. Even Kate regained his ability to move and charged into the sky. Floral Chaos, Floral Pillar. Iato slash Power. Claw of Fear. Song Enchantment. Robin summoned countless hands from the ground, transforming them into a massive hand pillar that attacked the Golden Lion, while Solomon used Iato to slash forward again. Kuro transformed into a beastman shape and swung out two claw strikes into the air, and Gloria hid behind, using her voice to disrupt the Golden Lion. Lion's Might, Royal Domain Spiral. This technique of the Golden Lion was originally capable of manipulating the snowflakes in the air. But since he could manipulate snowflakes, he could also manipulate the soil on the ground. He summoned a series of soil blocks from the ground, forming a thick wall, with several lifelike lion heads on it. Boom! The attacks of Robin, Solomon, and Kuro were firmly blocked by the Golden Lion's wall of soil. The Golden Lion looked at the people before him and was about to mock them, but then he heard a song and froze for a moment. Fortunately, the Golden Lion quickly regained his composure thanks to his strong willpower. The first thing he did upon awakening was to identify the source of the song as Gloria, and he decided he needed to eliminate this woman who could disrupt him first. Lion's Might, Wave Slash. The Golden Lion leaped high into the air, clearing the dirt mound, and then two flying slashes shot from his feet towards Gloria. Gloria? Robin and the others exclaimed in surprise, but they were too far from Gloria to rescue her in time and could only shout a warning. Nanny? Gloria, who was trying to sing, looked up just in time to see two wave slashes flying toward her, unable to dodge in time. At the critical moment, a voice flew into the air. Iron block, armament Haki. The person was Kate, who leaped high and blocked in front of Gloria. His body instantly hardened like steel, enveloped in dark armament Haki, clearly intending to withstand the blow with his body. Cough, cough. Kate's body fell from the air, his armament Haki shattered, leaving 2 long slash wounds on his chest. He then fell to the ground, coughed up blood, and fainted. Kate. Gloria hurriedly went to check on Kate's condition, and sighed in relief upon finding he was merely unconscious. However, the Golden Lion would not let such a good opportunity slip by. He aimed to launch 2 more slashes at Gloria. Iato slash speed. Solomon slashed forward to interrupt the Golden Lion's attack, and the others took the opportunity to surround and attack, blocking the Golden Lion's offense. The Golden Lion looked at Solomon and the others before him and let out a cold laugh. In terms of strength, the Golden Lion could easily defeat these people. However, the combined abilities of Solomon and the others made it difficult for the Golden Lion to move freely, which was the advantage of the swarm tactics. At that moment, several figures rushed toward the forest from a distance. Captain, Golden Lion Sama. The newcomers were the ship's Dr. Indigo and a gorilla named Scarido, who held a long sword in one hand, followed by a group of evolved ferocious beasts. Scarido, the gorilla, was originally a native animal of the island, but was born intelligent. After gaining IQ, he further evolved, his intelligence rivaling that of humans, along with possessing a powerful physique and swordsmanship. Captain, we have completed the tasks you assigned. The Golden Lion smiled at the group of beasts behind them and said to Solomon and the others below, Keek, swarm tactics? Don't forget, this is my territory. After saying that, the group of beasts charged toward Solomon and the others. With the arrival of reinforcements, the pressure on the Golden Lion significantly decreased. While Robin and the others were in a dire situation, they were already struggling to deal with the Golden Lion, and now, with the addition of these beasts and people, it became increasingly difficult to hold their ground. In a critical moment, Solomon slashed through a ferocious beast and said to the officers behind him, I'll hold off the Golden Lion. You all go deal with those incoming people. After saying that, Solomon covered his sword, Snow Walk, with a layer of armament Haki and charged towards the Golden Lion. Robin also found her opponent, the ship's Dr. Indigo. Kuro confronted the exceptionally intelligent gorilla Scarido. I'll handle those ferocious beasts. Gloria carried Cage to a safe place and then walked into the middle of the ferocious beasts, looking unafraid at the beasts surrounding her. Instead, she leisurely began to sing, her voice melodious and soothing. Singing lullaby. Under Gloria's song, the ferocious beasts around her had the redness in their eyes gradually fade, and their bodies became less agitated, eventually falling asleep. Snore, snore. Gloria looked at the sleeping beasts and sighed in relief. This move of hers could only work on creatures with a certain level of intelligence, and it seemed that the beasts before her were not lacking in intelligence. The Golden Lion looked at his subordinates, entangled and unable to provide support for a moment. He sneered at Solomon before him and said, Kekekek, since that's the case, I'll deal with you first. Lion's Might, strong wave slash. A wave slash thicker than the previous one surged toward Solomon. Seeing this, Solomon took a deep breath, gripped Snow Walk tightly with both hands, and then whispered, Iato slash, Heart's Door. With a single strike, a massive flying slash shot forward, accurately colliding with the Golden Lion's strong wave slash. The 2 flying slashes clashed in the air, creating a gust of wind. A hint of surprise flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes as he muttered, Flying slash? You little brat are actually a great swordsman too. Have I underestimated you? Solomon pressed his lips together, not responding, but his trembling hands indicated that receiving that attack was not simple. In fact, Solomon was not a great swordsman. This was the ability awakened from his dormant fruit, which allowed him to briefly unlock his heart and unleash his potential. By combining this move with his Iato swordsmanship, he could temporarily reach the level of a great swordsman. However, this move was not without cost. Just like Luffy after using Gear Forth, Solomon expended a significant amount of stamina when using this move, and he would feel weak for a period afterward. After all, Solomon was not a dedicated combatant. Due to the special nature of his dormant fruit, he played more of a logistical role in Wayne's organization. The Golden Lion also noticed that Solomon's condition seemed poor and said, So, you only temporarily reached the level of a great swordsman. You're still far from being one, kid. After saying that, the Golden Lion continued to unleash slashes towards Solomon, who was trying his best to block with the snow in his hands. For a moment, the situation on the battlefield seemed to have reached a stalemate. After a long while, the Golden Lion yawned and said, I'm not in the mood to keep playing house with you. Where's that Vayne? He must really be scared. Solomon and the others did not respond, focusing on dealing with the enemy in front of them. Since that's the case, I won't play with you anymore. The golden lion waved his hand, and a transparent liquid the size of an island floated down from the distant sky. Gloria, who was trying hard to maintain her lullaby, gasped and murmured, "The seawater is coming." Lion's wave. Boom. The seawater in the air was precisely manipulated by the golden lion, transforming into lifelike seawater lion heads that rushed toward Robin and the others. Seeing the danger, Robin and the others tried to dodge, but they were still a moment too late. The seawater lion heads merged into three, accurately enveloping Robin, Kuro, and Gloria. All three were devil fruit users, and once wrapped in seawater, they lost the majority of their powers, struggling painfully in the water until the sensation of suffocation quickly caused them to lose consciousness. This was the most broken ability of the golden lion's float fruit, controlling seawater. It was definitely a nemesis for all devil fruit users. Well, that just leaves you. The golden lion glanced at the incapacitated Robin and the others, sneered contemptuously, then turned his attention to Solomon in front of him. Solomon was in very poor condition at this moment, having severely depleted his stamina and sustaining several wounds. The most critical point was that his great swordsman state, augmented by his fruit ability, was about to disappear. Then, I can only fight to the death. He thought, damn it, Vayne, where are you? Iato / heart door. Solomon took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into this final strike. The golden lion, seeing the incoming slash, did not underestimate it and quickly swung his two famous swords, Sakura Ten and Dry Wood, launching several flying slashes forward. Lion's thousand cuts. The golden lion laughed maniacally, saying, "You should feel honored to be defeated by this move of mine." The slash released by Solomon collided fiercely with the golden lion's thousand cuts. However, Solomon's strike, barely elevated to the level of a great swordsman, was no match for the golden lion's signature sword technique. The thousand cuts ultimately pierced through Solomon's slash, raising a gust of wind that knocked Solomon to the ground. A look of unwillingness flashed in Solomon's eyes as he struggled to get up and continue fighting. But the heart door state had already passed, and the accompanying side effects arrived. TCH, it's just a child's play. The golden lion looked expressionlessly at the furious Solomon, then waved his hands, and a massive pillar of earth formed. Robin, Solomon, Gloria, and Kuro were all firmly trapped in the mound of earth, with no way to escape. At this moment, the ship Dr. Indigo approached, limping as he had clearly also sustained injuries. After Indigo danced around in front of the golden lion pondered and asked, "You wonder why I don't kill them? Indigo, Nanny? You actually understood?" WW, the golden lion replied with a serious tone, "After all, my dream is to become the pirate king and rule this world. And this group of pirates has decent strength. Once I take down that little brat Vayne, I will recruit his subordinates. So, how could I kill my future crew?" The golden lion's tone was filled with dominance and confidence, as if he intended to use his might and reputation to subdue Solomon and the others. But before that, I need to give this Vayne a taste of reality. Speaking of which, where has that coward hidden? Very well, let's start with the city beneath me. The golden lion's body floated into the air, and with a wave of his hand, a meteorite the size of a house fell toward Freedom City below. This was the golden lion's poisonous snake ability, allowing him to manipulate all non-living materials he had touched, and he clearly intended to use this high-altitude throwing method to gradually destroy Freedom City beneath him. At that moment, Wallace, who was directing the evacuation of the crowd in the city, suddenly noticed the shadow beneath him and looked up at the falling meteorite. "Nanny, the meteorite is falling." Panic flashed in the eyes of the young team members behind Wallace, their voices filled with shock. Wallace looked solemnly at the meteorite that was descending from the sky. This meteorite cannot be allowed to hit the ground. Otherwise, this entire area would be reduced to ruins from the impact. Wallace drew the two swords at his waist, his gaze fixed on the ever-growing meteorite, taking a deep breath. He wasn't completely sure he could cut through such a massive meteorite. In a moment of crisis, Wallace seemed to recall Vayne's teachings from before. A true swordsman should be able to cut through steel, and to cut through steel, one must be able to listen to the breath of all things. This listening must come from the heart. Wallace closed his eyes, then opened them again, and he seemed to truly hear the breath of the surrounding things, hearing the breathing of the meteorite. Dual sword style, cross slash. Wallace leaped high into the air, holding his dual swords, and flew toward the meteorite in the sky. Boom! The house-sized meteorite was sliced into 4 pieces. although it still crashed into several nearby houses. There were ultimately no casualties. Human potential in critical situations is always limitless. In a moment of crisis, the 20-year-old dual-sword style swordsman Wallace listened to the breath of all things and successfully stepped into the realm of a great swordsman. However, facing the powerful Golden Lion, having one more great swordsman would not significantly impact the battle situation. The Golden Lion floating on the sky island expressed a hint of confusion. In his observation Haki, he sensed that the meteorite he was manipulating had been cut, and it was done by a young great swordsman. Jekakikek. The Golden Lion laughed maniacally. Then his expression changed to a sinister grin as he said, "Can you cut through a bigger meteorite?" After speaking, the Golden Lion planned to manipulate a larger meteorite to fall down. Armed color honey badger continuous punch. At that moment, a figure rushed into the air. Surprisingly, it was Kaido, who had previously fainted. Now, he had awakened and saw the Golden Lion trying to destroy the City of Freedom. So he fought against the Golden Lion once again. The Golden Lion's body manifested armed color, blocking Kaido's attack. Then he slashed out twice, forcing Kaido back. The Golden Lion frowned. He remembered that the man in front of him should have fallen under his slash. How could he still have fighting strength at this moment? Looking at Kaido's resolute face, the Golden Lion showed a hint of interest and asked, "Is this the power of belief?" "Not bad for a pirate. Tell me your name." "Kid." For the Golden Lion, Kaido's strength was naturally not to be feared. But the belief that he could still fight despite being heavily injured was worthy of his praise. Kaido stood on the ground, looking up at the crystal persimmon in the sky, his face serious, and said, "My name is Kaido, Nicholas Kaido from the EC. I'm a Zoan-type honey badger fruit user." The Golden Lion was taken aback upon hearing this. The appreciation in his eyes vanished, and he asked angrily, "You come from the East Sea? The weakest East Sea among the four seas?" The East Sea was a taboo that the Golden Lion could not mention, because he had once been defeated by a man from the East Sea. That man was the Pirate King, Gold, Roger. It was a twist of fate, as the Golden Lion had originally been dominating Roger. A sudden storm had doomed his pirate crew. Even his head was pierced by a ship's rudder, greatly diminishing his strength. Looking at Kaido's determined face, the Golden Lion seemed to see the figure of that man from the past, and he sneered, The weak have no choice. Lion thousand cuts." The Golden Lion looked down at Kaido, directly launching his signature slash, and saw several slashes flying toward Kaido below. Iron block, armed color. Kaido could not dodge, and could only activate iron block in an attempt to block. But with Kaido's mastery of armed color, how could he possibly withstand the Golden Lion's slashes? The slashes broke through Kaido's armed color, leaving several wounds on his chest. And then Kaido fell to the ground under the impact. The man from the East Sea is nothing like this. The Golden Lion saw that he had angered himself, and then he unleashed ruthless laughter. But soon, the Golden Lion could no longer laugh, because he saw Kaido get back up after sustaining such heavy injuries. The honey badger, commonly known as the flat-headed brother, is a small animal that can make even the dominant creatures in the animal chain, like lions and poisonous snakes, fear it, due to its tenacious character and indomitable spirit. This animal holds grudges. As long as you provoke it, it will seek revenge even if you are worlds apart. And Kaido possessed such a tenacious character. That is why he was appreciated by Vayne back then, who granted him the honey badger fruit. And with the enhancement from the fruit, Kaido's belief became even stronger, and his vitality greatly increased. One could say that as long as Kaido had breath in him, as long as he had consciousness, he would charge forward fearlessly like a honey badger. How can this be? Since that's the case, how can you struggle like this? The Golden Lion felt endless rage in his heart as he looked at Kaido, who was about to get up again. Because 20 years ago, there was such a man who fell countless times and got back up, ultimately defeating him. But the Golden Lion saw that Kaido was a devil fruit user. So he summoned a large amount of seawater from the sky, forming an irregular ball that enveloped Kaido in the middle. The feeling of suffocation, a feeling of despair. Even if Kaido had belief as a devil fruit user, how could he escape the curse of seawater? In the end, Kaido fainted in the seawater. The victorious Golden Lion did not laugh loudly. He simply expressionlessly buried Kaido along with Robin and the others in a mound of dirt. Next, it's time for the city. After defeating Kaido, the Golden Lion's desire for playfulness dissipated significantly, and feeling not too well, he decided to turn the city beneath his feet into ruins. He saw a small island in the sky, slowly rising, and the Golden Lion manipulated this island to hover directly above the City of Freedom. Then with a thought, The island fell down after losing the support of the float fruit. The sky suddenly darkened. All the citizens in the City of Freedom were shocked to find that the sky had turned dark. The originally clear and sunny sky was suddenly covered. Then, in their fearful gazes, an island was getting closer and closer to them. Wallace looked at the increasingly large island in front of him and felt a deep sense of helplessness. He could cut through meteorites the size of houses, but this one in the sky could no longer be considered a meteorite. It was an entire small island. Wallace's feet felt as heavy as lead. He wanted to use his twin swords to block the falling island, but with his strength, it seemed like a moth to a flame. No, we must defend the City of Freedom. Belief reignited in Wallace's heart. So he leaped into the air, twin swords in hand. Even knowing he could not stop it, he still had to try with all his might. At the same time, shockwaves were also flying toward the island in the sky. Wallace looked back and saw thousands of warriors beneath him, including the 300 who could not reach the floating island, as well as young warriors like him, and some pirates like the Bull. They were using firearms, spears, and moonwalks, employing every method to stop the island from falling. Twin sword style cross-cut. Wallace also used his strongest swordsmanship, trying to shake the island. However, can human strength really shake the might of nature? Wallace, along with the warriors fighting alongside him, looked up at the island in despair, because it was still falling continuously, not retreating even a little due to everyone's efforts. Despair, utter despair. At that moment, a purple lightning bolt shot across the distant horizon, transforming into a figure upon reaching the sky above the City of Freedom. At the critical moment, Vayne finally arrived, but clearly, it was not the time to breathe a sigh of relief. Vayne looked solemnly at the continuously falling island. Such a massive entity that even he found it difficult to handle. It must be shattered into pieces. The moment Vayne laid eyes on the island, she made the wisest judgment. If it was only cut in half, it would be difficult to prevent the destruction of the free city. Given that, Vayne watched the small island continuously falling before him, took a deep breath, then drew the demon sword Rakshasa and held it in his hand, his arms bulging. One sword style, 1,000 strikes in an instant. Vayne was engulfed in purple lightning, which then clung to the Rakshasa in his hand. A massive purple slash flew towards the floating island in the sky. When strike was very slow enough that it seemed like a slow-motion playback to onlookers. But to the eyes of a skilled swordsman, it was extremely fast, quick enough to unleash thousands of slashes in just a few seconds. And those thousands of slashes ultimately transformed into one massive strike. Thus, the name Thousand Strikes was born. To Kage, standing nearby, it was astonishing to see one, radiating with lightning, execute this strike at a speed beyond the reach of the naked eye, and this strike flew rapidly towards the island in the sky. Boom! As everyone on the ground stood stunned, the massive island in the sky was sliced in half by the strike. But it wasn't over yet. The two halves of the island seemed to pause in midair, and then spiderweb-like cracks began to spread across the entire island. Ultimately, the whole island was shattered into countless fragments that fell down. Vayne took a deep breath, clearly feeling the significant toll the strike had on him. In a short period, he had unleashed thousands of slashes, a feat only achievable by someone with Vayne's speed and swordsmanship. The massive island was reduced to fist-sized fragments. These fist-sized stones were hurled towards the City of Freedom, smashing holes into the rooftops. Vayne looked grimly at everything, because in his observation of the color of perception, there were still some lives in the city fading away. Those were some unfortunate citizens who had been killed by falling stones from the sky. Of course, this also indicated that Vayne's swordsmanship had not yet reached its true pinnacle. Otherwise, with a single strike, the entire island would have turned to dust, and naturally, no one would have been injured. At most, there would just be a sandstorm lingering in the sky for a few days. Vayne looked at the island in the sky with a grim expression, as if he could see the blonde man floating above it. Gold Lion Shiki, you've really pissed me off. With a flash, Vayne transformed into a purple lightning bolt and instantly arrived on the island. Gold Lion looked at Vayne, who had suddenly appeared before him, and let out his signature laugh. Kid, I didn't expect you to come. I thought you were hiding. Gold Lion remained the same, looking down on the younger generation of pirates. However, there was a serious look in his eyes, as he could sense that the island he was manipulating had been shattered into rubble by this man. This proved that Vayne at least possessed the strength of a great swordsman, and it wasn't the kind of forced enhancement like Solomon's. Cough, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, I would have had to collect your corpse. A weak voice came from not far away. Vayne turned to look, only to see Solomon and the others firmly trapped in a mud pillar, unable to move, with only Solomon still conscious. The others, including Robin, Gloria, and Crow, had completely lost consciousness. Seeing this scene filled Wayne's heart with anger. Meanwhile, Gold Lion, seemingly unfazed, said, "Kid, your name is Wayne, right? I see you have decent strength, and I like capable people. Why not join my crew? If I'm in a good mood, I might let this island go." After witnessing Wayne's strength, Gold Lion felt a hint of recruitment interest. Wayne, furious yet laughing, lowered his head in silence for a few seconds, then raised his head, pointed to his own nose, revealing a set of white teeth, and said coldly, "You're really getting old and confused, Gold Lion. You come to my territory, kill my people, and still want me to be your subordinate?" Wayne spoke and wrapped his arms in purple, electric sparks flickering between his hands. As a vividly lifelike purple Thunderbird appeared before him. 50 million volts. Thunderbird. The purple Thunderbird flew towards the Golden Lion at an astonishing speed. However, the Golden Lion's eyes narrowed, and with his observation Haki activated, he floated high into the air, dodging Wayne's Thunderbird attack. Although Vayne's Thunder Fruit is powerful and has a fast attack speed, someone like the Golden Lion, who has a profound mastery of observation Haki, can naturally activate it in advance to predict Vayne's attack trajectory. Oh, an electric attack? Could it be a natural type thunder? The Golden Lion dodged Vayne's initial probing attack and was just about to say a few words of trash talk. However, Vayne, filled with rage, would not listen to the Golden Lion's taunts. Vayne, after summoning the Thunderbird, directly took out the Rakshasa, and his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing above the Golden Lion. Before the Golden Lion could finish his sentence, he glanced back and spotted Vayne, but his body had yet to react. Vayne's hand flickered with a tear-like glow as he swung his sword with extraordinary speed. One sword style, Thunder Slash. This was Vayne's fastest sword technique, channeling his lightning power into the Rakshasa, delivering a strike that was invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, the flash of the Thunder Slash occurred, and the Golden Lion's figure appeared several dozen meters away from Vayne. But a bloody hand fell to the ground. Looking at the Golden Lion, it was clear that his left hand was gone, leaving only the wrist with a smooth cut. Sweat broke out on the Golden Lion's forehead. The pain of having his hand severed in an instant was not something an ordinary person could endure. Yet, the Golden Lion had an extremely strong will. After all, he was the kind of person who had cut off his own legs to escape from impelled down. The pain of losing a hand did not make him cry out in agony, though his face paled considerably, indicating the severity of his injury. Floating in the air, the Golden Lion looked at Vayne not far away, a hint of caution flashing in his heart. That last attack was too fast. So fast that although his observation Haki sensed it, his body couldn't react in time. At the critical moment, he could only slightly shift his body to avoid a fatal blow, but he lost a hand in the process. Looking at his bleeding wrist, the Golden Lion frowned. If the blood continued to flow, it would definitely reduce his stamina significantly. Thus, an invisible force enveloped his wrist, and soon his severed hand stopped bleeding. The Golden Lion used his fruit ability to control the blood at the wound. Meanwhile, Vayne, observing this scene, furrowed his brow. His intention with that strike was to catch the Golden Lion off guard. He thought that with his speed, aiming at the Golden Lion's neck, he should at least severely injure him, if not kill him. But seeing the Golden Lion's current state, it was clear that his combat capability had not diminished much. After all, this swordsman primarily used his legs, and the float fruit did not rely on his hands to execute its abilities. The only impact the Golden Lion faced was on his martial arts. Truly a troublesome old man. Wayne sighed softly. He had elevated the Golden Lion to an equal status right at the start of the battle, and now the Golden Lion had also set aside its disdain. It seemed that achieving such results again would require a tough fight. Looking at the people trapped behind the stone pillars, Wayne had a thought, and with a few slashes of his weapon, he shattered the pillars into pieces, while Solomon and the others inside remained unharmed. Wayne glanced at the rescued individuals, then faced the Golden Lion and said to the people behind him, "Solomon, wake them up and take them to safety." Solomon looked at Wayne, then turned his gaze towards the distant Golden Lion. Under Wayne's cover, he woke everyone up and led them out of the forest. After everyone left, Wayne let out a sigh of relief and said to the Golden Lion, "Now, no one is bothering us. Let the battle continue." Although the Golden Lion wanted to attack the group, it had to suppress that thought due to Wayne's elusive speed, watching as they escaped. "Ha ha ha!" The Golden Lion let out a hearty laugh and then focused all its attention on Wayne, saying, "Kid, I admit I underestimated you. You do have the strength to fight me, but I am the Golden Lion." With that, the Golden Lion concentrated its thoughts, and a nearby mountain came crashing down towards Wayne, with several more mountains being uprooted and flying towards him from further away. Vayne stared at the small mountains crashing down, took a deep breath, then gripped the Rakshasa with both hands, coating the blade with armament Haki. He unleashed several powerful slashes. Boom! With one strike, the descending small mountain was cut in half by Vayne, who then darted through the air, continuing to charge at the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion remained calm, still manipulating the distant small mountains to strike at Vayne. This was the terrifying aspect of the Golden Lion's ability. Any non-living matter he had touched was under his control. In other words, all the terrain and landforms on this island were at the mercy of the Golden Lion's thoughts. As several small mountains were taken care of by Vayne, the Golden Lion continued to manipulate the attack, thinking, let us see how many large mountains you can split. This is my territory. In the blink of an eye, 3 more small mountains came crashing down on Vayne, who continued to slash at the mountain range. Vayne took a deep breath and then exhaled, the blade in his hand slightly raised. As the two exchanged blows, the sun slowly set, and a bright full moon appeared in the sky. A bead of sweat appeared on the forehead of the Golden Lion, but it wasn't due to the excessive physical strain from using his fruit abilities. After all, given his level of fruit development, such maneuvers hardly consumed any stamina. The Golden Lion intended to use this tactic to wear down Vayne's stamina. What truly made the Golden Lion break into a cold sweat was Vayne's endurance. Vayne had been delivering armed Haki-infused slashes for an entire afternoon and showed no signs of fatigue. The most critical point was that the mountains on this island had completely vanished, leaving the entire island a patchwork of small depressions. So is this still your home turf? Vayne's body floated upwards for a moment. Then he looked down at the Golden Lion beneath him, his tone revealing an indescribable grandeur. This trick of chopping down mountains. Vayne could only say he could do it for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. One sword style, Thunder Slash. Vayne, having removed the obstacle of the mountain, saw the Golden Lion before him, which was a complete duel of swordsmanship. In terms of sword skills, aside from the hawk-eyed, one who liked to ride in a coffin, Vayne should not fear anyone in the pirate world. He swung his sword, the Resetsu, imbued with purple lightning, towards the Golden Lion. However, the prepared Golden Lion naturally would not be struck directly by Vayne this time. With a swift kick, he unleashed 2 feet, and the famous blades Sakura, Ten, and Mihawk firmly blocked the Resetsu in Vayne's hand. Vayne felt a slight joy in his heart. The Golden Lion had fallen into the trap. In that moment, Vayne's hands flickered with purple light, and the purple lightning transmitted from the Rorschach in his hand to the 2 famous swords at the feet of the Golden Lion. After all, no matter how powerful a famous sword is, as long as it's not a black sword, it conducts electricity. Ziz! The Golden Lion's body twitched a few times, emitting wisps of white smoke, and then it fell heavily to the ground. The Golden Lion's biggest mistake was that he hadn't infused the famous swords with armed color Haki. Vayne floated in the air, quietly watching the Golden Lion that had fallen to the ground, not making any rash moves. Because in his observation of the color of observation Haki, the life force of this old lion in front of him had not diminished much. Sure enough, as Vayne expected, the Golden Lion got up from the ground, directly flying up with 2 kicks, launching 2 slashes towards Vayne. Slash Wave, a slash infused with armed color Haki. Vayne saw through the attack and decided not to use elemental evasion. Instead, he infused his weapon with armament Haki and slashed twice, deflecting the flying slashes to the side. Boom! Vayne's body retreated 2 steps under inertia, only to see the Golden Lion's strike smash into the ground, leaving 2 cracks over 10 meters long on the surface. It seems that this old guy's swordsmanship hasn't deteriorated much compared to his younger days. Vayne saw the cracks on the ground and knew that the Golden Lion's power was also considerable now. So, the next step would be a real fight. A strand of black flowed from Vayne's arm, then climbed up his shoulder, chest, neck, abdomen, face, and thighs. Vayne's entire body was enveloped in a thick layer of armament Haki, as if he had donned a black armor. Only the dark purple lightning symbol on his forehead remained visible, representing Vayne's strongest form of armament Haki. Golden Lion felt a jolt in his heart at this sight. The level of Vayne's armament Haki was indeed rare. However, at the same time, a hint of disdain flashed through Golden Lion's mind. In battles between such powerful individuals, it wouldn't be possible to determine a victor in 2 or 3 days. To Golden Lion, Vayne using such a high level of armament Haki right from the start was a sign of inexperience. Nevertheless, in this state, Vayne undoubtedly put greater pressure on Golden Lion. Each move and strike had significantly increased in power and destructiveness compared to before. Golden Lion had no choice but to use his own armament Haki to defend against Vayne. Both of them possessed the ability to fly, their figures constantly intertwining in the air, engaging in dozens of rounds of combat within minutes, before pulling apart, waiting for the next opening from the opponent. Clang, clang, clang. The two continued to battle, their weapons clashing in a flurry, creating wave after wave of slashing energy around them. At that moment, several figures appeared on the ground not far from the two. It was the cadre members who had regained their strength. Robin and Gloria looked fine, while Solomon, Chloe, and Cage were all wrapped in bandages. Especially Cage, who was covered in bandages, resembling a mummy. Robin looked at the two fighting in the sky, then glanced at the sky and said, "It's almost dawn. Haven't they decided a winner yet?" Solomon shook his head and said, "It's not surprising for strong fighters like them to go for 3 days and nights." As the strongest among them, Solomon knew very well how much stamina a fighter like Vayne had. Chloe adjusted his glasses with his bandaged hand and said, "Why don't we help the boss?" Everyone's eyes lit up, but Solomon sternly stopped them, saying, "Can't you see the slashing marks around them? If you want to die, go ahead. At their level, it's not something we can interfere with right now. If things go wrong, Vayne will have to worry about protecting you." Upon hearing this, Chloe's expression darkened. He genuinely wanted to contribute to Vayne, especially since he hadn't defeated a decent opponent since coming aboard. Instead, he had obtained a devil fruit. And although no one else said anything, he felt guilty about it. Just then, Gloria said, "I should be able to use my fruit ability to interfere with Golden Lion." Everyone's eyes brightened. Gloria could assist just like they did when they ganged up on Golden Lion before. Solomon glanced at the two battling in the sky and asked, "Are you sure? Don't interfere with Vayne." At that moment, the two were very close, and Gloria's singing fruit indeed had the potential to affect both friend and foe. Gloria thought for a moment and said, "I can activate my ability when they're further apart. Manipulating the sound waves of my fruit to interfere with Golden Lion should be fine." Just then, several figures suddenly sprang out from the nearby bushes. It was the ship's Dr. Indigo and the gorilla Scary-Doo from Golden Lion's ship. "We won't let you interfere with Captain Golden Lion." The two stood in front of Robin and the others, clearly having heard the previous plan and wanting to stop Gloria. Chloe laughed upon hearing this, stepped forward, and cracked his knuckles, saying, "Gloria, focus on finding a chance to interfere with Golden Lion. We'll handle these guys." Chloe and the others stood in front of Gloria, stating, "If we can't beat Golden Lion, we can still deal with you." Gloria nodded and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." The two sides quickly engaged in battle in the forest. The scene returned to Vayne and Golden Lion, who had separated after exchanging several blows that were all blocked by the other. At that moment, Golden Lion heard a strange sound. He then felt a wave of irritation in his heart, even causing his breath to become somewhat chaotic. An opportunity, although Vayne didn't understand what was happening. He thought that the Golden Lion was just getting old and couldn't sustain intense fighting anymore, but he wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. Flying sword technique, dragon soaring flash. With a swing of his Rasha, Vayne unleashed a crescent-shaped flying slash toward the Golden Lion. Not good. The Golden Lion had just thrown himself into chaos. And when he noticed Vayne's attack, he couldn't react in time. He could only turn his body and activate his armed color Haki, trying to block this deadly strike. Boom! The Haki that the Golden Lion hastily activated couldn't possibly withstand Vayne's dragon soaring flash. His Haki shattered instantly, and a bloody wound appeared at the connection of his neck and left arm. Enduring the excruciating pain, the Golden Lion distanced himself from Vayne again, then focused his gaze on Galia, sensing that it was this little girl in front of him who had just interrupted him. Slash wave. 2 flying slashes shot toward Galia at such speed that she could hardly react. One sword style, straight line sky. One also delivered a swift slash, catching up and blocking the Golden Lion's strike in midair. Vayne frowned. He clearly realized the reason for the Golden Lion's action. The sudden flaw in the Golden Lion, just now, was likely caused by Galia. Vayne had no reaction to such sneak attacks. After all, he was not like Andy's son, Car2, who insisted on a fair duel between men. He was not that immature. And the Golden Lion in front of him, being an old hand, naturally wouldn't have such childish thoughts. Instead, Vayne thought it was a good thing that his people could help him share some pressure. After all, one against many was the norm in battle. Even if he were to be killed by the 3 generals working together in the future, it would simply be due to his insufficient strength, and it couldn't be said that others were unfairly outnumbering him. Galia, seeing her hit had succeeded, wanted to continue to interfere with the Golden Lion. However, the Golden Lion was blocked by Vayne and couldn't deal with Galia. Thus, it seemed to fall into a cycle. "Ha ha ha, I want to be brought down by your tricks." The Golden Lion let out a hearty laugh. Then 2 small branches were summoned to his side. Vayne hadn't reacted to what he was about to do. Suddenly, the golden lion let out a muffled grunt, and then actually used the branches to pierce through the eardrums of both his ears. This way, the sound won't reach my ears. The golden lion's eyes were bloodshot with pain, but he didn't care at all about the fact that he had become deaf in both ears. Vayne raised his eyebrows and said, "Aren't you going to block your ears? Forget it, you can't hear anyway." Vayne felt that the golden lion was indeed a bit mentally unstable and seemed to have severe self-harming behavior, just like when he escaped from Impel Down, even cutting off his own feet. If that's the case, wouldn't he also have to chop off his head since he has Sea Prism Stone hanging around his neck? The golden lion's actions undoubtedly startled Gloria, and they did effectively counter her devil fruit ability, causing her some distress. Meanwhile, Vayne grew more confident in his victory. Seeing the golden lion had lost both legs, his left hand, and was deaf in one ear, if Vayne couldn't defeat this disabled old pirate, he might as well find a wall to crash into. Moreover, the golden lion piercing his own ears clearly affected his combat power, while observation Haki could still detect sounds. Being deaf would certainly impair the golden lion's reaction speed. However, the golden lion seemed unconcerned, leaping towards Vayne and saying, "Kid, let me show you the gap between us seniors." Lion's roar. Suddenly, the golden lion swung his legs in the air, sending several powerful slashes imbued with advanced armament Haki flying towards Vayne. This move was very strong and could not be taken head-on. Vayne instantly made a judgment. Since that was the case, he could only use the flying slash to defeat the flying slash. The flying sword technique of the flying sword style, Dragon's Nest Flash. Dozens of slashes infused with advanced armament Haki were unleashed by Vayne, flying towards the 1,000 cuts of the sky. Boom! The two flying slashes collided in the air. But the destructive power of the golden lion's 1,000 cuts was even stronger than Vayne's Dragon's Nest Flash. In the end, Vayne's dozens of slashes barely managed to block the golden lion's 1,000 cuts. Wine's expression was not very good. He didn't expect the golden lion to have such a trick up his sleeve. In contrast, the golden lion laughed heartily and said, "Kid, it's not about having more cuts. Sometimes, you need to concentrate your power." After hearing this, Vayne fell in a deep thought. He asked himself if his swordsmanship and techniques were even a notch above the golden lion's, and his strength was no less than that of the golden lion. His stamina and mastery of armament Haki were also far superior to the aging golden lion. However, this grasp of sword and blade power was something he lacked. It was a kind of combat experience. This was something one could only acquire after constantly battling against experts and strong opponents. He had already recognized his shortcomings after his duel with Akiji and had made significant progress. Yet in terms of combat experience, he was still far inferior to the seasoned golden lion. In that case, let's give this move a try. Flying sword technique, Dragon's Nest Flash Bite. Vayne once again unleashed dozens of flying slashes, but compared to the previous Dragon's Nest Flash, this Dragon's Nest Flash Bite was even more powerful, utilizing more of his armed Haki and consuming more stamina. Golden Lion's pupils constricted. As a great swordsman, he sensed that this move was extraordinary. Since that was the case, he could only go all out. Lion's Might, 1,000 Cuts Valley. The golden lion swung several sharp sword energies toward Vayne. However, Vayne's move was far more powerful than before. After breaking through 1,000 Cuts Valley, the Dragon's Nest Flash Bite still had some residual sword energy flying toward the golden lion. If I can't match technique, then I'll break through with strength. This was Vayne's thought at that moment. Compared to the golden lion, he had more stamina and stronger arm Haki, which gave him confidence. Lion's Might, Guardian's Domain. Seeing the situation was dire, the golden lion hurriedly manipulated the surrounding terrain. The ground began to roll, forming several stone blocks resembling lion heads to block Vayne's slashes. The battle between the two continued, from sunrise to high noon. On the first day, Vayne used his swordsmanship to destroy all the mountains on the island and cut off one of the golden lion's hands. On the second day, their battle continued, evolving into a pure swordsmanship contest. Vayne no longer used any fruit abilities except for floating in the air with the thunder fruit. Compared to the golden lion, Vayne's swordsmanship was more about bold and sweeping movements, while all the damage caused by the golden lion was fully blocked by Vayne's armed Haki armor. Vayne inflicted several gruesome wounds on the golden lion. On the third day, even with Vayne's stamina, it was difficult to maintain armed Haki all over his body. So he began to use localized armed Haki to defend vital areas. As a result, Vayne acquired several more wounds. However, compared to Vayne, the golden lion's situation was undoubtedly much worse. Over the 3 days, Vayne left dozens of wounds of varying sizes on him, and the golden lion's Haki further weakened, sometimes unable to withstand Vayne's slashes. One must say, time truly is a killer. Vayne looked at the golden lion in front of him, a hint of regret in his eyes. A powerhouse like the Golden Lion was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the sea 20 years ago. No wonder he dared to single-handedly attack Marine headquarters. To be fair, Vayne felt that the Golden Lion's strength was definitely not greater than his own now. Nor was it as pressuring as Akiji had been 6 months ago. After all, his current strength was far beyond what it was back then. However, even though Vayne was slightly stronger than the Golden Lion, he still found the Golden Lion to be a formidable opponent. Every time Vayne pushed the Golden Lion to the brink, this old lion would always find an unexpected way to counter it. And any small flaw he showed would be seized by the Golden Lion. However, this was where it would end. Vayne glanced at the Golden Lion in front of him. The battle had reached a point where both sides had revealed most of their trump cards. However, the Golden Lion's stamina was clearly not on par with Vayne's anymore. And Vayne had also gained what he wanted from the Golden Lion: battle experience. Vayne's fighting experience skyrocketed after 3 days of life-and-death battles, and her control over her own strength improved further. Damn, what kind of look is that? Although the Golden Lion couldn't hear what Vayne was saying, he seemed to perceive a trace of pity in her eyes, which bruised his pride as someone who had always been arrogant. I am a Golden Lion. With a wave of his large hand, the Golden Lion sent an island crashing toward Vayne again. Vayne's gaze flickered at such a distance. The attack range of that island wouldn't just affect her, but would also have repercussions for the Golden Lion. Is he planning to take us both down with him? Vayne narrowed his eyes, trying to see through the Golden Lion's thoughts, but ultimately decided not to take the risk. It was just a matter of cutting through another island. Vayne felt his physical strength. He still had a little more than half left, so taking down an island was still easy for him. Just then, the island suddenly shifted to the side, and what was wrapped by the island was a vast expanse of seawater. The seawater quickly enveloped Vayne, who seemed to be caught off guard, staring wide-eyed at the Golden Lion amidst the water. Ha ha ha, a power user? I can even manipulate seawater. No matter how strong you are, the feeling of suffocating and being powerless in the water isn't pleasant, right? Ha ha. The Golden Lion laughed, but suddenly stopped, realizing that Vayne showed no signs of pain in the seawater. Instead, he looked at him calmly, as if he were looking at a fool. In fact, Vayne had long since discovered that he was no longer afraid of seawater. So, he didn't T-guard against the Golden Lion's move. After 3 days of fighting and sweating, taking a bath in seawater seemed like a good choice. The Golden Lion, on the other hand, wore a face of disbelief, as the situation before him completely overturned his understanding. Therefore, he floated to the front of the seawater and cautiously extended his right index finger, wanting to feel whether this was really seawater. At that moment, Vayne moved. The instant the Golden Lion's finger touched the seawater, purple lightning erupted from Vayne's body. The seawater was an excellent conductor, and under Vayne's powerful electricity, the Golden Lion was thoroughly shocked. Boom! Enduring the intense pain and numbness, the Golden Lion pulled his hand out of the seawater. His originally golden hair, which was draped behind his head, instantly turned into an explosion hairstyle, and even his body's reaction was half a beat slower. Vayne certainly would not miss such a great opportunity. He lifted the Rakshasa and charged out of the sea, instantly reaching the Golden Lion's side. Then, he covered himself with advanced observation Haki and unleashed 9 massive flying slashes. Flying sword technique, 9-headed dragon flash. The 9-headed, clawing dragon flew toward the Golden Lion. At this moment, the Golden Lion reacted, looking at the 9 flying slashes in front of him, wanting to evade them. However, he soon realized that he seemed unable to avoid these slashes at all. An unavoidable slash? What miraculous swordsmanship! The Golden Lion gritted his teeth, releasing a strong aura, and a layer of black armor appeared on his body, with 2 deeper clouds forming on his cheeks. Full coverage of Haki. This old lion finally unleashed the remaining Haki he had at the last moment. Brothers, give me some strength. I asked for a 5-star review. Not only that, but the aura around the Golden Lion intensified, eventually transforming into a material that could influence reality. This was the Conqueror's Haki of the Golden Lion. Under the Golden Lion's manipulation, the Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the 2 famous swords at his feet. As one of the strongest pirates of the old era, the Golden Lion undoubtedly mastered this technique of wrapping Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The 9-headed giant dragon seemed to roar in the air, ultimately slashing toward the Golden Lion, who frantically swung the 2 famous swords at his feet, blocking 6 or 7 slashes in the blink of an eye. However, the strength of Vayne's move came not only from its guaranteed hit, but also from the fact that it completely blocked the enemy from 9 different angles. Although the Golden Lion's feet were agile, He could not fend off the slashes aimed at his body. What a terrifying little brat. The Golden Lion ultimately survived, but his aura had noticeably weakened compared to before. He had 2 long, narrow wounds on his back and abdomen, so deep that one could see his intestines flowing from his abdomen. The Golden Lion still couldn't block one of Vayne's strongest sword techniques, and the advanced Haki wrapped around the slashes broke through his defenses, leaving a fatal wound. Is there really an ability user who is not afraid of the sea? There truly are people beyond people. The Golden Lion laughed loudly, as if he were dictating his last words. Have the pirates of a new era grown up? It seems that old Sengoku is in for a headache. Don't joke around. I can tell someone like you will never submit to the Navy. Go stir up this sea. Make this world turn upside down. After saying this, the Golden Lion took a deep breath and forcefully pulled the helm off his head. Cough, cough. The Golden Lion groaned in pain a couple of times, but surprisingly endured this fatal injury, condensing his aura, which erupted with an even stronger force than before. The Golden Lion laughed proudly and said, "Come on, kid. Show me your strongest move. Let me show you the power of the strongest pirate of the old era." Then, the Golden Lion leaped, unleashing the scarce Haki within him, coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and fixed his gaze tightly on Vayne. Sigh. Vayne let out a sigh. He felt the determination of the Golden Lion before him to face death. Although pulling the ship's helm away would make his commanding presence more fluid, it was merely a fleeting brilliance. The old wounds of these decades were not so easily endured. Even if Vayne did not attack the Golden Lion, it wouldn't last much longer. However, Vayne decided to give this old lion a dignified death. After all, everything the Golden Lion had done was to maintain his final dignity. Wasn't it? Vayne nodded slightly. Then his body was once again enveloped in armament Haki, a pitch-black Haki armor appearing on him. Not only that, but the dark purple lightning on Vayne's forehead also emerged, and the armament Haki on his chest began to flow, ultimately forming 2 purple bolts of lightning. This was Vayne's current activated state of Haki, but even he could only maintain this state for a short time. After battling for a while, the two had developed a sense of mutual respect, and thus began their final fight. Powerful conquerors Haki clashed against each other. In an instant, the clouds in the sky were split into 2, and the entire world seemed to become oppositional, with a sudden gust of wind rising on the island. Ha ha! The king of a new era. Ha! As expected, a man like you must have potential. The Golden Lion laughed boldly, then unleashed the final strike of his life. Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. Several flying slashes imbued with advanced armament Haki flew towards Vayne, their power so great that it left him somewhat startled. Was this the final bite of the lion before its death? Vayne did not dare to underestimate it. This strike could definitely kill him. So, Vayne took a deep breath and then unleashed his strongest sword technique. Flying Sword Style, Heavenly Soaring Dragon Flash. This move is the ultimate technique of Vayne's Flying Sword Style, divided into 2 parts. The first part is a stream of air that can be manipulated by Vayne for defensive attacks or to draw enemies into the airflow, while the second part is a highly destructive sword energy that can crush all enemies in front of him. The Golden Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley ultimately clashed with the Heavenly Soaring Dragon Flash, and under the attraction of Vayne's airflow, 2 sword energies were finally blocked. However, there was still one flying slash that shot towards Vayne's chest at an astonishing speed. Cough! Vayne let out a muffled grunt as the Golden Lion slash, after clashing against Vayne's Busashoka Haki armor for a moment, ultimately shattered a bolt of lightning in front of Vayne's chest and struck his body. Internal destruction. In that instant when Vayne was hit, he understood that the technique used by the Golden Lion was what was known in Wano country as the Flowing Sakura, a high-level application of Busashoka Haki that could penetrate the surface of objects and reach the interior, causing even greater damage. Under the power of this slash, Vayne's body fell from the high sky, crashing straight down to the ground and creating a large humanoid pit. "Vayne!" shouted Solomon and others watching from below, rushing to check on Vayne's condition. On the other side, after the Golden Lion executed the slash known as the Thousand Cuts Valley, his internal Haki had already weakened significantly. Seeing Vayne unleash the second stage of the Sky Dragon Flash, the Golden Lion stopped struggling, opened his arms, and uttered his last words. The new era is truly spectacular. Without a doubt, the slash pierced through the Golden Lion's Haki, cutting his body in half. The light of life slowly faded from the Golden Lion's eyes, and his broken body fell from the sky. Boom! This battle was not just between Vayne and the Golden Lion. It also represented the conflict between the new era pirates and the old era pirates. From the outcome of Vayne's victory over the Golden Lion, It undoubtedly indicated that the new era had arrived. Boom! The entire island trembled violently, without the Golden Lion's ability to maintain it. The floating islands could fall at any moment. At this moment, Vayne also climbed out of the pit. He looked at the people around him, then touched the wound on his chest, and let out a painful groan. This wound would likely take a long time to heal. The sudden tremor left Vayne no time to explain the following situation. He glanced at the bound ship's doctor, Indigo, and the gorilla, Scarlito. Then he told Solomon and the others, "Take these two guys to Freedom City. I have something to do, and we'll come back to find you later." Solomon was about to speak when he saw Vayne turn into a flash of lightning and fly into the distance. Time did not allow Solomon to hesitate. He saw Vayne open a large black door in midair, then threw the ship's Dr. Indigo and the gorilla Scarlito inside, taking Robin and the others through the door back to Freedom City. On the other side, Vayne dove into the jungle where the Golden Lion had fallen. He needed to find the Golden Lion's corpse. Such a powerful being should not sink into the sea with the island. Finally, just as the island was about to collide with the sea, Vayne saw the Golden Lion's body cut in half, with the upper half hanging from a tree and the lower half lying on the ground. Vayne casually picked up the two halves of the Golden Lion and was ready to fly away from the place. Huh? Vern let out a gasp as he saw a fruit with strange patterns appearing under a fruit tree not far from the corpse of the Golden Lion. Vayne didn't have time to think much, quickly stashing the fruit into her pocket. Then her body turned into lightning and flew into the sky. Boom! The three floating islands controlled by the Golden Lion, one large island and two small islands, finally crashed heavily onto the surface of the sea. Vayne should be thankful that these floating islands are some distance away from the City of Freedom and are not directly above it. Otherwise, they would have directly destroyed the prosperous City of Freedom. Nevertheless, the tsunami caused by the falling islands has submerged more than half of the buildings around the islands. Fortunately, the citizens had already evacuated in advance, so there were no casualties. Vayne returned to the Free City with the corpse of the Golden Lion. Long live Lord Vayne. The Free City shall endure. Oh. In the square, Vayne looked at the revelry of the townspeople around him and let out a faint smile of satisfaction. But soon he could no longer smile, as the people around him had noticed him and were crowding towards Vayne. Vayne sensed that the situation was dire and quickly transformed into a flash of lightning, leaving the square area. What a close call. Once he returned to the castle, Vayne let out a sigh of relief, only to see the eager eyes of his subordinates. They naturally understood what the fallen island signified. When a superpowered individual died, their abilities vanished, and these islands would naturally plummet from the sky. This meant that Vayne had killed the Golden Lion. Boss, Lot Vayne. The emotions of the cadres were quite intense, and Vayne, looking at the wound on his chest, said to Robin, "Robin, go get me some medicine and bandages. I need to dress this wound." Robin obediently went to the infirmary, while the remaining cadres in front of him were extremely excited. Among them, Chloe and Gallia were the most exhilarated. Chloe clenched his fists tightly and, with a trembling voice, said, "Boss, you killed the Golden Lion?" Vayne responded with a simple, his tone neutral. On the other hand, Chloe was even more excited. He thought Vayne hadn't realized the significance and exclaimed loudly, "Boss, that's the Golden Lion, the one who competed with Roger and Whitebeard 20 years ago, the legendary pirate." Vayne frowned and said, "What are you so excited about? It wasn't you who fought. Besides, winning is quite normal, right? If you had lost, you would have sunk to the sea long ago." Next to him, Gallia also said, Exactly. It's not surprising that Lord Vayne defeated the Golden Lion. Lord Vayne is the strongest in the world. Solomon, on the other hand, was clearly not as excited, but as Vayne's chief strategist, he thoughtfully said, "Vayne, this is indeed no small matter. If we can make good use of it, our influence and power will undoubtedly reach new heights." Vayne thought for a moment and said, "Well, you arrange it, just don't go overboard." He didn't mind using the fame of the Golden Lion to further promote his own reputation. After all, he had defeated the Golden Lion fairly and squarely, and the fight had been so intense. What was the problem with promoting it a bit? Just then, Robin walked over with a medical kit and began to bandage Vayne's wounds. Vayne took out an apple and began to eat it, enjoying the delicious food and the attention of beautiful women, while observing the fruit in his hand. It was a devil fruit with strange cloud patterns. If Vayne guessed correctly, this was the float fruit of the Golden Lion, one that could be considered a bug among the paramecia-type fruits. "Boss, what is this?" The people beside him, seeing Vayne holding a devil fruit, all expressed their curiosity. Vayne smiled gently and said, "This is the legacy of that old guy, the Golden Lion." "The float fruit? The float fruit." The crowd exclaimed in surprise. How could they not know what this fruit meant? This was the source of the Golden Lion's title, as the Flying Admiral. On the boundless seas, the float fruit is one of the strongest fruits, as it grants the ability to fly to its user and also allows them to make objects float. Vayne put away the fruit and said, "Don't even think about it. One person can't eat two fruits, and I've already figured out the use of this one. Speaking of which, haven't I been having too much luck lately?" Vayne thought to himself that he had defeated devil fruit users before. However, he had never obtained their abilities. On the contrary, he had recently acquired two powerful devil fruits in succession. Luck? Vayne thought for a moment and took out the lucky coin he had before from his pocket. It shimmered with a golden luster, but the brilliance and shine seemed to have faded quite a bit compared to before. The lucky coin grants the host a certain degree of good luck. However, everything in the world has its destined outcome, and luck is also in a state of balance. The good luck brought by the coin may, to some extent, also bring misfortune. Good fortune and misfortune. Vayne seemed deep in thought, realizing that they had encountered a group of relatively strong but unknown pirates, only to be targeted by the Golden Lion, who had disappeared for over a decade. For those lacking strength, this was indeed a misfortune. However, overcoming such misfortune could lead to certain good fortune. For example, these two devil fruits. How was the casualty count in the city? The next afternoon, after battling for 3 days and nights, Vayne finally woke up, listening to the reports from the officers below. After all, the sudden attack by the Golden Lion had caused significant damage to Freedom City. Below, Robin held a document and said with a heavy expression, "Boss." This time the Golden Lion's attack destroyed over 1,000 houses, most of which were demolished by the tsunami caused by the island's collapse. Additionally, the death toll among the residents is 87. Pausing for a moment, Robin continued, "Moreover, a total of 13 members of the Freedom Counterattack team were killed." Vayne paused for a moment after hearing this. When he arrived at the floating island, he had already discovered the bodies of those 300 team members, all killed by the Golden Lion and his pirate crew. However, this is a war. In war, there are always casualties. Vayne nodded slightly and said, "Understood. The deceased team members' families will receive compensation, and we will take care of them uniformly. Additionally, we need to fill the vacant positions as soon as possible. Also, the construction of houses needs to be expedited." Robin nodded and said, "Boss, there are 2 more things I need to report to you. The first is that a group of winged people has come down from the floating island, and they want to join Free City." Vayne recalled that there was indeed a group of villagers in the original work who had wings and could fly. However, there were not many of them, only a few hundred. He then said, "All right, they're no different from slaves under the Golden Lion. Let us incorporate them into the free cities." Robin noted this down and then added, "There is one more matter that requires your decision. The 3 islands that the Golden Lion dropped are not far from us. We sent people to scout them, and they can be used to build new cities." Vayne thought for a moment and realized that those islands indeed had quite a few valuable things, and the resources were relatively abundant, especially the IQ, which was quite precious. So Vayne said, "All right, let's include those 3 islands in the territory of Free City. By the way, bring Indigo up." Indigo is the ship's doctor who developed IQ and can be considered a genius scientist. After all, Vayne had a hard time defeating the Golden Lion, so he wanted to make the most of the legacy left behind. Vayne was particularly interested in this IQ. Soon, Indigo was brought up tightly bound. There was no choice. This guy was not weak in combat power either. In the original work, he had a chemical bomb technique that looked like a devil fruit, but after repeated confirmation, Vayne found out that it was just his application of medical skills. Vayne took out 2 famous knives from the Golden Lion and placed them on the table. He said to Indigo, "The Golden Lion is dead. I admire your medical skills. If you work for me, I can spare your life." Indigo pointed to the ropes on his body, and Vayne thought for a moment before asking his subordinates to help untie him. After all, with Vayne here, Indigo couldn't make any waves. Indigo then started dancing around like a shaman, and Vayne frowned, wondering what this guy was saying. So he said, "Stop pretending here. I know you can talk. Just tell me your demands." Indigo paused for a moment, then said sadly, "You've killed Lord Golden Lion. I can't work for you. Just kill me." Vayne nodded and said, "All right, then kill him." After that, several officers around him drew their pistols and were about to execute Indigo on the spot. What? This isn't how the story is supposed to go. Indigo's expression changed drastically. In his imagination, Vayne should have tried to persuade him first, but it was so straightforward. He knew that doctors were very valuable in this world, especially skilled ones like him. Vayne's actions were certainly meant to intimidate him. First of all, he knew that Indigo had a good relationship with the Golden Lion. No, it should be said that the Golden Lion treats his recognized partners quite well. So, it was unlikely that Vayne could make Indigo serve him directly. Thus, Vayne spoke up. "This time the Golden Lion came to provoke me first. And those who become pirates probably have long thought about this day coming. The old guy dying at my hands isn't a disgrace to his reputation. It's better than dying later at the hands of some straw hat brat. Vayne then began to present his conditions, saying, "So you don't need to use this as an excuse. How about this? As long as you serve me in my free city for 3 years, after 3 years, I won't care where you go. How about that? You can continue to research your IQ in the free city." Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Vayne's mind. After hearing this voice, Vayne was slightly taken aback and said, "Of course, as a reward, I have some questions regarding medicine that I would like to consult you about." Ding! It was detected that the host's medical skills are advanced, 10002000, while Indigo's medical skills are master level. A mission medical skill advancement has now been issued. Please check it. Host, medical skill advancement. As a future max-level human, how can one tolerate their medical skills remaining at an advanced level? Please consult the master-level Dr. Indigo and raise your medical skills to master level within a year. At that time, 200,020,000 life points will be awarded, with a specific amount depending on the host performance. Vayne, who received the mission unexpectedly, was stunned for a moment and then prepared to continue to squeeze the value of this ship's doctor. Based on his previous experience with the shipbuilder, the rewards for this mission would definitely not be low. Indigo was slightly taken aback after hearing this and said, "I can agree to you, but there is one more condition. I want the corpse of Captain Golden Lion." Vayne's expression changed after hearing this. Could this guy be like Moria? But soon Vayne realized that he must be thinking of giving his captain a proper burial. Vayne nodded and said, "No problem, then it's settled. I will give you a small island, and I have other plans for your original large island." Vayne had never thought of venting his anger using the corpse of the Golden Lion. Instead, he planned to bury the old man. After all, this old guy was indeed an impressive pirate. It was only fitting to entrust the burial to Indigo. A day later, a purple lightning began to appear in various corners of the fallen, floating island, starting to explore the terrain. This figure was Vayne. After resolving Indigo's recruitment, Vayne intended to come and see what the terrain of this island was like, and the results were very satisfying to him. He didn't expect that the old man, the Golden Lion, had left him such a considerable fortune. It seems he really should offer him some incense. The areas of the 3 islands were not small, especially the main island. Once the city was fully established, housing several 100,000 people would not be a problem at all. As for the other 2 islands, Vayne planned to use one for training soldiers. This surprise attack by the Golden Lion made Vayne realize that he was still lacking high-end combat power. The last island would be used for researching IQ. After surveying the terrain, Vayne returned to the free city. The battle came unexpectedly. Although the losses were significant, Vayne had many subordinates who performed exceptionally well, and he was always generous in rewarding them. Thus, Vayne held a concert in the free city to celebrate the successful defense against the Golden Lion's attack, and after the concert, he praised and rewarded his subordinates. "Wallace, you did very well this time." Vayne looked at the young boy in front of him, as if he saw the shadow of his younger self. At just 20 years old, Wallace had already grasped the essence of all things breathing, and who knows, he might become a great swordsman in the future. On the other side, Wallace, facing Vayne, looked nervous and excited as he said, "Lord Vivian, this is what I should do." Vayne nodded after listening and said, "But there are rewards for achievements. This is the rule of the free city. By the way, you're a dual-wielding swordsman, right?" After saying this, Vayne had the staff bring up a long box. When the box was opened, it contained 2 famous swords of the Golden Lion, Sakura, 10, and Mugo Kuro. Vayne handed 2 famous swords to Wallace, saying, "These 2 swords were once the weapons of the Golden Lion. One is named Sakura, 10, and the other is named Mugo Kuro. Now these 2 swords are given to you. I hope you will practice diligently and become a great swordsman as soon as possible, so as not to disappoint the fame of these 2 renowned swords." Upon hearing this, Wallace shivered and trembled as he took the box. For a swordsman, the sword in hand is their second life. Every swordsman yearns to possess a famous sword. The 2 swords Wallace originally had already broken while striking the island. The 2 swords Vayne gave him would allow him to further enhance his strength. Vayne finally managed to send Wallace away, who was in tears, but the next one was Cage, who had a red face. As the captain of the 300 combat team, Cage's strength was definitely not weaker than that of his subordinates. Vayne thought for a moment, took out a book from his pocket, and handed it to Cage. "Cage, you performed exceptionally well this time." Vayne looked at the stuttering Cage, who couldn't say a word, and said, "This is my cultivation experience. It contains some insights on the return of life. Once you obtain it, you will be able to further enhance your vitality." When thought for a long time and still felt that this was the most suitable for him, the honey badger, honey badger, is already known for its tenacity, and with the ability to return to life, he might really become like Luffy in the original work. An indestructible little cockroach. After awarding Wallace and Cage, one also rewarded the outstanding team members, each receiving around 10 million berries, which is definitely a significant fortune for them. Phew, the award ceremony is finally over. Vayne let out a long sigh, lit a cigar for himself, and casually handed one to Solomon to light. Vayne then spoke. On the Dressrosa side. Just then, Vayne shifted his gaze and said to the cadres below, "Quick, stop the counterattack from the guards and disperse the citizens. A big guy is coming." In Vayne's observation, he sensed a powerful life force had stepped into his free city, and this person's aura was extremely fierce. Their strength was likely on par with his own. Solomon, upon hearing this, changed his expression. His observation range was not as extensive as Vayne's, but after hearing Vayne's words, he quickly began organizing personnel to evacuate the citizens. Vayne watched the townspeople returning home one by one, closed his eyes, and said somewhat irritably, "Why are these guys coming one after another? When will it end?" After saying this, Vayne extinguished the cigar in his hand, and his figure transformed into a flash of lightning, heading towards the Sense presence. Soon, Vayne spotted the guy in the harbor area, a man wearing a gentleman's hat, carrying a long sword on his back, and possessing sharp eyes like an eagle. This person was none other than the king of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. "Oh, is he here?" Mihawk seemed to sense another powerful swordsman's arrival, raised his head, and looked into the distance at Vayne. "Why is this guy here?" Vayne let out a sigh of relief, but soon began to feel worried again. He was genuinely afraid that it was Kaido who had come. A place like the Free City, which had just experienced trauma, couldn't withstand another attack from a notorious pirate. However, the Mihawk in front of him was not an easy opponent. Although he wouldn't slaughter innocent people, his purpose for being here was obviously clear. Mihawk had always loved challenging skilled swordsmen, and Vayne just happened to be a great swordsman. What a headache. Vayne's figure flickered and appeared in front of Mihawk, saying, "What are you doing in my territory?" After noticing the lightning on Vayne's body, Hawkeye frowned and said, "What a pity. You're not a pure swordsman anymore." After hearing this, Vayne was filled with black lines on his forehead. Hearing Hawkeye's tone, it sounded as if he was pitying a violated young lady. So Vayne spoke up, Hey, as a fellow warlord, what are you doing here? Be careful, or I might report you to the higher-ups." Hawkeye glanced at the blade at Vayne's waist, seemingly sensing his extraordinary nature. He then drew his black sword from his back, held it with both hands, and said, "I have long heard that Warlord Vayne is also a great swordsman, so Mihawk has come to challenge you, hoping you will honor me with a match. I knew it would be like this." Vayne rubbed his temples. He certainly knew that Hawkeye was here to challenge him. But the two had no grudges or enmities, so what was the point of fighting? Moreover, if the Navy found out, they would call again. Fortunately, Vayne had already thought of an excuse. He pointed to the bandage on his chest that he hadn't removed yet and said, "Sorry, I just had a fight with the Golden Lion, and I'm seriously injured. I'm not as strong as before. I think the world-renowned #1 swordsman wouldn't take advantage of someone in a weak state, right?" In fact, Vayne's injuries had long since healed significantly, and with his strong vitality, this minor injury hardly affected his combat power. It was just that the scars would probably take a long time to heal. Sure enough, after hearing this, Hawkeye frowned slightly, as this was not the outcome he desired. After all, engaging in a proper duel with a great swordsman to continuously improve his swordsmanship was what he pursued. However, soon Hawkeye keenly noticed a problem. The Golden Lion was also a great swordsman and even more famous. He could challenge the Golden Lion. With this thought, Hawkeye felt a bit excited. Defeating a great swordsman from the old era was undoubtedly something he was after, so he asked in that case, "Where is the Golden Lion now? Since you're injured, I'll challenge you next time." It seems like fighting the Golden Lion first is also a good choice. A smile appeared on Hawkeye's face. He hadn't expected to encounter two great swordsmen at once, which was definitely an unexpected surprise. Vayne raised an eyebrow and said, "You want to find a Golden Lion? That might not be easy." Hawkeye frowned and looked at Vayne, saying, "What do you mean?" Vayne pointed to the ground and said, "He has been buried." "Buried?" Hawkeye initially didn't react, but then his mouth slightly opened in surprise as he said, "So you killed the Golden Lion?" Hawkeye's tone was somewhat serious. He was well aware of the Golden Lion, who had been one of the most powerful figures among pirates 20 years ago. Although he hadn't appeared in the public eye for a long time, he certainly wouldn't be a weakling. At this point, Hawkeye looked at Vayne, his eyes filled with a deeper fighting spirit, proving that Vayne's swordsmanship was definitely not inferior. Hawkeye glanced at the bandages on Vayne's body, frowned, and said, "I can wait until your injuries are healed before we fight." Vayne raised an eyebrow. He could tell that Hawkeye was a sword enthusiast, and this time he wouldn't return without a fight. So he asked, "Is it really necessary to fight?" Hawkeye nodded and said, "It is absolutely necessary." After hearing this, Vayne shrugged, took out the Rakshasa from his waist, and said, "Since that's the case, how about a little sparring? After all, I still have an injury." Eagle-Eye thought for a moment and replied, "That suits me well. It won't be too late to spar with all your strength once your injury is fully healed." Vayne then said, "Let's settle this with one move. I'll make a strike, and if you can dodge it or block it without getting hurt, then you win." Hawkeye frowned slightly. This was definitely not fair to him. However, considering that Vayne was still injured, it seemed reasonable, so he replied, "All right." After saying that, Hawkeye stepped back a dozen meters, a distance suitable for a duel between swordsmen. Vayne nodded, throwing aside the black coat draped over him, revealing his strong muscles, with several layers of bandages on his chest stained with a few drops of blood. But he didn't care at all. He simply held the Rakshasa in both hands and let out a light breath. Flying sword technique, nine-headed dragon flash. Vayne ultimately decided to use this move against his enemy. Although this technique is not as powerful as the Skyward Dragon Flash, it is much harder to evade. And the swordsmanship is exceptionally exquisite, making it very suitable for a battle where one move determines the outcome. 9 vividly lifelike Eastern dragons emerge from Vayne's demon form. And unlike before, these 9 dragons seem to be slightly smaller. However, this does not mean their power has diminished. Rather, it is a result of his learned ability to concentrate power from his battle with the Golden Lion. The smaller dragons actually possess greater lethality. Additionally, the dragons are entwined with hints of purple and black. The purple represents the lightning from Vayne's thunder fruit, while the black is the manifestation of his armament Haki. Soon, the 9 clawing dragons flew towards Hawkeye. Upon seeing this move, Hawkeye's expression sharpened. As a master of swordsmanship himself, he naturally sensed the hidden killing intent within this technique. Therefore, Hawkeye's first reaction was to evade, but just as this thought crossed his mind, he realized he could not escape this attack. A guaranteed hit sword technique? A look of interest flashed in Hawkeye's eyes. Since that's the case, he would take this attack head-on. Meanwhile, Vayne sheathed his sword. They had agreed on just one move, and after executing his technique, Vayne lit a cigar, eager to see how Hawkeye would block this attack, as it would also help Vayne improve his swordsmanship. In Vayne's eyes, first and foremost, was an extremely powerful sword intent. He could see Hawkeye's entire being erupting with intense sword intent and pressure, as if forming an invisible sword that could truly inflict damage on the surrounding environment. Furthermore, in this state, Hawkeye's swordsmanship would become even more aligned with the essence of the Tao. This is Hawkeye's sword way, an unstoppable sword momentum. Vayne looked thoughtfully at Hawkeye across from him. He naturally possessed sword momentum, but it was far from as pure as Hawkeye's. It seemed he needed to find a way to consolidate his own sword momentum. After watching, Vayne understood more about the sword, gaining an additional insight. However, the opposite Hawkeye was clearly not limited to that. He let out a light shout and accurately predicted the direction of Vayne's 9 slashes within his sword momentum. Then, with his black sword, he quickly executed 8 strikes, blocking the slashes aimed at his abdomen, legs, back, arms, neck, and other positions. However, this was not the end. Vayne's move was not so easy to block. Sure enough, when Hawkeye extended his sword to block the final slash, he made an error. Although Hawkeye's black sword was covered with armament Haki for many years and could withstand Vayne's electroparalysis, his body did not have such a strong armament Haki to block Vayne's electrical paralysis. This is also a shortcoming of swordsmen. They often have less Haki than martial artists. Therefore, they tend to wrap the majority of their Haki around their swords to pursue ultimate destructive power, and Hawkeye was no exception. Of course, Vayne was an exception. He possessed a monstrous physique, making him not just a swordsman, but also a martial artist. Not good. Hawkeye seemed to sense something. His body slowed down slightly due to the paralysis of the electricity, and that slight delay was enough to determine the outcome of this match. Hawkeye's body momentarily paused, but he still managed to block Vayne's final flying slash aimed at his face, thanks to his understanding of swordsmanship. However, it seemed he did not completely block it. A fine cut appeared on Hawkeye's cheek. The wound was not deep, but it was bleeding. Vayne let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had defeated Mihawk after all. After all, their agreement was that no one could get hurt. Mihawk, holding his black sword with one hand, touched the wound on his face with his left hand, and a hint of excitement showed in his eyes. How long had it been since he had been injured? Especially in swordsmanship duels. He hadn't been hurt since he claimed the title of the world's greatest swordsman. And this man before him truly had the strength to challenge his throne. With that thought, Mihawk's desire for battle surged even more as he leaped up, ready to continue fighting Win. Stop, stop, stop. Vayne extended his hand in front of him and said, Hey Mihawk, we agreed on just one move. You're not going to play dirty, are you? Hawkeye fell silent for a moment, seemingly still conflicted in his heart. Seizing the opportunity, Vayne added fuel to the fire. Besides, I'm still an injured person right now. Let's have a rematch next time. After hearing this, Hawkeye nodded and said, In that case, you win this match. The title of the world's greatest swordsman. One was startled and said, Hey, don't talk nonsense. This is just a victory without a fight, okay? Besides, you didn't even launch an attack. This round doesn't count. Let us just consider a practice. Wayne said as he took out a cigar and tossed it to Hawkeye. Try it, this is a good thing. Hawkeye frowned and replied, I don't smoke. And cigars are no different. Vayne rolled his eyes and said, If I tell you to smoke, just smoke. What else with all the nonsense, you big man? Hawkeye found it hard to refuse, and after Vayne lit it for him, he took a puff and his eyes lit up. He and T expected the cigar to be so fragrant. Indeed, Vayne's cigars were drawn from the system, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were the best in the world. So the two found a rock and chatted casually. As they talked, Vayne realized that this guy actually wasn't T bad at heart. He just looked too aloof. A typical tsundere, Vayne considers his swordsmanship to be quite good, especially after improving the sword techniques he acquired from the system, which he believes are probably on par with Hawkeye's unnamed sword techniques. However, the reason Hawkeye is known as the world's greatest swordsman is due to his obsession with the sword. Unlike other top-tier powerhouses, Hawkeye possesses purely swordsmanship and has perfected it to the highest level. Of course, it would be easy for Hawkeye to become even stronger. He could simply find a decent devil fruit, develop its abilities a bit, and he would become more powerful. But Hawkeye looks down on that. His first words upon seeing Vayne were, It's a pity you're not a pure swordsman. Indeed, Hawkeye aspires to be a pure swordsman. Wayne expects that Hawkeye's swordsmanship is likely to reach the peak of the 8th level, and it may even reach the 9th level. In any case, based solely on swordsmanship. He should not be Hawkeye's match. However, if it comes down to a serious fight, Wayne would use all his means. And Hawkeye probably wouldn't be able to match Wayne either. As the two chatted, Hawkeye looked at the demon sword at Wayne's waist and asked, Is this a demon sword? Vayne, in a moment of inspiration, drew out the Rakshasa and poured all his armed color into it. After a full 2 to 3 minutes, the Rakshasa let out a soft moan like a well-fed child. A hint of surprise flashed in Eagle Eye's eyes as he said, A sword that can actively absorb Haki? It seems that if you nurture it with Haki for a long time, it might very well become a black sword. At that time, perhaps there will be another supreme great blade. A hint of pride flashed in Wayne's eyes, and then he remembered that the Rakshasa seemed to carry a certain man's dream. And that man was the one who sought to defeat the Hawkeye before him. This meant that sooner or later, he would indeed have a fair and square battle with Hawkeye. However, not now. Wayne had a plan in mind. Since he was going to duel, he wanted to defeat Mihawk with honorable swordsmanship. Wayne also thought that since Mihawk was the world's greatest swordsman, he must have some insights into forging swords. So Wayne asked, Do you know any good blacksmiths? Just as Mihawk was about to answer, a cold wind blew, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Wayne then said, Hold on. Don't rush to answer. Since we're here, let's take a bath. Come on, I'll treat you to a hot spring. I wouldn't say it's the best in the world, but it's definitely the best in the Grand Line. So, swords can actually evolve after being forged. The two of them soaked in the red wine hot spring, enjoying fruits and chatting happily. Mihawk replied, Yes, a swordsman with great spirit can use his aura to nurture his sword into a black blade, and at that point, the sword can reach a new level. The supreme great sword, Yoru, in my hand has become a black blade after 7 years of my nurturing. A true swordsman will not lack such spirit. Wayne seemed to be deep in thought, which provided him with a new idea. After all, his task as a swordsman was to forge a supreme great sword of his own through his efforts, and perhaps nurturing it with armament Haki would also be beneficial. He should find an opportunity to give it a try another day. Vayne is quite confident in his own impressive skills, believing that he might be able to forge a black blade in just a few months. Across from him, Hawkeye poured himself a glass of red wine and drank it in one gulp. He then said, I also studied sword forging for a while. I went to Wayne country, where there are the best forging masters in the world. If you're interested, you should check it out. You might gain something. Wine nodded. He indeed had this idea. But unfortunately, there was a big boss, Kaido, over there. Still, Wine said if I get the chance, I will definitely go take a look. After that, Wayne took 2 apples from the fruit plate and handed one to Mihawk, saying, "Try this, it's a good thing. I brought it over from Water 7. Hawkeye took a bite, and it was crunchy. His eyes lit up as he said, "Give me 2 more, and I'll take them back to plant 2 apple trees." Vayne was slightly taken aback, then remembered that this guy also had a side job as a farmer. So he said, "All right, I'll bring you back 2 fruit trees tomorrow." The 2 of them spent time in a private hot spring on Tang Island, drinking wine, eating fruit snacks, and chatting about trivial matters, as well as their insights into swordsmanship. After their exchange, Vayne felt that his understanding of swordsmanship seemed to have improved a bit. When Hawkeye heard Vayne say that a swordsman's moves must have impressive names, like 3,000 worlds, or 108 troubles, or I will cut down anything in this world, he thought it sounded really cool. Unlike you, who sounds like you're just doing a basic attack. After hearing this, Hawkeye seemed to ponder, genuinely believing that having a good name could elevate one's swordsmanship. He thought to himself, "I must try this next time." After a few rounds of drinks, Vayne looked at the somewhat tipsy Hawkeye and wondered if he had forgotten something. Meanwhile, on Star Island, in the Free City, the eyes of various executives, including Solomon and Robin, were filled with vigilance, as if they were always waiting for the enemy to attack. The next day, on Tang Island, Vayne watched as Hawkeye boarded a coffin-shaped small boat and said goodbye. "Mihawk, take care, I won't see you off." There seemed to be a hint of last night's drunken flush on Hawkeye's face. Then he lit a cigar for himself and said, "You're a good man. I'll come find you for a drink sometime. By the way, don't forget about our swordsmanship sparring." Vayne waved his hand and said, "You're always welcome to drink. We can talk about swordsmanship later." Under Vayne's gaze, the small ship of Eagle I was loaded with plenty of wine, a box of cigars, and 2 uprooted apple tree saplings, leaving Tidal Island. Who finally left? Vayne watched the departing Hawkeye, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and then returned to the castle in Free City. Vayne was shocked to see the officials in the castle all looking like they hadn't slept a wink, with dark circles under their eyes. He asked, "What the hell? Why do you all look so drained? What's going on?" Solomon's expression changed when he saw Vayne, and then he anxiously asked, "How is it? Have we defeated the enemy?" Vayne was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly remembered that he had a good time drinking with Hawkeye yesterday and had forgotten about these people. Feeling a bit guilty, he said, "Ahem, of course. Don't you see who I am? After battling with him all night, I finally managed to drive him back." The other officials breathed a sigh of relief. But only Solomon looked at Vayne with a face full of doubt. He knew Vayne too well and understood that if a real battle had occurred, it definitely wouldn't be like this. Moreover, Vayne looked so spirited, there was no sign of having just fought a fierce battle. So Solomon asked, "Really?" Vayne felt something was off and wanted to slip away. But in his observation using observation Haki, he sensed another powerful presence arriving on the island. Although the life force wasn't as fierce as Mihawk's, it seemed significantly stronger than Solomon's. Vayne's expression suddenly turned serious as he said, "Another one? All personnel prepare." Just then, Vayne furrowed his brow because the aura felt somewhat familiar. He took out a small cloth pouch from his pocket, which contained a notebook, and inside the notebook was a slightly yellowed life card. At that moment, the life card was drifting towards the direction of that aura. "Caesar, he's back." Vayne couldn't bother to explain and looked at the surrounding cadres, saying, "Ahem, you all have worked hard all night. Go back and rest. By the way, close down Tang Island for the next couple of days. No customers allowed on the entire island." After saying that, Vayne took Solomon's hand and said, "Let's go. Open the door. We're heading to the beach." Solomon saw the excited expression on Vayne's face and had a vague guess in his heart. So, he used his ability to open a door, and the 2 stepped through it together. On a secluded beach, a door appeared out of thin air, and Vayne and Solomon walked out from it. Vayne looked at the figure ahead, feeling a surge of excitement. It was a man dressed in denim clothes, about 2.5 meters tall, carrying a backpack with short brown hair styled naturally into a slicked-back look. This person was none other than Theodore Caesar, the man with the code number 02 from the Dawn organization. "Boss," Caesar exclaimed as he saw Vayne's excited expression. Vayne walked up and punched him, saying, "You brat. You actually know how to come back. If I didn't know better, I would think you betrayed us." Solomon, standing nearby, looked around and said, "It's too convenient to talk here." Vayne nodded and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to Hot Spring Island. By the way, you haven't soaked in your own home's hot spring, have you?" So the 3 of them, under Solomon's ability, arrived at Hot Spring Island. Hot Spring Island, an indoor hot spring, was filled with rising steam throughout the entire room. Vayne and the others lay in a natural hot spring, comfortably eating fruit while chatting. Vayne looked at Caesar, who was covered in wounds, and said, "You're doing pretty well in the Navy, huh? I heard you're about to become a rear admiral." Caesar took out 3 cigars from his backpack, lit one for himself, and then handed the other 2 to Vayne and Solomon, saying, "Try this, it's from Admiral Kizu. A special supply, for admirals, good stuff." Vayne waved his hand over the space ring, and 3 cigars appeared in his hand. He said, "Now this is the good stuff. Try mine." Caesar lit the cigar that Vayne handed him, took a puff, and then said in surprise, "Wow, boss, this is awesome. This stuff is better than what the generals get." Vayne showed a hint of pride in his eyes and said, "Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world before. I have plenty of these things. I'll bring a few boxes back for you later. By the way, how long can you stay this time?" Caesar exhaled a smoke ring and replied, "Boss, I don't have the freedom you guys have while I'm in the Navy. I'm just back on leave this time. After this, I'll be a rear admiral in the main department. I should be able to take about a week off this time." Vayne nodded and said, "Then you should relax for a few days in a free city." Caesar shook his head and said, "I can't make an appearance here. I'm on leave, but I had to change ships halfway to get to Tang Island. Damn it. I had to walk a whole day like moonwalking just to get from one island to another. I'm exhausted." Vayne knew it wasn't easy for Caesar to come back and said, "If that's the case, why not quit the Navy and come back? Just in time. I need people here, and with our current strength, we don't need to be sneaky anymore." Caesar shook his head and replied, "Boss, if you want to achieve that goal, you must have trustworthy people in the Navy, and no one is more suitable for this position than I am." Solomon nodded and said, "Xiao Sa is right. By the way, do you have confidence in rising 2 ranks in the next few years?" Caesar pondered for a moment. 1 rank up would make him a vice admiral, and 2 ranks would make him a candidate admiral, which would definitely put him in the core circle of the Navy. Caesar shook his head and said, "Becoming a vice admiral within 2 years is possible. After all, I could just capture a few more pirates to earn military merit. But as for becoming a candidate admiral..." Caesar paused and continued, "That might be a bit difficult. First, the faction I belong to is that of Admiral Kazuru, and Admiral Kazuru does not like to compete for achievements. So it's a bit challenging to become a candidate admiral." Vayne nodded, knowing the personality of that guy, Kazuru, lazy, making it really difficult to rise under him. Caesar continued, "I also look down on Sakazuki's personality, so I don't want to work under him. Moreover, to become a candidate for admiral, the most important thing is strength. My strength is currently about on par with those elite vice admirals, and I'm still a long way from becoming an admiral." Vayne smiled slightly after hearing this, took out a devil fruit from his spatial ring, and held it in his hand. Solomon beside him had an expression as if he already knew. Meanwhile, Caesar looked at the devil fruit in Vayne's hand with a puzzled face. Given Caesar's current strength and status, it was impossible for him to have never seen a devil fruit. On the contrary, if he wanted one, he could easily obtain it either from Vayne or by exchanging military merit within Navy. However, the problem is that with his current strength, only a Logia-type fruit, or an ancient Zoan or mythical Zoan, as well as powerful paramecia fruits would be effective. Otherwise, it would only add to his weaknesses. Vayne smiled slightly, holding the float fruit in his hand, and said, "Top-tier ability of the paramecia type, the float fruit. How about it, want to try?" Caesar was taken aback for a moment. Then his pupils contracted as he said, "Isn't the float fruit that old geezers, the golden lions?" Could it be? Caesar had a bold prediction in his mind, while Vayne nodded with a light smile and said, "That's right. It's that old geezer's legacy. I'm afraid you'll hear the news of the golden lion's death in a few days." Vayne tossed the devil fruit high into the air and then caught it steadily, saying, "How about it? Want to eat it? Just shout, Daddy, and I'll give it to you." Caesar punched Vayne and then held the float fruit in his hand, saying, "Boss." "Then I want to hold back." Caesar cautiously took a bite and then made a face as if he had eaten something terrible. He swore he had never tasted anything so awful. But under Vayne's threatening gaze, Caesar gritted his teeth and finished the rest of the fruit. Not long after he finished eating, Caesar, whose body was mostly submerged in water, turned bright red. Then, struggling like he was drowning, he made his way from the deep water to the shallow area. It wasn't until the hot spring water reached his waist that he felt somewhat better, when smiled upon seeing this and said, "It seems our swimming champion is going to turn into a land duck." In the previous trio, Caesar had the best swimming skills, but Caesar, with an indifferent expression, said, "I can fly now. Who wants to swim anymore?" Vayne raised his eyebrows and said, "So how does it feel? Want to try your ability?" Caesar nodded, and then his body slowly floated up. At first, he struggled to control his power. So he flew around the room chaotically for a few laps before gradually gaining control over his body. Caesar then descended from the air and used his hand to touch an apple, which accurately flew into Vayne's hand under Caesar's control. Vayne took a bite of the apple in his hand and said, "How does it feel?" Caesar stretched out his hands, carefully observing his body, and said, "I feel great. From now on, I'm a flyer, huh?" Solomon also stood up from the shallow water, lit a cigar, and said, "So, little Sasa, do you have the confidence to become a general now?" Caesar smiled lightly and said, "Of course. Once the current 3 generals retire, won't I immediately become a general?" Vayne could tell from his tone that Caesar was joking. However, he didn't know that perhaps there would really be such an opportunity 2 years later. So Vayne asked, "How's your physical skills and Haki training going?" Caesar was still fiddling with the fruits he was controlling in the air. After hearing Vayne's question, he replied, "I've mastered all 6 styles, and I've been practicing life return for quite a while. I just feel that my Haki could be refined even further. I'm thinking about whether I should practice swordsmanship." Vayne rolled his eyes and said, "Come on, you're already 27. What are you practicing swordsmanship for? By the time you get it right, the yellow flowers will have wilted." After saying that, Vayne took out a bottle and handed it to Caesar. Caesar took the bottle and asked curiously, "Boss, what is this?" Vayne said mysteriously, "This is a good thing. When you hit a bottleneck in training your armament Haki, drink this and you'll immediately feel progress." After hearing this, Caesar seriously put it into his backpack. A potion that can enhance a person's Haki level is definitely a priceless treasure. Solomon, who was standing nearby, stood up and punched Vayne, saying, "Good guy, you're keeping secrets. Why didn't you give me such a great thing?" Vayne poured a glass of wine for Solomon as an apology and said, "Isn't Caesar working outside? I'm worried about his safety, so I need to find a way to enhance his strength. Next time, I'll bring you this kind of good stuff right away." Only then did Solomon stop and say, "Humph, that's more like it." Vayne earnestly said, "Caesar, the Piao Piao fruit is indeed very strong, but martial arts are fundamental. Don't slack off on your training while developing your fruit abilities. I'm looking forward to your good news, aiming to become a candidate admiral within 2 years." After hearing this, Caesar nodded heavily. He knew that Vayne had put a lot of effort into this, and he absolutely could not let Vayne's hard work go to waste. Solomon suddenly emerged from the hot spring and kicked Vayne with his foot, saying, "Tisich, we've talked enough business. How about we discuss some romance instead? I've finally got 2 days off. It's been a while since the 3 of us have seen each other. Let's go have a drink." After hearing this, Vayne also got excited and stood up, saying, "Damn, brother, 2 cups are not enough. I still have a whole warehouse of good wine. We won't go back until we're drunk tonight." So, after the 3 of them finished soaking in the hot spring, they returned from Hot Spring Island to Star Island. In a living room of the castle, Vayne personally cooked a few dishes, and then the 3 of them drank all night. The next day, Vayne rubbed his slightly aching head and woke up, then kicked Solomon awake. As a result, Caesar, who rarely had the chance to drink because of his naval duties, hadn't drunk in a long time, which made his tolerance very low, and he had already passed out before dawn. When Vayne woke Solomon up, he planned to go outside for some fresh air, intending to let Solomon wake Caesar up on his own. It's been a long time since he felt so comfortable drinking. Vayne arrived outside the castle, lit a cigarette, and took a couple of comfortable puffs. Just then, a few messenger gulls flew by in the sky. Vayne gently waved his hand, and one of the messenger gulls flew to his side. Vayne put the manuscript of Water Margin, which he had prepared a long time ago, into an envelope, then added 50 Bailey and took out a newspaper to catch up on the latest news. As soon as he saw the contents of the newspaper, Vayne choked on his cigarette. 2 news stories had made the headlines. The first was about a fallen island. The legendary Golden Lion of the old era has fallen. The second was about the world's greatest swordsman changing hands. The 7 Warlords Vayne is likely to become the strongest of the 7 Warlords. Vayne opened the newspaper, ready to take a good look at its contents. It must be said that there's a reason why Morgan's World Economic News has become the most influential newspaper in the pirate world. What Vayne fears the most is his nearly omnipresent intelligence network. Countless seagulls are Morgan's eyes and ears, constantly relaying information to him, a level of reach that even Vayne cannot match. Of course, the report on the fall of the Golden Lion was something Vayne initiated after discussing it with Solomon and contacting Morgans. For Vayne, it was an opportunity to further showcase his strength to the outside world and deter petty villains. For Morgans, such big news is exactly what he wants to report. So this news is undoubtedly a win-win situation. On the front page of the news, there's a photo of the Golden Lion, missing a hand, looking angrily at Vayne, while Vayne coldly stares back at him. The report concludes with images of the Golden Lion's body cut in half and 3 islands falling near the City of Freedom. All these signs indicate that the Golden Lion truly died at Vayne's hands. Hopefully, this news report will turn out to be a good thing. Vayne also had some concerns. Firstly, during his confrontation with the Golden Lion, He had indeed exposed many of his trump cards. There's no need to mention the thunderfruit ability. It would eventually be discovered by those who were paying attention, and Vayne had no intention of hiding it. What truly worried Vayne was the possibility of others discovering his unique trait of not fearing seawater, which was a very crucial trump card for him. Compared to the news of the Golden Lion's death, the impact of the second piece of news was no less significant. This Morgans really seems to thrive on chaos. Vayne looked at the second news photo, where he faced off against Hawkeye, who had a long knife wound on his face, with a trickle of blood running down his cheek. The full story of the news was as follows. Shockingly, the world's #1 swordsman has changed hands? Hawkeye personally admitted his defeat in one move. The news first praised Vayne's miraculous swordsmanship. Then it noted that the injury on Hawkeye was quite fatal. The journalist who wrote this article even speculated that Vayne had shown mercy. Otherwise, that move could have left more than just a wound, but rather, it could have cost Hawkeye his life. In the end, a reporter even interviewed Hawkeye Mihawk, and Hawkeye's exact words were that Vayne's swordsmanship was very strong, and he indeed lost a move in a match. Thus, through various hints and the journalist's imaginations, Vayne became the new world's #1 swordsman. When rubbed his head with a bit of a headache, these paparazzi are really good at catching shadows. It looks like there will be more work to do in the future. One did not bother to explain with the arrogance of Hawkeye. However, if this news were taken seriously by others, then when challengers would probably come flocking one after another, and unlike Hawkeye, one was not a battle maniac. So he naturally felt a bit troubled. Meanwhile, this newspaper was received all over the world. In Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Sengoku, with his braided beard, looked at the newspaper in his hand, his eyes revealing a sense of wariness and seriousness. After reading it, Sengoku remained silent for a long time. He then casually tossed the newspaper onto the table, where it was immediately devoured by a goat-like figure with a similar beard. How could it be? Has Vayne's strength become this terrifying? Sengoku looked at the other high-ranking officers in the meeting room, and, at this moment, the other naval generals also looked solemnly at the newspaper. How do you all view this major event? Sengoku exhaled, glancing around, waiting for their responses. Akainu clenched his fists, his facial muscles twitching, and said, I will personally invite one to join the Navy. Such power must not become a pirate, not even a warlord of the sea. Kizaru lit a cigar, took a puff, and said, Sakazuki really is frightening. What if one refuses? Akainu's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth, saying, I absolutely cannot allow any evil to be born. Before Akainu could finish, Admiral Sengoku interrupted him. Sengoku knew what Akainu wanted to say, but he absolutely would not allow Akainu to conflict with one. Regardless of Vayne's identity as a warlord of the sea, he stood on the side of the Navy. Moreover, with Vayne's current strength, if Sakazuki and one clashed, it was likely that Akainu wouldn't necessarily win against one. Sengoku scanned everyone and then said, Enough, Sakazuki. You have fought with one. How credible do you think these two pieces of news are? Akiji took off his eye patch and carefully examined the news. After a while, Akiji said, It's highly likely to be true. Half a year ago, I fought with one, and he was already at the level of a high-ranking swordsman. His swordsmanship was very profound. Akiji closed his eyes, seemingly recalling the situation at that time, and said, No, to be precise, it wasn't just pure swordsmanship. He had a nearly guaranteed flying slash. Even I suffered under that move at the time. Sengoku looked into Akiji's eyes and asked, So, he really defeated Mihawk? Akiji replied, I haven't fought Mihawk, but at that time, when strength had already reached the pinnacle of the sea, and he possessed many strange abilities that allowed him to grow stronger in battle. Moreover, he had a magical food that could instantly restore some stamina. Akiji set the newspaper down and said, At that time, I had a 70 chance of being able to hold him back, but I was also 90 likely to sustain injuries that would never heal. The remaining 10 chance meant I might die with him on that island. As soon as Akiji's words fell, the entire meeting room fell silent. This was the first time most of the naval generals heard Akiji's description of the battle situation, and Akiji's evaluation of one could not be said to be low. That was the strength to perish together with an admiral. Sengoku took a deep breath and looked at Kizu, saying, That was Vayne's strength half a year ago, and considering his growth rate, he has now obtained the rumble fruit. The naval high-ranking officials, including Akainu, fell silent. They had already understood what Admiral Sengoku meant. Just then, Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke up, saying, But everyone doesn't need to worry too much. For now, Vayne's actions have been leaning towards justice, and let us not forget that the Golden Lion died at Vayne's hands, which can be considered a good thing for us. After all, that old guy had been a ticking time bomb for 20 years. Vayne has really helped us a lot. The naval generals nodded. Indeed, one hadn't done anything excessive, and his bounty was not too high since his debut. The sound of a transponder snail rang in Sengoku's pocket. Sengoku took the transponder snail in his hand and said, "Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku, I understand." A hint of joy appeared on Sengoku's face as he hung up the transponder snail and said, "Ahem, it was a call from the five elders." Everyone's expressions changed. After all, although the naval high-ranking officials were discussing here, they still had to heed the orders of the world government. So they didn't need to get tangled up here. The key was the attitude of the five elders. Sengoku paused slightly and said, "The five elders mean to appease and recruit one for now. After all, his elimination of that old lion has helped us a lot. Furthermore, the five elders also expressed that the celestial dragons hope one can hold a concert at Mariewa." The generals breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. They were genuinely worried that the five elders would push one to the opposing side. Otherwise, the four emperors of the New World would become five emperors. Just then, a snoring sound echoed through the meeting room. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw Marine hero Garp snoring away, having slept through the entire meeting with his head on the table. Sengoku revealed a dark expression and casually threw a piece of sunbae to break the bubble on Garp's nose, then shouted, "Garp, what do you think about the Golden Lion's matter?" Garp, now awakened from his dream, looked bewildered and said, "What? That old guy, Golden Lion, attacked Marine headquarters again?" Everyone. In the upper echelons of the Navy, Garp hardly cared about anything. But he was the most important representative of military power, the anchor of the Navy. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru represented wisdom, and many of Sengoku's orders would refer to Tsuru's advice. At the same time, in the New World Dressrosa, Doflamingo looked at the newspaper in his hand, veins popping on his forehead. All his plans had been disrupted by this sudden newspaper news. Because he had to reassess Wynn's strength. If the information in the news was true, one could defeat Mihawk the day after killing the Golden Lion. That indicated that Wynn's strength was indeed quite troublesome. Doflamingo made several phone calls to the underworld bosses, informing them that the original plan was cancelled. Toripole looked at the silent Doflamingo on the throne and said, "Doflamingo, what about our plan?" Doflamingo took a deep breath, calming himself, and said, "Have our subordinates temporarily halt the slave trade. We still need new forces to deal with one. By the way, the Golden Emperor Tezelo seems unwilling to give up. Go gather some intelligence. If possible, lend a hand. Be careful not to let one discover our people are dealing with him." After Toripole left, Doflamingo looked at the newspaper in his hand, a hint of jealousy in his tone as he murmured, "The head of the great pirate Golden Lion is indeed enviable. The true arrival of a new era. In the pirate world, new pirates want to become famous. Besides defeating the Navy, the best way is undoubtedly to climb over the corpses of the old generation of pirates. And the Golden Lion is undoubtedly the best stepping stone." Doflamingo deeply wished that it would be him who defeated the Golden Lion. New World, Whitebeard Pirates Base. Phoenix Marco flew to Whitebeard's side holding a newspaper and said, Old man, big news. The Golden Lion was killed by the warlord Vayne. Whitebeard, with his giant-like body, sitting in a huge chair and still receiving in 4 drip, took the newspaper from Marco and read it carefully. After finishing, Whitebeard burst into laughter. "Kuahaha, what incredible kid. Did that guy Shiki also get taken out by him? It seems the new era has truly arrived." Whitebeard stood up, startling the nurse beside him, then picked up a jug of alcohol and said, "Kuahaha, sons, let's hold a feast. Cheers to the arrival of the new era. Sons, you all need to work hard too. Oh, long live Dad. Feast, feast." Whitebeard looked at his sons around him, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Whitebeard was naturally a part of the old era, but he would always protect these children, because he is Whitebeard. New World, Wano. Mama, an important newspaper has arrived. Karakuta handed the newspaper to Big Mom. The Yonko Big Mom, while eating cream cake, took the newspaper and started reading. After a long while, she said, "Well, what an unexpected little brat. I never thought that old man Golden Lion would actually be taken down." Big Mom wiped the cream off her mouth and recalled that she had spent a long time with Golden Lion in the Rocks Pirates. Big Mom said to Karakuta, "I remember last time, Carrot said she really liked this kid Vayne. Go send an invitation to Vayne. Tell him that if he is willing to be my son-in-law and join my pirate crew, I'm willing to give him the position of vice captain." Karakuta was taken aback, then nodded. With Vayne's strength, he indeed deserved such treatment. New World, Wano Country. Kaido looked at the newspaper in his hand and took a couple of swigs of alcohol. Then he said to the masked figure beside him, "Yamato, my daughter, do you want a husband? If you do, this Vayne seems to be quite an impressive man." Yamato tugged at the chains on her body and said, I don't want one. I want to open up Wano country. East Blue. A certain newly set sail pirate hunter with green algae hair spent 50 berries to buy a newspaper. Nanny? Zoro's eyes were filled with disbelief as he muttered. That man actually lost? The world's #1 swordsman, Warlord Vayne? Zoro carefully cut out Vayne's photo from the newspaper and placed it in his pocket. This day, he firmly remembered this man's face. After all, Dracula Mihawk had always been his goal since he started practicing swordsmanship. But it didn't matter. No matter who sat on that throne, Zoro's goal remained the same. The world's #1 swordsman. A week later, in the City of Freedom. Who? I forged a good sword. Not bad. Significant progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for forging a fine level sword after 3 hours and 28 minutes, gaining 61 professional experience. The current blacksmith level is advanced, 199-13000, gaining 61 life points. The current life points are 789. Vayne wiped the sweat from his forehead and then placed the pre-prepared ore into the furnace to begin forging. Caesar had left Free City 3 days ago. After all, he was on vacation and would surely return to the Navy headquarters. However, with his current strength, he would likely rise to prominence upon his return. During this time, Vayne's forging skills had also greatly improved. Ever since he acquired the chaotic chop hammer technique, Vayne had been able to forge 1 or 2 famous swords almost every day. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his forging skills reached the master level, probably within 20 days. Just then, Vayne's phone bug suddenly rang. Vayne glanced at the ore in the furnace, then picked up the phone bug and said, Moses, this is Vayne. What's going on? The voice of Lafayette came from the other end of the phone bug. Boss, it's Lafayette. I have 2 pieces of information to tell you. Vayne walked out of the forge, lit a cigar, and said, so what's the matter? Lafayette replied, the first thing is that there's something off with Doflamingo's side. They initially planned to deal with the boss, but after the newspaper was published, it seems they've temporarily halted their plans. Moreover, their slave trade has decreased significantly lately. Vayne fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Last time, he had planned to go to Dressrosa to meet Doflamingo, but then that old guy, the Golden Lion, stole his home, so Vayne had no chance to go to Dressrosa anymore. However, it seemed that Doflamingo had been less active these days. But one could never be sure if he was still brewing some big plan, so Vayne remained vigilant. After a while, Vayne nodded and said, okay, I understand. Let's hold off for now, and after some time, I will go find Doflamingo. Then Lafayette continued, seemingly with a hint of regret in his tone, saying, boss. Ace has set sail again. Vayne fell silent, and Lafayette knew about Vayne's concern for Ace. He quickly explained, boss, I arranged for 2 capable people to keep an eye on Ace in the EC, but Ace still managed to escape. Vayne raised an eyebrow and asked, is the person okay? Lafayette replied, the person is fine. They've already been taken to the hospital. I gave them some money, and, after a period of recovery, they should be all right. Vayne nodded and said, so where is Ace now? Do you know? Lafayette shook his head and said, it's still unclear. But this has been going on for several days. It seems like Ace should be nearing Lowtown. Vayne knew that Lafayette had tried his best, but Ace's strength had probably improved quite a bit. So Vayne said, all right, I understand. You can go back to what you were doing. After saying that, Vayne hung up the phone. Vayne thought for a moment, smoking a cigarette as he took out a package from his pocket. From the package, he pulled out a yellowed photograph from a notebook. The photo featured Vayne and Luggio together, both smiling happily, with a bearded Joel D. Roger beside them. Of course, there were more than 3 people in the photo. At that time, Luggio was already pregnant, and Ace was in her belly. Luggio, I will definitely take good care of Ace. Vayne put the photo back in and lit another cigarette, silently pondering. First of all, Vayne had forcibly blocked Ace in Rogue Town, which made Ace believe he was not strong enough, causing him to delay his departure by more than half a year. This undoubtedly caused a significant disruption to the original storyline, and the course of history may have shifted as a result. Secondly, according to the information Vayne obtained, Ace had made tremendous progress in Haki, physical strength, and devil fruit abilities over the past 6 months. His armament Haki had reached the level of being able to envelop, and his observation Haki was probably not far behind. With such strength, not to mention in the East Blue, even in Paradise, he could be considered a strong fighter. When Vayne first set out, he probably wasn't as strong as Ace is now. Additionally, Vayne had kept in mind the words Solomon had said to him last time. A bird trapped in a cage can never soar in the sky like an eagle. Moreover, after entering the New World, it wouldn't be so easy for Ace to seek death. Vayne chuckled lightly. His influence in the Grand Line was not small, especially in the New World, where he had clearly become one of the few major powers beneath the 4 emperors, particularly after the news spread through the newspapers. Vayne's reputation as the strongest warlord and leader of the warlords was quite significant. Once Ace entered the Grand Line, with Vayne's intelligence network, he would soon be able to locate Ace's position. And once Ace entered the New World, Vayne planned to reveal his identity directly and extend an olive branch to Ace. By then, Ace would not have joined the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Marineford War would probably have nothing to do with Ace at all. The more Ace thought about it, the happier he felt, thinking that his plan was almost flawless. You see, upside down mountain. Ace looked at the enormous mountain before him and the river flowing in reverse. His mouth agape. Behind him, the crew members were utterly confused, not knowing what to do. But Ace reacted quickly, turning to shout at the crew, "You guys, find something to secure yourselves to the ship." The crew hurriedly tied themselves to the ship with ropes. Meanwhile, Ace gazed longingly at the great reverse river, his eyes shining as he said, "Grand Line, here I come." With a loud crash, the Ace pirates safely came to a stop on the sea, successfully reaching the Grand Line. Just as Ace was curiously observing his surroundings, an old man leaped onto Ace's ship. It was none other than Kuroka's. "Who are you?" Ace asked warily, eyeing the man. Ever since he was startled by the sudden appearance of Vayne last time, he had developed a psychological shadow towards unexpected encounters. Kuroka's, looking at the face before him that bore a resemblance to Roger in his youth, couldn't help but confirm the identity of the person in front of him, Roger's son, Ace. Kuroka's felt a surge of excitement, tears shimmering in his eyes. However, recalling Vayne's words, he held back from revealing his identity and instead took out a recording pointer from his pocket, saying, "I was entrusted by an old friend to give you this recording pointer. Without it, your journey ahead might be difficult." Ace, puzzled, took the recording pointer and asked, "Old man, who are you?" Kuroka's shook his head and did not answer, turning to leap into the sea. Ace stared thoughtfully at the recording pointer in his hand, but he didn't pursue him and simply said to his crew, "You guys, continue heading towards the Grand Line." A week later, in the City of Freedom. Glug glug. Vayne picked up the phone bug and said, Moses, this is Vayne." On the other end of the phone bug, a voice that surprised Vayne came through. I'm Boa Hancock." Vayne was silent for a moment. He indeed had some connections with Empress Boa Hancock, and their relationship was quite good. This was a few years ago, shortly after Vayne had just become a warlord of the sea. However, he had already gained significant fame in the Grand Line and had been continuously fighting against the forces of slave trading. During one of his voyages, Vayne happened to intercept a slave ship, and coincidentally, there were 3 female warriors from Amazon Lily on board. After rescuing them, Vayne sent them back to Amazon Lily. At that time, the Empress had already become the world's most beautiful woman and was extremely proud. However, since Vayne had saved her people, there was no conflict between them. Moreover, not only was there no conflict, but Boa Hancock also held a favorable view of Vayne's efforts against slave trading, which was related to her childhood experiences. In addition, the Empress and Vayne had some trade cooperation. There was a special mineral on Amazon Lily that had always been an important supply source for Vayne. In return, Vayne would provide some alcohol and food to supply Amazon Lily. Vayne thought for a moment and said, "Hancock, it's been a long time. Is there something you need?" Hancock seemed a bit hesitant to speak, but she eventually said, "Some time ago, 7 of my clan members went out to sea and haven't returned for a whole half month. I suspect they were captured by slave traders. So I wanted to ask if you have any news." Vayne was taken aback for a moment, then realized that the Empress was seeking help. After all, the Empress might have some connection with him among the 7 warlords, and, at this moment, it was probably a last resort. So Vayne asked, "Where did your people disappear?" Hancock replied, "At that time, they set off from Amazon Lily to Sabaody to purchase some food and weapons." Vayne understood that this matter was probably indeed the work of slave traders. After all, the women of Nine Snake Island are quite beautiful. He said, "Wait a moment, let me ask." Then Vayne took out another transponder snail and called Lafayette. After a long while, Vayne hung up the transponder snail, organized the information in his mind, and then spoke to the transponder snail again. "Hancock, are you still there?" Hancock responded, "Yes, do you have any news?" Vayne raised an eyebrow. Hancock's tone was completely different from her usual self, and she was probably really anxious. He said, "As far as I know, the tribesmen under your command are quite strong, right? Many of them are skilled in Haki and physical techniques." Hancock asked, "That's true. But what does that have to do with where they are now?" Vayne said, "Don't be anxious just yet. Since your people have decent strength and disappeared on their way from the Calm Belt to Sabaody, this proves that those who captured them are definitely not ordinary individuals. They are quite powerful. Moreover, your people's characteristics are very distinct, and many can recognize them as people from Amazon Lily at a glance. Most people wouldn't dare to offend you, the warlord Boa Hancock. Hancock's expression gradually became serious. Vayne paused to give Hancock a moment to process the information, then continued. As far as I know, there are not many in the entire paradise with such strength who do not fear you, Hancock, and there are not many engaged in the slave trade. Recently, Slave was one of them. But to be honest with you, I have already taken care of him. The Empress was taken aback. She certainly knew about Slave, but was unaware of the details and did not know that Vayne was the one behind it. Vayne continued. Well, there aren't many left. The only ones active in Sabaody are Doflamingo and those few kings of the Dark World. On Amazon Lily, after hearing Vayne's intelligence, the Empress fell silent for a moment. Although she was somewhat arrogant, she was definitely not a foolish woman. On the contrary, as one of the top powers in the Grand Line, she was certainly intelligent and knew that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Even as a warlord of the sea, she could not provoke them casually. Once provoked, it would lead to war. Beside the Empress, the short old woman said, Hancock, Joker, and those Dark Kings are not easy to deal with. If a conflict arises, it may be your 7 tribe members who end up dead. Upon hearing this, the Empress displayed several expressions of anger and shouted, Shut up, Gloriosa! You are no longer the queen and have no right to speak here. Get out. Boa Hancock certainly understood that the former queen's words held some truth. However, they were still her kin, and although she was not very friendly towards her people within the island, once they left Amazon Lily, the female warriors she sent out represented her face. As a proud empress, she naturally could not allow such a thing to happen. So Hancock said, All right, Vayne, I understand. Is there any other information? Vayne nodded and said, I have my people over in Sabaody. Recently, there hasn't been any information about the 9 Snake Island tribe appearing at the slave auction. So I suspect they are in the New World now. Hancock nodded and said, Vayne, thank you for this. I'll leave the rest to you. A hint of determination flashed in the Empress's eyes as she prepared to hang up the transponder snail. But Vayne interrupted, Wait, Hancock. Vayne organized his words and said, I haven't had a good relationship with those people recently, so I can help you with this. Hancock was taken aback. Of course, she hoped Vayne could help her. However, their relationship wasn't that close yet, and Hancock wasn't the type to beg for help. Vayne's statement excited her a bit. Just as Boa Hancock was about to say something, Vayne continued, Of course, I can't help you for free. There are conditions. Hancock paused for a moment, and a hint of anger arose in her heart. She knew that Vayne wouldn't help her for free, but this was the first time someone had made a request of her. Nevertheless, Hancock suppressed her anger and asked, In that case, what are your demands? Vayne said that recently the City of Freedom has a greater demand for the Thunder or from 9 Snake Island. So I need you to provide the supply. Hancock hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, but this kind of ore is extremely difficult to mine, and the quantity is limited. I can guarantee that this ore will only be supplied to you in the future, but the price. Vayne interrupted, saying that money is not an issue. As long as there is enough quantity, he can consume it all. Thunder ore is a unique mineral from 9 Serpent Island. Weapons forged from thunder are not only harder than ordinary steel, but they also carry a lightning attribute that can paralyze enemies through subtle electric currents during battle. Of course, this is of little use to Vayne, but the most crucial point is that thunder ore can help Vayne's lightning wrap around even better. During this period, Vayne has been working on the fusion of his fruit abilities and swordsmanship. However, no matter how he develops it, he cannot perfectly entwine his fruit abilities with his swords, which results in techniques like thunder/lacking power and consuming a lot of energy. During a chance encounter while forging, Vayne discovered that thunder ore could accept his lightning entanglement very well. Therefore, Vayne immediately decided to increase the purchase of this thunder awaken. After all, if this works out, Vayne's combat power will significantly increase. The problem is that mining this ore is very difficult. Ordinary people can easily get electrocuted while mining it, and only the female warriors of 9 Snake Island, who are proficient in Haki, can mine it. However, they cannot mine for extended periods, leading to very low production. But thunder ore is just Vayne's first requirement. Vayne paused and said, Well, we can talk about the second request now. The Empress's anger intensified in her eyes, and at that moment, she gritted her teeth and said, Vayne, don't go too far. Vayne chuckled lightly and said, Hancock, don't be in such a hurry. How about you listen to my request first? That thunder ore just now was a win-win for both of us, so the following request isn't really a demand. I hope that when we defeat the enemy, the distribution of the spoils will be based on a more effort, more reward principle. Whoever puts in more effort gets more. Hancock was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Vayne was worried about an uneven distribution later. She then mocked, Ha, such big words. In that case, don't be surprised if you end up with nothing. Vayne said, Of course, what I said counts for something. Since that's the case, we We can discuss the details for that time. Vayne spoke for a while on the Den Mushi, and, after glancing at the time, he said, "Let's leave it at that for now. We'll meet in the New World in 5 days. On Nine Snake Island." After Hancock hung up the Den Mushi, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she felt an indescribable annoyance in her heart. This annoyance naturally stemmed from Vayne. Of course, it wasn't that Vayne had done anything to her. On the contrary, Vayne's sincerity in their deal was evident. However, Hancock couldn't feel happy because Vayne didn't have the same infatuation for her as others did. Instead, he had a businesslike and rational attitude. Hancock didn't like this attitude. Ever since she developed her devil fruit powers to a certain extent, no man, woman, old person, or child around her had ever disobeyed her. The Empress's words, "No matter what I do, I will be forgiven because I am just too beautiful," were not said lightly. She truly had that kind of charm. Vayne seemed a bit different from other men. The Empress pondered for a long time on her throne, her thoughts inadvertently drifting back to a few years ago, when that man was not as famous as he was now, yet he was also indifferent to her charm. The more she thought, the more irritated she became, but then she stopped thinking about Vayne and said to the guards outside the hall, "Come, get ready to depart immediately for the New World." The journey to the New World through the Calm Belt takes time, and with the speed of the Snake Princess pirate crew, 5 days would be just about right. Meanwhile, after Vayne hung up the phone, he simply instructed his subordinates on who to bring along and to prepare the necessary weapons and food. Once the instructions were completed, Vayne returned to the forge. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, he was flying through the sky, much faster than Hancock. Vayne planned to see if he could reach master level in his blacksmithing skills within the next 5 days. 4 days later, in the forge, when wiped the sweat from his forehead and then glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, Vayne murmured, "It's about time." Then he took the glowing sword blade out of the furnace, holding tongs in his left hand and a hammer in his right. Vayne leaned slightly forward, with his left foot positioned a little ahead of his right, and took a deep breath. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of hammering echoed in the forge as Vayne struck a total of 49 blows, each one utilizing all his strength and executed with great precision and angle. After finishing, Vayne quickly took the blade from the furnace and placed it into a vat of water. Once the temperature of the sword had completely cooled down, Vayne began the next step of the polishing work. An hour and a half later, in front of Vayne lay the best piece he had ever forged. At that moment, the system's voice timely rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host. After 7 hours and 28 minutes of forging, you have created your first famous blade, earning 156 professional experience. Your blacksmith level is now advanced, 30,233,000, automatically upgraded to master level, 2,330,000. You have currently gained 156 life points, bringing your total life points to 2,869. Phew, finally succeeded." Vern looked at the first famous sword he had forged with his own hands, feeling a sense of accomplishment. With the experience gained from this blade, he successfully became a master blacksmith. Vayne silently calculated for a moment and realized that if he could continuously forge famous swords, his upgrade speed would probably be as fast as a rocket. But then Vayne shook his head, chuckled self-deprecatingly, and murmured, "But how is that even possible? Forget it. I shouldn't aim too high." Vayne picked up this famous knife and began to admire his own work. The blade was hard and faintly shimmered with a purple light, while the handle was wrapped with purple stripes. This knife was a renowned weapon that could rank among the top 50 fine blades. In addition to its ability to cut hair and sever strands, it also had a unique effect. During battles with opponents, this knife delivered weak electric shocks to enemies. While it wouldn't kill, it could certainly incapacitate them. One looked at the knife and silently thought of the sword technique he had developed back then. He slowly said, "Since that's the case, I'll call you Thunder Slash." Vayne carefully set Raish aside, then sat on the ground and fell into a deep sleep against the wall. Ever since he received the Empress's call, Vayne hadn't had any time to sleep. First, he gave instructions to his subordinates, and then he threw himself wholeheartedly into forging swords. For a full 4 days and nights, Vayne hadn't closed his eyes. During those 4 days, the swords Vayne forged and the discarded blades filled both forging rooms. Vayne only felt that he had never expended so much energy in the battle against the Golden Lion before. Of course, the results were gratifying. Vayne not only crafted a good, quick knife and became a master blacksmith, but also had some unexpected gains. Somewhere on the sea, an island was floating on the surface. No, to be precise, it was not an island, but a warship. The giant ship Granisoro, one of the most famous giant warships in the pirate world, and its owner is the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro. At this moment, this island was not just occupied by Guild Tesoro, but also by the Empress Boa Hancock. However, the state of this empress did not seem very good. Hancock had bloodstains on her face and 2 blood marks on her legs, and most critically, there were some golden spots appearing on her body. To be precise, those spots were gold. This morning, the empress was on her way to the agreed island Dressrosa to meet Vayne. But on the way, she was intercepted by Guild Tesoro. With Hancock's strength, if she faced Guild Tesoro head-on, she would at least have a 50-50 chance of winning. Moreover, Hancock needed to arrive at the agreed location on time. So she directly ignored the Golden Emperor and planned to head straight to Dressrosa. However, Guild Tesoro's words, "Don't you want to know where your 7 missing relatives are?" accurately grasped the Empress's thoughts. As a result, the Empress ended up on the world's largest entertainment city, Grandisoro. But there was no doubt that this was a banquet of deceit, and the Empress unknowingly inhaled the Golden Emperor's golden powder. Although her body was partially turned to gold, even with the protection of armament Haki, this undoubtedly greatly affected her combat power. Perfume femur. Hancock leapt high, kicking Tesoro back a few steps, then using the momentum to leap back and temporarily create distance from Tesoro. Taking this opportunity, the Empress surveyed the surrounding battlefield. The hundreds of female warriors she brought from Amazon Lily had already been turned into golden statues, including Hancock's 2 younger sisters. On the side of Amazon Lily, except for Hancock, the entire army was wiped out. Of course, Guild Tesoro didn't win easily either. Over 100 of his warriors had also been turned into stone statues. Even his own left ring finger had been petrified. Guild Tesoro licked his lips and looked at Hancock before him, saying, "Hancock, you'd better surrender early. For the sake of the time we spent together, I can spare your life." Hancock's face showed anger as she shouted, "You ungrateful scoundrel. Have you forgotten your own tragic past?" After saying this, a powerful aura emerged from the Empress, causing all the surrounding enemies to faint from the pressure. Even Guild Tesoro was momentarily dazed. Hancock seized this brief opportunity and quickly disappeared into the surrounding alleys. "You actually got away. No wonder you are the only woman among the 7 warlords." Anger surfaced on Guild Tesoro's face, though it was unclear whether he was hurt by the Empress's words or angered by her escape. Nonetheless, Tesoro gritted his teeth and said, "Search the entire country. We must find this Empress." Yes. A few of Tesoro's subordinates who had not yet fainted quickly responded and prepared to search. "Lord Tesoro, I have a question. Why did you leave Dressrosa instead of ambushing Vayne with Joker, and instead establish a new enemy here? The Empress is also a well-known powerhouse, not so easily defeated." Anger appeared on Tesoro's face. In this country, no one dared to question his decisions. However, when he turned back and saw that the one who raised the question was Baccarat, his expression softened slightly, but he still snorted coldly and said, "Humph, are you questioning my decision? That guy Doflamingo is untrustworthy, and this Vayne's strength is unfathomable. Of course, we need to be prepared for multiple contingencies. It's a pity that Hancock got away." After saying this, Tesoro turned and prepared to return to his palace. On the other side, Vayne was awakened by a knock on the door. "Boss, we've discovered some situations. An island has appeared ahead." Wayne just woke up. He opened the door to the forge and came out onto the deck. The Ark had set sail 3 days ago, taking the sea route, the shortest path from the Free City to Dressrosa. The Ark also had an exclusive forge for Wayne, and he had actually been forging on the Ark for the past few days. Did an island just appear? Wayne stretched a bit. He had slept extremely well this time. After exhausting a lot of energy, he slept for a full day, and now he felt strong all over. Wayne came to the edge of the deck, looking at the island ahead, a strange emotion rising in his heart. He murmured, "Strange, there really is an island here, one that didn't exist before." Vayne thought for a moment, then his eyes turned red. He activated his observation Haki, which quickly departed from the Enlightenment and crossed several nautical miles to reach the island. He then enveloped the entire island in his observation Haki and sensed it carefully. Afterward, Vayne slightly tilted his head and said to the crew around him, "No, that is not an island. That is a ship." "What? A ship?" exclaimed the crew, including Crow. This so-called island was hardly smaller than Liberty City. If it really was a ship, then it was far too large. Vayne also found it somewhat incredible that this ship was even larger than the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship of Moonlight Moria. But then Vayne suddenly remembered something and said to the crew behind him, "It must be that guy's hometown. Everyone, get ready and follow me aboard this ship to take a look." If Vayne is one of the wealthiest people in this world, then Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro undoubtedly deserves to have the one removed from that title, because this guy controls 20% of the berries in the world. This number is undoubtedly terrifying, and it is almost the limit of wealth that a person can possess. There is no existence like the final producer in the pirate world. At this moment, Vayne's apocalyptical ship slowly approached Gran Tesoro. "Boss, it's raining gold dust from the sky," Gloria exclaimed, jumping up and down while holding Vayne's arm, her face full of excitement. The other crew members on the ship were also very excited. After all, at their core, they were pirates. And what pirate wouldn't be thrilled to see gold? Only Vayne frowned slightly, as he wasn't quite sure what this gold dust was about. But he had a bad feeling in his heart, so he used the power of the thunder fruit to create a transparent magnetic field around himself, firmly blocking the gold dust outside. "Everyone be careful, this gold dust seems a bit off." Vayne traveled through time to the moment just after the Straw Hat Pirates defeated Don Quixote da Flamingo, but before they confronted the Golden Emperor. So he wasn't quite sure what this golden powder was all about, but being cautious never hurt. However, Vayne's warning seemed to come a bit too late, as the surrounding crew members had all inhaled some of it to varying degrees. Seeing this, Vayne no longer reminded him. Anyway, with his strength, as long as he didn't cause any problems, this Golden Emperor was nothing to fear. The ship Apocalypse slowly sailed into the port of this giant vessel Gran Tesoro. Yes, that's right, this ship actually had a port inside, showing its enormous size. "Boss, look, there are so many golden-colored pillars growing in the water. They can't all be gold, right?" Vayne looked over and saw more than a dozen huge golden columns in the water. From Vayne's perspective, he could already see the whole city, which was enveloped in extreme luxury. No wonder it's the world's richest man. Robin looked at the prosperous city ahead and was slightly amazed. This level of prosperity was far beyond that of the free city. Boom, boom, boom. The body of the ark shook a few times, and the apple that Vayne had just taken a bite of fell to the ground. What happened? Vayne bent down to pick up the apple and continued eating, saying, "We can't waste food." At that moment, Chloe ran over and said, "Boss, it's a pirate attack." Vayne frowned slightly. Could it be that Tai Zoruo was ready to make a move as soon as he boarded the ship? At that moment, a pirate ship smaller than the Apocalypse was approaching. On this pirate ship, a pirate with a face full of pimples and hair in a messy state shouted to his crew behind him, "Hurry up, you guys. Bring the ship closer. I'm going to rob them." The pirate ship quickly drew near the Apocalypse, and then the pimple-faced captain stood at the bow and shouted, "Hand over your treasures if you know what's good for you. I'm the infamous pirate Pimpleface with a bounty of 200 million berries." Vayne was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Seeing the pockmarked face, he felt it was somewhat familiar, so he asked, "That name sounds really familiar. Have we met before?" Beside him, Chloe quickly reminded him, "Boss, we once encountered a pirate crew called the Two Pockmarked Pirates. The captain, Ermatsi, looks a lot like this guy. They should be related." Vayne nodded, then took a bite of the apple and said casually, "Since they want to launch an attack on us, let's play along with them." Vayne glanced at his watch and said, "Chloe, Robin Morn, I'll give you 10 minutes. Can you solve it?" After saying that, Vayne took out an apple and started eating it again. 10 minutes later, the pirate with a swollen head, Dabatsi, was firmly tied up and placed in front of Vayne. Vayne took out a cigar, and Clone next to him felt like lighting it for Vayne. Vayne smoked the cigar while looking at the kneeling man, asking, "Who gave you the courage to try to rob my pirate crew?" The man, with both eyes nearly swollen shut from being beaten, struggled to open his eyes and looked at Vayne in front of him. With a face full of panic, he said, "Sir, the warlord Vivian, I didn't recognize your greatness. I was truly at my wit's end and lost all my money in the city. If I don't pay it back, I might become a slave. I didn't expect to rob a great man like you. Please spare my life." Vayne silently observed the man in front of him, who had a bounty of 200 million. However, he looked like he was at most a Navy rear admiral, seemingly an average fighter but a notorious pirate. Yet Vayne still had questions to ask, so he said, "You say you lost all your money and want to become a slave? Explain the situation in detail, and if your information is useful, it won't be hard to spare your life." The man hurriedly recounted his experiences in the city, and Vayne had gathered enough information about the situation there. Behind him, Chloe remarked, "Boss, if that's the case, do we still need to enter the city?" Vayne raised an eyebrow and said, "Why not? Haven't you heard what that pockmarked guy said? There's the world's largest casino in there. Of course we have to go take a look." Behind him, Robin and Gloria's eyes also sparkled. The world's largest shopping street naturally holds an undeniable allure for women. Soon, everyone parked the Apocalypse by the shore and stepped onto the most luxurious ship in the world. Wow, this feels pretty good, doesn't it? Maybe Hancock is playing in this city too. Vayne looked around at the luxurious commercial street, and his mood improved significantly. Meanwhile, the Golden Emperor Tesla was watching Vayne and the others on the phone bug screen, revealing a strange smile. He said to the woman beside him, "Oh, I didn't expect such distinguished guests to arrive. Baccarat, why don't you go greet them?" Yes, a stunning beauty, dressed provocatively and with an equally alluring figure, walked towards Vayne and the others. "Hello, I am the receptionist here. My name is Baccarat. You must be Lord Vayne, right? Would you like me to show you around? We have the largest casino in the world here." Vayne looked at the woman and, knowing from his intelligence that she was an officer under Tezzalo, directly asked, "Where's that guy Tezzalo? I heard he wants to trouble me recently." Baccala's smile froze on her face as she replied, "My Lord Vayne, that's not true. Lord Tezzalo would never provoke such a powerful enemy like you. Lord Tezzalo has some matters to attend to. So how about I take you to the island to have some fun first?" Hearing this, Vayne nodded. He currently had no concrete evidence, and since Bakara's attitude was good, he didn't want to fall out with her at this moment. Of course, Vayne would never admit that he was just itching to have some fun. So he said, "In that case, lead the way." In the golden racing car, Vayne sat in the passenger seat with a bored expression. On the other hand, the petite Gloria was excited and eager to participate in what was said to be the most thrilling 10-kilometer rally race. "Damn it, watch my drainage ditch turn." Gloria drifted skillfully around a sharp bend on the mountain road. Vayne raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect Gloria to have the talent of a racing god from Akina. Just then, a massive racing car crashed into the golden racing car Vayne was in, and Gloria struggled to control the steering wheel before finally bringing it to a stop. However, they had already fallen far behind, making it obvious that overtaking again would be quite difficult. Seeing this, Gloria pouted and said in a spoiled tone, "Vayne, hurry up and show them what you're made of." Vayne rubbed his head a bit. He realized that he was feeling a bit carsick, and that guy just now really startled him. So Vayne leaned out the window and shouted at the guy in front, "Damn it, driving unsafely brings tears to the family. Do you understand?" However, all Vayne received in response was the smell of exhaust fumes. Vayne's face showed a black line as he said, "Gloria, sit tight." Gloria looked confused and said, "Brother Vayne, how are you driving from the passenger seat?" Vayne chuckled lightly and said, "Who says you can't drive from the passenger seat?" After saying that, the entire golden flying car began to float, surrounded by an invisible force field. The car rose over a meter off the ground and sped forward at an astonishing rate. No, to be precise, it was flying. The outcome was naturally obvious. No matter how skilled those people were at driving, Vayne was in a bona fide flying car, and their speed couldn't compare. "Brother Vayne, you're amazing," Golia exclaimed, jumping up and giving Vayne a kiss while holding her prize of 10 million berries, which made Robin, who was standing nearby, a bit jealous. Vayne saw that the situation was not right and quickly said, "Ahem, stop playing around. We're here to get things done. Let's find Hancock first." Robin said sourly, "So, big brother Vayne, where do you think Hancock is?" Vayne was left with goosebumps from Robin's sarcastic remarks, but he still pretended to think and said, "Ahem, I think it should be at the casino." Vayne wouldn't admit that he just wanted to go gamble. In the casino, the chip exchange clerk smiled and said to Vayne, "Dear guest, you have a limit of 1 billion in our casino. Would you like to withdraw it all?" Vayne looked puzzled. He had never been here before. However, since it was a freebie, he thought he might as well take advantage of it. He quickly said, "In that case, let's bring it all up." Vayne dragged a trailer filled with chips by hand and then said to the crowd behind him, "Ahem, you guys take some chips and go look for Hancock." After that, Vayne took out several million berries worth of chips and excitedly started to play the slot machines. 2 hours later, Vayne watched the dealer shake the dice in her hand, then took out a chip symbolizing 10 million berries and placed it on the leopard, saying, "I bet 3 6s leopard." The surrounding gamblers looked surprised, as not many people bet on the leopard. 3 6s leopard. The beautiful dealer revealed the roll numbers to everyone, and it turned out that Vayne really won the bet. "Ahem, then I won't be polite." Vayne gathered all the chips in front of the dealer into his arms, and then put them into the trailer, ready to move on to another venue. Today's luck is surprisingly good. Vayne was beaming with a smile. In just 2 hours, he had won nearly 1 billion Bailey. Even when he held concerts, the money came in at this speed. At that moment, Bakara approached with a grin and said, "Mr. Vayne, would you like to head to the VIP area?" Vayne was taken aback for a moment, then asked, "What about the few people who came with me?" Bakala replied, "They have already left the casino and should be shopping in the entertainment center now." Vayne said, "Oh, all right. In that case, can I meet Tezzalo in the VIP area?" Bakala replied, "Yes, Lord Tezzalo is hosting other esteemed guests in the VIP area." At that moment, a tall but comically looking fat man emerged from a wall and said to Vayne, "Lord Vayne, this is the VIP area. Let me take you inside." Vayne nodded and then said, "In that case, help me exchange these chips for berries. I'm tired and ready to find a place to eat something." Baccarat replied, "All right, Lord Vayne, I'll take you to the VIP area right away. But then Baccarat realized that Vayne was done playing. She wanted to persuade him. As it's generally unlikely for an ordinary person to win so much money at a casino and just leave. However, when Baccarat saw Vayne's serious expression, she shuddered, recalling that he was one of the Seven Warlords. So she quickly said, in that case, I'll take you to exchange for berries. Great. Vayne walked out of the casino with a contented expression, followed by a group of underlings carrying briefcases filled to the brim with cash. Exactly 1 billion. This all came from Vayne's winnings. Vayne said to Chloe behind him, stay close, I'm going to find Robin and Golia. After saying that, Vayne planned to use his observation Haki to sense their presence. Just then, a group of dirty little kids came over with baskets and said to Vayne, Uncle, buy some apples. Vayne crouched down and looked at the small children around him, who seemed to be only 5 or 6 years old, and gently said, okay, so how much are your apples? The leading little girl excitedly replied, 10,000 berries. No, 5,000 berries each. What? You sell golden apples for 5,000 berries each? A fierce-looking bullman approached, glaring at the children. Vayne's expression also changed. This price was indeed unreasonable. The group of children seemed ready to flee at the sight of the bullman's fierce demeanor. Just then, Vayne spoke up, Bullman, bring out 500,000 berries. I'll take all their apples. For Vayne, 500,000 berries was just pocket change, and he recalled the ramen from the slave island, which seemed somewhat similar to this place. Vayne had a guess in his heart. Found it. Through his observation Haki, Vayne accurately sensed the presence of Robin and Gloriana. Not only that, but Vayne also discovered a powerful aura not far from the two. However, the state of that aura didn't seem very good. On the other side, in a dark alley, Hancock hid in the shadows, slightly activating her observation Haki to sense the situation around her. Hancock frowned slightly and murmured, I'm afraid Vayne has already arrived in Dressrosa. Well, I should first treat my injuries. Gurgle. The Empress's stomach growled. Even this woman, known as the most beautiful in the world, needed to eat grains. She had been on the run for most of the day and hadn't eaten for almost a whole day, so she was indeed hungry. Oh no! At that moment, Hancock's expression changed. In her observation Haki, a powerful aura was approaching her. The Empress tensed her body, ready to fight at any moment. Fragrant feet. Hancock felt that aura was right in front of her, and without time to see who it was, she prepared to strike first. But the newcomer squatted down, narrowly dodging Hancock's kick. Hey, I say, is this how you welcome me? The newcomer was indeed Vayne, who looked at Hancock with a slight smile. To be fair, Hancock truly deserved to be called the world's #1 beauty. At 26 years old, she was in the prime of her life. But at that moment, Hancock's situation looked rather bad. Her already thin clothes appeared even thinner, and she seemed to have sustained quite a bit of injury. Hancock looked at Vayne and momentarily didn't recognize him. After all, they hadn't seen each other for several years, and during that time, Vayne had grown over half a meter taller, so Hancock didn't quite recognize him. But soon Hancock reacted, her tone slightly excited as she asked, is that you, Vayne? Just then, Hancock's stomach growled again, and Vayne awkwardly said, ahem, it looks like you're not in a good state. Let's go find something to eat. An hour later, in a restaurant, there were dozens of empty bowls stacked in front of Vayne, while Hancock had eaten more than a dozen servings of delicious food. Gloria looked at Hancock with a hint of hostility. On the contrary, Robin had a calm expression, making it difficult to tell what she was thinking. Vayne said to the waiter, bring me 20 or 30 servings of food. Then he turned to Hancock and said, so, you managed to escape? The Empress seemed a bit embarrassed. She was a woman with a strong sense of pride, but still mustered the courage to say, this is a temporary retreat. I fell into Tizzolo's trap. Vayne nodded without saying anything, and instead continued to eat. He knew it wasn't the right time to speak. At that moment, Chloe tugged at Vayne's sleeve and whispered, boss, is this the legendary Empress Hancock? Seeing his naive expression, Vayne couldn't help but tease, be careful, don't get petrified. The atmosphere during the meal was quite awkward, but Vayne didn't mind as he was already full. After the meal, Vayne called Hancock aside and asked, I'm planning to go find that Tizzolo directly. Do you want to come with me? The Empress hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded and said, just be careful. This Tizzolo is not simple. Vayne was just about to comfort her with a few words, but then his expression suddenly changed as he said, it seems there's no need to look for him anymore. He has come to us. In Vayne's perception of colors, several powerful auras were rapidly approaching from this direction. One turned to Chloe and said, let's settle the bill first. Then he lit a cigar and walked to the center of the fountain square. Behind Vayne are Robin, Gloria, Morn, CLO, Hancock, and others. On the opposite side is Guild Tesoro, with deep green hair, slicked back, and wearing 2 star-shaped earrings. It's not easy to meet you. Vayne exhaled a puff of smoke and said to Tezelo, who was more than 10 meters away. Tezelo chuckled lightly and replied, "What are you talking about, Lord Vayne? I invited you to the VIP room earlier, but you didn't come." Vayne pointed at Hancock beside him and said to Tezelo, "I don't have time to play games with you here. I'm here for two things. If you handle both of them well, I'll leave without saying another word. If not, then you'll have to leave your life behind. The first thing is this lady beside me, Empress Hancock. I heard she suffered a little loss here, and her subordinates were captured by you, so I'm here to get them back. The second thing is, I heard you're planning to team up with that guy Doflamingo against me. You need to give me an explanation for that. By the way, where's that Doflamingo guy?" Tezelo's forehead twitched slightly, clearly not expecting Vayne to be so straightforward. But he held back and said, "The Empress's subordinates are indeed in my hands. But are you referring to the initial 7 or the later batch? I can give you the warriors I captured in the previous battle, but those 7 women, I'm afraid I can't return them." Vayne raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, so you admit that people are with you?" Tezelo said regretfully, "They owe me 5 billion berries, so if they can't pay it back, they'll have to work for me here for the rest of their lives." Vayne wanted to ask a couple more questions, but Hancock beside him was already getting a bit agitated. Hancock said, I didn't expect the famous Golden Emperor to play this kind of trick, but I don't believe there's more to it. Vayne, you seem to be talking too much. Why not just knock him down directly?" After saying that, Hancock charged forward, then leaned back, positioning her hands in front of her as if drawing a bow. Arrow of captivity. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 henchmen behind Tezelo were turned into stone by Hancock. Seeing this, Tezelo frowned and said, "So, are you planning to have a little showdown first?" Vayne shrugged and said, "Did you not see that she has already made a move? I'm her ally, so let's have a match first." Just then a laugh echoed. "Hey he he he. Do you remember me, Vayne?" Several figures slowly appeared out of thin air, and Vayne turned to look, only to find that they were the long-lost Moonlight Mariah and her crew. Wine frowned and asked the few people who suddenly appeared, "Who are you?" It's no wonder Wine didn't recognize Moonlight Moria. After several years, Moria had changed drastically. He was still as tall as before, but the former chubby kid Moria had now become a muscular man, with strong muscles and prominent 8-pack abs, proving that Moria had likely been training hard over the years. The smile on Moonlight Moria's face suddenly froze, and an infinite rage welled up inside him. He couldn't believe that the man in front of him had actually forgotten his existence. For Moria, Wine had become a nightmare in his heart. Losing to Kaido back then didn't hurt him as much. After all, Kaido was one of the 4 emperors of the New World, and even if he lost, his fellow pirates wouldn't look down on him. But Wine was just a newcomer back then, even gaining fame by stepping on Moria's position as a warlord of the sea. And Wine had also become a warlord of the sea in one fell swoop. Especially in the past 2 years, he had seemingly become the #1 pirate under the 4 emperors. This made Moria hate Wine even more, believing that Wine had stolen everything from him. But Wine didn't know. He looked at Moria in front of him and only found him somewhat familiar. Seeing that Moria had been silent for a long time, he asked, "Are you the helper that Tezelo invited?" Moria, hearing this, became even angrier and shouted, "Open your eyes and see clearly. I am Moonlight Moria." Moonlight Moria? Wayne was taken aback for a moment. Then he recognized the strong man in front of him. He slammed his fist into his palm, looking as if he had just realized something, and said, "So, it's you. You've successfully lost weight. I told you back then to manage your figure well. How is it? I didn't lie to you. You look much more handsome this way." Moria, seeing Wayne's look of realization, felt his anger deepen. Ignoring Tezelo beside him, he lunged forward, then transformed into a bat, returning to Wayne's front and again, and a shadowy black spear appeared in his hand. Shadow spear. Zulfust. Vayne let out a gasp, then suddenly crouched down to dodge the shot. He then swiftly drew the Roshan from his waist and shouted, a purple blade aura enveloping the Roshan. One sword style, Thunder Slash. The strike hit Moria's arm with lightning speed. However, after penetrating just a few centimeters, Vayne felt a hard substance blocking the slash. A hint of surprise flashed in Wayne's eyes, and then his body transformed into lightning, creating a slight distance from Moria. Looking at Moria before him, Wayne revealed a look of admiration and said, "Not bad. It seems you made quite a bit of progress in your physical skills over the years. It seems you've even learned armament Haki and observation Haki." A trace of pride flashed in Moria's eyes, and then he reacted to the tone of Wayne's words, saying, "How dare you? What kind of tone is that? What do you take me for? I am Gecko Moria." Moria's pride felt greatly insulted, and with an angry roar, his body began to swell. He pulled out several new shadows from his own shadow on the ground, and then Moria's shadow also began to grow larger. Eventually, Moriya's height went from the original 7 meters to over 10 meters, resembling a small giant. Not only that, but a circle of black armor, which was armament Haki armor, wrapped around Moriya's body. This move of Moriya's was the ultimate technique shadow gathering ground. However, after being defeated by Vayne, Moriya had reformed it. He abandoned the method of absorbing a large number of shadows and instead absorbed a few powerful shadows to enhance his stamina and Haki level, achieving his current form. Vayne, today is your day to die. After successfully transforming, Moriya charged towards Vayne, his imposing aura shaking the ground around him as he ran. Seeing Moriya in this state, Vayne's eyes flashed with amazement as he said, "It seems you've made quite a bit of progress these past few years." But there was no trace of fear in Vayne's eyes, because his own advancements over these years were even greater. Flying swordsmanship, 9-headed dragon flash. Vayne manifested the armed color of Haki with both arms, and the Haki flowed around the blade of the demon, Rasha, in a stream-like manner. Rasha let out a soft hum, and then Vayne, wielding Rasha, swiftly unleashed 9 slender slashing attacks, which flew towards Moriya and coalesced in the air into 9 purple giant dragons. Roar! The 9-headed dragon collided violently with a massive shadow horn spear in Moriya's hand. With one strike, the shadow horn spear shattered. A hint of horror flashed in Moriya's eyes. He never expected his shadow horn spear to break so decisively under Vayne's slash. Boom! A flash of purple light passed, and Moriya's figure reappeared in everyone's line of sight. It was evident that Moriya had been forced out of his transformed state. His armed color Haki had dissipated, and his eyes had turned white, clearly having lost consciousness from Vayne's attack. Lord Moriya, the transparent fruit user, Lion Man Absalom, had red eyes and quickly rushed to Moriya's side, where a huge wound on Moriya's chest had deepened. In addition, Moriya's body was covered with numerous new wounds, turning him into a bloodied figure. It seems there hasn't been much growth after all. Vayne didn't expect Moriya to be unable to withstand even one of his moves. With that level of armament Haki, it shouldn't be the case. When frowned, then realized and murmured, the amount of armament Haki has indeed increased, but after transforming, the body has become larger. Therefore, the required level of Haki is also higher, so on average, the level of Haki is about the same. Vayne briefly commented, then watched as Absalom turned Moriya's body transparent, slowly leaving the square in Vayne's perception. However, Vayne had no intention of stopping him. To him, Moriya was just a minor character now. After defeating Moriya, Vayne lit another cigar and looked at the Golden Emperor Tezelo and others in front of him. Say, hey, do you have any other helpers? If it's just Moriya, then your lives might be left here. Tezelo took off his noble hat, then pulled out a comb to groom his green hair, speaking with a hint of caution. No wonder you're called the strongest Shichibukai, Vayne. I originally thought Moriya would give you some trouble, but it seems I underestimated you. However, Tezelo did not appear flustered. He simply raised his voice and said, Farid, if you don't come out now, no one will be providing you with berry. As soon as Tezelo finished speaking, a large figure stepped out from the corner. The figure was plump, had a buzz cut, a fierce scar on his face, a cigar in his mouth, and was followed by several strong men, exuding the aura of a gang leader. This person was the underground loan shark tycoon fortune god, Ruffled, one of the kings of the dark world. Hey, Tezelo, we agreed that for the new business, you would invest 50 billion berry and I would handle the collections. You can't back out midway, Farid said with a cigar in his mouth, his facial fat shaking as he spoke. Tezelo also lit a cigar, looking like he was watching a show, and said, not a single cent less than 50 billion. Of course, if you could defeat Vayne here, how about 100 billion? Farid's eyes lit up, saying, is that true? Vayne looked at the two in front of him who were bargaining and felt a surge of laughter in his heart. He then interjected, hey, do you think I don't exist? Or do you think you can get rid of me with just these rotten sweet potatoes and spoiled eggs? Vayne placed the cigar in his left hand and extended his right finger, pointing at a few bodyguards in suits behind Farid. Then he beckoned with his finger. Taisolo smiled upon seeing this and said, Mr. Vayne is indeed bold and skilled. Vayne shrugged his shoulders, looking nonchalant. Vayne's observation Haki had already revealed the true strength of the few fighters opposite him. They were only at the level of Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals. Even with the addition of Farid and Tezelo, they were just a bit of a hassle for Vayne. For Vayne, the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals of the sea posed almost no threat. After considering this, Vayne made a gesture reminiscent of his past life. He extended his right hand slightly forward and said, forget it, let's not complicate things. You all can come at me together. Hancock was taken aback upon hearing this, and Tezelo was momentarily stunned as well, before laughing and saying, ha, as expected of Vayne. It seems I didn't pick the wrong person. In that case, let's all go for it. With Ferid's command, the gangsters behind him charged at Vayne. Although Vayne was confident he could handle the whole situation alone, he couldn't guarantee that the opponents didn't have any buggy fruit abilities, so he decided to test the waters first. Vayne kicked off with his eyes wide open, and his long hair, which hadn't been cut for a long time, floated in the wind. Then, purple currents surrounded him, and under Vayne's control, the surrounding electricity intensified, with dark clouds appearing in the sky, as if lightning could strike at any moment. As time passed, Vayne's mastery of the thunder fruit grew stronger. Now, Vayne had developed high-intensity attack methods over a small area. 60 million volts of divine punishment. With a thought from Vayne, dark clouds in the sky unleashed several bolts of lightning, each with a voltage of 60 million volts, directed towards the gangsters on the opposite side under Vayne's control. Boom! After one strike, the initially aggressive gangsters were turned into charred remains by the lightning, leaving only two tall men who appeared to be skilled in physical combat standing against Vayne's area-clearing attack. One of these men was enveloped in a strong aura of armed color, while the other had hair growing all over his body, clearly indicating he was a master of physical techniques and a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Vayne looked at the charred bodies, then turned to Farad and said, "How about that move? Pretty effective, right?" Farad's face twitched with veins bulging. He never expected Vayne to remain calm and then strike like lightning, instantly killing several of the high-priced thugs he had hired. Farad opened his mouth, let out a puff of air, and said, "What a bunch of useless trash." Vayne carefully observed the remaining few in front of him, relieved to confirm that they did not possess any bug abilities. For Vayne, that earlier strike of 6 million volts of divine punishment was certainly not for show, but rather a response to unknown dangers. For gang leaders like Ferid and Tezzalo, it was perfectly normal to recruit some strong subordinates. Among those subordinates, there was a high chance that some would possess bug abilities. For example, Sugar, one of Doflamingo's subordinates, and Perona, one of Moria's subordinates. Although these two would be unable to withstand a single blow from Vayne in a direct confrontation. One is a toy fruit user, and the other a ghost fruit user. If caught off guard, even Vayne could suffer significant losses. However, these bug fruit users generally have a fatal weakness. Their own strength is not strong, and they rely too heavily on their fruit abilities. Vayne's move to clear the field was undoubtedly the best way to target them. Meanwhile, Tezzalo's expression grew serious. The effectiveness of Vayne's move was somewhat unexpected. As far as he knew, Ferid had a bug-level, superhuman devil fruit user among his subordinates, but that person had just been taken out in an instant. Vayne achieved results with one move, but had no intention of stopping there. He took the demon sword, Rakshasa, back into his hands, and as soon as the cursed blade was in his grasp, Vayne's aura changed instantly. He let out a cold laugh and said to the enemies before him, "Next. It's your turn." Tezzalo realized something was wrong and quickly reminded everyone, "Don't just stand there. Attack together." With that, Tezzalo stretched out both hands, activating the power of the gold fruit, and a golden armor appeared on him as he charged towards Vayne. Fragrant foot. However, before Tezzalo could get close to Vayne, Hancock intercepted him with a kick, pushing him back. She then said to Vayne, "I'll deal with this guy. You take care of the others first." Vayne nodded and said, "Be careful." Then he turned to Klo and the others behind him and said, "You deal with Tezzalo's subordinates. I'll handle Ferid and the others." Vayne said, and his body transformed into a flash of lightning, swiftly arriving at the center of the battlefield, facing 3 enemies and steadily gaining the upper hand. One sword style, Thunder Slash. Vayne seized the opportunity and slashed at Ferid in front of him, purple lightning coursing along the blade towards Ferid. However, Ferid merely twitched his body, and Vayne felt as though his strike had sunk into the sea like a stone, causing no damage to Ferid at all. This person is not simple. With one ineffective attack, Vayne transformed into lightning, moving a short distance in the air. Then he looked down at the 3 individuals below, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. As expected, no one who could become a ruler of the dark world is simple. It was clear that Ferid's method of blocking Vayne's attack was not the Haki of observation, but a type of devil fruit ability. Moreover, to withstand a strike imbued with Haki, he should not be a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Vayne looked at the Ferid in front of him and murmured softly, "Is it an animal type or a psychic type with extremely strong defense?" Vayne looked at the 3 people in front of him. Ferid, who had the ability to nullify slashing attacks, a suspected Zoan-type user of the cat fruit, and a martial arts expert skilled in Haki. The coordination among the 3 could be described as clever. First, The cat fruit user seemed to have strong offensive capabilities, able to inflict damage on Vayne without the protection of armament Haki, while the martial arts expert was constantly restraining him from the sidelines. As for Ferret, he could nullify Vayne's slashing attacks. However, Vayne possessed speed far exceeding that of the three. Suddenly, Vayne's figure flickered, creating distance between him and the trio. He looked at Ferret and chuckled. No wonder Tesla sent you here. Your ability to nullify slashing attacks is quite rare. Ferret snorted coldly and replied, of course. Dealing with someone like you requires ample preparation. Ferret did not reveal his devil fruit ability like those brainless fools, as that would allow Vayne to potentially find a way to counter him. For Ferret, catching Vayne off guard was naturally the ideal approach. Vayne squinted his eyes and let out a cold laugh when he saw that Ferret did not reveal his abilities. He said, but if you think you've got me figured out this way, then you really underestimate me. Vayne let out a soft grunt, and then a large amount of armament Haki surged within him. The black armament Haki started to rise from his arms, then spread to his shoulders, chest, back, and neck, ultimately covering his entire body once again in armament Haki. Vayne felt a stir in his heart, and 2 bolts of lightning appeared on his chest, followed by a purple lightning bolt appearing on his forehead. This should be enough to deal with you all, right? Vayne held a Rakshasa, pouring a large amount of armament Haki into it. Then his body vanished from the spot, and in the next second, he appeared right next to Ferret. Flying sword-style dragon hammer flash. Vayne rotated his body 180 degrees from a high position, and with the help of his body's inertia, a slash was unleashed from the Rakshasa, targeting not Ferret in front of him. A scream was heard as Ferret's skilled body technique expert, adept in armament Haki, was cut in half at the waist. A large amount of blood gushed out from his waist, and, after struggling a couple of times, he fell to the ground, lifeless. Ferret's body trembled. A flicker of sadness crossed his eyes. He never expected that his most trusted subordinate, Jackman, would be sliced in half by Vayne with a single move. Jackman had been his bodyguard for many years, skilled in body techniques, and had cultivated his armament Haki to an external level. Yet just now, even with armament Haki covering him, Jackman couldn't withstand Vayne's Haki-infused slash. A hint of panic flashed in Ferret's eyes. If that strike had hit him instead, without relying on his fruit ability, his fate would likely not be better than Jackman's. Moreover, if the power had been a bit greater, Ferret's fruit ability might not have been able to activate at all. Ferret's fruit was called the Cancel fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, which, under his development, could negate all attacks directed at him. Of course, the extent of the Cancel fruit's negation has its limits, closely related to one's physical condition and fruit development abilities. The scar on Ferret's face was left by a great swordsman 10 years ago, although that great swordsman ultimately died at his hands. It made him realize that the Cancel fruit ability was not invincible. Jackman's death undoubtedly told Ferret that the Vayne before him also had the power to break through his defenses. Thus, the fear of death loomed over Ferret's heart. As the king of underground loan sharks, Ferret had maintained this line of work for many years, and his strength ranked among the top in the dark world. However, years of living in luxury had filled him with fear of death. Tesla, when will the reinforcements you mentioned arrive? I can't hold on much longer. Ferret barely dodged a slash from Vayne, and then, using the momentum from his retreat, approached Tesla and asked. Tesla frowned and said, "Why are you already struggling?" Ferret's face trembled with fat, his gaze filled with fear as he looked at Vayne in the distance, saying, "That guy is like a monster. My subordinate Jackman is dead. If your reinforcements don't arrive soon, I'm going to retreat." Ferret clearly appeared to be in a mindset of running if he couldn't win. Tesla glanced at Ferret, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, then said, "Of course I know that man is a monster. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you here. Didn't you say your ability counters swordsmen?" Ferret gritted his teeth and replied, "My ability also has its limits, and this monster before me has probably already surpassed those limits." Tesla was taken aback, cursing useless in his heart, but knowing he couldn't fall out with Ferret now, he comforted him. "Just hold on a little longer. Help is on the way." Ferret looked at the approaching Vayne, his fear growing, and asked, "Can that helper you mentioned really deal with this monster?" Tesla smiled lightly, revealing a set of white teeth, and said mysteriously, "Of course, because that guy is also a monster. All right, I'll trust you this once." Ferret took a deep breath and moved towards the gradually approaching Vayne, then said to his injured Zoan fruit user henchman, "Afu, let's go together. If we can hold out for 5 more minutes, if not, we'll retreat." "Yes, sir." The henchman named Afu followed closely beside Ferret, protecting him. "Hey, what are you guys talking about? Bring me in on it." One looked at the few people who were still discussing the matter at hand and smiled faintly. He then walked to a distance of about 10 meters in front of the two, stood still, and said, "Are you discussing how to choose a way to die?" Vayne certainly understands the idea that villains often talk too much before their downfall. However, as he grows stronger, he also increasingly appreciates the joy of trash-talking like those villains do. The feeling of manipulating enemies at will is indeed wonderful. For Vayne, the original trio consisted of one with psychic abilities, one with animal powers, and one skilled in martial arts, and their clever cooperation could indeed pose a challenge for him. But once this seemingly unbreakable iron triangle loses one of its corners, it becomes like fish on Vayne's chopping board, easily manipulated. Flying sword technique, nine-headed dragon flash. Vayne, holding the Rakshasa, unleashed 9 powerful flying slashes, targeting both Farid and AFO in front of him. AFO, Farid, with bloodshot eyes, looked at his subordinate, barely managing to withstand Vayne's 9 dragon flashes. However, after enduring 3 slashes, AFO fell unconscious to the ground, his fate unknown. "How dare you?" Farid glared at Vayne, his gaze filled not only with fear, but also a hint of hatred. He didn't care how the other thugs died, but AFO and Jackman had been his loyal subordinates for many years. Farid's anger stemmed not just from the death of these two, but also from the realization that without them, his own life was in grave danger. Even if he managed to escape, it was uncertain whether he could maintain his throne as the king of the dark world without their assistance. It seemed that the old man would have to fight with all his might. Farid bore multiple deep wounds on his body, which were serious but not fatal. Yet the pain radiating from them made him feel vividly alive at that moment. Vayne looked at Farid in front of him and felt that something was off. He murmured, "Why do I always feel like this person poses a threat to me?" Vayne shook his head. Although Farid's fruit was quite overpowered, it was merely a means of self-preservation. To say that it could defeat Vayne was somewhat unrealistic. Vayne looked at Farid not far away. To be safe, he planned to use a stronger attack to defeat this person. Vayne had roughly figured out Farid's abilities. Although he could negate damage, there was also a limit. That being said, this level should be enough. 150 million volts. Vayne was about to unleash her fruit ability to finish off the man in front of her. However, she suddenly felt a surge of ominous premonition rising in her heart. What exactly was wrong? Vayne's eyes flashed with a hint of red light, as his observation Haki allowed him to foresee the future. Vayne's observation Haki allows him to see about 5 seconds into the future. In his foresight, he saw that as he approached, Farid suddenly extended his hands and unleashed a dazzling light, which was a powerful shockwave. The shockwave accurately struck Vayne's chest, colliding violently with his armament Haki armor. In the end, Vayne was actually knocked back and spat out blood from this white shockwave. That was really close. A trace of wariness flashed in Vayne's eyes. He didn't understand why the Farid in front of him could inflict such serious injuries on him, but that didn't stop Vayne from changing his attack method. He entwined his hands with purple lightning, created some distance from Farid, and murmured, 100 million volts. Thunderbird. Farid's eyes widened in shock. He clearly sensed that Vayne was trying to attack him up close just moments ago. So why did he suddenly change his strategy? But there was no time to think about that now. Farid clenched his teeth, his body covered in armament Haki, trying to withstand the 100 million volts of Thunderbird. He let out a muffled groan as he took the hit from Vayne's Thunderbird, but his body showed no signs of burning. However, there was something unusual about Farid. His veins were bulging, and his already corpulent body appeared to have ballooned even more, looking somewhat like a balloon about to burst. "Ha! Is the world's greatest swordsman only able to rely on his devil fruit abilities against others?" Farid fixed his gaze on Vayne in the distance, taunting him, seemingly trying to provoke Vayne into close combat. But Vayne had no intention of giving him what he wanted. He didn't care about the title of the world's greatest swordsman at all. You wouldn't understand this, but a great man once said, regardless of black or white, the one who catches the mouse is the good one. The more anxious Farid became, the calmer Vayne appeared. Vayne even took out a lighter to light a cigar for himself, holding the cigar in one hand while preparing to unleash his abilities to attack Farid with the other. 100 million volts. Thunderbird. Once again, a Thunderbird accurately struck Farid, but he seemed like a balloon that could explode at any moment. Although he looked inflated, he didn't appear to have sustained any damage. At this rate, you look like you could burst at any moment. Vayne watched with great interest as Farid was about to become a balloon. Then, with a thought, a purple lightning bolt gathered beside him. 150 million volts. Farid looked at Vayne, who was about to continue releasing lightning, and couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Taking a deep breath, he said to himself, "I can't worry about that anymore." Farad's hands released a white glow, and this white shockwave seemed even more dazzling than Vayne had anticipated, shooting towards him at an extremely fast speed. Although the shockwave was fast, there was still some distance between Vayne and Farad, and with Vayne's speed, he could easily dodge this attack. In fact, Vayne had already interrupted his own ability as soon as he saw Farad raise his hand, and instead, his body shot upwards rapidly. In the end, Vayne managed to evade the dangerous white shockwave. The white shockwave struck the spot where Vayne had originally been standing, blasting a large hole over 10 meters in diameter into a building behind him. But it wasn't over yet. The shockwave continued flying into the distance, hitting a mountain peak far away, and only after smashing half of the peak away did it gradually disappear. Vayne glanced back at the disappearing mountain peak, narrowing his eyes. This power, it definitely wasn't something that Fei Luda could produce. Even if Vayne wanted to cause such destructive power, it wouldn't be easy. In fact, this was indeed the case. After Fei Luda saw his shockwave miss, he felt as if everything had turned to ashes. This was his most powerful technique, shock feedback. The principle was that the damage negated by his mute fruit would be stored in his body to a certain extent, and Fei Luda could release it again in the form of a shockwave. In simple terms, this enormous white shockwave was actually a combination of Vayne's slash and lightning energy. Although it couldn't be released at 100%, this power could definitely leave Vayne severely injured if he was caught off guard. In Fei Luda's plan, this move was originally intended to hit Vayne at close range, at the very least causing him serious injuries. If luck was on his side and he hit a vital point, it might even kill Vayne. Indeed. One should never underestimate any powerful being on the sea. Vayne wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, looking at the exhausted Farad in front of him, ready to finish him off. Just as Vayne was about to launch his strike, he noticed a black shadow appearing beneath his feet. When Vayne looked up, he saw a massive meteorite crashing down towards him. Nanny? Vayne instinctively wanted to dodge the meteor's attack range, but felt his legs were as heavy as lead. There was no way out. Vayne took a deep breath, holding the Rakshasa, and unleashed a massive flying slash. One sword style, a line of heaven. Under Vayne's slash, the enormous meteor in the sky was instantly cut into countless small stones the size of fingernails, falling from the sky. The ability to manipulate meteors? Vayne's expression was serious. As far as he knew, only two fruits possessed this ability: the psychic-type float fruit and the psychic-type gravity fruit. The previous user of the float fruit, the golden lion, had died at Vayne's hands. The current user of the float fruit was a double agent that Vayne had placed within the Navy. Coupled with the gravity that had suddenly made it difficult for Vayne to move, it was already obvious who was behind it. A trace of seriousness flashed in Vayne's eyes, for in his perception of the color of observation, an extremely powerful life force was slowly approaching. Vayne tightened his grip on the Rakshasa in his hand. In his line of sight, a blind old man clad in a purple robe and holding a cane walked toward him. One of the future Navy admirals, Fujitora Isho. One couldn't care less about Farad, who was lying on the ground beside him. He fixed his gaze on Ishiao and said, "I didn't expect to meet a man like you here." Ishiao walked to a position more than 10 meters in front of one and stopped moving, only asking strange, "It seems you know me?" Vayne was surprised. Indeed, Ishiao was still an unknown figure. However, Vayne had looked for him over the years. After all, he was a true powerhouse, and one who belonged to no faction. The key point was that not many people knew of Ishiao now, so Vayne responded, "I've only heard your name, Ishiao, right? I've heard you're a chivalrous man. How did you end up in Taizolo's territory?" Ishiao's face turned red upon hearing this. He scratched the back of his head and awkwardly said, "Ahem, I lost some money in the casino, so I had no choice but to be someone else's thug this time." Vayne was taken aback for a moment, then realized that the person in front of him was one of the strongest gamblers in the pirate world. "What? You ask who the other person is?" "That person is currently at Sabaody auctioning themselves off. But the problem is, Ishiao is a genuine person of justice. Would they really assist in wrongdoing just because of gambling debts?" One obviously didn't quite believe it and asked again, "Ishiao, does that mean you want to protect Taizawa?" Ishiao shook his head and said, "I just promised him to stop you once." Vayne replied, "What's the difference between that and protecting him?" With a smile, he pulled out a section of the staff knife and said, "Of course there is. I can feel that this city is filled with various discontent and malicious emotions. Therefore, after stopping you, I will also change this city." Hearing this, Vayne curled his lips in disdain, feeling that a smile is one thing and accountability is another. Although he disapproved of the things happening in this city, he still had to take responsibility for his own wins and losses. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Tesla burst into laughter and said, "So, Wayne, are you satisfied with this opponent?" It seemed that Tesla had also learned a bit about Ishiao's strength, and surely his previous confident demeanor was due to Ishiao's promise. Wayne stared intently at Ishiao, then lit a cigar for himself. Turning to Hancock beside him, he said, "It looks like you'll have to fight Taizolo by yourself. This old man is not easy to deal with." Hancock was taken aback by his words, glanced at Ishiao, and then realized she didn't know him. So she asked Wayne, "Is this guy strong? Do you have any confidence?" Wayne shook his head and said, "This is one of the few true monsters in the sea. As for whether we could defeat it, we won't know until we try." Before he finished speaking, a whistling sound came from the sky, and a meteorite even larger than the last one fell, heading straight for Wayne. Seeing this, Wayne bit down on his cigar with his mouth, holding a knife in both hands. The black-armed color domineeringly wrapped around the body of the Rakshasa knife, and a crescent-shaped flying slash struck towards the meteorite. One sword-style crescent. Boom! Accompanying the huge sound of the slash was the sound of the meteorite shattering, as the massive meteorite cracked open like a spider web under Wayne's flying slash. After Vayne shattered the meteorite, he took the cigar back in his hand, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, a laugh, "My brother, this size of meteorite is not enough. I can even slice through islands. So you better show some real strength." A laugh chuckled twice and replied, "A slice that can cut through islands? The fool Vayne of the Seven Warlords truly lives up to his name. I heard not long ago that you killed the Golden Lion. Is that true?" Wayne raised his eyebrows and said, "The pressure that Ishiao gives me is no less than that of the Golden Lion." Ishiao didn't finish speaking. He simply pulled out a short section of his blind stick again. Then, not far away, a roaring object came crashing towards Wayne. At this speed, there was a serious look in Wayne's eyes as he manipulated the meteorite. The sensation of the mountain was completely different from that of the Golden Lion. After all, the Golden Lion could only make objects float, but could not change their weight. However, Ishiao was different. It could not only manipulate objects, but also increase their mass. Of course, there was no superiority between the float fruit and the gravity fruit. But the mountain flying before him put much more pressure on Wayne than the Golden Lion did. Wayne took a breath and then quickly slashed in the air. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 10 slashes, 100 slashes. Flying sword style dragon nest flash. Under Wayne's control, hundreds of slashes swiftly ascended. By the time the dragon nest flash had completed half of its course, the mountain in front had already been shattered to pieces. However, the remaining dozens of slashes continued to fly towards Ishiao with undiminished power. "Ishiao, my brother, why don't you give my move a try?" After Vayne unleashed her slash, she stood still, ready to see how Ishiao would respond. Ishiao seemed unfazed by Vayne's attack. It wasn't until the slash approached that he drew a section of his staff blade again. Then, within Vayne's observation of Haki, waves of circular energy flew towards Vayne's slash. Gravity rebound. This was Ishiao's development of his self-generated fruit. Strictly speaking, the gravity fruit in Ishiao's hands had seemingly transformed into a conceptual fruit, as Ishiao could even rebound attacks back. Vayne's attack returned unchanged, and, if hit, she would not fare well either. Fortunately, Vayne had activated her observation Haki in advance. Her figure flashed, evading the slash that Ishiao had rebounded. Boom! The rebounded slash chopped down several tall buildings behind Vayne significantly. Wayne glanced at the tall building behind him out of the corner of his eye, then smiled with a bitter laugh. Realizing that he would have to work hard again this time, Wayne quickly thought of a way to deal with Ishiao's method of rebounding attacks. Close combat. Ishiao's rebound attack technique is called gravity rebound, which manipulates gravitational waves to achieve the effect of rebounding attack energy. This ability to rebound attacks intact seems invincible. However, there is actually a fatal flaw. The rebound requires both distance and time. Although Ishiao's reaction speed can maximize the rebounding of long-range attacks, it may not be the case for close-range attacks. With this in mind, Wayne moved swiftly, dashing like lightning to Ishiao's side. Wayne held a Rakshasa and smiled seriously at Ishiao, saying, "Brother, how about trying this move from your younger brother? Flying sword technique, dragon roar flash." In an instant, the Rakshasa in Wayne's hand flashed, and when Ishiao looked again, the blade of the Rakshasa had returned to its sheath. A trace of doubt arose in Ishiao's heart. In that brief moment, he only felt something brush past him, followed by a strange sound interfering with his observation Haki. "Wayne, what are you doing?" Ishiao was just about to voice his confusion when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He touched his abdomen with his hand and felt a warm flow. Bringing the liquid to his nose, he smelled blood. Wayne strike hit. and a hint of pride appeared on his face as he said, Xiao, it must feel terrible to have your observation Haki fail. This future Marine Admiral, Xiao, boasts the highest combat power. Besides having a bug-level devil fruit, he also possesses an extremely strong observation Haki. According to Vayne, there are 3 types of top-tier observation Haki in the pirate world. The first type is ultra-long range, represented by Enel. This guy, thanks to his innate talent for observation Haki and the enhancement from the Rumble fruit, has a coverage range that ranks among the best in the entire pirate world. The second type is future prediction, represented by Katakuri. As the top combat power under the Yonko Big Mom, Katakuri's observation Haki, combined with his devil fruit abilities, reaches an almost invincible fighting state. The third type is emotional perception, represented by Xiao and the Princess of Fishman Island. These two can sense the emotions of others and even discern a person's morality. Of course, Xiao also blinded himself because he didn't want to see the good and evil in the world. Vayne's Dragon Roar Flash can be said to specifically target the perception of observation Haki. Dragon Roar Flash is an extremely fast sheathing technique. Before the skill is activated, Vayne holds the Resetsu in his hand, then quickly sheathes it back, unleashing a powerful sound wave with his incredible speed. This sound wave can disrupt the opponent's observation Haki perception for a short time. It can be said that Vayne's Dragon Roar Flash is very effective against Xiao. Xiao fell silent. Since he had reached his peak strength, he had hardly been injured. The last time he was injured was 5 years ago when he got hemorrhoids from eating too spicy food. As expected of my brother Vayne. This strength is indeed impressive. Xiao sensed his wound. It avoided any vital areas, but it still affected his combat power. It seemed that when it held back. Otherwise, Xiao wouldn't be in this state right now. One could tell from the smile on his face that the guy understood his meaning. So he kindly advised brother Xiao, it's just a bet, just a token gesture will do. There's no need to risk your life. How about you take a break on the side? And after I deal with this guy, I'll treat you to a drink. To be honest, I also like to place a few bets when I'm free. Vayne observed Xiao's expression while speaking. To be honest, no one knows what the outcome of their match would be, at their level. You can't know who's stronger without actually fighting. Xiao sheathed his staff saber, then drew it out again, saying, according to reason, my dear brother Vayne, you held back a bit just now, so I lost that round. This means I've cleared my debt to Taizolo. Hearing this, Vayne was delighted. In this case, without Xiao's intervention, Taizolo was just a bit of a hassle for him. However, to his surprise, Xiao continued. But it's been a long time since I've fought with a master, so I would like to spar with you a few times, my young brother Vayne. One understood in his heart and smiled, knowing there must be a reason for wanting to spar with him again. Therefore, this battle was inevitable. However, one still wanted to negotiate, saying, since that's the case, how about we each make one move, and the winner is decided by that? One originally asked it as a tentative question, but unexpectedly, after hearing a laugh, agreed and said, that's wonderful. After hearing this, Vayne also nodded and said, in that case, let's each show our skills. Vayne leaped back, creating a distance of several dozen meters between himself and Xiao, which was the optimal distance for their duel. Vayne was not worried about Xiao using gravitational rebound again, as Xiao had promised to determine the outcome with one move and would not resort to such techniques. Xiao completely withdrew his staff sword, revealing the blade, and then held the sword with his left hand, black-armed color Haki clinging to the blade. Xiao opened his eyes wide, revealing his blind eyes, with veins popping on his forehead. A purple energy, infused with armed color Haki, attached itself to his blind staff. And with a light shout, Xiao unleashed a purple flying slash that gradually condensed into a giant purple tiger in the air. The purple tiger, with its claws bared, lunged at Vayne. One sword style, heavy tiger. On the other side, Vayne naturally did not underestimate the situation, as he was facing a genuine admiral-level opponent. Vayne's eyes widened, and his own momentum surged, maintaining a full coverage of armed color Haki throughout the battle. Normally, this would consume a lot of Vayne's stamina, but he showed no signs of conserving energy. A large amount of black-armed color Haki gathered around him again, evenly distributed on his armored Haki, with half flowing into his chest, transforming the original 2 purple lightning bolts into 4. This was nearly Vayne's strongest state. After doing all this, Vayne held his weapon, the Rakshasa, and recklessly infused it with armed color Haki from his body. He then sheathed the Rakshasa, drawing it again at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, unleashing a rapid flying slash. Sky-soaring dragon flash of the flying sword style. Xiao's heavy tiger was a combination of armed color Haki, swordsmanship, and ability, capable of delivering a powerful slash. After Xiao applied greater gravity to the slash, its destructive power was astonishing. However, Vayne's sky-soaring dragon flash was certainly not to be underestimated. The flying slash Vayne unleashed accurately struck Xiao's one-sword style, Heavy Tiger in midair, resulting in a violent collision between the two slashes. The surrounding pirates engaged in battle were knocked down by the overwhelming force, unable to get up, and even Vayne's subordinates, such as Kroko and Robin, along with the officers under Tetsolo, staggered back a few steps, nearly losing their balance. The officers' eyes flashed with shock. The mere sound of the collision was enough to disrupt their fighting spirit. If they had taken a direct hit, they would probably have been reduced to nothing. It should be noted that these officers were no pushovers. Each one had the strength of so-called supernovas. In Vayne's current state, his long black hair transformed into purple, moving in the air without wind, while Vayne calmly lit a cigar, quietly waiting for the outcome. Indeed, the sky-soaring dragon flash formed a vortex-like space in the air, and from this space, another flying slash was rapidly unleashed. This was the second strike of the sky-soaring dragon flash. The flying slash flew straight towards Xiao, who frowned slightly, covering his staff, sword with armed color Haki, preparing to forcibly block the attack. However, Xiao suddenly seemed to realize something and shot out a purple gravitational rebound, reflecting Vayne's second flying slash far away. Boom! A nearby, small mountain was directly sliced flat by this strike, the slash passing over the mountaintop and disappearing into the distant sky. Meanwhile, Vayne's vortex in the air held for a moment before vanishing, along with Xiao's Heavy Tiger. The victor was determined. Vayne only used one move, the Heavenly Dragon Flash, while Xiao was forced to use two techniques. Of course, strictly speaking, Vayne's move was somewhat clever, as the Heavenly Dragon Flash itself is divided into two parts. The first part creates a vacuum, a weightless space, which perfectly counters Xiao's gravity slash. As for the second part of Vayne's move, its power is not to be underestimated. Even if Xiao were to forcefully deflect it, it would likely be quite a struggle. Vayne's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, "Xiao, let's call this round a draw, and end this battle here, shall we?" It was clear to anyone with good judgment that according to the agreement, Vayne had undoubtedly won. He was merely giving Xiao some face by saying this. On the other side, Xiao sheathed his staff sword and replied, "No need for that. I have lost this round. Brother Vayne's strength is truly impressive. According to our agreement, I will no longer intervene in this matter." After saying this, Xiao turned and left the area. Seeing this, Vayne breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and thought to himself, this old guy has finally left. Wasn't easy. In the distance, Taizolo frowned slightly after Xiao left with a smile, and after dodging Hancock's kick, he retreated to Xiao's side. Taizolo spoke up, "Mr. Xiao, are you withdrawing?" Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. I have fulfilled my agreement, and I have seen what I wanted to see. The rest needs to be experienced slowly." Taizolo wanted to continue to stop him, but considering Xiao's strength, he gritted his teeth and gave up. On the other side, Vayne looked at the still prostrated Farid and revealed a smile. But to Farid, this smile was like that of a devil. Vayne said, "It seems you can't escape this calamity after all." Farid moved his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but before he could, a look of terror flashed in his eyes. This expression would forever remain on Farid's face. One sword style, thundercut. With one strike, Farid's body was severed. With very little stamina left, Farid was unable to activate his ability to block this strike. Moreover, the usually cautious Vayne infused this strike with a hint of something else, flowing cherry Haki. Therefore, Farid died very decisively and peacefully. After killing Farid, Vayne flicked the cigar in his hand and then looked around. Sure enough, aside from his side determining the outcome, everyone else was still at a standstill. Klo and the Bull were fighting against a tall guy from Taizolo's crew, who had an extremely abnormal physique. Of course, it wasn't just his physique that was abnormal. His mentality was as well. He took their attacks head-on without fear, instead looking quite pleased. On the other side, Golia, Robin, and several crew members seemed to be at a disadvantage against Bakara, appearing to be suppressed. Sigh, these guys are really not pulling their weight. Vayne looked at his crew, planning to train them well in the upcoming period. However, at this moment, the one in the worst condition on the battlefield was undoubtedly Hancock. The Empress's petrification attack was almost ineffective against Tizolo. Moreover, her armed Haki was not enough to destroy Tizolo's golden armor, so she had been on the receiving end of the fight. Of course, Vayne did not mean to say that the Empress's strength was far inferior to Tizolo's. Although there was a gap between the two, it was not significant. Vayne has his own understanding of the evaluation of the Seven Warlords. In Vayne's mind, the strongest Seven Warlords should be himself and Mihawk. The second tier includes Doflamingo and Tyrant Kuma. The third tier consists of Jinbei, Hancock, and Crocodile. The weakest is the former Seven Warlord Moria. Moreover, the gap between the second and third tiers is not significant. For example, Jinbei's combat power in the sea ranks in the first tier, while Crocodile can belong to the second tier in the desert. Treble roughly falls into the same category as Doflamingo, being slightly weaker than an admiral. However, Hancock is being pressured in battles because she still has Treble's golden powder in her body, which leads to a decline in her combat power, making her no match for Treble. Vayne was thinking about it while walking towards the battlefield of Hancock and Teselo. Vayne unleashed a flying slash that forced Teselo back. Then he turned to Hancock and said, "That's enough, Hancock. Leave the rest to me." A hint of hesitation flashed across Hancock's face. She seemed somewhat unwilling. But in the end, reason triumphed over pride. Gritting her teeth, Hancock said, "No, it's not that I can't beat him. It's just that my injuries haven't healed yet. So I'll leave this to you this time. Consider it a favor I owe you." Vayne smiled slightly after hearing this, turned around, and walked forward, saying to Hancock with his back turned, "My favors are not easy to repay." On the other side, Teselo looked at Vayne in front of him, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. In his plan, even if Vayne defeated Yixiao, he should have been severely injured. He didn't expect that Yixiao and Vayne would actually appreciate each other, which forced him to face Vayne directly. However, Teselo, being a prominent figure, quickly composed himself and said, "Hee, you truly live up to your title of Full Vayne. But even for you, if you continue to use such overwhelming power and unleash such moves, your stamina must be running low, right?" Stamina running low? Vayne felt a bit confused, then carefully assessed his stamina, estimating that he still had about 4/5 left. Of course, maintaining this full-body Haki state was indeed very exhausting for him. He could last at most 3 to 4 hours. As for the Dragon Flash, he could probably unleash it over 20 times. Since his debut, Vayne has never encountered an opponent tough enough to nearly exhaust his stamina. The opponent that drained Vayne the most was the Golden Lion. They fought for 4 days and nights, and in the end, Vayne was left with only 1/3 of his stamina. As for fighting Teselo, Vayne thought for a moment that if he maintained this state, he could solve the problem in at most an hour. So Vayne shyly smiled and said, "I have indeed consumed quite a bit of energy. But as for whether I can deal with you, you'll find out if you give it a try." Upon hearing this, Tesolo's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the calm Vayne in front of him, he pondered for a moment and said, "Hee, your tone is rather arrogant. I'm not the same kind of person as Farid. You better not capsize." Not the same as Farid? Vayne thought to himself that among the rulers of the Dark World, he believed the strongest were Doflamingo and the boss of the Funeral Society, Dracula Mihawk. One was a warlord of the sea, and the other controlled the largest assassin organization in the Grand Line. But that was about it. One-on-one, Vayne was confident he could take him down. Tesolo was actually feeling very anxious at the moment. On one hand, he had misjudged Vayne's strength, and on the other hand, the henchmen he had hired were unreliable. Seeing that Vayne was silent, Tesolo thought he was contemplating. So he glanced around to confirm there were no outsiders before continuing. "I have seen your strength, and you are a monstrous presence even in the Grand Line. If you are willing to cooperate with me, with your strength combined with my abilities and wealth, we can overthrow the celestial dragons and together disrupt this world." The more Tesolo spoke, the more excited he became, and a fervent expression appeared on his face, as if he could already see the celestial dragons crawling at his feet. Vayne felt increasingly uneasy as he looked at Tesolo with a strange expression, thinking to himself, could this guy be sick? In fact, Tesolo's psychological distortion stemmed from experience during his teenage years. His beloved Stella died under the torment of the celestial dragons. He had a painful childhood and met the brightest light in his life, Stella, during his darkest times. However, Stella's identity was that of a slave, which drove Tesolo to earn money desperately in an attempt to buy her freedom. Unfortunately, on the day he had saved enough money, Stella was bought by a celestial dragon. In order to be with Stella, Tesolo even became a slave to the celestial dragons himself. Ultimately, Stella still died, leaving Tesolo with a lifelong shadow. During Fisher Tiger's attack on Mariawa to rescue slaves, Tesolo successfully escaped and later obtained the Paramecia-type gold fruit at Doflamingo's auction. After years of lurking and significantly increasing his strength, he became the richest person in the world. It is said that Tesolo could manipulate the celestial dragons with his wealth. However, None of this could conceal his deepest ambition to overthrow the celestial dragons. During Tezzolo's plotting against Wine, he was astonished to discover that Wine's strength surpassed even Doflamingo's. He was a true admiral-level figure, which sparked Tezzolo's interest. Tezzolo spoke in a profound tone, "Wine, your strength, influence, and fame are at the top of this world, while I am the god of money in this world. If we unite, we can surely overturn the world." After pausing, Tezzolo excitedly outlined a plan right now. "In this city beneath my feet, there are countless nobles, big shots, and even 3 celestial dragons, along with candidates for admirals, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. So, are you interested in joining me in a crazy plan to permanently erase this group of nobles, celestial dragons, and the Navy from this world? With our strength, we should be able to do it. At that time, our fame will grow immensely, and you becoming the 5th emperor in the new world will be inevitable. We can further expand and directly attack Mariehua, becoming the rulers of this world in one fell swoop." Tezzolo finished his plan in one breath. His eyes filled with a sense of control. He believed that Wine could not possibly refuse such an enticing plan. However, as Wine listened, he suddenly burst into laughter, a scene that Tezzolo interpreted as an agreement to his plan. In reality, Vayne wondered, is this person out of their mind? Do they not know how high the sky is and how deep the sea? He is indeed strong, but in Vayne's eyes, there are still many people he is not confident he could defeat. For example, the few emperors in the New World, the current 3 marine admirals, the Gorosei, and that so-called I'm-sama, among others. Oh right, there's also the brother with a smile, and the future Admiral Green Bull. Wait, is Green Bull that weird guy Akainu? If the predictions of the oceanographers are correct, then Vayne could still defeat Akainu now. But no matter how you put it, Vayne ultimately looks down on the current Tezzolo. In Vayne's view, Tezzolo has been stuck in this city for too long, obsessed with his money and power, thinking he is truly a god of wealth. Just like that guy from Sky Island who called himself a god. However, all of Tezzolo's possessions are nothing but waste paper in the eyes of the celestial dragons and those real big shots. Berries are merely a means for them to rule the world, but they are definitely not the most important means, because the most important means will always be their strength. So, everything Tezzolo possesses is merely an illusion in Vayne's eyes. "Ha ha, you really are interesting." When suddenly laughed out loud, then extended his right hand, silently stretching out his pinky, ring, and middle fingers. A look of joy appeared in Tezzolo's eyes, because in his view, Wayne's gesture meant okay. So, Tezzolo asked, "So, does that mean you agree? Truly a smart person." "No." Wayne shook his head, exhaled a puff of smoke, and then said, "What I mean is, it will only take 30 minutes to defeat you." Tezzolo's expression instantly became extremely rich. It started with a smile on his face, then turned to shock, and finally was replaced by boundless anger. He roared, "Foolish mortal, since you are so oblivious, let me show you the power of a god." "Vayne, huh? This line sounds so familiar." Suddenly, Tezzolo roared, and a large amount of flowing golden substance appeared around him. It was gold. Seeing this, Wayne was slightly taken aback and murmured, "No wonder he's so arrogant. It turns out his ability has awakened. It seems he really is quite capable." Tezzolo, the user of the gold fruit. This fruit is not the natural type that the public believes, but rather a superpower type. However, Tezzolo has already developed the gold fruit to the awakened level, and anyone who has come into contact with the gold he controls will turn into a golden statue. This is very similar to Empress Hancock's sweet fruit, so it seems Hancock has also awakened her fruit. As Tezzolo activated his ability, the ground and buildings around him all turned to gold and surged towards him like a tide. Tezzolo snapped his fingers and said, "Mortal, enjoy eternal solitude and darkness." Snap. With Tezzolo's snap, it seemed that something had changed around them. What is happening? Vayne looked at his body and seemed to find no changes. Not far away, Tezzolo continued to laugh maniacally. "Ha ha, submit." But as he laughed, Tezzolo suddenly stopped, his face flashing with shock as he said, "No, it's impossible. How are you unharmed? Didn't you come into contact with those gold powders?" When raised his eyebrows and said, "Gold powder?" Wayne recalled the golden powder floating in the sky when he first arrived in the city, and then suddenly thought of something and turned back to look. Sure enough, when Wayne turned around, he found that Chloe, Tezzolo, the bull, Morn, Robin, and Goria behind him had all turned into golden sculptures, their faces still showing expressions of astonishment. Wayne slapped his forehead and said, "I already said it before, don't let your guard down. Now look, you've turned into a statue, haven't you?" Vayne sighed, looking at Tezzolo not far away, murmuring, "Since that's the case, I can only kill you. Those affected by the superpower type devil fruit are not permanently affected. The simplest solution is to eliminate the user. And Vayne intended to do just that. Vayne extinguished his cigar and tucked it into his pocket, as it was a fine item that shouldn't be wasted. Not far away, Tezzalo began his transformation. The ground and buildings around Tezzalo suddenly vanished, all turned into gold. And this gold was now enveloping him. No, to be precise, Tezzalo was in the midst of this gold. A towering golden giant, several meters high, slowly took shape, resembling Tezzalo, but it certainly exuded an intimidating presence. One was startled for a moment, but it wasn't out of fear. Vayne was wondering how many berries this golden giant would sell if it were really made of gold. At that moment, Tezzalo's attack also arrived. Mortal, prepare to face the wrath of the gods. The golden giant leaned slightly, then gathered strength and swung a punch toward Vayne. A flash of red light flickered in Wayne's eyes as he activated his observation Haki, transforming his body into a bolt of lightning to evade Tezzalo's attack. Meanwhile, a massive pit appeared on the ground where Wayne had just been standing. This power. Wayne glanced back at the large crater. Even if he had taken it head-on, he wouldn't have fared well. Thus, Wayne began a tactical kite, dog-walking maneuver, his voice appearing one moment on the ground and the next on a tall building, constantly dodging Tezzalo's attacks. Mortal, is dodging all you can do? Tezzalo seemed to enter a frenzied state, repeatedly calling Wayne immortal. After several rounds of attacks, Wayne skillfully avoided them all. Suddenly, two beams of red light flickered in the golden giant's eyes. This was not observation Haki, but two lasers. The lasers shot towards Wayne at incredible speed. Wayne bent down to dodge the laser, and looking at the golden giant in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is a humanoid Gundam, right?" Wayne's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless of its power, this golden giant of Tezzalo was quite impressive. What man doesn't like giant mechs? Liking it is one thing, but after admiring it for a while, Wayne soon grew tired of it. So he murmured, "In that case, let me show you my attack." Vayne held a Rakshasa, his armament Haki coiling around it, and unleashed a slender, flying slash. One sword style, a line in the sky. The flying slash accurately struck the golden giant, and the tremendous impact caused the entire golden giant to fall to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the ground trembled twice, and the golden giant staggered as if drunk, but ultimately stood up again. What a sturdy body. Wayne was surprised by this. His strike was powerful enough to cleave a mountain in half, but it couldn't directly split the golden giant in two. However, it wasn't without effect. Wayne glanced at the golden giant's calf, which was covered with layers of cracks. The cracks were caused by Wayne's strikes. And this was also the reason why the golden giant was unsteady just now. It's a bit of a headache. Wayne rubbed his forehead and looked at the golden giant charging towards him, suddenly struck by a bold idea. He sheathed the Rakshasa in his hand, extended both hands, and pointed to the sky. With Wayne's movement, dark clouds began to gather in what was previously a clear sky, and the sound of thunder rumbled. 100 million volts. Thunder Dragon. This was Wayne's solution. Electrometallurgy, a concept that even a middle school student who studied physics in a past life would know. At this moment, it was the most effortless method Wayne could think of. A thick bolt of lightning took the shape of a giant dragon in the sky, and with a loud roar, the Thunder Dragon accurately struck the golden giant. Did it work? Wayne looked toward the purple light, only to see the purple glow slowly dissipating. A huge hole had appeared in the chest of the golden giant, and the gold on its chest seemed to flow down like liquid. However, before Wayne could feel happy about it, the flowing gold, under Tezzalo's control, returned to its original state, though the golden giant's body seemed to be slightly smaller. It wasn't without effect. Wayne stroked his chin and suddenly understood that Tezzalo's fruit development level was far superior to his own. After all, this guy's ability had already awakened. Therefore, even though Wayne's thunder fruit restrained gold, Tezzalo could still restore himself to his original state after the golden giant was melted. Since it was like this, there was no other choice. Wayne's heart stirred, and an illusory panel appeared before him, which was Wayne's attribute panel. Host, Dirachi D. Wayne title, Scholar, Gourmet Healer, Superstar Fruit Ability, Thunder Fruit, Development Level. Beginner 933310000. Haki Level. Flowing Cherry Level Armament Haki, 3350000. Top Level Observation Haki, 7750000. Beginner Conqueror's Haki, 97001000. Swordsmanship Level. Great Swordmaster Advanced, 330050000. Physical Skills Level. 7 Stage, 7800100000. Remarks. The top physical fighters in the pirate world, such as Carp, are probably at the 9th stage, while Akiji and Akainu are around the 7th stage. Combat skills. Navy 6 techniques, moonwalk, iron block, finger pistol, shave, life return. Flying sword technique, chaotic splitting wind hammer method profession. Chef, master level. Novelist, master level. Singer, grandmaster level. Doctor, advanced. Swordsmith, master level. Sword, demon sword Rasha life points. 3067 in the past few months, Vayne's strength has made further breakthroughs. First, Vayne's thunder fruit has developed rapidly. Although there's still a long way to awakening, it can already be said to be exceptionally gifted. Secondly, Vayne's armament Haki and observation Haki are also nearing the top level. Due to Rasha's training effect on Haki, Vayne's armament Haki has reached the flowing cherry, internal destruction, level. Vayne used flowing cherry Haki when he killed Ferret. Speaking of which, the rapid breakthrough in armament Haki should be credited to that old guy. Vayne glanced at the scar on his chest. Although it no longer hurt, it still looked gruesome. The final strike from the Golden Lion, entwined with Liu Ying's domineering slash, not only injured Vayne, but also deepened his understanding of Liu Ying's domineering power, allowing him to step into the realm of internal destruction. System. Upgrade the Thunder Fruit development level to advanced. Ding. Current Thunder Fruit development level. Beginner 933310000. Requires 667 life point for upgrade. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the Thunder Fruit development level to advanced. 050000. Remaining life points, 2400. As the system's prompt ended, Vayne felt as if a shackle within him had been unlocked. He sensed a further enhancement in his control over the Thunder Fruit. Oh, what a great feeling. Compared to the improvement in physical techniques and swordsmanship, the enhancement of fruit abilities was much more evident, and Vayne clearly felt he could summon more lightning. He extended his hands, slowly clenched his fists, and murmured to the golden giant ahead, 200 million volts, Thunder God. With the development of his fruit ability reaching advanced, it had already caught up with Enel's initial development level. Boom! The dark clouds above grew denser, and the sound of thunder echoed, followed by the lightning condensing together into a figure, which unmistakably resembled Vayne. Not good. Taizolo, inside the golden giant, sensed the impending danger from the massive lightning giant. But before he could dodge, he saw the thunder god in the sky charging rapidly, accurately colliding with the golden giant. Boom! With the sound of a massive impact, a dazzling purple light made it difficult for the surrounding pirates to open their eyes. As the light flashed, the lightning giant at the center vanished, and the gold flowed back over the ground. One strike from a thunder god had destroyed Taizolo's golden giant. Did it succeed? Hancock watched the enormous pit in the center of the square. As a powerful being, he could tell just how great the power of Vayne's strike was. Even if she were hit directly, it would probably spell disaster for her. On the other side, Vayne stared intently at the vanished giant, his brows slightly furrowed. Taizolo had not been defeated. In Vayne's perception, the partners who had turned into golden statues had not yet returned to their original forms, indicating that Taizolo had not lost consciousness. Of course, the most crucial point was that Vayne sensed a tremendous aura slowly brewing in the massive pit created by the lightning. Unexpectedly, this guy is quite strong. In Vayne's observation of the situation, Taizolo was indeed injured but still possessed strong combat ability. Thus, Vayne drew out the Rakshasa from his waist again and murmured, "Sure enough, it's better to finish you off with swordsmanship." Vayne was about to press the attack. But at that moment, Hancock's anxious shout came, "Vayne, be careful." "Nanny?" Vayne turned around and found no one there. Just then, Vayne felt something touch his ankle. "Hee, I touched you. It hurt so much." Vayne was taken aback. When he looked down, he saw a tall, overweight man with half of his body sticking out of the ground, while Bakara reached out and touched Vayne. At that moment, Vayne was surrounded by an aura of lightning. And when Bakara touched him, he was shocked. Although the voltage wasn't high, it still injured Bakara, who hurriedly escaped through the ground under the cover of his classmates. Huh? Is he a devil fruit user? Vayne saw the fat man surprisingly able to pass through the ground, and he instantly understood that this must be a devil fruit ability. Am I being ambushed? Vayne touched his nose, then sensed his own condition and murmured, "Strange, it seems I'm not injured." After confirming that he was not injured, Vayne raised the Rakshasa in front of his chest again, ready to deal with Taizolo directly. He decided to use this move. Flying sword technique. Heavenly soaring dragon flash. Vayne was just about to use his swordsmanship when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His face changed, and he quickly interrupted his sword practice to carefully sense the condition of his body. After a thorough examination, Vayne finally confirmed, "Am I sick?" Vayne was filled with surprise. Sick was such a strange word. Ever since Wayne crossed over to the world of One Piece, he had never been sick. Even during childhood, you would only get injured. Not sick. You should be able to endure it. Is it the fruit ability that makes one sick? Vayne gritted his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, preparing to forcefully unleash his swordsmanship to take down Tezzalo. Vayne suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Strange, how could he fall? Vayne quickly stood up and realized that there was a banana peel under his feet that he didn't notice at some point, and surprisingly, his observation Haki failed to detect it, causing him to slip and fall in anger. After being hit twice in a row, Vayne began to have a vague suspicion in his mind. Has his luck turned bad? Bakala, a luck fruit user from the superpower category, has the ability to draw others' luck, making them unlucky. He can also draw luck from multiple people to make himself or a designated target lucky. This character appears in a One Piece movie, but unfortunately, Vayne hadn't watched that episode before his reincarnation. Otherwise, he would have been on guard against Bakala. What bad luck? What can he do about it? Wine furrowed his brows, pondering how to cope with the situation. Luck is a mysterious thing, invisible and intangible, yet undeniably real. Those with bad luck can even choke to death on a sip of water. In a certain sense, the fruit from Bakara is also at a bug level. Wayne felt that Tezzalo's aura seemed to be recovering, while he was somewhat troubled by this fruit. Just then, a voice came through. Seven Warlord Wayne. This is not a place for you to cause trouble. Wayne looked in the direction of the voice and was surprised to see it was the Navy Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, followed by Chibuta and a group of guards. Among the guards, standing out like a star surrounded by the moon, was a man wearing a fish tank on his head. It was the celestial dragon, St. Charlos. The same celestial dragon whom Wayne had once beaten up on Slave Island. Oh, what a commotion. I want to see which blind fool is causing this. St. Charlos pushed away two guards blocking his path and approached Wayne. So familiar. St. Charlos was momentarily stunned upon seeing Wayne's face. Then his expression changed drastically. He fell onto the ground in fright, mumbling, the devil has come. Protect me, protect me. Vayne was taken aback for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and stretched out his hands, saying to the Peach Rabbit, you have to testify that I didn't lay a hand on him. How can a noble celestial dragon learn to extort people? The Peach Rabbit, seeing this, helplessly tapped her head, then walked over to St. Charlos and said, Your Excellency St. Charlos, please leave this place first. It's too dangerous here. St. Charlos, supported by many guards, wobbled away from the square, looking quite shaken. Wayne had no idea that ever since St. Charlos was beaten up by him on Slave Island, he had been left with psychological scars. So he came to this most prosperous entertainment city in the world, the paradise of the celestial dragons, to relax. It wasn't until recently that St. Charlos had started to recover, but unexpectedly saw a way in again, triggering his old illness. This psychological disorder is also known as PTSD. As he left the square with trembling legs, he mumbled, I already said I don't want to leave the Holy Land. My father insisted I come out to relax. Hurry up and send me back to Mariewa. I never want to leave home again. After the celestial dragons left, Peach Rabbit said to Wayne, Seven Warlord Wayne, this is a place designated by the Navy and the world government where war cannot occur. So please stop immediately and leave here. T-Pig also mumbled, Miss Peach Rabbit is right. If you don't leave this place, I have the right to revoke your Seven Warlord position and arrest you. Peach Rabbit frowned, wanting to use her eyes to stop T-Pig from continuing. Unexpectedly, T-Pig thought Peach Rabbit was encouraging him and said in a provocative tone, What's wrong? What are you staring at? Do you want to spar with me? Seeing this, Vayne frowned and asked the relatively rational Tao Rabbit next to him, Is this person out of their mind? How dare you say that? Chaho's mood instantly soured upon hearing this, looking like he wanted to exchange blows with Vayne. Tao Rabbit quickly stopped Chaho and said to Vayne, Don't mind him, but you really need to leave the city. You've caused such great destruction that it has seriously affected the rest of the celestial dragons. Wayne thought for a moment and said, It's impossible to stop. That guy Tezzalo made the first move, and I can't create this kind of commotion by myself. You have to persuade that guy first. Vayne pointed to the pit ahead, and at that moment, a large amount of fluid gold surged from the pit, surrounding everyone like a tide. This was the technique awakened by Tezzalo, Ocean of Gold. Foolish mortals, prepare to face the wrath of the gods. Tezzalo's voice echoed from the golden fluid, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder in the sky. In his awakened state, Tezzalo seemed truly unhinged. Seeing this, Peach Rabbit furrowed her brows and shouted loudly, Tezzalo, stop. Although you're the master of this city, you have already disturbed the entertainment of the celestial dragons. When chuckled lightly and reminded, I said it, he has already gone crazy now. You should think about how to solve the current predicament. After saying this, Wayne's figure transformed into a flash of lightning and escaped from the embrace of the Golden Ocean. Tao Rabbit wanted to remind him, but seeing the Golden Ocean getting closer, both Tao Rabbit and T-Pig could only use the moon step to escape from the ground first. Boom! The Golden Ocean, awakened by Taizolo, swallowed the surrounding urban area, turning it into part of the ocean. Tao Rabbit and T-Pig realized they couldn't stop Taizolo and could only take out the telephone bug to report the situation to their superiors. Meanwhile, Wayne touched his still painful abdomen and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He took out a lucky coin from his space ring. Lucky coin grants the host a certain degree of good luck. However, everything in the world has its own fate, and luck is also in balance. The good luck brought by the coin could, to some extent, also bring misfortune. This was precisely the bug-level item Wayne had obtained during a lottery. Wayne held the lucky coin in his hand and murmured, "System, bless me. Goddess of luck, bless me. Let my misfortune be removed. I can only use a bug to deal with a bug." After Wayne finished praying, he seemed to see the lucky coin flicker for a moment, and then felt a lightness in his body. The pain in his abdomen was really gone. Hey, it actually works. Wayne kissed the lucky coin and then put it in his pocket. Looking at the Golden Ocean on the ground, Tezulo's body was firmly surrounded by the sea. Do you think this will solve my problem? Wayne took out the Rakshasa in his hand, pouring a large amount of armed color Haki into it. Then, Wayne dashed forward, his body charging towards Tezulo below. Not far away, Peach Rabbit hung up the phone and said to Wayne. In midair, Wayne pretended not to hear, took a deep breath, and concentrated his aura, slashing with the Rakshasa while shouting, flying sword technique, heavenly soaring dragon flash. Meanwhile, Tezulo below seemed to sense Wayne's aura, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. The Golden Ocean on the ground began to change, transforming into massive golden pillars, which then fused into a gigantic golden missile. The golden missile was also covered with a thick layer of armed color Haki. This was Tezulo's strongest move, Golden Divine Punishment. Boom, boom, boom. Vayne's flying/heavenly dragon flash and Tezulo's Golden Divine Punishment were rapidly approaching in the air. Meanwhile, Tao Tu, not far away, frowned, realizing that, judging by the range of Tezulo's attack, it wasn't just aimed at eliminating Vayne. It was clearly meant to take out both the two Marine Admiral candidates and Vayne together. The Golden Divine Punishment kept closing in on Tao Tu, but in a short time, she couldn't unleash a technique strong enough to block it. So, Tao Tu murmured, "It seems our lives depend on Vayne's move now." Boom! A massive sound erupted as the heavenly dragon flash collided fiercely with the Golden Divine Punishment. Wow, I didn't expect this guy Tezulo to have such a strong presence. Vayne furrowed her brows slightly and then relaxed, murmuring, "Fortunately, the old man used flowing cherry, otherwise it would have taken quite a bit of effort." As Vayne's voice fell, a trace of red mixed into the heavenly dragon flash, and the overwhelming force of the slash seemed to flow like water. The pitch-black golden missile of Tezulo shattered layer by layer under Vayne's might, as if it were made of paper. Impossible. I cannot lose. Tezulo's eyes widened in disbelief, and he continued to stretch his hands forward, pouring all his strength and aura into the Golden Divine Punishment. But Tezulo was destined to waste his effort. The Golden Divine Punishment did indeed shatter a bit slower under Tezulo's aura, but it only managed to hold on for a few more seconds. Boom! The Golden Divine Punishment burst open like a water-filled balloon, and the golden fluid scattered across the entire city like raindrops under the force of the explosion. On the ground, armored Tezulo murmured, as if possessed, "Impossible, impossible." But Vayne's heavenly dragon flash was not yet over. Suddenly, a black wave flashed through the shattered golden balloon. The second slash of the heavenly dragon flash. It was coming. Tezulo below noticed this slash, but had no time to react. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Tezulo's golden armor was shattered into pieces by the strike. A gruesome wound appeared on Tezulo's abdomen, deep enough to see the bone. His eyes turned white, losing consciousness, and he fell to the ground, unaware of his fate. Vayne saw the surrounding gold seemingly receding like a tide, returning to its original material, and instantly understood that Tezulo had been defeated by him. Thus, the armed color Haki armor on Vayne slowly dissipated, and he relit the cigar that he hadn't finished smoking. He glanced at the watch on his wrist and said, "Looks like it's over. Not bad. Took 28 minutes and 47 seconds. Wayne fulfilled his promise of defeating Tezulo in half an hour. In fact, if it weren't for the interruptions from Bakara and the Sky Dragon people, Wayne could have done it even faster. I am saved." T-Pig patted his chest, looking relieved. while Peach Rabbit also approached, opened her mouth, and said, "Thank you." Wayne waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter. By the way, what were you going to say just now?" Peach Rabbit fell silent. Just now. The Supreme Commander of the Warring States had sought the consent of the 5 elders to apprehend Tezzalo. Therefore, Peach Rabbit wanted to temporarily requisition Wayne to assist the Navy in capturing Tezzalo. But unexpectedly, Wayne resolved it all by himself. However, if Peach Rabbit were to say this, it would undermine the Navy's authority. So she said, "It's nothing. Has Tezzalo been dealt with?" At that moment, a voice came from the side, and Robin, Gloria, and others shouted, "Boss." The crew of Vayne also emerged from their golden state. Seeing Gloria approaching, Vayne patted her on the head, and Gloria closed her eyes in enjoyment. Vayne turned to the crew and said, "The last guy who claimed to be a god died at my hands. This Tezzalo won't be any different." Tao frowned at the way Vayne was being adored by everyone, then pointed to Robin beside him and asked, "Who is this?" Vayne raised an eyebrow and said, "Robin. What's wrong with Nico Robin?" Peach Rabbit's tone was a bit smug. As a high-ranking member of the Navy, she certainly knew who Nico Robin was. She just wanted to take the opportunity to put Vayne in his place, but she didn't expect him to say it so openly. Just as the T-Pig was about to speak, Peach Rabbit reached out to stop him. She fixed her gaze on Vayne's eyes and then said, "Lord Vayne, you really are bold and skilled, running around the world with Robin. Aren't you afraid the world government will find out?" Vayne blinked and then said, "So you will keep my secret, right?" Peach Rabbit was taken aback by Vayne's sudden playfulness. Looking at Vayne's handsome appearance, her face turned slightly red. And then she bit her lip and said, "Lord Vayne, I have some things I would like to ask you. Of course, these are some personal questions." Juan was taken aback for a moment. Personal questions? But then he nodded and said, "Go ahead and ask." Tatu took a deep breath and said, "Ahem, I heard you're the author of the Eastern Chamber Record. What do you think of Chui Yingying?" Vayne was taken aback upon hearing this. He didn't expect that the Peach Rabbit was actually a fan of his work and would ask him questions related to it. However, Vayne felt embarrassed to refuse his fans, so he answered a few questions. "So what do you think about the ending?" Gulu Gulu. At that moment, the phone bug in Peach Rabbit's arms rang, interrupting her question. Peach Rabbit said, "Sorry, Vayne-sama, I need to take a call." So Peach Rabbit and T-Pig walked away with the phone bug. After all, it was a Navy call, and Vayne certainly couldn't eavesdrop. At this time, T-Pig, who had been holding back for a long time, took the opportunity to distance himself from Vayne and asked Peach Rabbit, "Miss Peach Rabbit, that's Nico Robin, the Devil's Child. Aren't we going to capture her?" Peach Rabbit rolled her eyes and said, "What? Do you have the confidence to defeat Vayne? Then you go ahead." T-Pig was choked by Peach Rabbit's words, then stubbornly said, "Of course, I can't do it alone, but together, the two of us." Peach Rabbit understood what T-Pig wanted to say, but she frowned and said, "It seems you really don't know the gap between him and us. To be honest, even if we join forces, I still don't have the confidence to defeat him." Peach Rabbit closed her eyes, recalling Vayne's divine-like sword strike from earlier, murmuring, "I now believe he is the world's greatest swordsman." As a fellow great swordsman, Peach Rabbit was one of the few who understood Vayne's move heavenly dragon flash in the scene. She spoke with a trembling tone, "That sword of his. The technique is almost divine. I have no confidence in blocking it." T-Pig was taken aback. As a fellow candidate for admiral, Peach Rabbit's strength was slightly greater than his. Moreover, Peach Rabbit was undoubtedly the first great swordsman in the Navy. In her admission that she couldn't block, it was enough to show Vayne's swordsmanship strength. Of course, there was another reason Peach Rabbit didn't mention. She didn't want to make a move against Vayne. Peach Rabbit answered the phone bug, saying, "Moshi Moshi, this is Guion." The voice on the other end came through. "This is Sengoku. How was the battle going? I've dispatched 2 warships for support, led by Rear Admiral Caesar." Peach Rabbit paused for a moment, then replied, "No need." Sengoku was puzzled. "No need? You have the upper hand?" "Well, after all, Vayne is there. But I must emphasize, even if you have the upper hand, you must not let your guard down too much. This army should still be sent, just in case." Peach Rabbit then remained silent and said, "No need. Tezzalo has already been dealt with by Vayne." Sengoku. This time, it was Sengoku who fell silent, then asked, "Did the 3 of you act together?" Peach Rabbit replied, "No, Vayne handled it alone." Sengoku's voice turned serious. "Just him alone?" Peach Rabbit nodded and said, "And it only took about 20 minutes to resolve." On the other end of the phone, Sengoku's heart was filled with shock. He had some understanding of Tezzalo's situation. After all, this world's #1 entertainment city was a permanent residence for the celestial dragons and paid a large amount of heavenly gold every year. Sengoku knew that Tezzalo was a user of the gold fruit, proficient in both types of Haki, and his fruit ability was awakened. Moreover, his physical skills were not weak. Under normal circumstances, battling such a level of powerhouse would at least take several days, just like the battle between Ace and Jinbe in a manga, which lasted for 7 days and nights. Even if an admiral went personally, they wouldn't dare to say they could take down Taizolo in just a few dozen minutes. This only indicated one thing. Vayne's attack power might be even higher than that of an admiral. Seeing that Sengoku had not spoken for a long time, Peach Rabbit said, "Admiral Sengoku, I found Nico Robin next to Vayne." Peach Rabbit told Sengoku what had just happened. Sengoku rubbed his head and said, "You did the right thing. We indeed cannot fall out with Vayne. Nico Robin can also be considered one of the conditions for him to become a warlord. The Navy is best at playing both sides. For weaker warlords, like Gecko Moria, he had to agree to the Navy's conditions to become a warlord. But for stronger warlords, like Vayne, the Navy had to agree to his conditions for him to become a warlord. After all, with Vayne's strength, if he really wanted to be a great pirate, becoming the 5th Sea Emperor in the New World would be a piece of cake." Peach Rabbit continued to report some situations before ending the call. Not long after, Peach Rabbit returned to Vayne's side and said, "Vayne-sama, if there is nothing else, please leave Gran Tesoro as soon as possible. The Navy has dispatched the nearest branch to come to support, and we will quickly clear out Taizolo's accomplices in this city." Peach Rabbit paused and continued, "I have already reported to the Admiral about your contribution in defeating Taizolo. I believe the Admiral will reward you afterward." Vayne raised an eyebrow. The Navy meant for him to hurry up because they were about to take over this giant ship, 20% of the world's belly. If this city really fell into the hands of the Navy, they wouldn't have to worry about military expenses for the next 50 years. Goodness. It's like taking advantage of a situation. The Navy wanted to seize the benefits that rightfully belonged to Vayne without doing anything. Naturally, Vayne wouldn't accept that. So he replied nonchalantly, "Oh, a reward for me? I'm hard to satisfy. How about a couple of supreme greatswords or a few nature-type devil fruits?" Hearing this, Peach Rabbit frowned. The supreme greatsword and nature-type devil fruits. The Navy might not have these things, and even if they did, they would have already used them. After all, the supreme greatsword is undoubtedly essential for cultivating a great swordsman. And as for the nature-type devil fruits, having one would mean stepping one foot into the door of the strong. Peach Rabbit's expression changed, and she frowned. "Your Excellency, Vayne, what do you mean by that?" At this moment, a voice came. "What we mean is, Tesolo is defeated by us, so why should all the benefits go to you?" The speaker was Hancock, who proudly walked in front of Peach Rabbit, followed by hundreds of female warriors. It seemed Hancock had found her missing kin. Peach Rabbit looked over and was taken aback. She didn't expect the other Shichibukai, Empress Boa Hancock, to be here as well. The situation became delicate. Even the Navy wouldn't want to offend multiple Shichibukai at once. "Boa, Hancock." The tea-pig beside Peach Rabbit had a dreamy expression upon seeing Hancock, causing it to bleed from the nose. The Empress frowned slightly. "Sweet, sweet wind." The tea-pig turned into a petrified statue without any resistance. For those who had desires towards Hancock, the power of the sweet fruit increased by 1,000. "Stop!" Peach Rabbit, seeing the tea-pig petrified, angrily drew her famous sword, and the Navy behind her also drew their weapons, creating a tense atmosphere. Vayne saw that the situation was not looking good and said, "Ahem, I have a few words to say. First of all, Miss Jiwen Tesolo is not dead. He has just fainted, and his subordinates have not been captured yet. Secondly, theoretically speaking, Hancock and I are warlords of the sea, and we have the right to plunder all non-government member countries, right? And it seems that Tesolo's country is not a government member state. Gran Tesoro is an independent nation recognized by the world government, but it is not a member of the world government. However, because it is recognized by the government, it still has to pay the celestial dragons every year." Hearing this, Peach Rabbit frowned, not understanding Vayne's meaning, and asked, "Your Excellency Vayne, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" Vayne lit a cigar, exhaled a puff of smoke, chuckled softly, and then pointed to the ground, saying, "What I mean is, I want this shit, this country. Money, Barry, everyone loves it." Even Vayne has to admit that money can solve 99% of problems. Is Vayne wealthy? You could say he is very wealthy, ranking among the top 3 in terms of wealth among pirates. However, Vayne is also short on money. He has such a large force that he needs funds, so naturally, the more money, the better. The wealth of the city is enough to allow Vayne to not worry about financial issues for the next few decades, enabling him to develop his power without restraint. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Vayne was tempted. He wanted this ship. With it, he would control 20% of the world's wealth. Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit's expression tightened. The worst-case scenario had occurred. But as a candidate for admiral, Peach Rabbit remained calm and said, I can't make this decision. I need to consult Admiral Sengoku first. After saying this, Peach Rabbit took out a transponder snail and started dialing. Seeing this, the Empress quickly wanted to intervene, as she was unsure whether Peach Rabbit was calling for Navy support. However, Vayne reached out and stopped Hancock, saying, let her call. Obtaining it openly is much better than taking it by force. The Empress nodded, seemingly understanding, and indeed did not take further action. After a brief conversation with Sengoku through the transponder snail, Peach Rabbit handed it to Vayne with a blank expression and said, Admiral Sengoku wishes to speak with you. Vayne picked up the phone bug. Moses, this is Vayne. On the other end, Sengoku immediately came in with a strong warning. Seven Warlords Vayne. What do you want with that ship? Do you want to become the Sea Emperor in the New World? From Sengoku's tone, it was clear that he cared a lot about the wealth on that giant ship. Vayne curled his lips and said, Hey, Sengoku, I'm a pirate, not your subordinate. This ship is my trophy, got it? Sengoku fell silent for a moment and said, Vayne, you are a smart man. Your power is already substantial. Neither the Gorosei nor the Navy will allow you to continue expanding. Vayne raised his eyebrows and emphasized again, so what? I'm in the New World. How can you control me? Besides, Tezulo was defeated by me, so this ship should be my trophy. Sengoku seemed to ponder for a long time and said, I know what you discussed with Gion earlier. There is another nature-type devil fruit with the world government. If you're willing to leave that ship now, I can give you this fruit. Vayne was slightly taken aback. A Logia-type devil fruit. Sengoku is really making a bold move. It seems he is determined to take this ship. However, Vayne clearly didn't want to give up so easily. A Logia-type devil fruit is indeed powerful. But compared to the entire Grand Tesoro, it's like heaven and earth. Vayne chuckled a couple of times and said, Hee, I was just joking with General Peach Rabbit. You really take that seriously? Although Wayne's tone is casual, his determination to win Grand Tesoro is evident. The roar of the warring states comes from the phone. Vayne, you are bringing trouble upon yourself. Vayne lit a cigar and slowly said, Old man, don't rush. I'm quite satisfied with the identity of a warlord of the sea, so I don't want to part ways with you just like that. Therefore, I have some conditions. How about you listen to what I have to offer? Sengoku fell silent, seemingly ready to hear Wayne's conditions. Vayne continued, Of course, I won't take Grand Tesoro for nothing, so I'm willing to make certain concessions and give you 4 conditions. The first condition is this. Now that Tezulo has been defeated by me and is lying unconscious on the ground, his companions are still in this city. So I'm willing to hand these people over to you. You can dispose of them however you wish. After all, that guy Tezulo has quite the ambition. He wants to join forces with me to overthrow the world government. Vayne paused and said, Of course I refused him, so those subordinates of his are up to you. If you need my help to catch them, that's fine too. Consider it a bonus for you. After hearing this, Zhangguo's tone seemed to improve quite a bit, and with a slight snort, he said, I figured you wouldn't agree. As for his accomplices, I've already dispatched the nearest navy to support Gion and the others. We noticed that the mood of the warring states seemed to have improved quite a bit, and then said, as for the second condition, that guy Tezulo wouldn't dare to come and find me alone. So he brought someone else, Fukushin, Ruflud. The warring states was slightly taken aback after hearing this and asked, Ruflud? Vayne nodded gently and said, Yes, you are right. It's that lone shark tycoon from the underground world, one of the kings of the dark world. I can hand it over to you, but I might not be able to give you a live one because he died in my hands. However, this guy brought a lot of helpers this time, and he probably brought all his subordinates along, but I took them all out in one go. So his forces should be in a leaderless state for a while. The world government must be very pleased, right? In the pirate world, the Navy is mainly responsible for combating pirates, but the Navy is just an agency under the world government. Besides dealing with pirates, the world government also needs to respond to many other threats. For example, the Revolutionary Army and that mountain bandit king from the East Sea. To deal with the mountain bandit king, the world government has already lost more than a dozen army generals. A diss from the author. Of course, the Dark World is also one of the targets for the world government. Although Luffy, one of the kings of the Dark World, is not as powerful as Tezulo, he is still a considerable prize. For the world government, whether directly annexing it or later supporting a puppet is a big gain. Sure enough, Sengoku said after hearing this, I will report this to the world government. They will surely be very happy to hear it. Implying that Sengoku is willing to consider Vayne's conditions. Vayne continued, As for the third condition, I assume you and the Navy are under a lot of pressure in the New World right now. Sengoku was taken aback and said, What do you mean? When deliberately kept them in suspense, and then said, I am willing to confront a certain Emperor of the Sea in the New World. What do you think? What? Sengoku was taken aback, as if he hadn't reacted yet. And confirmed again, what did you say? Say it again. Rin took the cigar out of his mouth and repeated, I said, I'm willing to confront a Yonko in the New World. On the other end of the den mushi, Sengoku slapped Carp's face. Carp was suddenly jolted awake from his sleep and angrily shouted, What the hell are you doing? Sengoku confirmed it wasn't an illusion and said to Carp, It's fine. Go back to sleep. Sengoku picked up the den mushi again and said, Are you sure? That's a Yonko from the New World. Do you have confidence? Vayne squinted his eyes and said, Of course, I have some confidence. But after all, I am one of the 7 Warlords, so I still stand with the Navy. Therefore, you can't let me go alone. You need to send some people to support me. Sengoku, still a bit confused, replied, Let's discuss this further. If you are really willing to deal with the 4 emperors, I think this giant ship won't be a problem for you. Vayne smiled faintly after hearing this, looking unsurprised. The current situation of the Navy is not good. It can be said to be the most difficult time in decades. After all, there are 4 unshakable emperors in the New World, and countless pirates are heading towards the Grand Line. For this reason, the Navy had to establish the Shichibukai to counter the maritime emperors of the New World. However, overall, the Navy is still at a disadvantage in the New World. Although the Navy is the strongest force, it is limited in its strength compared to individual emperors. If 2 emperor forces were to unite, even the Navy would have to think twice. This is also why the Navy headquarters is stationed at Marineford, controlling the gateway to the New World and the Paradise. They let those ambitious and capable pirates challenge the 4 emperors in the New World, eliminate the highly destructive pirates from the world, and maintain balance in the sea. This is the current strategy of the Navy. Currently, the Navy does not have the overwhelming number of experts like it did after the world conscription. Therefore, they are very willing to accept Vayne's proactive request to confront the 4 emperors. After all, among the Shichibukai, only Vayne has the courage and confidence to wrestle with the 4 emperors. Sengoku, upon hearing this, felt very pleased and asked, What is your 4th condition? One let out a light laugh and said, If you agree after hearing the 3rd condition, then there's no need for me to mention the 4th. Zhangguo was slightly taken aback, then understood and said, In that case, I will report to the world government. If they agree, then this ship will belong to you. Wayne replied, Okay, I will await good news. After Wayne hung up the phone, he felt relieved. Talking to a smart person is easy, and without a doubt, Warring States is a smart person. Just a slight hint from Wayne about not wanting to mention the 4th condition, and Warring States understood his meaning. Negotiation is an art. Being too soft doesn't work, and being too hard doesn't work either. It requires a combination of coercion and inducement, a balance of firmness and flexibility. The 4th condition for Wayne is to go to war. Wayne has already thought it through. If necessary, he can capture those 2 candidate generals alive. Then take the giant ship to the New World and seek an alliance with one of the 4 emperors. In the vast New World, the Navy won't be able to do much against Wayne. Fortunately, from the looks of Sengoku, this plan should work. At Navy headquarters, Marineford, in the conference room, Sengoku has called a meeting with the senior Navy officials again. Hey, why are we having another meeting? Can't we get some rest with these frequent meetings? Protested the Navy hero Garp, wearing his trademark hat. Sengoku's forehead twitched with anger as he shouted, Garp, what does this meeting have to do with you? You're just going to sleep anyway. Garp scratched the back of his head and chuckled. That's true. You all continue. After saying that, the sound of Garp's snoring filled the meeting room again. Sengoku rubbed his temples, ignoring Garp, and focused on the other colleagues around him, saying ahem. This meeting is to discuss the issue concerning the giant ship Grand Tesoro owned by Tesoro. Kizaru, while trimming his nails, asked in confusion, Grand Tesoro? Isn't that under the responsibility of the candidate generals Tashigi and Momonosuke? Because the Celestial Dragons often exclusively use Grand Tesoro. The 2 Navy generals frequently protect the Celestial Dragons on that ship. Sengoku nodded, saying, I just received news that Tesoro intends to rebel against the world government and has already been captured. Everyone was surprised. All the senior Navy officials present were familiar with Tesoro. However, due to his special relationship with the Celestial Dragons, the Navy had been reluctant to intervene. Only Akainu clenched his fists and said, Well done. It seems that Tashigi and Momonosuke have improved a lot. Sengoku shook his head, saying, It's not that simple. Tesoro was defeated by the warlord Wayne, and he wants that giant ship. This is impossible. Major General Crane sternly interrupted. Sengoku, we cannot agree to this. If Wayne gets that ship, it will be beyond our control. Sengoku sighed and said, I know, Crane, but he's offering too much. And most importantly, the Gorosei have already agreed. After saying that, Sengoku informed the present Navy officials about Vayne and his deal. Major General Crane was momentarily stunned and murmured, "Declaring war on the four emperors, that's quite a bold move." Akainu also clenched his fists, saying, "I should personally assist Vayne and eliminate the four emperors in one fell swoop." Sengoku rolled his eyes. He wouldn't send him no matter what. After pondering for a moment, Major General Crane said with a serious expression, "What do you think Vayne is doing this for? Does he want to become the new four emperor?" Upon hearing this, the meeting room fell silent. Indeed, if Vayne were to defeat a four emperor, he could potentially become the new four emperor in the new world. It's quite common for a dragon slayer to become a dragon himself. Sengoku shook his head, saying, "From Vayne's current performance, the possibility is there, but it's not very high. The most important thing is that even if he goes to war with a certain four emperor, it won't be decided in a short time. At least for the next few years, our pressure will be significantly reduced." Major General Crane nodded, saying, "That's right. Even in the worst-case scenario, it would just be Vayne becoming the new four emperor. Even then, it wouldn't be worse than the current situation." Sengoku nodded and asked, "In that case, who do you think we should send to assist Vayne? For the Navy, this person needs to be strong enough. Moreover, their rank shouldn't be too low, and they can't be an admiral, as admirals have their own responsibilities." At this moment, Kizaru, who usually doesn't say much, said, "I have a candidate, Theodore Caesar." Sengoku nodded upon hearing this. Caesar is an old Navy member who started from the lowest ranks, and his trustworthiness is unquestionable. Moreover, Caesar has always been strong, equivalent to an elite rear admiral. And most importantly, he recently obtained the float fruit from the Golden Lion, significantly increasing his power, making him a key candidate for the Navy's training program. Thus, Sengoku decided, all right, it's just right for Caesar to gain some experience. He's still young, and with his potential, it's not impossible for him to become an admiral in the future. Kizaru smiled slightly, delicately handling the special cigars in his hand. He had a whole box of such cigars in his office. 2 days later, aboard the giant ship Gran Tesoro, Vayne sat on the throne in the palace, smoking a cigar while listening to reports from his subordinates. Robin, dressed in a secretary outfit, held a ledger in one hand and said, "Boss, according to statistics, the gold in the Tesoro treasury is worth about 500 billion berries. In addition, various industries in the city are also under Tesoro's name." Vayne nodded, 500 billion berries. There should only be Tesoro in the world with such a large cash flow. Vayne continued to ask, "How are our Navy friends in the city?" Robin replied, "Their support is expected to arrive today, and Tesoro and the others have already been arrested. The Navy is expected to evacuate today, along with the celestial dragons and the nobles." "Oh, then I must go see them off." Vayne stood up and walked towards the Navy's location. After a while, Vayne saw Tao Tu and the others, and the Navy reinforcements had also arrived. In the crowd, Vayne spotted a familiar figure. Caesar. It seemed that the reinforcements sent by the Navy this time were Caesar. By involving him in such an event, the Navy headquarters intended to reuse Caesar. One and Caesar's gazes collided in the air, and then they tacitly remained silent. After a while, the Navy personnel and supplies that were ready to be withdrawn were loaded onto the ships. Suddenly, Caesar had a thought, and several massive warships lifted off into the sky, seemingly intending to fly back to the naval headquarters. Vayne thought to himself, "Not bad, kid. You've developed your fruit ability well in this time apart." Vayne walked over to bid farewell to the Navy. The T-Pig saw Vayne snort coldly and said nothing, while the Peach Rabbit nodded gently in acknowledgement. Instead, Caesar spoke to Vayne, saying, "You are Vayne, the Seven Warlords, right? I am Major General Theodore Caesar from the Navy headquarters. Admiral Sengoku has informed me about your plans. I will be stationed at the G7 branch in the New World for quite some time, and I believe our cooperation will be very pleasant." After saying this, he extended his right hand. Seeing this, Vayne also extended his hand, and their palms clasped together. Vayne responded, wishing for a pleasant cooperation in the future. This way, the relationship between the two shifted from a secret connection to a public one. It is likely that Caesar's role involves not only collaborating with Vayne, but also monitoring him. However, the high-ranking officials in the Navy probably didn't expect that Caesar would be a spy arranged by Vayne within the Navy. Just then, a Navy soldier hurriedly ran over, first saluting the two candidate admirals, and then addressing Caesar, "Sir, Tesoro requests to see Vayne." Naturally, such a request from a former big shot would not be refused. Soon, Vayne met Tesoro in a special prison on the warship. You really came, after all?" Tesoro was tightly bound with layers of sea stone chains to a pillar, with only his face exposed. Vayne looked confused and said, "What is wrong? Didn't you ask me to come?" Tesoro fell silent. Seeing him like this, Vayne felt it was inappropriate to continue to discourage him and advised, just focus on reforming yourself in there. Who knows, you might have a chance to come out. Ha 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 ha. Taizolo laughed loudly and confidently declared, I have a feeling that you will definitely overthrow this world, because the celestial dragons are the root of all slavery. Go ahead, turn this world upside down. Vayne felt a dark cloud over his head. This place must have surveillance. He said, don't talk nonsense, I'm also a law-abiding citizen. Oh no, a serious warlord. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. After saying that, Vayne left the ship without looking back. Several warships ultimately took Taizolo and the celestial dragons away from the giant ship. Meanwhile, Vayne's crew slowly steered the giant ship towards the direction of the City of Freedom. Vayne stood on the balcony of the palace, murmuring, once I sail this ship back to the City of Freedom and establish another new city, Solomon will surely be shocked. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Come in. It was Robin. Robin asked, Boss, there are hundreds of thousands of civilians in this city. How should we handle them? Vayne was slightly taken aback, then said, strictly speaking, they're also slaves of Taizolo, and we should let them regain their freedom. By the way, let's ask them if they are willing to join the free city. Vayne paused for a moment, then burst into a hearty laugh, revealing a set of white teeth, and said, compared to this matter, I want to hold a banquet even more. Let's have a banquet. Ding! After a lengthy 5 hours and 47 minutes of cooking, your culinary skills have improved, and your cooking level has risen to master level 1,330,000. You have gained 33 life points, bringing your total to 533 life points. Ding! The system has detected that your cooking level has risen to master level, and now issues the task. Food God. Food God. Food is the essence of life, and all paths can lead to divinity. As a profession that everyone relies on, cooking also has its limits. Task requirement. Elevate your culinary skills to God level. Task rewards. 50,000 life points, 1 chance for 10 consecutive draws, and the title of Food God. System tip. Trying different dishes, using precious ingredients, and encountering specific food scenes can significantly enhance your level. Phew, it's finally done. Wow, my cooking level has upgraded. Vayne held a cigarette and noticed his system message. He had been stuck at master level cooking for a long time, but unexpectedly felt good today and cooked for several hours at once, suddenly improving his culinary skills. The rewards are quite generous. Seeing the scene in a specific food city. Does Albio count? Vayne thought for a while and then came back to his senses, looking at the surrounding chefs, and said, Hey, stop dawdling. Quickly get the food delivered to the square. We're getting ready for the banquet. Under Vayne's leadership, the chefs began to deliver the food in rounds. Vayne alone prepared thousands of servings, and there were hundreds of chefs busy at work. This was a grand banquet covering half the city. In the square, Vayne sat in the center, surrounded by his shipmates, and everyone was enjoying a feast. One was singing a song while drinking. Come on. Vayne was getting tipsy, and his crew started to cheer. Vayne was not shy at all, drinking and singing at the same time. Yo ho ho ho, guests, cheers to the fine wine. Facing the wind and rain and giant waves. Under the clear sky, my favorite flag is flying. As the song ended, Vayne noticed a gaze not far away looking at him. It was Empress Boa Hancock. Vayne picked up a bottle of wine, walked over to Hancock, extended his glass, and made a clinking gesture. Cheers. The 2 glasses gently clinked together. Vayne smiled slightly and said, Congratulations, your kin has been found. Hancock nodded and replied, You should be congratulated too. Vayne raised an eyebrow and said, What are your plans next? By the way, we got quite a lot of loot from defeating Taizolo. There should be a share for you. Hancock nodded and said, You don't need to give me berries. I won't use them. Just exchange it for food, drinks, and weapons. Vayne thought for a moment and realized that Nine Snake Island, due to its unique geographical location, was indeed not useful for Bailey. However, there were some essentials that they needed. So Vayne said, That's quite a lot. How about this? I will supply you with a batch of supplies every 2 months for the next 3 years, okay? Hancock nodded and replied, That's fine. I will send someone to pick them up then. Vayne raised his glass again and said, Here's to a pleasant cooperation. Cheers to a pleasant cooperation. After the 2 finished speaking, they fell silent for a moment. Although Vayne had put in more effort in this battle, the rewards he gained were undoubtedly substantial. The Empress thought for a moment and asked, What do you plan to do next? Vayne downed the drink in his cup and said with piercing eyes, I plan to take down one of the 4 emperors. What do you think? Hancock was taken aback and replied, Are you serious? The 4 emperors are not something a person like Taizolo can compare to. Vayne nodded and said, So, are you interested in helping me out? Hancock thought carefully. For her. Going to war with the four emperors was undoubtedly not worth it. Regardless of the outcome, even if they won, her female warriors would probably be left with very few. Hence, Hancock shook her head and said, "No, I'm doing quite well on Amazon Lily, so I won't join the chaos in the New World." Vayne saw through Hancock's thoughts and said, "I have some intelligence to share with you. The Navy has developed warships that can operate in the doldrums." Hancock was taken aback by this news. For her, besides her own formidable strength, the protection of the doldrums was also very important. So she quickly asked, "Really? Are you sure?" Vayne nodded and said, "The information must be accurate, but I can't tell you how I got it. Moreover, the Seven Warlords can't hold their position forever. You need to be prepared in advance." Having read the original One Piece, Vayne naturally knew that there would be an event in a few years that would abolish the Seven Warlords. Although the situation is different now with Vayne's involvement, it's always wise to be prepared ahead of time. Vayne continued to persuade. "So, I suggest that you ally with me, so that you will have a way out. And I know what you're thinking. When the war really starts, it will only require you to fight." Hancock raised an eyebrow and said, "In that case, I agree to ally with you. Of course, the premise is that you can really handle the four emperors." Vayne chuckled lightly and said, "Then just wait and see. The Sea Emperor is a true power that surpasses all other pirates. Even Vayne himself wouldn't dare to say he could defeat a certain emperor in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, Vayne needs to recruit everyone he can." A month later, in the City of Freedom, Vayne held a medical book in one hand and was mixing medicine in a jar with the other. It had been a month since he defeated Tesla. During this month, Vayne had been diligently studying medical knowledge, benefiting from Indigo's teachings, as well as his own triple learning ability as a scholar. Vayne's already advanced medical skills had finally been elevated to master level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading medical skills to master level 15,000. Task mastery of medicine completed. Time taken 57 days. Task evaluation. Good. Reward 12,000 life points. Please check host. Hearing this, Vayne was overjoyed. Through his relentless effort, he finally accomplished the task of mastering this medical skill, and the rewards were astonishingly abundant. Vayne mumbled to himself, "If I had known earlier, I would have completed this task sooner." Aside from the initial time spent leveling up his blacksmithing, Vayne estimated that he had only actually spent a little over a month studying medicine. If he had focused directly on studying medicine, the rewards would probably have been even richer. But it's not too bad. I now have 15,000 life points. However, there isn't really anything I need at the moment, so I might as well save it for emergencies. Vayne could be said to have become rich overnight, so he was naturally in a good mood. He even poured himself a glass of red wine, planning to savor it. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of the phone bug rang, and Vayne answered it, saying, "Moshi Moshi, this is Vayne." The figure on the other end of the phone sounded anxious. "Boss, it's Daniel. I just got news that Ace has entered the New World, and due to a sudden storm at sea, I've lost track of my men." Vayne was slightly taken aback by the words, his tone mixed with a hint of anger as he said, "What are you going to do if you lose them?" Daniel, on the verge of tears, replied, "Boss, I already sent the best navigator with the team, but this storm came so suddenly." Vayne was silent for a moment and said, "I understand, but this time you didn't do a good job, so your year-end bonus is definitely gone. Also, don't worry about this matter for now. I will send someone to handle it. You just focus on maintaining the situation in the paradise." On the other side, in the New World, this is an isolated island where Ace woke up feeling confused, only to find himself tightly bound with ropes. Ace quickly turned around to look for something and found that his companions were still there, but they had fainted and were also tied up with him. A chubby little girl pointed at Ace and asked, "Hey, what's your name?" Ace looked at the crew members around him who were scrambling for his food and said, "My name is Ace, and I'm a pirate. By the way, can you help me untie the ropes first?" The little girl shook her head and said, "Hello, my name is Au. As for helping you untie the ropes, that won't do, because as soon as I untie you, you'll run away." That's right. This sudden storm brought Ace to Wano country. It was here that Ace learned to weave straw hats. And it was also here that he made a promise with Au, a promise to return in 4 years to help establish Wano country. A week later, in the free city of the New World. Ding! Congratulations to the host for forging a fine sword after 3 hours and 28 minutes of crafting, gaining 26 points of professional experience. The current blacksmith level is master level 53,630,000. Gained 26 life points. The current life points are 15,869. In the forge, Vayne looked at the newly crafted sword with a troubled expression and sighed. Sigh. The profession experience for blacksmithing is getting harder and harder to increase. No wonder those famous swordsmith masters are all old men. Vayne calculated in his mind that it used to take him about 4 hours to forge a knife, which could earn him over 50 points of professional experience. This meant that working full days, he could forge around 3 knives and gain about 150 points of experience. However, now it takes Vayne over 3 hours to forge a single knife. Although this is much faster than before, the increase in experience has diminished significantly due to his rising professional level. Even if he forges 4 knives in a day, he would only earn about 100 points of experience. All things considered, it would take Vayne a whole year of forging knives to possibly reach the master level. And this isn't the best case scenario. After all, Vayne is a 7 Warlords with so many forces to manage, so he can't possibly spend all day in the forge. The responsibility is heavy and the journey is long. Vayne sighed and prepared to continue his tedious ironworking career. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, the sound of the telephone bug rang out. Vayne answered the phone bug and said, Moses, this is Vayne. On the other end of the phone bug, Robin's pleasant voice came through. Boss, Mr. Xiao is currently in Golden City, and he hopes to meet you. Vayne raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. When it comes to a smile, Vayne is quite invested, so he responded, Okay, I'll be right there. The Golden City is naturally the giant ship Gran Tesoro that originally belonged to Tesoro. But Vayne felt that name was too complicated, worried that readers might not get used to it, so he renamed the city on the ship as the Golden City. Now, the Golden City is located in a sea area not far from the Free City, and Vayne has recently begun considering expanding his influence. Originally, the sea area where the Free City is located only had the Star Island and the Soup Island. But with the legacy of the 3 islands left by the Golden Lion, plus Tesolo's Golden City, Vayne's territory has taken shape and has seemingly formed a considerable nation. During this period, Vayne has also proposed a management policy for Golden City, considering that Golden City will be incorporated into the land of freedom that Vayne is expanding. Therefore, Vayne has elevated all citizens of Golden City to the nationality of the land of freedom. He then auctioned off some industries in the city to the common people and collected a certain profit. Of course, high-profit industries, such as casinos and entertainment venues, remain under Vayne's control. In summary, the citizens of Golden City are now living a life that is hundreds of times better than before. In the midst of his thoughts, Vayne arrived above Golden City. A purple figure hovered in the air above the fountain square of Golden City. Vayne looked at the orderly reconstruction around the square and nodded slightly. The damage caused by Vayne's battle was not something that could be repaired in a short time. Above the square, Vayne's mind moved. A flash of red appeared in his eyes as he activated his observation Haki, quickly sensing a familiar presence in the city. In a ramen shop on the food street, he said, Boss, 2 bowls of ramen, no cilantro, and extra beef. Vayne was sitting boldly at the dining table, and across from him sat a figure, none other than the blind hero, Xiao. After ordering, Vayne looked at the person opposite him, who was bowing his head to eat noodles, and asked, Mr. Xiao, did you call me for something? Xiao seriously finished the soup noodles in his bowl, then wiped his mouth, took out a pair of dice from his pocket, tossed them in the air, and let them fall onto the table. Then Xiao asked, Mr. Vayne, what time is it on the dice? Vayne glanced over and then said, 2 6s, 12 points. A smile paused for a moment, sighed lightly, and said, I have been rolling the dice in Golden City for 7 days, 7 times, and each time it was 2 6s, 12 points. Vayne flashed a hint of confusion and asked, Mr. Xiao, what do you mean? Unexpectedly, Xiao put the dice on the table away and answered the question with a non sequitur. Mr. Vayne is nothing like the other pirates I've encountered. I've traveled the seas for 12 years, but I've never met a pirate like Mr. Vayne. No, I should say I've never met a person like Mr. Vayne. Over the past few days, I visited Mr. Vayne's City of Freedom, also took a bath on Tang Island, and eventually returned to this Golden City. I found that Mr. Vayne cities share a common characteristic, equality, and the overwhelming majority of the people in the city have positive emotions, happiness, joy, and a positive outlook. This is the first time I've encountered such a place in my 12 years. At this point, Xiao paused and then said, So I have a question in my mind. What is Mr. Vayne's purpose in doing this? Vayne smiled and said a lot in one breath, and a vague guess arose in his heart. He then replied, My purpose is actually nothing much. I just can't stand this distorted world, so I want to do something within my capabilities. Xiao was slightly taken aback and murmured, Something within your capabilities. After a while of silence, Xiao seemed to have finally made up his mind and said, Mr. Vayne, do you know? Actually, Tesolo should be the last stop of my travels. After this stop, I plan to return to my hometown and wait for the right moment to see if I can join the Navy and uphold the so-called justice. Vayne nodded. He knew that Xiao was supposed to respond to the world conscription in a few years, join the Navy, and become Admiral Fujitora. Ishao smiled and then said, "However, I learned about your news from Tezelo, so I stayed in the city a little longer, hoping to meet you. I have heard rumors about you for a long time. About the kindest pirate, the fool among the Seven Warlords, the nemesis of evil forces, the savior of all slaves." Vayne had naturally heard these words before, but hearing them come from a smile still made him feel quite appreciated. A hint of red flashed across Vayne's face as he humbly said, "It's just a nickname given by the brothers on the road. Nothing worth mentioning, nothing worth mentioning." Upon hearing such a casual remark from Vayne, the smile paused slightly and said, "Hee, Mr. Vayne is truly unconventional." Vayne took the noodles handed to him by the servant, slurped a bite, and said, "So, Mr. Ishao came to find me for something?" Ishao's nose twitched, and after swallowing, he said, "I made a promise 7 days ago. If I roll a large number 7 times in a row, I would temporarily give up joining the Navy and instead stay in Mr. Vayne's city for a while. The probability of rolling large 7 times in a row is 1 in 128. With that probability, it's lucky if it actually happens. But I rolled 7 times, and all 7 were 12. That probability." Vayne pushed another bowl of ramen in front of Ishao and continued, "The probability is 1 in 78, 364, 164, 096. Ishao was slightly taken aback and said, "Mr. Vayne, your math is really good. I've been calculating all day and couldn't figure it out." Indeed, Vayne was also shocked in his heart. This probability wanted a guess in his heart. He took out a gold coin from his pocket, and the originally shining lucky coin turned into a small pile of gold powder. Sure enough, Mr. Ishao took the ramen that Vayne handed over, took a bite, and said, "So, Mr. Vayne is indeed favored by fate." At this point, a hint of awkwardness flashed across Mr. Ishao's face as he said, "I have always believed in bets, so I wonder if Mr. Vayne has any idle positions under his command. I would like to ask for a temporary job." Vayne was indeed shocked in his heart. The lucky coin achieved the function of changing Ishao's fate trajectory at a great cost. This result, Vayne naturally hoped that Ishao would join, so he quickly said, "Ahem, Brother Ishao, if you don't mind, how about calling me Brother Vayne? I have many positions available here, and the City of Freedom's guard team is in need of an instructor who can command respect. If you don't mind, you can start as an instructor under me and guide some students. As for the salary, it's a monthly salary of 3 million berries, plus a year-end bonus. How about that?" Ishao was slightly taken aback. This salary was certainly high, and there was also a year-end bonus. So Ishao replied, "Brother Vayne, you are indeed generous. I have seen the boss here." When one heard Ishao agree with a smile, he was overjoyed. He lowered his head to eat the ramen again, and after a while, he looked up and said, "Ishao, since you've joined as my subordinate, you naturally need a code name. What do you think of Violet Tiger?" Ishao carefully pondered this code name. He already loved the color purple, and Violet Tiger naturally implied the meaning of a purple tiger. Violet Tiger, Violet Tiger. The more he repeated it, the more he liked the name. So he said, a good name. Since that's the case from now on, I shall be called Violet Tiger on the streets." Vayne chatted with Ishao for a while, and after finishing dinner, he lit a cigar for himself and casually handed one to Ishao, personally lighting it for him. He said, "Since that's the case, let's welcome Fujitora Ishao to join us." Ishao's addition is undoubtedly crucial. Although Vayne is currently exceptionally powerful, the strength of his subordinates is at most comparable to a weak warlord, and he doesn't even have anyone who can match a Marine Admiral candidate. Oh no, there is one, but that guy is currently within the Marine ranks. Ishao, on the other hand, undoubtedly possesses true Admiral-level strength, and his joining will certainly bring about a qualitative change to Vayne's power. At this moment, Vayne's forces can be said to be on par with any Sea Emperor. Vayne became happier the more he thought about it. Then he slapped the table and said, "Boss, check please." Ishao's expression suddenly changed, and Vayne's heart sank. Could it be that he regretted it? The duck that was within reach couldn't fly away. So he quickly said, "What is going on, Ishao?" Ishao replied, "Ahem, I'm a bit short on cash. I've eaten 10 bowls of ramen in the shop and haven't paid yet." Vayne was taken aback for a moment and said, "Oh, what am I worried about? No problem, this meal is on me. In the afternoon, I'll take you to handle the onboarding procedures. At that time, you can eat at the teacher's cafeteria for free, with plenty of food, and the taste is no worse than here." Upon hearing this, Ishao shivered and a hint of longing appeared on her face. Oh, such a foodie. However, Vayne thought trading a bowl of ramen for Ishao joining the team is a deal he'd take 1,000 times. After that, Vayne wouldn't have to worry about anything and could head straight to Mariehua. The next morning, Vayne woke up and had his breakfast as usual. He had to admit that he slept really well last night, dreaming sweet dreams. Gurgle, gurgle. The phone rang, and Wayne picked it up, saying hello. This is Wayne. Okay, got it. A serious look flashed in Wayne's eyes, because this call was about Ace. Ace was discovered in Wano country a couple of days ago. It seemed that the location where Wayne's men encountered the sea storm was not far from Wano country. However, due to Wano's long-standing isolation and being Kaido's territory, Wayne hadn't considered this direction. Until today, when the spies he had placed within Wano country reported that Ace had appeared in Foosha Village. Wayne pondered slightly in his heart. The good news was that Ace's location was confirmed. The bad news was that Kaido was in Wano, and once Wayne arrived in Wano, he would undoubtedly be discovered by Kaido. If a war broke out at that time, it would be difficult for Wayne to handle the situation. After all, Wayne had not yet fought against any of the four emperors and did not know how strong they were. Wayne lit a cigar at the point, a look of conflict flashing in his eyes. Now was undoubtedly not the best time to go to war with Kaido. However, Ace's appearance undoubtedly made Wayne feel anxious. After much contemplation, Wayne finally made a decision. He would head to Wano and find Ace. After all, Luffy was the only child he had, and Ace could be considered his family. So this time Wayne had to go. It seems he had no choice but to take a risk. Vayne quickly set off after making his decision. After obtaining the permanent pointer to Wano country, Vayne transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew towards Wano. This time, Vayne had to go alone, as it would allow him to arrive faster, and even if he couldn't defeat the enemies, it would be easier for him to retreat. The new world of the Grand Line, Wano country. This is an isolated island, home to one of the world's top powers, the Yonko Kaido. Under the rule of the shogun, Orochi, it follows a policy of isolation. Is this Wano country? A purple figure hovered in the sky above Wano. As Vayne looked at the massive island surrounded by strange sea currents. No wonder they practice isolation. This terrain makes it even harder to communicate with the outside world than Snake Princess Island. Vayne stared at the island beneath his feet, and soon his figure transformed into a flash of lightning heading towards the land of harmony. In Foosha Village, a little girl who looked about 4 or 5 years old was lying on the ground searching for something. When Wayne just arrived on the ground, he saw a dirty little girl lying on the ground. He couldn't help but feel a bit curious, so he asked, "Hey, little sister, what are you doing?" The little girl was startled and fell to the ground, getting a mouthful of dirt. Seeing this, Wayne quickly helped her up. Boo-hoo-hoo. The little girl was Ayu, who, after being startled, simply lay on the ground and started crying. "It's all your fault. The rabbit nest I finally found has been scared away by you. I've lost food for the next 3 days." Wayne scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were catching rabbits." Ayu wiped her tears and, seeing Wayne's expression, replied blankly, "Ayu forgives you. Uncle, you are so tall, and your clothes are different from ours. Are you also a newcomer?" Gulu. Ayu's stomach made an untimely noise, causing the little girl to blush. Seeing this, Wayne took out some dried food from his spatial ring and handed it to Ayu, saying, "Little sister, are you hungry? Uncle will treat you to a meal." After saying that, Wayne handed the beefcake to Ayu. She hesitated for a moment, but then took the beefcake and started gulping it down. "Thank you, brother. I'm really hungry. Once I catch a rabbit, I will definitely treat you to rabbit meat." Wayne squatted down, looked at the little Ayu, then reached out to touch Ayu's hair and said, "It's okay. Brother has enough food. By the way, didn't you just call me uncle? Why did you suddenly call me brother again?" Ayu, while eating the beef pie, showed a hint of brightness in her eyes and said, "The one who is handsome is brother, and brother giving Ayu food is a good person." Wine chuckled and then said, "My name is Wine." "Ayu, you just said you also came from outside. Have you seen other people from outside?" There was a glimmer of expectation in Wayne's eyes. Ayu nodded and said, "Half a month ago, an older brother named Ace came here. Brother Ace is so gentle. He even said he would take Ayu out to sea in the future." Wayne's tone was a bit excited. "You said Ace? Where's he now?" Seeing Wayne's agitated expression, Ayu's eyes flashed with vigilance as she said, "What do you want with Brother Ace?" We knew that Ayu might have misunderstood, so he said, "I am Ace's long-lost brother. I came to Wano to find Ace." Ayu then nodded and said, "Well, big brother, you came too late. Ace left Wano yesterday." After saying that, Ayu stuffed the remaining half of the beef pie into her pocket, mumbling, "I still want to take half of it back home for the people in the village to eat." After hearing this, Vayne calmed down, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "Did I miss it again?" In fact, Vayne's speed was already quite fast, but the information in the world of One Piece was too isolated. Especially with Wano country being closed off, it led to Vayne missing the chance to meet Ace. It's worth noting that Vayne had been flying nonstop for a day and night to reach Wano country. Wayne thought for a moment, then took out a snail phone from his pocket. The snail phone quickly connected, and Wayne said into it, "This is Wayne. Ace has left Wano country, and he should have left with his crew. Lafayette, take your men and search in the New World to see if you can find any trace of Ace." "Yes, boss." Wayne quickly hung up the phone, and at that moment, Au also stood up, took a few steps forward, and said to Wayne, "Big brother, would you like to come to my house as a guest?" Wayne really wanted to refuse, but seeing Au's hopeful expression, he nodded and said, "All right, then Big brother will come to your house for a little while, but only for a short time." Au happily nodded. Soon, Wayne was led by Au to Vayne village. "Stop right there. You are not allowed to approach the village." As soon as Wayne stepped into the village of Vayne, he was stopped by several farmers holding agricultural tools. Just as Wayne was about to speak, he saw Au's body lean out from behind him, saying, "Everyone, don't be nervous, Brother Wayne is a good person. He is Ace's brother." And he also gave Au some food. Wayne crouched down, and Au slid off Wayne's body, then ran to the villagers to explain. Soon, the villagers lowered their guard, and a man at the forefront put down his farming tool and said, "I'm sorry. It's been a long time since outsiders have come to our country, so we were just a bit on edge." Wayne chuckled lightly and said, "It's nothing." At that moment, the man said to Wayne, "You're so tall. Are you a warrior?" "A warrior?" Vayne glanced at the sword at his waist, then nodded and said, "You could say that. But men at sea usually refer to themselves as swordsmen." The man, seeing Vayne acknowledge himself as a warrior, brightened up and said, "Then come visit my house. There's plenty of food at my place." Wayne touched his belly and said, "Then I will humbly obey." At the dining table, there was a plate of greens in front of Wayne, and a stack of empty bowls was placed on his left side. Wayne handed an empty bowl to the man and shouted, "Another bowl, please." The man's eye twitched for a moment, and, at that time, a girl who looked around 17 or 18 came to the rice jar, gazing anxiously at the empty bottom of the jar. This meal consumed half a month's worth of rations for the siblings. "Is there no rice left?" The man saw the difficult expression on his sister's face and immediately understood, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He then walked over to Wayne and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Samurai, our food has run out." The man's personality seemed quite straightforward. "Run out?" Wayne was taken aback for a moment, then saw the worried expression on the little girl's face and recalled that Au, a child only 4 or 5 years old, was catching rabbits in the wild. Wayne couldn't help but have a guess in his mind. Could it be that the people of Wano country are all struggling to get enough to eat? So, Wayne wiped his mouth, stood up, and smiled slightly as he said, "I'm full. Thank you for your hospitality. The food was delicious." The man breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, then said excitedly, "My name is Oishi, and my dream is to become a samurai. Can you tell me about your stories from overseas?" Wayne nodded. He had some suspicions after seeing the excited expression on Dashi's face, and the outcome was just as he expected. So, Wayne began to share some interesting stories about the sea, while Dashi and his sister listened eagerly, leaning on the table. "Wow, is there really a fish as big as an island? And a warrior can slice it in half with one sword." Dashi clenched his hands, his eyes filled with excitement, wishing he could be the one to slay that fish. At that moment, a figure walked in through the door. It was Au. She came over and said playfully, "Big brother, do you have any food at home?" "There's no food at Uncle's house next door." Dashi was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes, and he quickly replied, "Au, wait a moment. I'll go to the factory to work right now, and there will be food when I come back tonight." With that, Dashi hurriedly rushed out of the house. Seeing this, Wayne did not stop him but asked in confusion, "I see that the land here is not barren. Why do you have no food?" Dashi's sister flashed a hint of hatred on her face and replied, "It's all because of Kaido and Black Carbon Akaji. They control all the food in Wano country. Moreover, they built factories upstream, which has polluted the water quality in our downstream villages, making farming impossible. So we can only work ourselves to the bone for Kaido and the others every day just to earn a meager income." At this moment, Au also nodded and said, "The adults in the village are really struggling, and they often go without food. Au's parents died after drinking the water from the river. But Dashi brother is very strong. He can earn the wages of 10 people in a day, so he often helps the people in the village. But Au is also very capable. Au can catch some small animals in the wild for everyone to eat." Vin's expression suddenly became serious. He had indeed anticipated that the villagers in this village might not be living well, but he had not expected it to be so dire that people would even starve to death. Vayne gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. "Kaido, you really do surprise me." Wayne looked at the worried faces of Au and could only comfort her. "Au, Big Brother can do magic. Go gather everyone in the village. Wait a moment, and Big Brother will show you endless food. Ayu's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly ran to the village to call the adults. Meanwhile, Wine's figure turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared from spot. A quarter of an hour later. Ayu, did you say Wine is going to perform magic for us? No way. I heard that Wine has a lot of food. The hundreds of villagers from Bienli village chattered among themselves in the open space at the village head. Ayu said seriously, what I mean is, Big Brother Wine is going to bring us food. Huh? Ha ha. How is that possible? It's impossible to conjure food out of thin air. It's just a trick to fool children. Yeah, Wine might have already left Wayno. Right, I heard he ate a lot of rice from the big stone. Adults never think as simply as children do. From an adult's perspective, they judge the development of events using the most rational and logical thinking. However, Ayu pouted, her eyes misty, and with a wrong tone but determined gaze, she said, nonsense. Big Brother Wine will definitely come back. He promised to give Ayu endless food. So, the villagers sat in the open space at the village head, weaving bamboo hats with their hands while waiting for Wine's food. Most of them worked on weaving bamboo hats, so waiting for Wine wasn't a big deal. Gradually, an hour passed. The villagers began to grow impatient, and some even gave up waiting in the square and returned home. I told you, that Wine definitely won't come back. A 7 or 8-year-old boy made a face at Ayu. Ayu, looking furious, said, you're talking nonsense. Big Baza Vine. Before she could finish her sentence, the villagers in the open space suddenly felt the sky darken. The villagers all looked up and saw a huge shadow suddenly appear in the sky. What is that? Oh my, that looks like a fish. The villagers gathered together, their eyes filled with shock as they stared at the figure in the sky. Quick, get out of the way. Wine looked down at the villagers who were still lingering on the ground and shouted loudly. Only then did the villagers react and hurriedly leave the open space. Boom! A massive fish was thrown down from the sky by Wine, and its incredible weight made the ground around it shake. Oh my God! The villagers exclaimed. Before their eyes appeared a gigantic fish, nearly 100 meters long and weighing around 500 tons. No, to be more precise, this could be considered a sea monster. The villagers' shock wasn't over yet. They saw Wine's figure disappear in the air, only to quickly reappear, this time holding another giant fish. Boom, boom, boom. The ground of Bienli village shook 3 times in total. Finally, it's back. Wayne leaned against the back of a giant fish, lit a cigarette, and took a couple of puffs. Indeed, after the event, a cigarette made him feel comfortable. The surrounding villagers were shocked to see these 3 enormous sea fish. They had never seen such gigantic fish before. The first fish was about 100 meters long and weighed 500 tons, while the other 2 were a little over 30 meters long and around 200 tons, and the other was 50 meters long and about 300 tons. The total weight of the 3 fish was close to 1,000 tons. Wayne had discovered these fish over 20 nautical miles away in the ocean. He easily stunned the 3 fish using electric fishing techniques. Catching them was easy, but bringing them back was difficult. Wayne made a total of 3 trips to bring back the 3 fish. Given the weight and distance, even Wayne's stamina was somewhat exhausted. But despite the hard work, seeing the smiles of the villagers around him was undoubtedly very satisfying. Brother Wayne, I knew you would definitely come back. Ayu saw Wayne rushing over, and her eyes were filled with